lasers, with distance measurements, with known distances, water's always flat and level on top.
So empirical means effectively you can't challenge it, or you can go test it and you'll see it works out the same.
All right.
Did you understand about the gas pressure part? How you do realize
Yeah.
you're breathing gas pressure?
I'm having sorry. I'm having a little trouble like correlating what you said, which what you said makes sense. I'm just having trouble correlating that to how the Earth is flat. Like for example, you said that there has to be a container for there to be Earth pressure. So what exactly is that proving or disproving? Is my question.
It proves we're in a
Proves space
contained
is fake.
system. Yeah, space is not real.
Yeah,
What they don't do
NASA's
is-
fake, right? Yeah.
Oh, so that explains why the moon landing is impossible or the Mars one.
because they never
I'm
could.
gonna.
They can't. They can't
Exactly. There's
go.
no
They
there's
can't go there.
Are
there's no
you?
It's not
space to go
possible.
to.
Is
They
he
can't
aware
go
of the
there.
live stream? I'm gonna post a meme for him that'll help explain the pressure thing. If he's aware of the live stream, coming right.
Sorry, what was that?
Do you
There's a
see the live
voice
stream
text
voice
just
text?
above us.
Sorry.
Wait, in the the chat for the live stream.
Yeah, just
Correct.
above the live stream here, there's a hashtag live stream voice text. You need to look
All
in
right, I
there
see it.
because yeah, good.
Hold up. Okay. Is it the one Flatman Khan put?
Yes.
All right. Oh, okay.
Right.
With the can. Okay.
So since we have gas pressure here, we know there's a container because the second law of thermodynamics is one of the axioms of natural law. That means it's irrefutable. These things with gas laws, they are always true. They've never been shown to be untrue in any circumstances, under any circumstance. So gas pressure means container. So you are in a contained system. Of course, we don't know what the container is, what shape it is, where it is, because no one's ever
Oh,
been there.
all right. So to follow up about this container, what am I seeing when I look up and I see the stars? Are those not stars?
There are
No,
lights
they
in the
are fucking
sky.
stars, and we are discussing Earth, the planet, like where we're standing, not the sky, not the stars, not the dots you look at when you look up. We're talking about the Earth.
Okay.
If you're gonna speculate about the stars, we could say sonoluminescence. I'll speculate to that point.
Yeah, so listen, brother, you can't determine anything by looking at the lights in the sky. That would be like trying to measure your floor space by by looking at your ceiling light. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. It's just my question is, so if you don't know what the so you know we're in a contained space, right?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. So and but you don't know how big it is, right? Or what
No one
shape
else
it is.
no one else does either.
Do you know why you don't know that?
No, why what?
Because the dipshits in charge have Antarctic Treaty, which won't allow us to go further than the 60th parallel south. There's several reasons. But we have enough photographic evidence and independent research to prove that nobody's flown over the South Pole. So therefore, it's not what they're telling us it is. It's something else. They're lying.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so at this point, I would suggest you do some more research if you truly are wanting to learn what's actually going on in your reality. All we can do is present you with the information. It's up to you. You need to do more research, look into it a little bit further, have someone go through the Black Swan with you if you haven't seen it already, and Look at the channels down below live stream. There's categories A to Z. You can look through any of those categories: long distance photography, anything from Antarctica, beginner references, anything about the Challenger, composite images that NASA gives us, the curvature, uh, many, many different things about.
Sunny,
Yes.
may I just ask this guy, what was it that made him think that the moon landing was fake?
Because it just didn't seem possible to get humans out of a planet
In what way?
in the way that it's completely unrealistic with the technology. What, 50, 60 years ago? If I don't remember incorrectly. Like, how are they going to get something to fly as fast to get out of the atmosphere?
Correct, young man. And let me point something else to you. If it was real, if it did happen, would there not be a day off for the day they landed on the moon for the last 50 years? I think there would be. We have Labor Day. We have Family Day. We don't have Moon Landing Day? Huh, weird.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so the fastest airspeed record at that time was 3,700 miles per hour through the air. And then they said that they just shot a rocket at 17,000 or 19,000 to break
Wait, actually,
the
19,000. Yeah, exactly. What?
to break the orbital what do they call it?
Grasp.
Yeah, it's like this certain
Full.
trajectory and speed that they need to break this gravitational attraction. And then they flew this rocket 250,000 miles, which Werner von Braun, the director of NASA, said that they would have needed fuel tanks the size of, I think it was the Manhattan building or some massive building. They would have needed 2 of those to fly one of the journeys. And then they came out with the Saturn V rocket, which was, I think it was only about 10 stories high. So it wasn't what would have been needed if they were actually using that fuel to fly to the moon and then back. Then they put men in these little, when you look at the photos, they're ludicrous. It looks like paper mache, cardboard, curtain rods. Then supposedly in this absolute vacuum where anything with pressure would want to instantly equalize with that vacuum. So when you see on the space movies, what happens when you get a puncture in your spaceship?
The air escapes, correct?
Like slowly or like quite violently?
Quite violently.
And often rips the side open so that it can rush out even more quickly, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so pressure wants to equilibrate, and it's quite a violent thing if you're caught with a massive differential. If you've ever seen like one of those fuel tankers get crushed by having a vacuum on the inside, so the air pressure, or like when you put a tin inside your fire and then suddenly it like implodes on itself, that's a pressure differential. And nowhere in nature do we like pressure differentials, and the only way to sustain one is with a barrier or a container.
Exactly.
So when it comes to NASA, you've said there NASA is fake, but you only thought that one portion of NASA was fake. The rest of what NASA presents could be factually accurate.
Well, at the time, that's what I believed. But
what is peculiar is that when you start to look into this topic, all the information you get from space is routed through NASA. So NASA
No,
sort of
I
owns
didn't-
the main
that's my bad. I
hub.
didn't quite think it through.
No, well, you're definitely on the right track. And I heard you say that you said you're going to grade 11 or something, grade 12.
Yeah.
Okay, so
just
yeah,
finished my 10.
you've still got a lot of time ahead of you, and a lot of the stuff that was thrown at you now is probably a little bit above your depth for now. What is very interesting to realize is that water is always level. We use things called water levels. We are told that 70% of the Earth's surface is water. It's all the seas. When you realize that it's so level that they even call it sea level, and that all altitudes are based off of sea level, and then they've just convinced us all that we're on a ball, even though the substance that covers most of this place always presents as level. Otherwise, you have locks separating the water. If the water's not level, once again, a barrier or a container to either raise the water in that lock or lower the water so that the boat can enter a new mass with a different water level. But the levels are always level. The water is level.
Yeah. So which was it? Was it the Suez Canal with the elevation drop of like a few meters?
Yeah, the Suez Canal has 0 locks.
Right.
It's over 100 kilometers or 100 miles, which would have to have massive curvature, which would mean bendy water, which would mean certain parts would be deeper, certain parts would be shallower. It just, in practicality, when you see the Suez Canal, right next to it is 2 land masses that remain the same height for that same stretch as well. So you know that the continent where it meets the sea is just as level as the water level. But then we have mountains. But then we have mountains and valleys. So, you know, people often think when we say flat, we think a mountain is flat or a valley is flat. And that's retarded. No one thinks that.
Yeah,
but
exactly. Imagine.
What we're saying is that if 70% of a surface is level, what shape is that?
That would be a flat.
Or a plane or a plateau.
Sorry, I just wanted to point out, because you mentioned mountains, something they are hiding and covering up, not letting anybody know in the Livestream information system, is they are strip mining the tops of mountains and flattening them out. And there are people trying to stop it, but it's not in the Livestream information. You
If
can
it's not
start
on the
researching
mainstream,
it.
hold up.
You can go ahead.
So if it's not in the mainstream information, then how would you know about it?
Because the people that are trying to stop it are filming and putting the information out there, taking pictures of flat mountaintops. You got to start researching other sources than your television.
Do you have an image of people flattening out mountains?
I'm sorry, I don't. I'm aware that this is happening. So I'm saying do your research. I've seen it. I've researched it. I've looked at it. I didn't save nothing, but I know it's happening.
All right. So where would I go about to do this research if it's not available to mainstream information?
Well,
There are people like us in this server putting the information into the the web. So you got to do a search, flat mountaintops, see what pops up. Make an effort.
Okay, so just to answer that question, YouTube was the main platform, and then it became heavily censored, and they started deleting channels for virtually no reason at all on various topics like nutrition, on medicine, and on this topic, on the shape of this place that we live on.
And so, to add, right? They not only deleted a lot of stuff, but they pushed anti-flat Earth propaganda.
Yeah, really promoted and suggested anything that talks against flat Earth. That's what if you type flat Earth in YouTube, you'll only find people telling you how stupid of an idea it is. You can't find anyone actually telling you what they think about it. So then people started shifting off of that platform onto other smaller platforms which were considered independent, such as Library, such as BitChute, such as DLive. I'm sure if you're gaming, you probably heard a lot of these before. So when you're gaming, the mainstream narrative is buy this specific brand. And then when you speak to your gamer friends, they say, no, that's bullshit, buy AMD or buy something else. So when you already see that there's a narrative that's given to you, and that sometimes you've got to just go and find the people who know what they're talking about, and that they're going to give you a lot better advice if they're actually doing this stuff. So these other platforms, like you asked, where can you find this information? BitChute is still publishing this stuff. I'm not sure for how long, but it is still. So is Library. And I don't know if anyone else wants to add somewhere else that they get their sources from.
Yeah, all I can say is after I stopped looking at NASA footage and realized it was all bullshit and started researching FE, during that journey is where I saw this information somewhere along the line. I watched maybe a hour long documentary about it.
All right. I just have one final question, which is the last thing, which I wasn't, not to say I wasn't explained correctly, but I just didn't comprehend fully. What is the purpose for all the lying? Like, is there a definitive purpose, or is it something else that we have yet to discover that they're hiding?
Okay, well, that's there's many reasons why. To hide resources, hide other land, the money, because they're taking 60 plus, they're taking enough money daily to give you CGI images of this Mars mission, and they could be giving each state $1 million plus a day to help the state out instead of fake CGI images.
So just from a very plutonic level, why do liars lie? Because they're either going to gain or they're going to get out of trouble. So that's quite obvious. So whatever the gain is, or whatever trouble they're trying to avoid, that's normally why a liar will perpetually lie. If I asked you, why did your mom lie and tell you you had to go to bed? What's the answer? Because she said so, and it was her decision, and it would benefit her, or I don't know. But the purpose of the fact that if you do catch them lying, it means they have lied. So when you start to, with the point that the previous guy just mentioned, NASA gets a budget of $22 billion per annum, which works out to about $60 million a day, including Saturday and Sunday, for the whole year.
It comes to about 64.5 mil, I think, a day.
So they're getting just under 65 million US dollars every single day, including weekends. And what good for humanity really comes of that, except a picture of, oh, we think we found a new solar system, or maybe there's a new planet. Okay, we're going to now spend $10 more billion researching that little light in the sky.
And they destroy the technology.
But while people starve to death here, we'll keep studying this light in the sky, buying the best equipment on the planet or plane, and the whole world standing by waiting for what the next latest NASA release is going to be.
As they're dropping bombs in places that are so-called, quote unquote, at conflict. Give me a break. They're killing people on a daily basis and telling us there's a new exoplanet. We're going to go live there. And people aren't even thinking about it. They're like, I got to pay a phone bill today. Who cares? I don't care. Like, nobody cares about truth. Like, truth matters. It really does.
Yeah, exactly. It's important. Without truth and
Make sure you
honesty,
pay your taxes so NASA can go to space.
Well, the taxes, I don't want to get into the tax thing. That's a voluntary, you volunteer to do your taxes. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, sure.
Because they collect taxes if you don't do it every time you buy something. So you're voluntarily doing the yearly tax thing. You don't have to. That's your decision. Um, I like to say it like this. Well, hold on, please. I want to explain to this gentleman. I like to go like this. They've told us they've been to the moon. They told us we're on Mars. What if they told you they want to put an antenna on Jupiter for better Wi-Fi service, and it's going to cost an extra $3 trillion a year? And while we're setting up that Wi-Fi antenna on Jupiter, we're going to be at war with all kinds of different countries and all kinds of conflicts everywhere, death at every turn. And by the time it's done being put up on Jupiter, the technology will be defunct. Like it won't even work. Like there's better technology now. We just wasted $3 trillion on nothing. Like, are you okay with that as a person? You're like, sure, just take $3 trillion from the people and tell them you're doing something when you're not. And go ahead and let us think these two people are at each other's throats and we got to go in there and bomb the shit out of them. And, you know, it's time
exactly.
for it's time for people to wake the F up.
Well, you told me that keep dreaming.
Sorry, I couldn't quite catch that. It was lagging a bit.
It's just that we spend trillions of dollars on space technology and then we destroy the technology.
No. I heard that. It's just sorry. I heard that. It's just I heard someone else speaking, and
yeah, we could understand what he says, so he's gonna have to reconnect and fix his connection.
Oh, all right. Well then, well.
I think he was hot micing. Anyway,
All right.
on.
If you don't mind, I need to go catch my lunch, so I will join back in later. So.
Oh, you can't go.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No, you got to stay here, man. You can't go. If you're listening to me,
he's being polite. That's very polite. You don't have permission to go.
Come back, bro. It sounds like you're gonna understand this.
We gave you a few things to think about while you're working or doing whatever today. It'll be rolling around in your head. We'll see you after. Take care. Bless up.
All right, man.
Water
all
is
y'all
flat.
have a good day, all right?
Cheers, mate.
All right, cheers.
You as well. Thanks. Likewise.
Love you.
Where's Roger?
Yeah, I'm here.
Roger, what was your review about the conversation with the guy?
Sorry?
Did you buy it? Did you buy it?
Well, I think he came into troll, but maybe he gets stumped. And me poking him made him realize, well, maybe it's time to give up and just listen and maybe.
Yeah. Is my mic working?
Yeah.
Roger gets pretty suspicious when they create an account and they join the Flutter server right away.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's what you would do if you didn't have if you didn't have an
Let me
account
tell you, bro.
and someone sent you the link, you'd go open a Discord and then
sure. But
that's actually what I did to join this Discord. I didn't have Discord. I found the Helios channel, Flutter Discord 2.0, and this in YouTube, and then I clicked the link, created an account, and joined the Discord. So yeah.
But Roger's not wrong. That is the telltale sign of a troll.
Right. And then the name, right? Why not? Why is that name? I mean, just to fake as a flat earther, right? Because that's funny to troll.
His icon was some type of I don't know, like some type of astronaut with a green screen and something. I don't know. It looked kind of funny.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to know what it is that made him choose that name, to see if there was actually anything credible, or whether he was just told it and thought it would make a good name.
I'd like to ask a question.
Interesting that he said that the moon landings are not possible. It was improbable, but then when we said Mars, he said, "Well, Mars, that's probable. That happened. That's interesting. The moon
Who was that?
landings didn't happen, but the rover in Mars did happen."
Who was that
Well,
who said that
his
taxes are
objection was
voluntary?
his objection was that it was just the human aspect.
I said
He
that.
said sending humans there would be improbable, but sending a remote control robot may be probable.
It was Flatman Can that said personal taxes are voluntary. Why? What's up?
What do you mean by that?
Exactly what I said. Like if you research it enough, they are not allowed to tax you personally. Now, when you pay tax on an item you buy, that's a different story. The tax they collect from that pays for the hospitals and the fire departments and the police and the army and stuff like that. Well, maybe not so much the army, because either way, your personal income is your business.
Okay,
If
so
you want to let the government take a chunk of that, go ahead and tell them everything about every penny you made this year, and let them take their share. Listen, over 35 million Americans do not involve themselves in that system. They're not getting arrested and locked up.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay.
I know
This rabbit hole
This is
goes
not
deep.
financial advice.
people who've had their house taken away because they did not pay their income tax
illegally.
Yeah, this is a deep rabbit hole, and there's a lot of hoops that you need to jump through, and classifications that you need to redefine. So it's like linked to the whole persons versus human discussion in terms of how are you legally stated, how are you necessarily classifying yourself in the country will then determine which tax system you choose to operate by or abide by. There's something called prior taxpayer.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Sorry, no, there's a term called like a prior taxpayer, where you can actually, it's either by spending a certain amount of time out of a country, or maybe it's deriving an income in another country, but you can basically get classified that you were a prior taxpayer, and then you don't have to pay tax to your country anymore. So then if you go back and you've still got that classification, you're basically immune. So it's about playing that system and the classification game.
I thought they weren't allowed to do it. Didn't the other guy say that they're not allowed to do it? So why would you have to be in a certain class?
It's voluntary, is what I said. The personal income taxes. If you run a business, you got to do your taxes because they want their share of the business you've been doing. But as far as like your job and your paycheck, and you did a side job for a buddy and made $5,000. Why do they need to know you went and drywalled a friend's house and made $5,000? And if you tell them,
so they can get your money.
yeah, but you voluntarily are letting them know that information.
Okay, what about my job? They get my information.
No.
Yeah, so they take your job tax money. Fine, you could. Okay, so do your income taxes with just your on the books money on the taxes. Anything else? You run a side business in your garage. You do oil changes and brake changes because that's all you really know how to do mechanically. Why does Uncle Sam or any country, any government need to know Jim down the block did 30 oil changes this week and made himself an extra $300? Nobody needs to know that. That's Jim's business. Now, if he registers his garage as Jim's garage, now he's got to do taxes for the oil changes he's doing for the neighbors and people around the block.
So Scrat, effectively, if your company is paying the tax and then paying you the post-taxed amount, you've got no control. You're just in the system and you smile and you take it without lube and you just carry on like you do. When you
can
realize
raise
that
the
there's
number
other
of,
ways, what you could do is you could register your own business and you could tell your employer to pay the pre-tax amount into your business account, and then you will handle your taxes accordingly thereafter. Thereby, you would now gain control of that taxable income, and that at least would be a start. And if you figured that out, then you might as well just start your own business, and then you have the control to be able to at least do things with the pre-taxed revenue and not necessarily only receiving post-tax revenue.
you can also raise the number of dependents at your job. I believe that's legal. You'll get less tax, but you won't get much back or nothing back at the end of the year.
But for private individuals who work for businesses, you could register a business and just tell them to pay you direct. They don't have to facilitate any of the income tax or the IP documents or any of those things that you need for certification. So if you're going to handle that, then you can start to, allocate a portion of your rent towards it, and you can start to offset other costs before the amount is taxed. And you start to figure out how these rich play this game. And it really is just a game. And like he said previously, how do you think Donald Trump is still being lambasted for not paying tax? Is because he found a loophole whereby he could show a couple $1 million loss through one of his businesses, and thereby his income tax he needed to pay was already offset for 20 years. So
Okay, so say, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
So he's right. You have a lot of
Say
advantages with the business that you don't if
say
you're
I
an
claim
employee.
say I claim 9 dependents.
Yeah, Sarah
And
is flat. Can you do that? Can you claim a maximum dependence? Isn't that legal? And then just deal with
yeah,
it at the
and
end of the year?
they take very little out. But then at the end of the year, because they didn't take very much, they tell me that I owe them so much.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but at
'cause they're
least you got the
thieves.
money
But
up
I mean,
front.
I don't
That's
have
the
to pay
difference.
that.
Because
They
they're
hold the money
thieves.
for the whole year.
No, if you don't pay that, they're going to come and put you in jail, right? This is democracy. This is how it
Yeah,
works
that's
here.
what I'm saying. Well,
Yeah,
but you're saying
but
people
it's
don't do
bullshit. What I'm trying to explain here, it's bullshit. If you look far enough back and dig deep enough into the laws, it says they're not allowed to tax the citizenry. Like taxation without representation is theft. It's theft on its own. Like again, I'm not. Certain things have to be paid for. Policing, fire departments, etc., hospitals. I get that. But again, when they sell a car and then resell it and collect tax again on the car, and then the car gets sold again and they get tax again, that's ridiculous. Up here in Canada or Ontario, at least, I believe they stopped that. There's no more collecting taxes once a car's been sold a second, third, fourth, fifth time. Once a car's sold once, the government got their taxes. That's it. They're not allowed to charge me taxes when I buy it from the guy as a used car.
Last, like I just
Things
paid.
are things
I
things
pay
are.
like,
Sorry, I thought I was talking. Go ahead.
dude, you weren't
What?
talking. I paid excise taxes the past few days in the vehicle, and it was about $2,000.
Yeah, if it was secondhand, wherever you are, they're not allowed to be collecting taxes a second, third, fourth, fifth time. That's what I'm saying. Here in Ottawa and Ontario, they're not doing it no more. They did it for years and years and years and years and years. It didn't matter if you were the fifth owner of the car. They wanted their share of the blue book value taxable. And then finally,
Excise
somebody
taxes
spoke
are
up.
every year.
That's on all assets.
Finally, some people spoke up and said, this is ridiculous. The government can collect the taxes the first time. We're good with that. Why are they taking it from us every time the car exchanges hands? And so
No,
they stopped.
in the U.S., it's every single year you gotta pay taxes in the vehicle. Every year.
Yeah,
Even if you
like I
don't
said,
sell it.
that's what's
Just by
happening
owning it.
here. like I said, that's what's happening here now. But for 30, 40, 50, 100 years, they were ripping everybody off.
And house sales, it's the same thing. Every time you sell a house, you pay a portion towards government and transfer duties, and those costs are just recovered. Sometimes the same house is sold a couple times in a decade or a couple times in every 2 decades, and you're always paying this percentage value on that asset.
Yeah, even when you die, you need to pay taxes.
And if deceased taxes, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean,
so anyone here, if you're going to be getting a jab, transfer your house into your children's name, because you're probably going to save about 10% of the property value if you don't have to incur the deceased tax.
Back on the guy who asked about the dependents. Yeah, you can increase your dependents. I believe that's legal, but you do have to square it off at the end of the year, so you won't be owing more taxes. So
Okay,
at least though they don't take it up front. You get to keep your money up front. That's the whole point.
Yeah, I've done that before, but yeah, well, when he was saying personal income tax was voluntary, well, yeah, it's voluntary if you don't want to go to prison or have your house taken away.
Yeah, it says so in their own paperwork. You have to research that. Yeah, that's a difficult thing because if you tell them that you don't consent, they just say bullshit. So yeah, it's a difficult thing. But there are many people. I think 50 million in America that don't pay taxes.
Yeah, if you know how to fight it, you can get away with it. I personally don't know how to fight it.
I
You
haven't
have to have
paid
that
taxes
knowledge.
I haven't paid taxes in 8 years. And I don't plan on ever paying them ever again, so they can do whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's a way to fight it, not just ignoring it. There's a way to fight it with the legal documents and stuff.
Yeah, there is. Yep. Yep.
And you know, if you ignore it, you know they might come after you if they think there's something to come after. If there's nothing to come after, they probably just ignore you.
Anyway, there's someone asking to be unmuted, Veronica XX, so I'll unmute her. Hey, Veronica,
Also,
are you able to use your mic?
No.
Okay, so you're not a girl. Okay.
No, I go by Ronnie.
I don't want to misgender you, so.
Oh no, that's
Maybe-
fine. That's fine.
maybe
I
she
can
just
see why it's
smokes.
misleading. I do not.
No worries. So, Veronica, what is Earth?
Planet.
Really? Do you have any proof of that?
I mean, what else is it?
Well, it's either flat and stationary, like we all observe and experience
So,
every day,
of course
or it's a spherical
stationary.
ball spinning in space. So your
course
choice
it's
is
flat and
spherical
stationary.
ball? Spherical ball spinning in space?
No, it's flat.
Okay.
you said planet.
But yeah, what I meant, yeah, but you can define planet as different things. So I
Oh
meant.
no, no,
No, you can't.
Oh, sorry then. Sorry.
no.
Sorry then. Sorry. I didn't mean to call that planet.
Yeah.
It is a flat stationary. Yes.
Why?
What do you mean why?
Why is it flat stationary? Why?
Because you can see that, but by looking outside, you can see it's flat and stationary.
Yeah,
Is there
that's all.
any other way? Is there any other way of telling besides just looking?
Puddles, they would fall off if it was a sphere, but they just stay
Puddles.
there. So, I don't know how.
So you're obviously just bullshitting us. That's okay.
Right.
It happens a lot here. You know,
How am
you
I
don't have.
bullshitting you?
You're just
Hey.
making shit up. You're just making shit up. But that's okay. We're used to it here. We get it every day, 7 days a week, 24 hours. But anyway, so you think you're on a ball, basically. What proof do you have?
Well, we're on a flat stationary object.
Okay, what proof do you have? Why, how would you know that?
Well, this is why I've joined the server to kind of get
Oh,
more proof
sure.
and
Yeah.
back up my theories.
So how did you came in contact with the topic?
Topic of what?
Oh my god,
This-
it's
Flat Earth.
Mm,
Well, I just thought that I've been lied to for
right.
forever.
You've been lied to forever. Okay. About
Yeah.
what?
The Earth is a sphere.
And how did you came in contact with it? Or how did you find it? How did you just thought, oh, I've been lied to. Let's look into flat Earth, or
Yeah. So first I joined a Facebook group, but it wasn't very active.
okay.
Then I was just researching, and I joined some subreddits. Then again,
Mm-hmm.
I don't really like Reddit, so I thought I might as well go to Discord, and there were many, and this one's the one that I've joined. I've joined some
Okay.
others as well.
And how long have you been looking into flat Earth now?
Like 1 month, like 1 month and like 2 weeks. So yeah, a month and a half.
So and what have you so far figured out?
Well, I again, not very much because again, like I said, they've not been active. However, I just don't think we're not on a sphere, and I think we're on a flat stationary object. I've joined this server to get some
A
more
what?
information.
Sorry, a what?
From which bit did you not hear?
A flat stationary.
We're a flat stationary object, and I've
Object.
joined the server to try to get more information.
Okay, Veronica. So if you want more information, you can scroll down in this server. We have tons of channels you can look into, do some research. Right? It takes time to unwind the heliocentric model.
Well, how long have you been looking into flat Earth and this?
More than I think it's a year and a half, maybe 2.
A year and a half.
Right.
That's a long
Yeah.
time. So you must be
So
highly educated.
there
on
are
the
many
subject.
people who have been here for 5, 6, 7 years, 8 years. So
5 to 8 years.
right.
Oh.
And there's
Are they,
there's no proof for curvature, Ronnie. So if
Obviously
you
not.
think if you think there's none. Right? Earth doesn't curve away from you. It
Yeah,
doesn't
obviously.
spin.
You can see that every day when you go outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously.
So you live in the UK, right? You've done
Yes,
some
yes.
you've done some observations, or
Yeah, so I went down to Denver, and you know how they say like the boat and it goes like over the curvature of the Earth. I mean, when globe earthers say that.
Yeah.
That's just wait. Who said that? I said yeah.
Sunny said yeah, but
Yeah,
continue.
they're always saying that. Yes, continue.
Yeah, I just that it's obviously you can see that it's not true just by like I mean there's not millions, thousands of ships every day go out from Denver. Oh, someone left. You could see that easily that nobody the ships don't go over the curvature of the Earth.
How would you? That's a good question. How would you be able to tell that for sure? Is there any way technically that you could tell that they're not going over a curve edge?
Well, no, but I mean, well, maybe there is. Yeah, that's why I've joined the server to try to find out if there is. That I can do it myself.
Yeah, here it is. Here it is. I'm going to give it to you. If you wait, listen, if you can go out and wait until the ship disappears from your view, right? What it's actually doing is going into the vanishing point. But we'll leave that as it is. So let's just say somebody says, oh, the ships are going over a curve edge. So all you got to do is go to where the ships are, wait till it disappears from your view, and bring your zoom camera and zoom into the ship. It brings it all the way back in, all the way to the water line, depending on what the conditions of the day are, right? So
Yeah, okay.
on a clear day, on whatever, if you can zoom back into a ship after it's disappeared, you cannot do that at all on a spherical surface. Do you understand that?
Yes, of course.
And why is that? Why is that? Could you tell me
If it
why?
goes over the curvature of the Earth, then surely no matter what magnification you gave it, you couldn't see it because it's behind rock.
A physical, yes, a physical curve edge. Very good. Very good. Yep, that's how you can tell.
Yeah, wow. So I'll try that then next time I'm in Denver.
Right. I just wanted to know more about the vanishing point. I was listening to that conversation then.
Yeah, do you know about perspective?
Yeah. Hmm.
How the human eye works?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like for instance, if you're looking at railroad tracks going off into the distance,
Hmm.
those railroad tracks seem to converge in towards a center area. The bottom area ramps up, the top area ramps down. They all converge into a vanishing point where you can no longer resolve any images beyond that point because of that's what your limits are of your optical range, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
So
Thanks.
the fact that things ramp up here on Earth like that is proof that it's not a spherical surface. Because how could something that's supposed to be dropping down in all directions away from you, how could that possibly be presenting itself as a ramping up?
Uh, Isn't that proving the strange idea of a inverted Earth
No,
where we're all
no.
in a chamber?
No, a flat plane is the only way that that ramping up can happen. That's why people use it in art, because it is matching what we see in reality. That's why pictures using single point perspective look realistic,
Oh, okay.
because it matches reality.
Hmm. Can I, wait,
But
what
are the
time is it in
what are
America
the
currently?
yeah, what time is it in America?
Depends on what part of the country you're in. For me,
Okay.
it's 1:40
In the
p.m.
okay.
morning or the afternoon currently?
afternoon.
It's
Afternoon.
1:41 p.m. in Los Angeles.
Yep.
All right. Okay.
Oh,
Currently
okay.
it's
I have some more
9:41
questions.
in England.
9:41 p.m.
Yeah,
Yes,
PM.
at night, dark.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Welcome,
Okay, I have some
Veronica.
questions.
Oh,
Welcome,
Thank you.
Veronica, to the server.
I thank you, Godric. Are you God?
I'm Godric.
No, Godric.
Oh, he's Godric. Oh, right. Okay. That was humorous.
Yeah,
God
welcome
is
to the server.
God's our
So,
Father.
so Pink Potato, what's your take on the shape of the Earth?
I don't know. I'm getting into it all, so I'm new and I just want to learn more.
Okay.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, my advice would be open up your mind, take in the arguments, and most of all, don't trust or believe us. Go do it yourself, man.
Hmm.
It's the only way to. Yeah, we're here. We're not here to convert anybody, right? Just giving the tools so you can do this
Information.
yourself.
Okay, wait. I have some more questions.
Why? You're a flat earther, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
yeah, I
ahead.
know, but I'm just kind of, I want to ask some more. Okay, so like,
Okay.
what other proof is there I can do apart from just the very convincing camera zoom in onto the boat that seemingly disappeared?
You can do a laser test, or you can go to a lake with a friend and a mirror. Um,
Do you know what the curvature of the Earth should be with the radius 3959 miles?
What should it be?
So you need to get accustomed to the Earth curvature calculator. They have those.
Oh, okay, okay.
They show you at 5 miles, at 10 miles, at 20 miles what the dip should be, what the curve should be.
Well, there is no curve. Who made it?
And if we're
Yeah, so if
right,
there's no
Yeah.
curve, then how can there be a
at 10
calculator
miles,
for
it's
it?
supposed to be 66 feet, right? So if we can see the shore at 10 miles,
Oh.
then that's a problem. And then the Globers are going to say, oh, because of refraction. But we can't let them get away from that. They can't just say refraction accounts
So
for the curvature. Let me see.
I have another question. Just trying to get some more info. So, what about like the moon and these other quote unquote planets
real.
out there?
Are they?
They're not real.
so all of these questions you have, right, are not really your questions. You've probably read it or think that we think about that we are a flying disc in space, right, with the water falling off. So would you think that the Earth is a flying disc in space with the water falling off?
No, it's stationary.
Right.
But it's actually flying.
Right. But that's usually the case, right? And then all the other planets are balls and we are just a flat pancake flying in space. right?
I don't know.
Well, maybe. So that is not what we think, right? This is pushed by mainstream media and the Flat Earth Society, which is control the position. So it's funny, right? Globers get indoctrinated with the globe, and then with some sort of strawman flat disk in flying in space, um, also indoctrinated, right? So they get two images, and they said, well, this is what flat earthers think. They're stupid, right? But that is not the case. So
Okay, can you hear me? I put
sure.
something
Welcome
in
back,
live
Doug.
stream.
Yeah,
Welcome back.
I can hear you.
Welcome back,
Put a
Doug.
link in the live stream. It's the Earth curve calculator. And I want to show you something.
Oh
I
wow,
want to show you a picture.
this is so bullshit.
5 feet height and 10 miles, there should be 35 feet of curvature. So you can see, you can get to a lake or an ocean on a clear day and
True.
low waves, and you can see a shore or somebody 10 miles away. That should be 35 feet covered by the round curvature of the Earth. And if it's not, then there's a problem. That's like a basic experiment. You put in the distance and the height of the observer, and it will
It's
tell you
funny.
the curvature that should be. Go ahead.
So NASA fake Mars and also obviously fake the moon landing.
Obviously, yes.
Obviously the moon landing is fake.
I believe
So-
the Mars rovers are filmed in Canada. The moon landings are filmed underwater.
So
Yeah.
So Veronica, right? If Earth isn't a ball with the radius of 3959, then everything else in the heliocentric model crumbles. So they cannot go to space. Everything else just goes in the bin. We don't have to entertain it, right? If you know it cannot happen, why would you entertain Narnia? Why would you then speculate and ask yourself, well, how? And it can't be real. Earth is not a ball with the radius of 3959.
Right.
Not. So
And I could give you more information about that. So are you guys able to see the voice text, the live stream voice text?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Where
Okay.
the pictures were put in just then. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you see the two oil rigs there?
Donde.
far
Oh
is
yes,
it?
I see the oil rigs. Scroll
Right.
up a little. Pink potato.
So at 1:42, at 42 minutes after the hour, I put two oil rigs there. You can click on that image. Can you tell me where the horizon is in that image? You could use either one. The one that's a little bit darker is a screenshot from the same exact video, which I will put the link to the video. But where do you see the horizon in that picture of the oil rigs? Is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the oil rigs?
After. Is it? I don't know.
It looks
you
like
look-
after.
Are you looking at it?
I don't know if I'm looking at the right one. Can you like repost it in the chat so I know I'm looking at the right one, please?
The one that says 42 minutes after, I'm sunny. I posted it at 42 minutes. If you look at the live stream voice text, at 42 minutes after.
Wait, wait. Is it this one? Wait, how do I?
Wait, that's going
I
to be a
just-
different time for you than me.
I
So
just I
It's
just
still going to be.
reposted it.
Listen, it's still going to be 42 minutes after the hour.
I
But
just
anyway,
reposted it.
Will there not be like 1 minute?
Come on,
of
guys.
okay. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I see. Oh, yeah, that one. Okay.
Oh, this
Okay.
one.
so click on that. Do you see the logical argument at top? It says modus tollens.
No.
You see that? So
yeah.
if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius, they tell us, of 3,959 miles, that's P, then every horizon distance must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. That would be the geometric horizon. Okay? So if not Q, in other words, if the horizon is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P, Earth is not a sphere. So you see that horizon? So do you see the horizon? Yes. So do you see the horizon? You see how far is platform habitat?
9.41 miles, and the horizon is ever so slightly further than that.
Further, at least 10 miles, right?
Yeah, of course.
So you see down at the bottom of that image is the observer's height is 1 foot. This is verified through the original
Wait,
video. We'll give you
Is that
that
an
video.
equal sign, or is that the number 3?
Which one?
Where it says observer height, and then either number 3 or equals 1 foot.
Equals 1 foot.
Okay, just looks like a 3 from here.
Yeah, it's equals. So the max distance to the geometric horizon is 1.22 miles at that height. So why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometric limits would require?
It is not.
Yes, it
No.
is. You see that?
Because because not Q, so therefore it's not P.
It's not a sphere. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, because of bananas.
It's not because bananas. No, because of the 1.22 miles is where the horizon ought to be. It should be there because that's a geometric place. That's
I
a
misread
depth.
it.
Keep up,
Geometric.
yeah, Veronica, keep up, man. You're right.
Observer height is bananas. Sorry.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
bananas.
No, it's not bananas. It's 1 foot, like we said before. So
Is it too difficult for you, Veronica? Do we have to dumb it down?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Roger. Like your name. Very good.
Are you everything all right, man?
Start measuring distances with the Earth calculator and see. You can see things like at the beach or over lakes.
Okay, so 69 eye height, target distance. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. And then what do I do? Just go to the beach?
Right. People can see Calais from Dover, right?
Over the water is
miles.
the best because it's flat.
People can see Calais from Dover.
Yes.
Yes, of course, I've seen it with my own eyes.
Right. It's 21 miles.
So by looking at that, you debunked the globe. By seeing that with your bare eyes, you debunked the spherical Earth yourself. That should not be visible at 21 miles. Look, just go to the Earth curve calculator. Just go to that calculator that Godric put in there. Put in observer height 6 feet or so, or you could even.
I'm 7 foot, so I'll play 7 foot.
You're not 7 foot, bro. Anyway,
I will prove
whatever. You're standing on a rock a foot tall. Yeah, okay, then you're 7 foot. Gotcha.
So what's my target distance? 21 miles, did you say?
21 miles. So put 7 feet and 21 miles distance, and see what the hidden amount of drop should be. I'll do
210 feet.
So how can you see Calais if there's 210 feet of drop?
Because the Earth, because there is no the Earth is not a curve. There's no curve.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Correct.
So, yep, you're starting to get it. And whether you really are getting it or not is none of our business, but you've got the information, so that you'll never be able to let this idea go now.
Right. Whenever you're at a beach, right, you look at the horizon, you now have to wonder, is it really the Earth curvature or is it just a flat plane? Right?
Well, I have a question.
Go ahead.
You know when people say, well, globe earthers say, like, what about Saturn? Because it's got flat rings, or seemingly has flat rings around a globe. Like, what would my answer be to that? Because I'm always left speechless.
Yeah, if I were you, I would stick to the surface of Earth because those are lights in the sky. We can't tell what the conditions of the floor are by looking at the light in your ceiling.
Sorry, what was about the light in the ceiling, floor, room thing?
Yeah. If you're trying to figure out what your floor is, if you're trying to figure out the condition of your floor or measure your floor, let's say you're going to lay some carpet and you want to measure the floor, you don't go on a step ladder up to the ceiling light and start measuring it, do you?
No, but you could measure the ceiling.
How is that going to tell you what the floor is, though?
Because the ceiling's above the floor. Parallel.
Okay, you tell me how the ceiling light has any correlation to anything
ceiling
about the
light.
floor.
Oh, the ceiling light. So the light on the ceiling. Oh, I thought you meant the whole like ceiling surface
No,
area.
the light.
Or lights if you have multiple, right?
You're looking up at the light or lights in the sky. You can't tell anything about about the floor you're standing on by looking at the lights in the sky.
So are the stars real?
They're real lights. They're lights. That's all we know. That's all you know about them is that they appear to us as lights in the sky.
Like. Oh. So are they put there by the government or are they like?
Wow, you were a flat earther, right?
Yeah.
Said, yeah, man, I'm a flat earther. All these
Put there
questions.
by the government. Well, because because I'm trying to understand deeper.
Okay, I'll help you.
And then you would go to the government is planting the stars and the planets. Is that what you would go to?
That's kind of ridiculous.
Right.
On its face. But anyway, we could continue. So here's the thing. I'm going to destroy space for you right now if you'll allow me. Would that be all right with you?
But there's people up there. No.
I'm going to destroy that idea of space. Would you allow me to do that?
Destroy
the
space,
idea of space.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Please.
Okay.
Please do your worst.
Okay. So here we go. We have gas pressure on Earth, right?
Indeed, we do.
Okay, good. So in imperial measurement, it's 14.7 psi at sea level. So do you know the definition of gas pressure?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you tell us what that is?
Is it like when gas particles collide with like walls of their container?
Yes.
Okay.
You must have been paying attention because, yes, you can't have gas pressure without the particles bouncing up against the walls of the container. That is the cause of gas pressure. The container has to be present in order to even measure gas pressure. It has to be a container. So the place I told you is space. They said is gases containing gases. This has never been shown ever in any kind of empirical, demonstrable way. It cannot be demonstrated. It would violate the second law of thermodynamics. So either the second law of thermodynamics is false or somebody's lying about what space is.
So obviously someone's lying about space then.
Yeah, because no one has ever been able to violate the second law of thermodynamics ever in all of human history.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I don't know if that was an accident. I'll give you one more chance, Veronica. But I consider that kind of like an outburst. I don't know if you do or not, but
Yeah, maybe his friend Pink Potato. Did you understand the gas pressure thing?
So, sorry, I was just talking to my mother. She came in the room to tell me something. I'm back now though. I half heard it, yeah, and I kind of understand it.
Okay. So how would that work on a ball Earth? How would the gas stay on?
It would have to hit the walls, wouldn't it? But there are no walls.
wouldn't the gas fly off?
Oh yeah, and that means space isn't real because space has no gas.
No, now you're still presupposing this vacuum of space. I just showed you that it's not possible. It doesn't exist.
No, that's what I'm saying. If they had to hit off a wall, there'd have to be a wall around the
Exactly.
spherical Earth.
Right.
But there is none.
That's true. So now we've shown you measurement of the flat surface of
I like
Earth.
MILFs. I like MILFs. They are busty and nice
oh my
and big
God.
ass.
Oh my god.
That's it for you, buddy.
And then you have to wonder. I wonder how many times you were dropped on your head as a child. Hey.
Yeah, that was Veronica. Pink Potato might be doing a little better I'm not sure
Did
yet,
we,
but
did we just waste our time?
No,
yeah,
maybe. We all knew that he came in and he was like, "Oh, I'm a flat earther," but he wasn't. So
Or
maybe he learned
did his
something.
friend take over his mic?
What? Me?
No, Pink Potato's still here, and maybe he wants to learn, right? Because either way, you might learn something, right? Either way, maybe when you leave this room, you still believe in a ball Earth, right? In all those tin cans in space, but maybe you learn something, right?
yeah. So here's the thing. Here's the really important part, Pink Potato. We're not trying to convince you. I could care less of what you believe.
Mm-hmm.
It's none of my business. I stay out of other people's business. Period. So it's going to be up to you, your decision alone. You know, you either want the truth or not. All my motive is to get you to think for yourself instead of using fallacious arguments or appeal to authority
And provide
or
good information.
or
Right, that's-
believing something that cannot be proven, right? So if you're tired of believing things that are not proven, you're told by authorities that are directing your actions and controlling every aspect of your life. If you don't like that idea, then it's probably time for you to start thinking for yourself. And that's what our motive is here.
That's what's brought me here.
Good. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you.
Yeah, because see, the thing is, Pink Potato, we deal with this every day, day in, day out. So, like even if you are really a troll, like I don't even care because there's an audience out there listening to all of this.
Oh no, I'm
They
not.
can hear the words. Words mean things, and they can do the same kind of discernment that all of us need to do, right? Look at information, keep an open mind in order to get some kind of a real idea or get a real grasp on what is actually going on in reality. hmm So the audience hears it too. They can tell what sounds false and what sounds true. So they can make up their own minds also, and they are. So, we hope you join with us and start thinking for yourself as well.
Mm-hmm. It's getting late in Britain. I'm gonna have to go soon.
Sure, man. Come back.
Okay, I'll probably be on tomorrow. So I'll
Cool, man.
speak to you all soon.
All right.
Right,
Good
see
to
you.
have you.
Nice speaking to you.
You too, man.
See, it's good to talk with somebody. I mean, I can't tell if people are faking it. You know what I mean? There's no way for me to tell that. I mean, sometimes you can tell. I mean, you can hear little things, inflections in the voice, right? We all understand those things. But like if somebody's not being honest, like that's not bad on me. That's bad on them. Like they're either going to look at the information or not. So it shouldn't matter to us if they get it or not, or if they're lying, or if they're a troll. It doesn't even matter. I'm going to start treating them all the same. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt until I'm shown that they're being dishonest in some way, right?
Yeah, I get it, but most of the time there are young adults coming here and then acting flat earther. You got to
Yeah,
stump them a bit, right? Just
yeah,
get them out of their role, and then
I know.
they're just putting in your hands. But it's
Yeah, but see, they serve a purpose too. Like they're coming on
right,
as flat,
sure.
they're coming on as fake flat earther. We spot it like right away in 3 words. We're like, oh no, you're not. So I don't know. Yeah. I like that we have this checks and balances though, because each one of us have these different personalities, right?
Mhm.
So we catch different things in the conversation. So that's awesome. Well, let's see. We'll just do a roll call. I see Mod Justin up there top.
Attack the info, or attack the info, not the person.
Yeah, bro. Nice to hear you. There's Dev MZ, a new flat earther. I haven't spoken to you. Are you on, Dev? Maybe not. I'll just go down. Django, it's good to see you here. D to the V, always good to see you. Extremesis, aren't you a Glober? Yes, you are. Good to see you on. Yeah, good to see you on here. Effie Batman, Flatter Solar, of course, always great. Flatman, can, yes you can. Glad you're here. Gemsy, always good to see you. Godric, awesome work. I'm a Mog, another flat earther.
Hello.
Hey, good to see you here today. Joshua Matthew, good to see you. One of our silver FEs.
Yeah,
Lucky
likewise.
FE. Yeah, good to see you on here. Lucky FE. Morvis, of course, one of our moderators. Awesome. Flat Earther. Nazifer. North Star, good to see you on here as well. Orion, good to see you on here. RJ the Great. On the Fence. Maybe we could talk with you later.
Hello.
Yeah, good to see you on here, RJ.
Happy to be here.
Yeah, good. Roger, always good to see you on here.
Likewise, Sonny. Likewise.
Yeah, Scratitz Flat, we're good to see you back again. Spiral of Love, another moderator here. Cyrus as well, or Cirrus.
Cyrus, it is. What's happening, Sonny?
Hey, good to see you on here.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, they live. Good to see you on
Sonny.
here. Hey, what's up?
What's up?
It's kind of sunny and cloudy at the same time today. And Cyrus is serious, so he's a serious person.
Serious Cyrus.
Yeah, serious Cyrus.
What up? What up?
Will be flat.
Like when he's hitting the bong.
Yeah,
Right
always serious Cyrus and the bong.
I wish, man. You know what? I ran out of product for the first time in like literally 3 years.
What?
So,
are you West Coast or East Coast?
West Coast.
Oh, how dare you, sir? I mean,
Bro,
West Coast is never dry, man.
Yeah, but I had some funds I had to spend more than I really intended last month or in July, right? So I had to like tighten the belt a little bit, you know. So I'm like, yeah, but it's all right. I'll catch up next month.
Hell yeah, man. Yeah. I hope you bounce right back, you know. And
yeah, I have some homemade coconut oil I make, so a couple teaspoons of that does the job. Also,
nice,
but it's just different than I like smoking, you know. So I think it's the ritual that.
Yeah, man. I think the smoke itself, like seeing the particles just flow in the air. I don't know. I just enjoy smoking. You know, I like.
Honestly, to me, it's like it's like my meditation. Like for me, like I don't know.
Ritual
Anyway,
process. So yeah.
Yeah, not medical advice.
Not medical advice here.
Not at all, please, guys. No, not at all.
I'm a Dutchie, so I know what you're talking about, guys.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Yeah.
They've done some really great research. Wow.
yeah. It was like my #1 destination for a long time, bro. I was like,
that would be cool.
I'll make it over there. Yeah.
Usually people go to Amsterdam and then get tourist junk. So
yeah,
find the good stuff then. Right?
You gotta go on the outskirts of town. Okay. And to get the good deals, right? You gotta go outside of the tourist attractions.
Yeah. Interesting. Love to see that. So just continuing on, they live. Oh, you said hi already. Will be flat and car. Good to see all of you here.
Thank you, sir. I'm just doing a little drawing and listening.
And Drace is in here somewhere too. Good to see you, Drace.
What up, Drace? What's good, man?
I came in late during the
roll call.
It's all right. Happened to see you in the text, so yeah, I want to not forget you. Speaking of Iceland, not to change the subject, but I saw a live stream of freaking volcanoes there. Is that something that's like always close by, I suppose, eh?
It's in the backyard, man. Guarantee he's got a small volcano growing in his yard.
Is that right?
Right, Rick?
Everybody's got their own personal volcano here. It's just normal. A few months ago, it started some eruptions. There are not always eruptions going on, but like this time it was like in the middle of a valley on the top of the highlands. So, and it was pretty close to the main capital city. So, a lot of people went and stood by the lava.
Wow. But that's warm there, right?
Yeah, right next to it. Yeah.
Did you see the lava forming any basalt columns?
No, not a single basalt column.
Oh, that's so weird. Because that's apparently how they form, you know?
Yeah, I heard that. It doesn't make any sense to me.
You didn't see any hexagonal shapes forming in that lava.
Yeah, that's bizarre. That stuff's really bizarre, man.
The way the lava actually forms, it forms into these layers of junk, which then hardens, and then more stuff flows on top of it, and then hardens. And there's no structure to it, really.
Just like blobs of lava, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson says that lava lays flat. So.
Yeah, he said it's flat a couple times.
Yeah, we use because we know that lava lays flat. We could actually predict where the lava would flow and try to guide it in a certain way. Although that barricade eventually got overflown a little bit.
That seems pretty cool. That'd be kind of nice to be able to have a house with geothermal vents. You could have hot water. You could have sauna and stuff in your house. That sounds like a freaking great idea, actually.
Yeah, there's geothermal everywhere in the ground. It's just we have more sharper temperature gradient in places here where we abuse the geothermal heat, but it can actually be gotten from anywhere. I've seen a guy use the geothermal heat in Alaska to grow bananas.
Right on.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. That is cool shit. You know, when I was 18, geothermal, actually cooling, I went for geothermal cooling, was the first thing like I ever actually invented purely out of my head, because I read the fact that I think Earth, once you dig like, I don't know, 4 feet in, it's like 56 degrees constant. So anyways, I thought, you know, you can just exchange with simple heat exchanger. You can extract that. Lo and behold, someone else, of course, has already invented that long time ago. I was like, oh, okay. So it was just floating in the ether, I guess, and I caught it because it's already been invented. But I've never actually I've never read about it or any like geothermal. I didn't know what it was called, but I just read the fact that Earth, you know, has a constant temperature, you know, below whatever, however many feet. So I was like, oh yeah, you know, build this heat exchanger in my head or whatnot. Then I did some research, and while doing the research, it's like, oh shit, oh, it's already existing. It's called geothermal. I was like, oh man, that was like the first real bummer. But however, I actually like came up with it on my own. So it's like I credit myself for half-ass inventing, you know, in my mind, geothermal for myself. But already, of course, others have done a much better job.
Yeah, if you want the heat, you just go even further down and lay even longer pipes to collect up the heat.
Yeah. Oh, you guys, man, where you like road race, man, you can run your entire country on geothermal, man.
Yeah, most of our electricity is currently generated by geothermals.
That's badass, dude. That's green, man. That's gangster. I love that.
But don't you know that the geothermal heat is coming from that molten iron core at the center? And it's
Yeah,
pushing
because
up
the
through.
core is
say
grinding.
green?
I'll tell you what.
No,
I'll tell you
no,
what
I,
happened. One of the coils got loose, man, in the core. So now it's grinding a lot. So it's oozing. You know what I'm saying? Like in the engine, in the heart of the
Earth,
engine.
in
Did
Earth
you
vapor.
just say green?
I actually
Vapor.
As
don't.
in green energy?
Where's RC Meisty? Because RC Meisty, when we talked about the core of the Earth, that's where he eventually took it there. He was like, oh, it's a dynamo. It's like, he pretty much said it's an alternator in the core, because I took him down the Curie Point road and he had to get off of that. So he's like, it's like a motor, like a generator. It's like,
Wait,
interesting.
Cirrus, did you just say green as in green energy?
Green as in tree hugging. No, tree hugging.
I know, but I mean, like, you were describing the geothermal power plants that way, and I just thought I'd point out to you, green energy is a marketing term.
That is correct. Indeed. That's why I used it. Like,
I know, but I mean, you were saying about it. You were saying that like it was a positive thing. Like, oh, that's green. Like the marketing term.
Green is short for green fields, and a green fields project is normally something where it's going to be super profitable and it's not too damaging for the nature. So then they just shortened it to green projects.
One of the best aspects of geothermals is that you get free heated water as a result.
Yes.
Which is usually
not necessarily. You have to turn it into electricity first, because it cools down the water when you turn it into electricity.
Yeah, but the exhaust temperature, the exit water temperature, it's still going to be high.
Yeah, it's high enough that we use it to heat all of our houses, and all of our hot tap water comes from it.
Do they use like radiators, like in your house, that send hot steam through or hot water?
Yeah, we all have radiators and just hot water just for free.
Yeah, that reminds me of like Chicago when I was growing up visiting relatives in Chicago. A lot of these old buildings, they had boilers in the basements, and so all the piping would go through, and there would be steam radiators everywhere. I kind of miss that old style stuff,
Yeah, New York is like that too, man. Then you'll see steam like coming out of manholes in the streets.
Mhm.
Have you ever seen that before, Sonny?
Yep. Yeah.
Did you bury eggs on the beach where there's a bunch of steam coming up out of it over there in in Iceland, and like hard boil the eggs that way just by burying them?
I think you can do a similar thing in Arizona on a car if you break the egg open.
Yeah, I know they used to use the geysers
why
like
would
that.
you? That would just peel the pan. But I live in Arizona. I know what you're talking about. Like, it'll melt the clay pigeons.
Grace, were you saying
Or
that
clean
your
rock.
hot water is supplied directly from municipality, or that you still have like a geyser tank that stores the hot water that's supplied to you guys?
We don't store any of the hot water. It's all from the government.
Nice. It's all on city mains.
I guess.
So if they shut off the hot water, are you in trouble?
No, dude, that free hot water, man. If I was you, Drace, get yourself some Sterlings, man, and use that free government hot water to make your own free electricity. Because
it's free until they shut it off.
Exactly. Well, if you don't have a limit consumption,
Yeah, we also, it's not like it's completely free. We pay for a lot of this stuff within our taxes. We're taxed really heavily here, so it's a give take.
Free medical and shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah, shit medical and semi-free.
Shit free medical. Oh, semi.
So,
okay, so you pay a little bit.
That's so the leaders can buy brand new like Rolls Royces, every year.
Yeah, you gotta tax you a little bit, man, just a little bit.
Have your own private jet, can fly anywhere on Earth with. I mean, that's why the people need to be poor, so they can have all that good shit. You wouldn't want to see them without that stuff, would you?
No, never. Why would I?
But
You
it's
wanna-
aspirational to see your leaders with such amazing things.
But
I mean,
do
you
you
aspire
prefer
to be like
Rolls
them.
or a Bentley? Rolls or a Bentley?
Bentley all day, bro. All day.
Good answer. Bentley is much
Oh.
better than Rolls. You're right.
Yes. Who's asking? Meme? Wow, yeah, dude. Okay. All right. I like Bentleys too.
Now, I heard the only difference between a Bentley and a Rolls was a nickel-plated radiator. Am I wrong?
That is why a Bentley is better. They're essentially the same kind of car, but one is priced correctly.
Aha.
You guys talking about Rolls Royce?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I work for the
Assuming
company.
you like the cut. Oh, sorry, man.
I like a
Didn't
Bentley.
mean to interrupt.
Bentley is a nice car.
Yeah, I work for the company that
Continental
owns
GTs?
Rolls Royce.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Oh, interesting.
Isn't that BMW? Or
Yeah, I
or
work for
BMW.
BMW. They own Rolls Royce.
Right. They went under a long time ago.
Bavarian Motorwerks.
Now, who owns Ferrari?
Yeah, Bavaria Motorbach.
Does Fiat
Oh,
still
man.
own Ferrari?
You got
Or
Rumpus
Fiat no
game. Who
longer
owns-
owns Ferrari, does it?
I
Who
think
owns Ferrari?
Fiat.
Ferrari owns Ferrari now, doesn't it?
No, Fiat still. I think.
Does Fiat still own Ferrari? Because Ferrari also owns Maserati.
Right.
So does Fiat own Ferrari, and Ferrari then owns Maserati?
It's probably like the parent company, Fiat. Probably.
Yeah.
My guess. I don't know for sure.
As legitimate as fiat currency.
I know that
Yeah.
Volkswagen has got Lambo because they got Audi, and Audi owns Lambo, and Volkswagen owns Audis.
Now,
They're all
what's
Volkswagen
better,
engines.
Ferrari? This is. I'm looking for the objective answer. What's better, Ferrari or Lambo?
Ferrari.
Ferrari.
No, you're wrong. No.
Oh, listen, I know the used tractor clutches in there. I know Ferruccio Lamborghini. I know.
No,
I like Ferrari.
Lamborghini objectively is the higher quality car. It has the better times. It has the higher quality. It has the better track
It's
time.
faster.
Everything.
Well,
But it's not Ferrari. That's the problem, meme.
And I'll even say,
In straight lines, yes.
And it sounds
In
cool.
turning, no.
Style-wise, Ferrari is better. Style-wise, Ferrari is, in my opinion, better. But performance-wise,
tight
I'm going to
bends.
give it to Lamborghini.
Yeah, Lambos. Yeah, for sure.
And quality, I'm going to give it to
However,
Lamborghini.
Yeah,
Ferruccio Lamborghini himself owned a Ferrari, so that
Listen,
says a
I
lot,
watched
man.
this-
You know what I'm saying?
I watched this on Top Gear. So it's true. Okay, they raced a Lamborghini and a Ferrari, and I saw that when they did windy roads, the Ferrari performed better, but on straight line, the Lambo performed like you can't touch it.
Yes.
That makes sense. It's
All-wheel
got a much
drive,
wider.
fucking
Lambo is like it was
monster.
designed.
It's wider track. It's got a much wider track, right? And so the Ferrari is more nimble. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. So Mimi,
Yeah.
you were correct. It isn't owned by Ferrari anymore. It's split. They split. It's an own company again. So.
No. So, fun fact: I was on the intraweb of BMW, and we can check the factories of Mini. We own Mini also, and Rolls Royce, and we built 128 Rolls Royce this year so far.
They're all sold, right? Or no?
Can I get one?
Yeah. 128. Yeah, they're all sold. They're pre-ordered.
Of course, because the world's in dire straits and everyone's becoming unemployed. Why wouldn't you sell 130 fucking Rolls Royces?
Yeah, at 200 grand at least.
Yeah, more, right? So what are Phantom
way
or
more.
what kind of way more, right? They're
Twice
like
as much.
four something.
Well,
yeah.
if they didn't
See,
sell them,
Bentley, You can have a Bentley for around 2. That's why it's a much better vehicle, and like the Continental GT, it just, I don't know, I love it.
Sorry,
So,
I get a phone call.
If they didn't make them and sell them, wouldn't more people starve or have less money?
they're providing
Hold on, did somebody
like,
make the
like
argument
jobs.
that there's something wrong with rich cars?
Yeah, somebody did it a second ago, and I was just trying to correct them.
No.
You know how we could solve world hunger? You know, guys, it's like NASA's budget.
Yeah. Hey, get rid of government, and there wouldn't be any poverty. Hey, if you enriched capitalists, you could get rid of poverty. If you enriched Enzo Ferrari, you could make more jobs. But if you got rid of wars and government, you could get rid of poverty.
Yeah.
More Ferraris equals less hunger. More rocket ships equals more hunger.
True that. Hey, another fun fact.
That's a true statement.
Well, we got to do those food drops on the moon and Mars.
Yeah.
We got to
Can I
go
give you
back
guys
to
another-
scoop up the poop, man. We forgot the
Can I
poop
give
from the
you-
set, or 69.
Right.
What up, man? Who's talking?
Yeah, can I give you guys another fun fact? I was also checking
Sure.
the intro. Well, last year we made $12 billion in profit. That's after we paid employees, paid taxes, everything.
Cool.
No, not cool.
What do you do? What do you do for BMW?
Not cool.
Yeah,
Because I
think
only
about
got
that.
$6,000
But wait,
bonus.
it's
That's
not
all I
like
got.
it's
Hey, you're not running a charity. Not running a charity, are you?
No, exactly.
True.
It's,
See, Mimas is right.
Hey, let me ask
Profit
you something.
company, and there's nothing wrong with that.
All those people in starving countries, if you gave all those $12 billion to those countries, all that money would immediately go into the pocket of some tin pot dictator who would immediately oppress those people even more.
Yep. So more Ferraris, less spaceships. I agree. Totally on board with that.
Altruism, false altruism is just the most demonic, dumb idea that there is. It is where you give bad people money who waste it. If you wanted good altruism, you'd be a capitalist. You'd go in there, you'd fund militia groups to overthrow dictators, put some factories in there, and give those people jobs.
And you got to realize the role of the employer versus the employee.
That's what I'm talking about.
The
bro.
bravery,
Another
the bravery of the employer who can actually go out there, hire a factory, pay salaries, and then build a business around this entire thing. He's taken the most risk. And then when things go wrong, we hear about these, they didn't succeed. When it goes right, every single one of their workers wants all their money, and everyone wants a piece of the pie, but no one wanted a piece of the pie when it's a liability or a risk. They only want a piece of a pie when it's profitable and working already.
Right. When it was a risk getting up to that point, when the owner was eating it for 10 years getting up to that point, they didn't want any of that risk.
Correct.
But the minute
all the blood and sweat.
But the minute your tree, this is how like a rich guy used to work for explained it to me. He told me, "Look, man, I'm a slave 5 months of the year. I have to work for free." I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about, man? You have a nice home office," and it's like, "Listen, man. So, what is money anyway?" So we broke it down. It represents energy, your labor, right? So when he gets taxed like almost 50% of his wealth each year, he's like, "I am literally working for free for about 5 months of the year." And I was like, "Oh shit," and it kind of started hitting me. It's like, "Oh wow, this guy is paying he was paying checks like to the IRS like Ferrari checks." He's like, what I'm saying, like right in front of my eyes. I was like, "Oh, okay, this is madness," because he just trades, he buys and sells. So it's like that's his money, that's his family's money, So it's like like you guys were saying, when the tree is growing, what I'm saying, they don't want none, but once it starts fruiting, it's like, "Oh yeah, give us 50% of your fruit."
So are you talking about a guy complaining about paying taxes? Is that what you're talking about?
You understand it however you want to understand it, sir.
Well, I
That's
know,
how
but I just
understand
wanted to, add a little thought to that. So, I'm just saying, I'm not, negating from the problem. I'm just going to illustrate that there's two kinds of work we can potentially be talking about, the kind where you go and you get paid money to do work. And then the other kind of work is political work, where you don't have yourself taxed to death or be overwhelmed by a bunch of leftist nut jobs. That you do not get paid for, but you get a safe, stable, constitutional country to live in. You don't get paid for it, but you get a place to live in, a country to live in.
I think you missed the point.
I just think we should recognize these are two different kinds of work. A lot of people like to skip out and woods out when it comes to the political work. And then they end up in the shithole country.
The point was that for every 10 hours that you put into your work for your employer, a percentage of that is you're working for free for the first 4 to 5 hours, and then the second 4 hours is where you're actually being remunerated for, because that first allotment you don't have control over the fact that will be taxed in some proportion. That's why I'm not giving it a percentage now.
In advance.
But if you
the meme knows about
if you
this.
start to
You gotta
think
write
about
that check in advance.
I used to say to myself when I was also breaking out of the system, I used to tell myself, till 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, I'm working for free. And then from 1 o'clock onwards, I'm now getting remunerated for my time. But I had to get up early and be here on time to ensure I remain employed. But that first portion is never mine. And that's part of the more that bites you and the more that pain starts to soak in, you start to find alternatives or ways to break out of that mold. Because if you want to stay that way, cool, no problem. That's your choice. I didn't want to.
Yeah, that's why I'm talking about changing the policy, becoming politically active.
The policy is
so that
fiction
we don't
to
have such
begin with.
ridiculous tax systems.
I'm not going to try to change fiction. That's my stance on it. I'll change it with my physical output, my Q out. So the
Change
shit that they're
fiction?
actually
What?
taxing. It is fiction. That's correct. It is a
I'm
concept
talking
in
about
your mind.
taxes,
For
not
you,
fiction. What are you talking about?
Exactly. It's a concept for a human to think it is kosher to step into my house and steal 5 months of my labor out of the year. So that's the fiction part.
Yeah,
Who the
Siri,
fuck told you it's kosher in
you're
your
missing
head?
what I'm
You know
saying. Listen carefully. What I'm talking about is being politically active at the local level or the federal level to actually stop yourself from being taxed to death and stop policies from turning a free country into a not free country. See what I'm saying? Like if you go to work and you make a lot of money and you buy lots of nice things and you got a nice house and everything. All of that, listen carefully. It's not going to mean anything if you don't have a safe country to live in.
I actually
safety
don't
has
think
nothing
there's
to do with this. I don't
anything
get it.
that the voter can do about that at all.
Well, I don't know. Maybe that's just a quitter attitude. I don't know, man. How many of you guys voted for Ron Paul? Seriously.
I think
I love Ron Paul.
But I loved Ron Paul. Yeah, back in the day. But that's
I
like
know.
when
But did
thought,
you
hey,
vote
maybe
for
it's
him?
still real. But that's back when I thought it was still real. Like there was still a real thing going on. The whole thing is a fraud. I mean, it's a fraud up one side.
Fucking sham.
The whole thing is a sham. All you can do is
That's
survive
what I
within
stand
this
to.
this fake system they have set up. And they build it and they crash it, and they build it and they crash it, and they build it and they crash it. And you just got to fit in where you can. And you either fit in as a private individual or you become a crony. And then you go back to being a private individual and you just play the game and you figure out where you fit in with the game. And that's what everybody's doing.
I still think there's a way to reform the system.
You can't
were going to say
reform
something
evil.
about Henry Ford. I want to hear it.
Now,
I like Henry Ford.
Henry Ford is one of my idols. Henry Ford is one of my personal
Man.
favorites. He paid his workers.
Fuck yeah.
He paid his workers in gold. Paid them every week. Paid them $5 in gold, which was a lot. That was a lot back then. He built schools. He built worker housing. He funded generations of education. He opened up the at the time it was a good foundation, the Henry Ford Foundation. Got taken over by like left-wing radicals. See, that's what you can control, are private organizations. If you do not make a private organization explicitly right wing, it will always be left wing, always, no matter what.
And may I say something
that's what
about
happened
that?
to the Henry Ford Foundation. What's that?
Because I got grilled on here for preaching richness before, right? Because I said, the richer I am, the more I can do. Like Henry Ford, I've seen it. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it wouldn't, if the right guy has a lot of money, he has more resources, more access to resources with this dough. So it's, you know what I'm saying? It's a tool. So anyways, I just got grilled on here. I remember a long time, and I was just, whew, I got smoked. I was like, what the fuck? What's going on, guys? There's nothing wrong with money. It's like, it's how you use it.
I don't have a problem with
It's a
wealth.
tool.
I don't have a problem with wealth.
Who did
Yeah.
that?
Great, man.
Yeah, I
Like-minded.
don't know.
I like
I don't know who did that to you, but that would be unusual here because there's a
Bro.
lot of like anarcho-capitalists here,
telling you.
and like there's
I'm telling you, I got
anarcho-capitalist,
grilled.
anarchist, and objectivist in here. Lots.
Yeah.
I don't know who would have done that here. There's maybe like five socialists in here.
It's the angle, right? It was the angle, and like look at the bad guys and whatnot, and the all, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, oh, okay. So obviously, like, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't like,
Hey,
like,
hey, I'll be
was
honest.
attacked
I'm
directly,
sympathetic.
but you know what I'm saying?
I'm sympathetic to the progressives who are legitimately just dumb when it comes to economics. There's, maybe 1% of progressives are actually just dumb when it comes to economics, and they don't understand what it takes to actually transfer money and wealth from one person to another fairly. And they don't understand what that exchange actually means and where resources come from or anything. They just don't understand that, and they're legitimately dumb. I think the rest are just evil. Like, and that's my honest, sincere opinion. I think there's 1% that are legitimately just dumb about it, who are good, well-meaning.
I think, I mean, maybe where you live, man, but here in Oregon, I think it's more like the other direction. Like, I seriously think 75% of those leftists, they don't know jack shit about economics. You talking about the tax system, you're talking about economic policies and such. Like, no, they're just stupid, dude. They just don't have a fucking clue. They're just stupid. They're not evil like that. They're just stupid. It might be evil in other ways,
where I live. So the leftists here, you get a very small sample of them where I'm at because I am in Georgia. So, but you must get a lot of them up there. Being on the left coast, I'm on the right coast.
Yeah, one of my brothers just recently fell under that highest percentage tax bracket, where he's making somewhere between 100 and 130,000 a year, and that's like the top of the bell curve. So if he was making less money than that, he'd be taxed a lower percentage. If he was making more money than that, he'd be taxed a lower percentage. But right around that mark, I don't remember exactly what it is, but it's like right above 100,000 a year, and maybe the top part might be 150,000 a year, but anyway, somewhere around there, 100 to 150,000 a year. Yeah, you're getting taxed the highest percentage of anyone else, at least here in the state of Oregon and much of the rest of the country.
Well, fortunately, my wife is real smart with my taxes, and after an audit, I didn't know anything. I didn't get anything, so I'm good. I guess technically they did take 11.8 from me. So I that was good for 1 year.
They scraped off
That's
a little
what I
bit.
owed
Yeah,
for 1
they
year.
had to.
But that's
just buy another fucking truck, man. Just keep on buying.
Oh no, that was I turned in. Ooh man, I probably turned in $50,000 of receipts, concrete receipts. Concrete's expensive, man.
It is. How much is it a yard?
Well, it goes up and down. It's anywhere from 105 to 138 a yard, depending on what kind of concrete you're getting.
All right. And do you like your company? What do you do? Do you do like do you run like the ready mix, or like what do you do?
So what I usually do is hold on, buddy. What I'll do is I have just an account with several different plants, and that's how I do it. So you got ready mix, you got Lafarge and stuff. Ready mix is just
Okay, so-
ready mix is just a
So
provider.
you don't have a.
No, I'm
I
not
don't know
I'm
what
not a
kind of.
client, you know.
Okay.
I'm a placement company. So you got placement companies, you got plants, and then you've got like Lafarge, which is the concrete company. It's the only concrete company. Now there's like one supplier of fly ash. It's like it's like the biggest monopoly there is. So
what's the difference between cement and concrete again?
Cement is an ingredient in concrete.
Yep. Concrete is a composite.
Concrete has cement.
Cement is powder.
Sand.
Yeah.
Cement is the powder, and concrete is once it's added to water and stone to form concrete.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yep.
The binder.
And you could also call cement mixed with sand cement. It's once cement is mixed with rock, with aggregate, with a 5.7 or something like that, then it becomes concrete. So once it's mixed with an aggregate.
Rock.
Where does the best cement come from?
Where's the best cement come from?
Portland cement. That's what it's called.
People argue all day about that.
Ancient
Hey,
Rome.
did you just say Portland cement?
That's what it's called.
Well, I will say this: the modern cement is the best cement, but they weaken it. They make it temporarily stronger over the course of about 100 years, but it's permanently weaker. So if you used modern cement and poured it in the way the Romans poured it, you would have cement that would last you 10,000 years. But because they put steel inside of it, it's only going to last 150 years.
Yep. I agree.
But in the temporary short term, it's going to be 3 times as strong. But they're not building to last.
Yeah, you just have to make everything thicker because you don't have the steel in there to take the tension, in the beam. So you got to make everything like mega,
So
like
there are companies now that are looking at permanent building solutions for like long-term building solutions that are trying to get rid of like rebar and steel reinforcement and going back to old concrete building techniques where you're using arches and concrete reinforcement for concrete rather than steel reinforcement inside concrete, because once the alkalinity of the concrete goes away, it ionizes. The steel ionizes, starts to expand, and detonates inside the concrete. Then what happens? Concrete breaks apart, becomes brittle, completely brittle. Yeah, and then you get Detroit falls apart.
What's up with that that fiber additive that John Levi's been talking about a lot about adding to concrete?
I was going to talk about glass fiber. Is it glass fiber or is it?
It's fiberglass.
What's that? Who's that? GFRC.
It adds a very local PSI strength to it, but it does not increase overall strength at all, whatsoever.
Tensile. So concrete is very brittle because it doesn't have flexibility to it.
Has no flexibility.
So adding something that, like adding the steel to the concrete, is also meant to create like a skeleton system so that it actually holds or binds the concrete together or allows it not to flex. When it does like a minor flex, you get a crack in the concrete. So if they add those polymer fibers or whatever, it can allow certain degrees of flex.
Right.
Yeah, John Levi's got a hard on for that stuff, man. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me logically.
No, it's not. It's not the magic like a lot of people claim it's magic. It's not. It's not going to do much. For just if it's laying on a good base already, yeah, okay, it's fine. But it's not going to increase it from, it's not going to make it where a 28-ton truck can suddenly ride over 4 inches. It's not going to do that. It's not going to create a massive difference in the concrete all of a sudden.
Yeah,
It's just not going to do it.
So.
Now, you add a 4-foot square, number 5 rebar mat inside of it. That's going to make a huge difference. But you've also reduced all the flexibility of the concrete.
Then again, his idea of using the fibers as opposed to reinforced with rebar is the quote unquote plasma event he's expecting.
Plasma event. Oh, this went somewhere else.
No, that's why John Levi talks about these fibers, because I don't know. You'd have to watch him.
I don't know who that. Yeah, I don't know who that.
John Levi is a big some interesting ideas on, let's just say, mud flood with autism. So some autism, maybe a little Asperger's on the left-hand side.
Today we're about to talk about the mud flood.
The mud flood and giants found in the mud flood with a dragon or something. And, Tartarian monks, 14 feet tall.
His mom.
Yeah. Then I wouldn't take his glass fiber reinforced concrete advice.
Well, no, he's got good. He's got a lot of good ideas. I mean, the guy's not
a
an
dumb
idiot.
guy. Not a dumb guy by any means.
Oh, okay.
But nuts. But that's fine. That's fine. Plenty of smart people are nuts. That's fine. When I say nuts, I'm not insulting somebody when I call him nuts. He's just nutty. That's fine.
All right.
Nutty is not an insult.
Oh man, what's up with the fiber and the plasma now? Now I'm so interested. It's like, okay, so what's the link here?
Well, apparently, from what he says, the plasma would affect the metal as opposed to affecting the fiber.
Oh, I mean, you could reinforce concrete with like polymers. You know, I'm sure like polymer ropes or like rebar, but it's polymer.
Well, we've used shit like that. We've used fiberglass polymers before.
Yeah.
For some reason, we've used, like, I've done military jobs and they've used like polymer reinforcement, like bar. It's not steel.
Fuck, yeah.
And it's fiberglass. It's fiberglass rebar essentially, but it's not steel.
Yeah. Have you ever done like pre-tension core sort of concrete where that's badass shit?
Now I tell you what I have done is what we did is we did something called hollow core. It's where you take these big hollow blocks of concrete and then you put tension cable through them. You tension up the cable, lock them on each side, and then fill the hollow core with concrete. And that locks the tension of the concrete. I don't know why the guy built such an insane. The whole house is concrete. The walls, the roof, everything. So I'm like, you're 80. What are you gonna do? Survive like the apocalypse? What are you gonna do? Repopulate? Are you 80? You're gonna repopulate the world? What are you gonna do? Just die, all right? If it comes, just leave your cars or something to everybody else. All right, it's time to go. Come on, get real. Nah, the apocalypse comes, me and my wife, we're gonna repopulate. Yeah, what are you gonna do?
No, they just want to watch it.
Just watch it. Well, you know, you can watch it and you don't have to live long after it to watch it. In fact, you don't even have to live through it to enjoy it.
They want to see everyone else die first.
Don't worry. We're going to lose 33%. 33.3% eventually. It's all right.
Does concrete have a good R value?
If you make it thick as fuck.
I've never put it down with an R value ever, because you can't.
No. So it is thermally conductive. It's garbage. However, okay, if you build a wall that's substantial, let's say 3 foot thick, right? Now, heat transfer takes time. So, you know, as the heat is soaking in from the sun all day long, it'll only make it like halfway through like the thickness of the brick, right? The 3 foot wide brick. And it's never going to pass that point because of thermal equilibrium, right? It's losing enough, so it's like, it's going to reach a point where it's never going to reach the inside wall. By the time it reaches the inside wall, it's nighttime. Now it starts cooling off. So
actually, I'll tell you a secret.
Buildings work that way.
I'll tell you a secret. If you do an 8-inch concrete wall with one brick, regular brick, 3-inch brick coating, it creates a thermal layer there where there is no day and night cycle, where the temperature of the wall ever changes on the inside, ever.
Yeah.
It stays temperate forever because it cannot transfer from the brick to the concrete ever. It's a
You're talking
perfect,
like an air gap?
it doesn't even have to be an air gap. It will physically
you
not
just
transfer
buttoned
from
it
the
up to it.
ceramic brick to the concrete.
You
So
said
why is
8
that?
feet thick, though?
Just 8 inches of concrete, 8 inches thick of concrete. An 8-inch
No, I could have sworn you said feet.
I actually mean 7 3/4
Well,
inches.
I was talking about like old school, like Roman sort of like, or ancient Egyptian sort of stone built, like just make your fucking wall 3 foot thick. You'll never ever need to heat or cool your place. You know,
yeah.
it's like there's,
So do you know why?
Well, yeah, I mean,
it'll never
even
fall either. You know,
through doing experiments and stuff, they've determined that it's like it's much less than that. Like it's way less.
Way less.
Like it's only like maximum a foot. And once you're at a foot, you're never gonna have to ever change temperature. It'll stay temperate at all times. It'll always stay the same temperature on the inside of that brick. I mean, on the inside of that concrete block.
Yep, you're 100% right. And I remember in heat transfer for thermally insulating pipes, there's something called the critical radius. And when you graph it, the heat transfer, and there's a sweet spot where if you actually add insulation, like thicker insulation, you'll increase the heat transfer out of the pipe. So there's something called the critical radius where it's like the sweet spot. Yeah, it's the same shit. Critical thickness, but it is the radius of the pipe. Or it triggers people here, you know.
I'll have to take your word. I'll take your word for that with the pipe. I don't know anything about the heat transfer. I'm gonna guess that's copper piping.
It's similar. Yeah, whatever. Yep, copper piping or steam
PVC,
or carrying steam.
PVC would be different because you wouldn't be running that kind of heat where you need like transfer ratios and stuff for like PVC because that's vinyl and that's got like a heat.
Yep.
Yeah, because you don't even have.
It's mostly for running steam.
Those.
Yeah, for steam and like really hot shit, you know. So you're not going to be running PVC.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Copper, cast iron, that sort of thing. It's the same concept though. There is like a thickness of like R value, let's say, you know, where going beyond that makes no sense. You start sucking out even more. So there is like the sweet spot, even for like cost.
You know how to destroy the strongest concrete, right? It's 1,000 degrees.
Strongest concrete.
Maintain 1,000 degrees on it.
Oh, okay.
It'll break apart the molecular bonds over time, destroy it.
Okay.
Eventually, it'll crumble.
I was gonna put a wooden wedge, drill a hole, put that fucking wooden wedge and soak it with water.
That depends. Now, concrete, you get a good chemical bond and 150 years. That's gonna be as hard as diorite.
Pretty hard.
Now, what's interesting about? Go ahead.
No, I'm just trying to, because I've been in other rooms and I came out of VC check-in and everybody's been hearing me fine, and then I came in because this has been like I got this response last night too. If I was coming in really low, if I sound really distant, because if it is, this is the only room it's happening in.
You sound good right now. Sound real good.
I do. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. All right. Thanks. Sorry. I just want to do a mic check. It's a very long mic check, but
no, you're good. You're good.
Whatever.
And if do you know anything about primitive concrete?
No.
Primitive concrete is actually indistinguishable. It's indistinguishable from naturally occurring limestone. Indistinguishable.
Is that concretia?
Okay.
Yeah. Concretia. But concretia is also just a term used for concretious rock.
Well, like what I mean by that is like amalgams. Because there's a couple of mountains out here in the desert. There's no like growth on it whatsoever. It's like a naked rock, and you can see like broken up pieces of rock like cemented in this red material.
Yep, and it's an amalgamous concretion of rock. Yeah, that's essentially what it is. It's all the different elements that make concrete mush together.
Yeah,
but
it's kind of interesting to look at.
That's why I am on the side that the pyramids are geopolymer. They're concrete structures poured in place. Because they also have the same magnetic direction on all the stones, which means they would have had to cure at the same time, which means they had to be poured at the same time. So, for me,
I mean, it would explain the no gaps between the stones.
yeah, it would
sure.
also explain why there
It would
are
just count it.
are concrete
You just did
cast of the
blowouts, right?
underside. Yeah, there are concrete cast of the underside of the forms called blowouts underneath the form, underneath where the form would have been. So, lots of tells. Like if you're in the industry, you see it. And that's true too, how there are no gaps, even where there's shaped block. Like where there's a misshapen block, but there's no gap. It's because they were poured in as liquid, or they were packed in as semi-liquid. So they had maybe a wet-dry mix and a guy with a tamp on the top, tamping it in, while everyone's brought it up in buckets, putting it in. You know, and in that case, you don't have to have 400 guys moving a stone. It's easy.
Yeah, just get a pump. Just pump it in. Nice and easy.
Well, I mean, then you just need 50 guys in a train from a quarry.
It wasn't was it in the Andes? The Indians down south, South America, where they're sitting there talking about one of their gods had given them a secret, like elixir that would soften the stone to where they could shape it like clay.
That sounds like
Have
concrete.
you ever heard? Haven't you ever heard of that story?
Yeah, I have actually heard that story. I heard that story. I saw a documentary in the 90s. They were actually making fun of the guy in the documentary because it was a serious documentary who was like giving that idea. But I do remember that story being given. So, and then I remember later on Graham Hancock relating that story. It was about 2001 I heard that. So yeah. But yeah, that's what concrete is, isn't it? It's soft stone. It's liquid stone.
Liquid stone, man. Yeah.
It's a stone. Concrete is a stone, and when you're done with concrete, it is a single unified stone. If you've done it right, unless
know
you've
it
added
get-
a cold joint.
I know it also gets quick. Quick
Yeah.
lime.
Mhm.
When you bake limestone or seashells or anything that has a lot of calcium carbide in it, and you drive off the carbide with the oxygen to where you just have activated slip lime or quick lime.
Yeah.
Then you put water on it and it starts boiling and breaking down and turn into a sludge. Yeah.
Yep.
So maybe that's the liquid.
Yeah, that could be it too. It could be that could be the secret ingredient that they were given, you know?
Yeah.
Because if you mix that with like the just the simple materials, you can make concrete. You can make inferior or superior concrete with that.
Oh yeah, there was an experiment out here. One of my friends, he's the tribal prince out here. He did a couple of experiments with some dirt samples and added quicklime to it. Some of them are like just as good as concrete, and this is made out of the dirt.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Colosseum, Roman Colosseum is concrete. It's all concrete. The whole thing.
Yeah.
It's all concrete, and it only took them 5 years to build it.
I mean, the Romans knew about hydraulic concrete before we did.
Yep, you could put it into a box, put it in the water, and it would still set up.
Yeah.
It wasn't time, or it wasn't liquid. It was literally the chemical bonds that made it harden. It was the mixture of the AB composite that made it harden. Yeah, I tend to think most of those old structures are concrete. especially the ones out there. John MK Ultra Volta. Of course, those might have just been brick. I mean, they look like brick, right?
Yeah, I like some of those ziggurats to where they have a core of some kind of a rock in the center, and it's
Yeah.
just stacked up mud brick around it.
Well, I mean, it's like how we build infrastructure. What we'll do is we'll make a giant core of rubble, just absolute junk and rubble.
Yeah.
It'll be rubble and dirt and like mechanically engineered dirt and all this other stuff, or
Now, see
mechanically
that
reinforced dirt.
see that gluey
And
stick
then
though? I think
put around it.
those are like pictures. The way that they have those things linked together, because if you look at it and you look at all the stones that are linked together, it'll come up with some kind of a motif, some kind of a design. Like there's one that has a serpent trying to eat an egg, because America, both continents have always been
Yeah.
big about serpents eating eggs for some reason. Look at serpent
You know
man.
what, Glowy? I like that image. I don't see why someone couldn't like. There's this thing we do. We have wall forms. They're these. You can have pictures in these rubber forms on the ground, and you put them up. You put them on a big wood form, and you lean it up, and then reinforce it, and then you pour the concrete on the inside. And when you strip the wall form away, you have a big picture on the side of the wall. That's like inset. It looks carved, and it's
I wonder
concrete.
if anybody can destruct these walls that have these.
That's what I really need to see done. I need to see someone take this wall apart to
Right.
see if there are actually any seams or if this is an imprint. That's what I need to see.
Or even a carving, just somebody sitting there carving it before it gets completely cured.
Yeah.
You know?
Because who knows? Maybe
And
maybe it's
for
precast if it's something else.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah. Because it never came apart. Like it doesn't come apart when you do irregular shapes like this. Like did they know something like we don't? Like maybe this way it doesn't
that's
come.
the thing.
I don't fucking know, man. Yeah.
You can, if you notice, all the corners of them have that like that beveled edge. You know, that's something when you do like form specific form shaped block concrete, you get that. Like if you're gonna do canvas or plastic shaped form, like against a piece of wood, that's what happens at the edges of them. It naturally bevels them, but then gives it a hard edge. So it goes from bevel to clean edge. So if you had like cast forms, like you built all these cast forms and then poured all the brick into them, all of them would fit exactly together wherever you set them up at.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, yeah, you gotta take it apart, right?
Yeah,
you're right.
But that's what I would need to see. I'd need to see him take the wall apart. But they won't take the wall apart.
Because they can't take the wall apart because it's one monolith.
Yeah.
It's not individual stone.
When you see a cross section of it, right?
If it's all one piece, to me, it's simple. It's a it's big giant stamped piece of concrete. If it's all one piece. Now, if it's not all one piece, then it's obviously all prefabricated on the ground, laying down somewhere, and then just assembled lock and key, which is something we've done for thousands of years that we know about.
Yeah, you got to remember these places like in Peru and stuff like that have the walls that are shaped like that. They had the egghead. So these people had larger brains. We could tell by the skulls, the cone heads or the egg heads or whatever you want to call them. They're the elongated skulls. They're more brain capacity, probably more ability to think abstractly. You know what I mean?
Cone heads, yeah.
Yeah, cone heads, egg heads.
Hey guys, I got something real quick. The stage event on that Keller box is starting, and me more. I talked to the admin. He said he unbanned you, and he apologizes it happened. And you'd like to
isn't that the prefrontal cortex though that's supposed to deal with that?
Sorry,
I'm not sure.
It should be like your forehead. Your prefrontal cortex is supposed to be like where your where all that takes place, like your
I don't know. I'm
capacity
not.
for like yeah.
All I know is like they can like measure the capacity of the cranial cavity, and it's like 17% more mass than ours, right?
Because really, like I look at a lot of these structures, and I just apply like practical building techniques to them, and I think they were clever. Yeah.
Guys, I
Not
know
only
what
were they,
happened.
like beyond genius though.
I know what happened. I know what happened to those when we see those rocks that they look like they fit together too perfectly, and how did they transport them, and they, but they're fitting together in weird ways. That how could you build that way? Well, what it is they didn't build it that way. That used to be brick, okay? When you heat brick really with extreme temperatures, it bubbles up. It turns into it bubbles up, and then it turns into what we call stones and mountains. But they didn't want it to be too obvious everywhere. There was destroyed, so they heated it to the point where it's about to melt, and they stopped it. Then it hardens, and they machined it in those perfect lines, and they make it look like it's stone that was placed together through machining it with the same type of lasers, probably. And now that we think that it was built that way, but it wasn't. It was machined. It was melted first, and then machined to look like it was placed together, like all perfect, like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if you heat brick up hot enough, it'll
I would definitely
vitrify.
need to see proof for all the leaps there.
But see, when you vitrify
Yeah, it took
something,
me.
Would the first, fire would be the first
it
one.
turns
Let's go with that one.
it turns to a different color. It'll turn from the red oxide to the black oxide of iron that's in the brick, for say. Now, this is just using a brick as an example, because I've done this with an oxyacetylene torch, and I've actually melted the brick. And it did turn to like a glass. Just the regular building bricks, the cheap old.
Because they're already ceramic. They're already ceramic. They've
Well,
already.
yeah, I know. It's clay.
They're already on the
Clay
path
will
to
melt.
glass.
There is sand in there. It's not just clay. There's silicon.
All I know is that all over the world there are buildings that have been melted, and you can tell that they've been melted. And we got a Facebook group called "Mountains Are Melted Brick Buildings." You guys should check it out on Facebook. But all over the world, we see evidence of melted temples and mountains now, and also we see those ones that they fit together perfectly. I think they got machined to look that way, to appear like they were built that way.
No, you've got it.
Or maybe some of them were. I mean, it could. It's not all. It can't be all or nothing either. You know,
You've got a huge
it could be
problem here,
several.
though. Is that because when
It could be several.
when rock melts,
Can you fix your microphone?
It changes its property. What you've got here with these mountains like that you posted is these are sedimentary rocks.
Those are buildings that were destroyed. They used to be temples. Also,
Yeah, exactly.
I can send you.
That's where
I can send you hundreds of them.
These are
to the point where you'll not be able to say anything.
These are
I can send you.
These are weak rocks.
I can send. I heard you. Now you want to hear me? I can send you. I can send you hundreds.
Man, you were dropping him out. I couldn't hear him.
Just kill.
Yeah, listen, I'm just saying I can send you hundreds of them to the point where you won't be able to debate it. You'll know that those are actually, you won't be able to. I got hundreds of them. So, okay, I will. And the point,
here's the thing.
the point I'm trying to make.
But if
Here's
it's
the thing.
hundreds of concretions, amalgamate, and sedimentary rocks, it doesn't matter how many hundreds you have.
We got hundreds of melted temples and pyramids.
If I can just jump in here real quick, you know, number one, okay, I understand you're excited. I understand. There are thousands of globe images as well.
No. Flat Earth.
Pictures of things of.
Listen, we're not talking flat Earth. We're talking about how we can prove beyond.
I wasn't finished. I might have
You gotta let him
finish, please.
Let him
I
finish.
couldn't hear
We're talking about principles of evidence, so let him finish, okay?
Now, number two, when you talk about mountains, I'm just thinking about mountain ranges, just and you're talking about all of that is just building.
Mountains.
I don't.
We're talking about big mountains too. They used to be buildings, bro, and we can prove it to you. I'll send you. And so anyway, the point is, it takes. I've been looking at this for 2 years now, so you guys haven't even looked at it. You shouldn't form opinions on things you haven't looked at. Maybe you should look at it first. But
I can't stand when people preach at me. I don't give a fuck what I haven't come across yet. You're not doing a good job at relaying information. You're saying, yeah, there are photos everywhere. This is my assertion. I believe it wholeheartedly, and
well, I proved it to myself. Just like I proved flat Earth to myself. Same thing. It comes to a point where it's proven to you. You know, you don't have to fucking keep looking. You've seen enough. So if you're interested, I can show you what I'm talking about instead of just speculating.
Yes. Present your argument, sir. If I'm interested. Is anyone? Is there?
Yeah, it's fucking incredible, bro. Like big mountains, big ones. They used to be pyramids. They're not what we think they are. We aren't where we think we are. And it all got flooded too. I can show you how it used to be how it's underwater now. There used to be a temple and it's underwater, but it looks like it got melted. So yeah, we have it. We have the proof now. Anyway, I think some of them got machined to look a certain way. But if you guys want to know what I'm talking about, you got to go to When the Buildings Cried YouTube. He's got some good stuff. But now we got a Facebook group called Mountains Are Melted Brick Buildings. And you scroll down and you're going to see hundreds of proof that we have so many, that it's all been kept from us. We don't know. There used to be an advanced civilization, and we're living on the ruins of it here.
Yo, weren't they just trees?
I mean, I vibe with that.
You got your story wrong. Mate, trees came first.
Yeah, they came up
with advanced,
the big tree thing was kind of like a way to, the big tree stump was a way to kind of ease it in, because it hides the truth. People think they're tree stumps, but where's the rest of the tree? Where's the rest of the titan? But that's because that's not the actual explanation. The real explanation is there were buildings before and they got melted. Now they look all deformed and mangled, so it's hard to tell what they actually looked like before. But they're not tree stumps, because that's just a ridiculous.
Came before buildings, so
But where's the rest of the tree then? You know what I mean?
I can call eldership on my idea. What can you do?
Grand Canyon. Go to the Grand Canyon. You're going to be looking at the remains of a civilization.
The Grand Canyon is a gully. The Grand Canyon is a great big gully.
Dude, can you not hear what I'm saying?
They tell you that it was carved by over thousands, millions of years. That's bullshit.
Carved in less than a month.
And there's actual temples in the Grand Canyon named after. They're named after.
Who named them though?
In the Grand Canyon.
Who named them?
In the Grand Canyon. Listen. In the Grand Canyon, there's pyramids, and they look like ancient temples, but they don't let you go.
Bro, you gotta listen.
They don't let you go to those areas and check it out because it's too obvious.
Okay, you got a connection.
And if you want to see pictures, I'm just know what I'm talking about. You gotta be a narcissist and tell me what the fuck to do.
You're too loud, and
bro.
I will tell you what I know if you're interested in it.
Your mic
I want to fucking talk all over you because you act like stupid. I want to talk and make you look stupid because that's what you're trying to do to me.
I'm not. I want to let you talk, but what's happening is you're shouting into your mic because you're so excited and it's popping and it's breaking you out. You're not roboting. You're actually overpowering your mic. Okay? And so it's silencing you and popping. And I can't understand like half of what you're saying. You've got to like tone it down.
I can't understand.
The minute I unmute him, he'll still be talking. Watch
yeah,
this.
I can't understand anything you're saying, John.
Told you. I win.
John, fix your mic.
Understand you.
Fix
Go
your,
back to your country.
Fix your mic. Yeah, okay. I guess you want to be banned then. All right.
Don't ban him.
The only reason.
That's something wrong.
No. Yeah.
No, just
the only reason I muted him is because we couldn't actually understand what's going on. So
if I have to get off my bike, I will ban him. Well, I'm sorry. That's the wrong word. That's the wrong word. It's called cognitive dissonance. he's
Yes.
gonna get a slap on the wrist.
Chicago.
You can't come up in here and act like that. We're not a bunch of conspiracy theorists. If you say something that sounds like amazing, we're gonna want to know where you got the information
We're gonna
from.
want proof.
We're gonna want to crack into that logic. You're not gonna just preach to us some shit. We just
This
came
is
from
the
that.
most skeptical place on the internet.
So who's gonna challenge my tree idea? Can't beat trees, mate.
What tree? What's the idea here?
The
I'll challenge
idea
it
is
just
that the world was full of giant trees that
Everything was trees, mate.
everything was a tree. Every hill was a tree. I don't buy it.
And
I
they,
actually don't
and
buy
they
it.
all
I
talk to
don't.
each other, and they all wink.
I'm not. Nah, I'm out.
We
The
evolved from
composition.
trees. Man,
The composition of your trees
My
is not
tree
the
came
same.
before your
Sorry.
building.
That's a better
not-
evolution
it's not
story,
petrified
right?
wood.
Because like
It is
evolving
better.
from
My friend,
evolving
I'm
from
just
rocks
playing
after having
timeline,
yo
man.
yo
You just
evolving
he's messing
from
with us,
rocks
man.
is a lot harder. Like an actual seed sprouting information, which is exactly what we are. So
Cooler
at best,
story,
the
bro.
correlation is way better. Way better than heliocentrism evolution.
Look, I've run into the whole
came
melted building things
seedling.
several times. It just
Guys,
I
I've
ran
got
into
some
it too.
pictures.
It is
I've
cool,
got,
but I
I've
need to
got,
see some.
I've got some new pictures that are quite compelling in terms of how wood breaks down and how we often see a lot of the rock faces that we're used to seeing. I'm just going to post them now on the live stream. One of the things that we need to figure out is that there's something called petrification. So wood does turn to rock. So that's not in question. So when we start to look at were there giant trees, if giant trees fell down and then say over time sand compacted up around them, it would look
It
like
wouldn't even take that much time with the flood. But sorry for Rumson.
no, exactly. But you know, in a water scenario, like near the beach or somewhere where there's a river, you'll see some obstruction like a rock or something, and then the sand creates like two little radiuses on either side of that object. It kind of smooths off how the water flowed around it. And when we look at these mountain areas, a lot of them run perfectly straight, which is quite peculiar, almost like a tree branch or a tree trunk. And then when they go and look, they say certain types of rock have tree in them, or it makes me question when they tested the moon rock from Holland and they saw it was petrified wood. Is that actually giving away a bit more that a lot more of our rocks are petrified wood? So it seems like they're starting to accumulate a lot of breadcrumbs around this topic. Let me grab this photos quick.
Oh yeah, I know you're gonna dig this.
see. It's like this. If you've ever worked in a sand pit, or you worked in a lot of construction areas and you've seen lots of erosion and stuff, you look at stuff and you instantly know what it is. You instantly look at the Grand Canyon from overhead and you're like, gully. It's a big gully. It's all it is. It's a big old gully. You look at the plateaus, you look at the Monument Valley. It's a gully because you look at the washout areas and there's little tiny monuments everywhere, just like Monument Valley. It's even in the same layout. In fact, one was created in 8 hours out below Mount St. Helens. It's called Tootle Creek, where the waters, after sometime after the eruption, a couple years afterwards, what happened was eventually the waters got up. They were building up from, I think, Spring Lake. And they finally breached the natural dam, broke through, and in 8 hours carved like a 1/20th scale Grand Canyon in 8 hours. In 8 hours, carved a 1/20th scale Grand Canyon. Like it was nothing.
The flood be waxing artistic, huh?
Yes, so obviously a flood. Like I look at Devil's Peak there. How about this? How about the land was all at that elevation, the top of that elevation at one point? and all got washed down. That represents the elevation of the land, the elevation of the earth in ancient times.
Hey, what if the
okay.
mountains?
I see.
Look,
I see what you're saying.
bear with me now. This might be hard to swallow, but what if the mountains are just mountains?
I think the mountains are just mountains. You ever been to
I'm just saying.
If you look at Mongolia, if you go look at Mongolia, look at pictures of Mongolia, and then look at like high altitude footage of all the Mongolia stitched together, and you instantly think, oh, well, that was a seabed. That whole thing was part of the ocean at one point, before the floodwaters receded. That's why it's so barren. And why so much of it is so flat with islands. And why it has water features. But it's a grassy meadows.
Yeah, it could be all of the above. But it was melted buildings. It might be one melted building, 10 trees, and then the rest just mountains.
Okay, so if you guys can check, in the live stream now, I've posted some pictures. The first couple are of trees, and what you start to notice is that as the tree dehydrates, it forms these little square blocks with quite nice right angles.
Yep.
And it forms this like block pattern until those blocks start to fall out. Then by the fourth picture, that's an actual mountain. And then the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, till the fireplace, those are all mountain sides.
Yeah.
So when you start to see the similarities in how they could be maybe parts of fossilized or petrified trees in and amongst mountains, because the Bible did describe mountains in the Bible. So I don't think that every mountain is a tree, but I think certain mountains are certainly trees. And this thing needs a lot more study when you start to see that a lot of these rocks are now being discovered to be petrified wood, which is exactly this hypothesis.
I mean, I know I was joking, but that's why I made my comment of, one melted building, 10 trees, and the rest mountains. Because that would actually make more sense. The thing is that people just hook onto one thing and then just go, it's all the same. Ah.
Let's say in all of history, there was only one great tree. Let's say in all of history, there was one great tree at one point ever, and there was just a single great tree. What happens when there's groups of people that say the whole world was covered in these trees? They just shut everything down. Garbage after that. You can't look into anything.
But this is a common trend. Yeah, there's a common trend with I think it's everyone, but I've seen it a lot also in the flat earth community, where we throw the baby out with the bathwater. So we just completely dismiss gravity entirely. Or someone comes out saying, everything about space is absolutely fake, and give no explanation as to why. And they're generally repeating something they've heard, but it's like
I will tell you, I freely admit to being one of those, that I will throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I always keep the door unlocked, where I'll be like, I'll let the baby back in the house. If the baby can prove itself, I'll let it back out. Yeah, if it can walk around outside in the cold, I'll let it back inside. I will freely admit to being so hyper skeptical that it is absolutely infuriating to people. 100% I admit to that. I don't even believe in chemtrails, man.
You don't believe in chemtrails?
I don't believe in chemtrails. And let me tell you something.
Science doesn't need belief. Science doesn't need belief.
Like
that's right.
What do you think? They're condensation trails?
There are trails in the sky.
Okay.
Left by planes.
Okay, awesome.
You've never seen the
I see where you
hundreds of
stand.
photos,
That's
hundreds
hold
of
on,
photos
hold on.
of
I've
planes
seen
fitted with
photos
liquid
of
tanks.
planes leaving trails in the sky. I cannot go up there and test it. None of us can actually go up there and test what it is. That is, see, that's the thing. That's what I mean
That's
by
because
I
your
am
nose
kind of
isn't big enough,
and
man.
annoying.
Need a bigger nose.
But that's what I was gonna say with the mountain. Just can't we just test it, see what the chemical composition is, and can it be a petrified like tree? Yes or no? And I think we can solve it that way because
Well, see,
I
Devil's
can
Rock gets
tell.
tested
I
and
can.
it's basalt. It's basalt. It's
Okay,
not
there you go.
petrified
There you
lignum.
go.
It's not petrified
There you go.
lignum. Like when you test a
So
tree, petrified lignum comes up. It's in like a chemical test. You can tell it's petrified lignum. Now that's it actually, but it is a crystal. It does like lignum, wood, when it petrifies, the lignum is crystalline. And it's like it's almost like there was a designer who had this one particular special way that he designed things. It's really interesting. And so
dude,
he
crystal
really
and
liked
structures are
crystals.
awesome.
Like, he might have been a hippie.
And
I don't know.
everything is different.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
and because
yeah.
I can say, I was gonna say to Solar, I can actually tell you straight up, like in your face, iron and steel that you're using is liquid fucking rock. And if you don't believe me, I'll show you how we make it. We cut out earth and we pulverize it. We magnetically remove the iron from it, and we smelt it. We mix it with coke. Like it's just legit. It is fucking liquid rock. Yeah,
it's liquid rock.
So it's like all metals are liquid rock. We extracted them from the rock.
It's a thing that's,
some by
it's a
fire,
thing that's part of the
some
rock.
by
It's a thing that's part of the rock. You know what the most plentiful element on Earth is? You're gonna be surprised.
Hold on,
You're gonna be surprised.
Silicon or aluminum? Which one is it? Wait, hold on.
Uranium.
I don't know.
Uranium.
Really?
Uranium. It's in your soil outside. It's everywhere. Uranium is literally everywhere.
What form though? Like it's not.
It's the kind that you can process.
I would have to read into
and
it.
turn into the stuff for a nuclear reactor.
Money, baby.
I think all of their mining for uranium is just to cover up what the other thing that's generally almost always found near uranium, which is neodymium.
You know what? Truth prevails. That's funny. I actually agree with you. I don't typically agree with a lot of people. I agree with you because uranium is not. It's not dangerous. I don't think nuclear is dangerous at all.
Right.
Yeah, I saw.
Isn't that the whole
I
point of
watched
the
some stuff on
scam? So
that,
they can hide money without anyone stealing it?
Yeah.
That's pretty much free energy. This is like the best form of free energy, which is not free, of course, but like as in cheap.
Yeah.
Very self-running for a long time. Creates heat, keeps on creating heat, keeps on creating. It's like, oh wow, okay. This is cool shit.
Look, God
You can't have it, motherfucker.
God intended us to work for what we wanted. He said, fill the earth and subdue it. So he didn't say go out there and just relax. So he put the uranium in the dirt for us to dig up and make a plant that processes it or something. He wanted us to be industrious, obviously. I get no problem with nuclear. I love it. I think it's beautiful.
Me too, man. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I agree. It's just steam. Most people fail to see that it's just
That's all
steam
it is
turbines
steam.
in the end.
Steam power.
Oh, dude. Or boiling water,
Yeah.
man. It's the most
Spinning
sophisticated way to boil fucking water. It's like, there you go.
Not true. Not true.
And God said, "Can you dig it?"
It's not
solar.
Hey man, I made
solar,
everything into crystals, and here's
solar
some nuclear
water
power,
heating.
bro.
So solar water heating applies ample heat, but it's just for limited amounts of time. But in terms of without any byproduct, any needing to have store of waste or anything linked to it.
But that's
using
the myth about nuclear.
The waste is not a waste.
The waste is clean.
Yeah.
The myth about nuclear is that the waste is bad. The waste is actually totally clean. Galen Windsor used to swim in the waste.
Agreed, but they still treat it and process it and have to barrel it, and that whole process costs, and they bury it and shit.
But it's all fake. It would be the most efficient, cleanest process that there is. All we have to do is get rid of government.
Yeah, if run well, it can be, definitely.
Oh, we can make it run well. This shouldn't be an issue. You know,
What could go wrong?
not much. Big blast. Everyone in the
Famous
fucking
last
facility
words.
dies from the boiler. I mean, like, that's what's up. It's like, hey, whenever you're dealing with a high pressure apparatus, like, we know the risks involved. Have you ever seen like a boiler room in steam, like just old school back in the days when it goes off, you know, like the boiler? Like, bro, people just get incinerated. Like, you know what I'm saying?
But even like Chernobyl, they said it was going to be uninhabitable for like
Hundreds of years.
150 years. And then in like 3 years, people moved back. And
so they say.
animal lives are back. Yeah, so they say.
Oh, and what you don't know is that some people never moved away.
Don't have the resources to move away. I bet some.
But they went ahead and they started making books and movies like Stalker. It was never like that.
I've never been there. So
Yeah, they told us the beaches would be uninhabitable here in 10 years. It's been like what, 11 years, 12 years?
I had a friend who worked at Long Island. He worked in Long Island. He was a trucker, and he had a couple friends of his who did not want to do the trucking run, where they were taking waste out of. They were doing the 3 Mile Island run, taking the waste out to get rid of it. It was all unsafe. And what he did is he got all their badges together and he kept doing runs. Said they were getting paid like $2,000 a run, but they could only do one run. And he did like 10 runs. He just got all their badges and did them. Never got sick, nothing. Nothing. Everybody go quiet?
Yeah, man. I don't know why. What's going on? Shit.
Suddenly silence.
Right? All right. What are we talking about?
The powers that
Any
be.
globies in the house? I don't think so, right? Oh, there's one guy.
All the
I'll mute him.
globies have covered.
He's not even verified.
Well, we've established that that trees turned into mountains, and the mountains are actually melted buildings that were caused by chemtrails. Apparently.
Good one. Good one. Nice.
We're through the looking glass.
And your auntie's Kevin Bacon, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Yob, you're unmuted, man.
Yo, what up? What up? How y'all doing? Shalom, peace and blessings.
Pretty good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. Just getting off work. You know how it is.
All right, man. Hey, welcome. And what's going on, man? So, welcome to Flat Earth. Server
I know this
24/7. Yeah.
I know this cat. I can vouch for him. He's 100% flat earther. Shalom, Abzai. What's up?
Is he really?
Big up, man. Big up. Appreciate y'all, man. It's my first time being able to talk on here.
Well, glad you finally made it through.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Cool, man.
You already know.
Let me get you verified, bro. Cool, man.
Yeah, he's good peeps. I can vouch for him.
All right, cool. I believe you. So tell us, man. Tell us your flat Earth story, then. Tell us your journey. How'd you reach flat Earth?
Oh man, well I was born on it. You feel me?
Me too, man.
Yeah, man, I say like, you know what's crazy, man? About 2011, 2012, I was in a Best Buy. Somebody was telling me that there was a Flat Earth Society, and the shit was so funny, man. You couldn't even give it a second thought. You know what I mean? Until like I say about 3 years later, I actually was like, let me buckle down and do some research about this for real. It's not like I was closed minded to the idea. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Just had a different picture painted in my head.
And did you actually like go on the Flat Earth Society website or
Oh yeah,
what did
I
that lead you
did back then at the
to?
time, like not right then. I think I found something on YouTube. You know what I mean? 'Cause that's when I was hearing about like the Israelites and all kind of other stuff going on. You know, Freemasonry. You know, just all the good stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, all the good stuff.
Yeah. All right, cool, man. Hey, good to have you, bro. For sure, man.
Glad to be
We're
here.
welcome home.
So the Flat Earth Society served its purpose with you, didn't it? It deterred you from it for a while, until you came back across it again, right?
No, I wouldn't actually say it deterred me from it. It's just that, you know, all the years of learning in school that people were debating about the shape of the earth in the 1500s and all that, you know, the fact that there was some people around that believed in the flat earth, to me the idea was funny in itself. You know what I mean? But it just didn't prompt me to go research it. It's like, oh yeah, those guys from 400 years ago, they're still here.
Actually, from what I gathered, the heliocentric model was around the 1500s. It wasn't even thought of then.
What was it?
The heliocentric model. It's only like, well, okay, so I guess at the most maybe 500 years, but then it was only
Not even. Maybe
like
100.
only 100 years ago that they really started pushing it, but it wasn't real well received.
In fact,
Like,
some of those
Yeah,
earlier
man.
people, they were persecuted for heresy, for saying,
Right.
everything's
You
centered
should
around the
see
sun.
the way they got smacked down in the articles. And the way they used to destroy them verbally back then was hilarious. If you've ever looked into the history of the gravity stuff and the way people received what Newton proposed and what Einstein proposed, it's hilarious. Because I mean, it's just founded on nothing. So anyone with well, back then they were educated to a high standard, at least in their discourse, right? This is so funny to read. I'll try and get some quotes. Or actually, no, I'll get a video that kind of highlighted it. 1 second.
yeah, it's good to have you though. Welcome to our abode.
Yeah, not just that, but the server has a lot of different subsections. There's a music one, so I know Amaziah raps as well, or rather Yobich chose raps as well, so um, maybe if he feels comfortable enough, he might lay down some beats or something like that for a compilation. I don't know. It's still early.
Well, I'll let Elisha tell you, but I think he's posted that video. He was looking for you. Are you? How do you say that? Is it Yobik chose or
Yo bitch chose.
Yobish chose?
Yo bitch chose. A real
I see
Call
what
of
I
Duty
see.
player.
I see what it's saying now. It's like I was slow to that one.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
People on live streams be calling me Yobi. Like when I'm
Yobi.
talking.
Yeah. That's probably what I'll call you
How
is
do you,
Yobi.
how do you say it? Yobi? Alright, Yobi it is.
So
Yo, Betch chose.
Let me butcher the shit out of it. Let's see. Let me see.
But now that you got the VC verify role, you can see it. If you look directly over the room,
Yob
you'll find the
chose. Yob chose. I got you, bro.
yeah
Hey,
the live stream voice text. I'll tag you in it.
this cat Yobich chose. He's a bona fide, legendary Call of Duty mobile player.
Okay.
You're a liar.
I
I'm
play the
playing
regular.
Call of Duty
I don't
Mobile
play.
right
I
now.
don't play
Shut up.
mobile. I play the on PC.
Yo, this is my name on Call of Duty, bro. Look it up. Yo, bitch chose a real legendary
All
pimp.
right.
I'm flatter of guns. Yo, we playing tonight. We gonna play tonight.
Oh
We gonna
shit.
play in like about
Hell,
5, 6 hours. I'm playing now, but I'm just trying to get. I'm trying to fuck with this
Man,
gyro shit.
man, send me a DM, bro. I'm a monster with gyro, my dude. Like, bro, I
Oh,
ain't even
yo,
talking
help
to
me out. I'm
nobody that
trying to
knows
get
what
you.
it is.
Yeah, cause I usually I use the controller. So today the first
Yeah,
day. The only way I was gonna consider using the phone is if I could use the gyro. So I'm gonna definitely hit you up.
yeah. Matter of fact, I've been mentioning in the Call of Duty Discord. I be mentioning it. And dudes be acting like they don't even know what I'm talking about. But most of everybody play with a controller anyway. You just can't get into no rank matches playing like that.
yeah,
Welcome
I
to the
can't play
server.
any ranked matches because I use an emulator.
Welcome to the server, Yo, Bitch chose.
I appreciate it. Thank y'all for making a brother feel
All
welcome.
right. Oh hell yeah, man! So okay, let me break this down to you because you didn't go through the regular process where we actually break it down. So with every voice channel here, there's a text channel that goes along with it, right? So right now we're in a live stream. So if you scroll up, there's the live stream voice text, and that's where we would be posting stuff like that's relevant to the discussion. You know what I'm saying? So if you hear someone saying, "Hey, look in the live stream," or that means the text channel. That's it. And there's additional information down the bottom if you're interested in looking up stuff and whatnot. And yeah, man, that's it. I'm just gonna tell you that much.
That's the VC
Make sure.
check-in of voice text.
Yeah. What's up?
That's the VC check-in voice text.
No, the live stream.
That's live stream because
Yeah,
Well,
you were supposed to go into VC check-in first, but anyway, you skipped all that. We checked you in here, so you're cool.
Yeah,
Oh,
each room that you go in will have its own.
okay.
So if you're
right
if you're
above
in the live
right
stream,
above the live
it'll.
stream.
I tagged you in it, so hopefully, if you clicked on where I tagged you a little bit earlier, then you should be in the right text.
Make sure you read the rules or whatnot in the welcome page. There you go. That's all the formalities I'll do, man. I'm done.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yo,
Brother Radwin. How's it going, my man?
Okay.
That's pretty rad. Pretty rad.
Pretty rad.
Rad.
What's up?
Yeah.
I was trying to get you, Sonny, earlier.
Yeah.
D to the V, MJ. So basically, I'm always talking about this 100 quotes that tell us we've all been lied to. So I really just went ahead and said, you know what, let's start watching it because if I don't take the initiative to bring it to cinema so that people can watch, they're probably just not going to watch because it's like 3 hours long. But it's very important because a person needs to understand and know firsthand or first account that I know what the video says, quotes that tell us we've been lied to, but when you read the quotes, you realize the people who are lying are not the people who wrote those quotes. It's the people who claim to be quoting them. like the mainstream who quotes Einstein, like whoever quotes these scientists, and they're actually punting pseudoscience in the name of these people who actually aren't. Well, I don't know if I want to say aren't. Aren't is a strong suggestion, but it seems like they're really clear when they're saying, yeah, this is religious. Yeah, this is my philosophy. Yes, this is my worldview. No, I can't prove it experimentally. And it's in no uncertain terms. And so we watched about an hour of it. Alberico was like, I was only going to stay for 30, but I had to stay an extra 30 minutes because it was so good.
Yeah,
So
I'm
I was
definitely
going to watch it
interested.
with you because you're good at
What was this one?
just like me, you save citations and stuff like that. So we need people who know like certain things on the fly. It was Jeranism quotes that tell us 100 quotes that tell us we've all been lied to.
Oh, cool. I'm gonna look that up right now.
You're not gonna find it unless you know how
Oh
to
yeah.
search the way I
DM it
search
to me.
Or just post it so we can all have it.
Yeah, it was in cinema. I'm gonna post it now, but
guys are
maybe later tonight or at some point gonna have people watch this with me. So be ready.
That sounds good.
It's definitely a treat. Trust me.
Keep us posted.
All right, I'm posting it right
I
now.
posted it for you,
Oh,
bud.
there you are. No, it's already in there. Yeah, there's several of them.
Double
Thank you.
post.
We got
Confirm
two.
in triplicate. Go on. Who's posting next?
Hey, has anybody heard of Mix.com?
No.
It's
Looks like I've already
it's like a social media website like Blogspot, but basically you take links like news articles and videos and you post it there and you write a little bit of something and it's there for anybody to look at. So it would be a good idea to use these kind of websites to take all of these hard to find videos and paste them there and then, just be like, well, check out my check out my profile on Mix, and then right there you can go through the whole playlist of like hidden things because it's not just like
Yeah, that's a good idea.
YouTube; it's like everywhere on the internet.
Yeah, but it's just posting links. It's not hosting a video.
So guess
No,
what,
it does.
Elijah?
It does host the video. You can click on it and it'll play from the website.
So guess what, Elijah?
What's up? What's up?
That video I already started watching. Apparently I don't remember how long ago, but I've already watched a third of it. So I had already found it at some point. But so that's good. Now I know what it is. Yeah, I'd be glad to look at that. I think that's a good idea to look it over with several of us in there,
Absolutely, absolutely.
Break it down. Yeah.
Now, do you remember watching it? Because perhaps somebody sent it to you like time hack, like timestamp. So like when you get the link, it automatically plays.
Well, it's on, like it's already one of my liked videos.
Oh,
So
okay.
I must have liked it somewhere along the line. And let's see, I probably saved it. Yeah, I had already saved it previously to watch later as well. So yeah, it's in there. Must have came across
Notice
it.
Newton was harebrained.
Hairbrained.
Yeah, like his hair is more wild than Einstein's.
Hairbrained. What is it
Like
about
that George Tsukalo? I'm not saying
Yeah.
it's aliens, but it's aliens that's harebrained right there.
Well,
Yeah, that's why
Newton
he
didn't-
does that to his
he didn't
hair.
believe in
Yeah.
Newton didn't believe in gravity.
Huh?
I don't
Newton
think he
didn't
believed
believe
in
in
anything. He was just floating through space.
He was just.
But by the
yeah,
way, it was me who posted the time-stamped video. I just grabbed the first one. I think that was why.
Yeah, and didn't Einstein himself say this spooky distant force
Spooky
at a
action at a
spooky
distance.
Spooky force at a
distance?
distance.
It sounds better your way, son.
Spooky action at a
distance at an action.
Spooky action at a distance.
Spooky action at distance. No, Newton said only a harebrained person could essentially believe in gravity.
Interesting. He
Yeah,
was
he
more
wrote it in a letter.
He himself was harebrained.
he was more concerned with revelations. So
Newton was.
Just
Newton
love
was
how we were all
actually really.
speaking for Sunny.
If you read all of Newton's stuff, Newton was a pretty smart guy. He was a pretty smart guy. His gravity thing was just a it was a what if.
Do you think?
Wrote it
Go
was
ahead.
a what if. Wrote it. He
Yeah,
wrote
I
it
guess.
as a what if. Everything. The word if was in his thing a 1,000 times, and then he wrote
What
a
if?
letter later on saying, "Who could believe this?"
Yeah, that's why I get the feeling that he knew what they were trying to do with his work,
Yeah.
and he was yeah, that he was predicting that he knew they were going to do that, and that he gave that quote and said those things for that reason.
So, what if it was all just a psyop, right? What a great
Yeah.
freaking novel that would make. Can you imagine having a novel or a movie about what was actually going on? Because there's a lot of things you can speculate with there and make a great movie.
Yeah, the great movies being played on television 24/7. You can see it right now.
I never
But
watched the
no,
movie.
I seen a puppy sitting there like whining. Oh, poor puppies. Was that your puppy meme?
Which Pepe? Pepe?
I heard a dog like
Oh,
whining.
oh, Pupper. Oh, that was Milo. That was my little miniature golden doodle.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a sweet dog. I don't even
Sounds
hear him.
young
I just
still.
ignore him. Yeah, he's only 3.
Yeah. I bet he loves SWIMMING.
Yeah, he does.
Did you?
I don't want to say it because he might get triggered and be like, "Oh yeah, let's go."
No, he can't hear you. If you cover both of your eyes in front of him, he'll cover both of his eyes too. He's a smart dog.
I bet he knows that
Plausible deniability.
Yeah, right.
like the ultimate form of flattery is mockery or mimicking or something like that. Which one is it?
Imitation.
Imitation. Yeah, yeah.
So I learned a couple of things today. Have you ever heard of and now I forget. Hold on, let me go to my search. There it is. Invincible ignorance.
What?
It sounds like
I've
something
seen it
we deal
before.
with. Sounds like something we deal with a lot.
It makes sense if they're too dumb, if they're too ignorant or too dumb to be able to explain to them and get them to understand that they're dumb. Then that's invincible ignorance.
Or
Your
does that?
logic
Or
can't
does?
touch me.
Can you be invincible to ignorance?
I am.
So that's
like saying ignorance is bliss.
The invincible
to
is
knowledge.
Hold on,
invincible.
Elijah. Is that a that looks like it's a religious concept? Invincible ignorance?
It
They
looks
use it as
like
one.
it.
It
Says it's an
immediately
ignorance
takes me
fallacy.
to
Is a deductive fallacy of circularity where the person in question simply refuses to believe the argument, ignoring any evidence given.
Oh, good. We got
Otherwise
a new
known as
words.
nuh-uh.
Yeah, so now we have a freaking actual definition.
hold on, but look at where
Do
its
you
roots
guys know
come
of
from. Look
anyone?
where its roots come from, though.
Do you know of anyone that this could apply to?
Globers.
Matthew unlearns.
Hold on.
I guess.
Hold on.
Puppy.
Hold on.
What are you saying, man?
All of them.
Invincible ignorance is used in Catholic moral theology to refer to the state of persons who are, through no fault of their own, ignorant of the fact that the Christian message is true.
How could they even? That's like
That's rich coming from Catholics. They don't even know what the
I
Christian
realize
message
it's
is.
hugely ironic. I realize it's hugely ironic, but Catholics are very good at philosophy too. Don't forget that. They're expert philosophers.
And
Because they're
Doesn't-
terrible Christians.
they're
Hold on,
experts
doesn't-
at
I thought-
fallacious arguments. Yeah, they're experts at that.
I
so
thought
there's
Catholic
there's
meant.
the fallacy, and then there's so there's the fallacy, one that the other guy just read, and then there's the one where they commit the fallacy.
Or
Yeah,
where
real
they're
quick,
a living embodiment of the fallacy, right?
I thought Catholic meant universal.
Have you ever met a Catholic that's actually read the Bible? I haven't. There might be
No.
some, but I haven't met any Catholics, generally speaking, in my lifetime that have even read the Bible.
Have you ever been in a Catholic
The
synagogue?
ones who do tend to stray away from the orthodoxy, quote unquote.
But I
That's
think
interesting.
aren't isn't like Olavians right? Aren't Olavians kind of putting them all in the same basket? Because I mean I've talked to a few that they have read the Bible and they kind of have a different viewpoint and separate themselves from the actual Catholic Church. But we just I don't know. I wouldn't put them all in the same basket.
Well, here's the thing. If you've ever been to one of those Catholic synagogues, you'll learn that they don't use English. They use Latin.
Yeah.
Yeah, real Catholic churches are speaking Latin.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because it's a
so
Roman. Because it's actually a Roman pagan religion.
well, it's the Vulgate.
Yeah.
Didn't one of their prayers actually get translated to be into English? Didn't it reveal that like one of their prayers were actually to Lucifer?
Obviously.
I wouldn't doubt it.
I mean, I don't doubt it, actually, is what I meant.
A lot of those times where they do the praying to saints, people don't realize that, that's actually necromancy. The praying to dead people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they went out of their way to cover all the major ones that you're not supposed to do.
Yeah, look at that. And all kinds of graven images everywhere, which the globe
Oh,
is
yeah.
one. The globe is a graven image as well.
I think the whole celibate priest thing is that, dude, did you not see that coming? The prescription for elders is very clear. Have your house in order, husband to one wife, and they're like, nah, we're alright. We'll just be a bunch of degenerates. Everyone buys it. String 'em up by their pull string is what I say.
At first, that's what I thought was happening. When all this lockdown and shit, I'm like, oh, they're like grabbing up all these perverted Catholic, the priests and all that. And I don't know, man. Like, all you gotta do, well, I probably shouldn't go into it deeply, so.
No, I think what they were doing was they were getting rid of the competition, the mom and pop shops,
Yeah,
small
pretty much.
businesses.
Yep, yeah. More about the monetary system.
Oh.
That's and the control.
They got kind of bored of the 1 degree at a time with the frog, and they realized the frog was a lazy bastard, so they just upped it like 20 degrees in 1 week.
Yeah.
Were they really doing that? Was there a lot of priests getting arrested during the lockdown?
Well, I don't know because you're not going to be able to find that, but just go look at any city near you and find out how many billions that city has spent paying off lawsuits.
Project
all
Spectrum.
that about people being arrested during the lockdown, that seems like that was all just stuff to pass around from one person to the other. None of that.
I don't know.
None of that ever
like
out.
I don't
like
know.
the
See,
trust the plan stuff.
it appealed.
Well,
It appealed to my sense of hope, And so if maybe that's what they were trying to do, right? Is appeal to people's sense of hope that things are getting better.
Yeah, that's how they get you. Because if your hope is not in the creator, then
that
you're
there's some
getting
kind of
manipulated.
that there's some kind of white hats out there that are for our good, And I still kind of hope that's true. I mean, obviously there's people that know the truth, and
the only hope.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
The only hope is in Armageddon.
I guess so, man. I'm thinking
We're
how
supposed
else
to
is
be
it
in
gonna-
Armageddon now, aren't we?
No, not yet.
No.
All
Not even
the
close
horsemen
yet.
of the apocalypse are writing.
Man, this isn't even the warm up, man.
Bro,
This
we're
is-
not
this
even.
is just-
This isn't even the foreplay.
Man, they haven't even written the fly yet.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, this isn't even the prequel.
I think they were on a different path than where we are right now because I think the states like where the people did like they did in Michigan and similar things kind of like caused them to take just a little bit more caution because they didn't want that spreading for sure. So, but I mean, I think they were on a different path.
Right?
I know they've been arresting people for the human trafficking aspect.
It
But
seems
that,
like
that
they're
was
tripping over their own
Where are all
feet.
these cases
all
at?
o-
Where can I go
all
and see
over
these
the
cases?
place. All over the place. Look them up on individual
anything they're doing.
police
Look,
justice websites.
what they'll
It'll
do
give
is this:
all that's public knowledge.
they
Project
can.
Spectrum.
What the best thing that they're going to give you is this: is they will set up a huge bad guy for them to knock down for everyone to believe in them. Which is exactly what Machiavelli said. Do he said set up a set up a horrible ruler, so that when you swoop in and get rid of that terrible ruler, everybody loves you.
Yep.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. It's going to be populist, fascism, whatever. Everyone's going to love it. If they kill off 33% of the population and get rid of everybody's debt and get rid of like money and like reset everything, and nobody's got any debt, and they release like everybody, everyone's going to love them, aren't they?
They're getting a new system ready to do that. And who was it that? What was it Reagan said? If was it he that said it? That if we were all united under one common threat.
Yeah, if there was a common threat, blah blah blah. And
then we would forget all of our differences and band
yeah,
together.
everyone forget the difference. It's not even that. Like you have this like cult of people who think that like they're one side is going to pass like the Nessera thing where they're going to get rid of debt and like get rid of like the what is it, the patents and everything, and and then like, and that's going to be part of like this big economic reset, and like it was literally called Drain the Swamp. That is literally what it was called, was Drain the Swamp. And so there's a big cult of people who think that's going to happen. Now, if that were to happen, they would look like the ultimate good guys, wouldn't they? The elite would be who did it, and the elite would look like the good guys. Well, they're still the bad guys, though, aren't they?
Yeah. And a lot of these people
doing,
will worship the golden calf, too.
That would come on the tail. That would have to come on the tail of them killing off a third of the population of Earth.
No, it's part of their plan. I mean, I have a feeling that's what they're doing is they're creating division so that they can unite and bring about one person that will rise up out of the people and say, we need to band together because this is who we are. And we have one common enemy, and that is those that are in charge, the principalities, right? So that right there would be bringing about the New World Order.
With this perspective in mind, what would you think of the fact that the Apostle Paul says each of you should should walk out your own salvation in fear and trembling? If you were to take that prescription for your life, these kind of events, these kind of tactics, they can't catch you. Well, that's my take anyway.
Everybody's going to be responsible for themselves before God for the decisions that they make during that time.
Yep.
Right. And then the other thing is, I mean, just read the book, dude. Read the book.
Yeah, that too, yeah.
Crowd. Read the book, don't follow the crowd. The path is narrow. Don't divert.
Yeah.
It's called a little red book because hardly nobody reads it.
Well, I do know this. Most people are going to follow it. Most people are going to jump on board. That's just going to be how it is.
Follow what?
Most people.
They're
going to follow. They're going to follow along with the plan, and that includes most flat earthers, most globe earthers, whoever it is. They're going to follow along with it because it's going to be so good. It's going to be such a good idea. They're really fair, guys. They're giving it all back to the people. They're going to let us make our own choices and everything.
Yo, bro, we see that now with the vaccines.
Try to avoid the V word if you can. And I got to say, somebody just said a second ago that they got tired of slowly heating up the frog in the pot 1 degree at a time, and that's why they changed their plan. And I just wanted to point out to whoever said that. No, I think it's because the frog started to bite back.
Frog's been cooked a long time ago.
Nah, but I mean, seriously, I mean, a lot of the stuff they're trying to pull right now should have been 5 or 10 years down the road, don't you think?
Yeah, I grant you that because of what happened with Trump, right? They were just panicking. But I think the other side of it, that I was kind of focusing on, is that they could get away with it because a lot of the frogs are just sleeping. It's like, all right, well, we'll just burn you now. Look how they've unlocked the lockdown here in the UK, and yet people are still walking around with masks.
Yeah, like
we got. Yeah,
That's
I mean,
your
it's not
break in
to say
between.
everyone's
What's
like
the next
that,
one?
but you see like the. It's like what's wrong with people? And like Sky was commenting the other day in her own place and wherever she lives in the shops, 80% still walking around with that stuff in the shops.
It's probably because I don't think that
That's
like
what I was
beast
focusing
system.
on. But I do agree with the comment the man just made. So
Yeah,
the two go together.
I think that the system that's in place is not the system. I don't think these people who are in power right now have anything to do with the power that's coming. I don't think they're establishing any new world order. I don't think they're the ones who are doing anything. So I think, yeah, they're reacting to things, but I don't think they have anything to do with it. We're not going to even see that. We have nothing to do with that. They don't know what's going to happen. I think all these people who are in power, they have no idea what's coming, and they don't even have a real good set plan. They have a goal in mind, and they're just reacting, and they're pretending that their reactions were all planned and staged and like they have control when they don't.
So
But there's
they
something
lost.
coming.
Yeah, that's probably they lost control.
There's something coming that they can never stop because it's like they're in a game and there's a main quest that no one can get around completing, and it's coming and you can't stop it, and it has to happen. And they can't stop it. They don't know exactly when it's going to happen. They know it's close. They don't know when. They have all these contingencies planned to explain things. They're like, oh, we have a contingency for if this happens, or if this happens, or if this happens. They have contingencies to explain things happening in the sky. Why? Because they don't know what's going to happen. Contingencies. They have contingencies for things, for like signs in the heavens. So, you know?
Story.
Yeah, they even got a
What's gonna
contingency about a zombie apocalypse. What?
They have a contingency for that too, don't they? They got a contingency for everything because they don't know. They literally have no idea what's going to happen.
But the thing is their contingency plans only
Some
are
of them,
true until the event happens, and then the contingency is out the window, and it has to adapt to what's going on.
Well, that's what I mean. So
they can
whenever
never
I
prepare
say,
for it. That's the thing.
whenever I say you can't change anything, ultimately you can't because it's all going in one direction and it's on rails. It's almost like we're all on a train and the elites are on the same train, but they're pretending that they have control of the train when they don't. Nobody does.
Yeah, they're just in the caboose, so they'll be the last ones to be derailed, right?
Oh, they're in the front of the train.
Yeah, they're not the last ones.
They're in the engine room. They're trying to break into the engine room. They have no idea where it's going. They have no idea what's going on. But they're telling everyone in the passenger cars, we're running the train. We know what's going on.
Everything's under control. Listen to us.
You should read what happens to the rulers and the kings in Enoch, right? They come like panicking, like, "Oh, please forgive us, have mercy on us." It's like, my friend, destruction.
Yep.
Isn't it almost like Snowpiercer, that movie? Isn't that really kind of
Snowpiercer
similar?
is kind of like that.
Yeah. Class
Oh, that's
struggle.
such a bad movie.
That movie's a great B camp movie if you just like bad movies.
Yeah,
That's what I
I
mean.
love bad movies.
Yeah.
I don't like Hollywood magic.
I just watched Paradise Hills. That was really weird. Someone mentioned it in here.
Cabin in the Woods.
Black Widow was good. Oh, Cabin in the Woods.
Well, look, we're digressing. That's just what I think. Is the elite really have no control? They're stuck in the same rails that we are.
I think Bill Gates has a contingency plan.
Oh, of course they all.
When their shit starts breaking down, like it's been breaking down, they start panicking, and then they start targeting individuals that are disseminating truth, right? So when it comes time to where everybody knows that the world is not a globe, and we want answers on why you lied to us, who do you think they're going to go after?
Nobody. They're going to try to flee. They're going to try and flee and hide underground.
They're going to try to scapegoat it. Because that's what they're good at. They're good at
Has anybody noticed
controlling the
that
media.
since
So just pass the buck.
mic
Yeah.
working, so that
Yeah, it's working.
since the breakup of the Bill and Melinda Gates group, that we haven't heard any. That was the start of the downfall of their great plan that did not happen in the time they thought it would. That's why they broke the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is going to be broken up.
Apparently, China hacked Microsoft.
They don't have to they don't have to be responsible for giving out shots in India when they break that up.
That's why they got divorced.
Yeah, exactly. So they can split that up.
Well, they can launder their money too.
Just like they always do.
Yeah,
Because
but
in a
what
divorce,
really
you sell off
set
all-
off Mrs. Gates was when she found all the porn on Bill's computer.
They weren't married for love anyway.
Probably the child, maybe the Lido Island.
I mean,
Lido
that's
Island
like-
visits too.
Those aren't people who were married for love anyway. They were just married for business. So
There was
the whole
a-
reason for their
Linux.
divorce- the whole
There's an
reason for
Easter
their
egg on
divorce
Windows 95.
is so
Right.
that they can sell off their stocks without any penalty. Because in a divorce, you can sell your stocks for no penalty. That's the whole reason.
Because they're trying to get out quick.
That's what I'd do.
And we saw him every day. All of a sudden, he disappeared. What happened?
That's a hilarious meme. Oh man. What a world. What a world.
Hey, that's just made for the cattle to laugh at. You know, I guarantee you, Bill and Hillary are actually close friends. They're birds of a feather, man.
Well, she's the cat. He's the bird. She's a high level witch. He's just a clown.
That might be true, but they're both
possible.
evil. They're both predators.
Yeah.
Melinda Gates is single now. Hit me up.
Oh shoot. I
Wait,
wouldn't
you
want
some kind of sodomite? What's going on?
don't want that, man.
You know that creature's not a woman, right?
No way.
That creature is filthy
I was
rich.
watching the Andy Griffith show the other day,
Okay, I see your agenda.
and there was a piano teacher, I think, or something in there, and I'm looking at this lady. Got a big head and all this stuff. And I'm like, that is a dude on the Andy Griffith show back in the late '60s.
I don't know, man. I've seen some ugly women growing up.
You could tell it was. You'll look at it and go, no, that's a dude. I'm gonna
No,
try
they
to.
ain't be.
I watch it every day. I'm gonna try to screenshot one of them when I see it again.
No, they ain't be, right?
No. I watch it every day. It's not Aunt B. It's the only show I can watch. Well, almost. It used to be, but they push. What was that? Tetanus shots on there. People get tetanus shots running around chasing this guy. You got to have it or you're gonna die.
That's weird. I've never had a tetanus shot. You know how many metal, rusty, nasty things I've been stabbed with in 40 years?
That's
So what's supposed to be in those
Do we
things?
really need to know about your private life, meme? Come on now.
what's in that
No.
shot. Same thing that's in all the other ones.
Yeah, I wish I
Rainbows
would've
and
got-
unicorns.
I wish I wouldn't have ever gotten any of those. Yeah.
They're on
well,
your system
saline
by
and
now.
unicorns.
I was about to say, some of them are just, a lot of them are probably just placebo nothings.
Placebo.
Yeah.
Like literally just salt water, nothing.
Yeah, they just charge you $350 for that salt water.
No, and sometimes just free. It's just a matter of getting you to perform a little tiny ritual to put your trust in the state, and that's it.
That's true.
Trust
That's
the
it. That-
priests of
In
Asclepius.
fact, there's a bunch of articles that I found. Someone posted it on poll. Just a list of articles about people who were accidentally injected with the COVID vaccine, and it was just saline.
Because it's safe. Because it's just saline.
Yeah. Of course, these were retarded NPCs who were like, "Why? That's all you gave me? No, I want the real thing."
Holy shit!
They failed the two-step. They were given a second chance.
Yeah, well, that would be counterproductive, right? It's those kind of people that they need to keep alive.
No. If you're gonna do a reset, it's the sheep you or the not sheep. I'm sorry, cattle that you want to get rid of. Because
Make room for new cattle.
You want your hardy survivors, your religious reproducers, to repopulate everything. Because honestly, if you kill off a third of the population, you're in like a Black Death situation. And what happens is they forget everything that happened because they're too busy surviving.
And
So
all you have left are well, it's almost like if the only ones you have left by design are these ones that refuse to breed and these ones that think they identify as a cactus or something like that.
Yeah.
Then that's extremely counterproductive. That's it. That's the end. Finito. Nothing left. So they have to get rid of the infection. They have to get rid of that parasite.
Yeah, you want a principled moral population that is actually going to work.
Which gets me thinking maybe we are the Great Reset. Maybe we are the New World Order.
Where are they going to find one of those, meme?
I would say probably a bunch of right-wing religious people who don't trust government, who aren't taking a vaccine, who are dumb enough to actually do everything they're told after everyone dies off too, by the very elite that did it. Which is exactly what would happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, just because they wrote it in stone doesn't mean they can ever achieve it.
Yeah.
I feel like an asshole for saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I was just thinking the other day, what would it be like if everyone who got the injectable just died? Would that be a good thing or a bad thing? I think it'd be a good thing and a bad thing, but maybe a little more of a good thing.
Resolution is always a good thing.
Yeah. To me,
Cry your tears, get on with
Hey,
it.
I want to get a team of people together, and we're gonna go down to the Georgia Guidestones and we're gonna crack open that vault that they have, that time capsule. Since it doesn't say it's to be opened at a certain time, it could be opened whenever, right? Most time capsules say do not open until this year. It doesn't even say do not open until this year. It's just a time capsule that was buried.
About time capsules anyway. What are they going to do?
Who put the
Yell at
time
you?
capsule there?
I don't know. They don't even know who really built it. It's just RC Christian or some, yeah, something
Test
like
the
that.
resonance of it and then just set a little mechanical device on it and peace out. It's gone.
Whatever comes after the Delta variant.
I'm sure some people would happily fund you for that. Let's put it that way.
Oh, speaking of, if you map it out to where every month is a new Greek letter, February is Omega, and March was Alpha.
Yeah, whatever comes after the Delta variant, I'm sure you'll find it in that time capsule.
Well, Delta variant was June. Delta was June.
We're getting ramped up for the new shutdown.
Yeah. Second wave.
We would do it before August 2nd, so I don't got to move all my stuff into the office just to move it all back. Actually, we only have to go in 2 days a week if we want to, they said.
So, as an investigator, when you first walk into a crime scene, it's your opportunity to get your first impression of what may or may not have happened.
That cat used its chi.
Someone has been attacked on board, and you're stuck on this boat for hours. So imagine the panic you feel when you're in a situation. But the next to speak is Detective Nicholson. Attention, anyone on Medicare. Did you know millions of
Is somebody watching TV with their mic open?
Right. Who is it? So, yeah, it's Radwin. Radwin, you want me to mute you?
What's wrong with my mic?
We can hear the
I think we
Medicare
can hear your
commercial.
TV, dude.
Ah. Because you guys are listening too intensely to me.
Oh, it's because it's the only thing coming over the airwaves.
Oh wait, he's watching the Andy Griffith Show. Quick, hold the microphone closer.
I will.
You see, here in Mayberry, we have very little crime because over here in Mayberry, we all know that the earth is flat.
I prefer Marion berries to Mayberries.
I don't even carry a gun, and I'm the sheriff.
Member berries.
Got me looking like Gomer Pyle.
And so, are there any ballers, or are we all flatters?
If any of you want, I can send you an MP3 of me going through the 3 points with someone at a park. I think that's pretty funny.
So, a live in person, they have to look at you in the eyes and lie to you?
No,
Yeah, that
she was
sounds like
honest.
fun. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, it's kind of hard to lie when you got to look at somebody in the eye. It's easier to do over the internet, you know. Yeah, I'm down. Anybody object to it?
I don't have the permission for that groovy bot thing, though. I was wondering if someone could play it.
I remember the member berries.
What?
Somebody mentioned member berries earlier.
Member?
Do you remember?
I remember.
How do I become a member of the Member Berries?
Remember? You got to sign up, remember? Oh, yeah, I remember.
Do I have to make juice?
So you do
first?
want to get muted?
Member berries was on last night.
Is that what we're calling the president now?
Flashbang?
How can he remember?
Kind of sad that they turned the White House into a senior living facility, huh?
Yeah, all that staff just for one senior citizen.
Yeah, and they had to put up those big
So-
walls so he didn't wander off campus.
It's a natural progression from a whorehouse, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess. Or retirement house.
They never retire, they just get cheaper and cheaper.
I wouldn't know.
I know this is a long shot, but have any Globers come in here with evidence of curvature?
You're making me laugh. Holy crap! And it's not picking it up. That's great.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they can speculate all they want about this mystical, magical Jedi force called gravity, right? But they can't actually give a measurement of the curvature that they claim is there. Well, how would you do it? Well, it's quite simple. You use what's called a scale. You can do it optically with an overlay, or you can actually sit there and try to shoot a laser beam transit out there to see if there's any bendy water. And there ain't no bendy water.
So does anyone here know how to use the Groovy bot?
I do, but I'm not permissioned to do it. Drace can. And so can D to the V. Ryan, did you get with D to the V or Drace about playing that MP3? I think it has to be uploaded to YouTube for it to work on Groovy.
Are you sure about that? YouTube? I thought you guys used to just play MP3s.
Not on the Groovy, I don't think.
No, that would be a different bot. Groovy, I think, works off YouTube.
Yeah, or
You
SoundCloud.
can play stuff off of Twitter.
Probably.
Okay, one of the things I wanted to play is on YouTube, and the other one's on Twitter because it got deleted on YouTube.
That's
I'll try to send them
ironic.
the links.
Got deleted off YouTube, but Twitter allows it.
No, they were two different things. One was the thing that's on YouTube was me interviewing someone going through the 3 points, and then after I go through the 3 points with her, I ask her, so if I were to say the Earth is flat and stationary, you can't have gas pressure without a container. Do you agree with me? She was like, I don't know. Eventually, she said, I'm confused. Like, I need a moment to think about this sort of thing. It was pretty funny. And then the other thing was me walking around at a park with, it was a nude bike ride event at a park, so people walking around without clothes on and their bicycles. And I was just, asking a couple women if I could write something on their chest. They're like, okay. I write flat Earth on one of them, and I write expose the flat Earth on the other one. And they're just like cracking up.
No, that's hilarious. I wish I could have seen that, man.
Yeah, I thought it was particularly funny when YouTube, was on there for maybe an hour and a half or something until it got deleted. But I just thought it was really funny, the idea of them, because they're always censoring flat Earth and always trying to make flat Earth videos go to the bottom. And so I'm like, oh, all right, fine. You want to censor it? Yeah, censor this.
So is it safe to say
Yet they
you
have. Yet YouTube has pelvic exam videos. Can you sense the hypocrisy there?
They have what? I missed that.
Yeah, just search YouTube for vajayjay exam.
Oh yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. That's amazing. But yeah, you can't talk about Earth though.
Right.
You can't talk about how water is level, Earth is a level, stationary plane of existence. You can't talk about that. But anything else is okay. I mean, literally almost anything else.
So that's how you know they're lying, because they say this is due to disinformation. No, you guys are pushing a bunch of disinformation with whole, Russia collusion, meddling in with our elections. That's all conspiracy. That's all conjecture. That's all speculation. That's all false news. So why is that false news narrative still allowed up there?
That's
Yet the
all.
ones that are telling you the truth are removed. If it was the truth, you wouldn't need to.
Exactly. So,
Or if it was false, they wouldn't.
I wonder if those people are aware that they could possibly be held accountable for their actions. Did they forget that
Yeah,
part?
that's violation of my freedom of speech,
Did they
which
forget?
in
Yeah.
California, Corona, which is where all Silicon Valley things are located, even Google are subject, and YouTube especially, are subject to the laws and bylaws of Corona, California.
The liability. They don't have impunity.
Yep. They don't fall under Section 30. What is it? 301 or 302 or whatever it is. 230. They make money off of it by using ads.
Okay, I appreciate this. So, do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth to find the radius value of 3,959 miles and the method of how they did that? No. All right. Do you believe that you live on a sphere? No. But you're willing to admit it's just a belief. You don't really, know it to be true.
I guess so. I haven't measured myself.
All right, fair answer. Do you know of any method of how anyone has ever proven that the Earth is rotating and that the sun is relatively stationary, and that's why we have day and night?
I feel like I should know. Yeah.
It's all right. But you still believe that the Earth is rotating, and that's why we have day and night, right? Yeah. All right. Cool. Do you know of how anyone has ever shown that gas pressure can exist without a container due to gravity?
I feel like I should definitely know this because I just took biochem, but no.
Because they say that the vacuum of space exists next to a pressurized system here on Earth, but it's according to the second law of thermodynamics, such a thing can't exist. And so I was just wondering, but you don't know how anyone has ever proven that to exist. That's all right. But you believe that it exists. It exists, right? You believe it still?
Yes.
All right, unfair answer. Yeah. All right.
Like if I'm supposed to, yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, cool. Thank you very much, and thanks for participating. All right. So, if I were to tell you that the Earth is flat and stationary, and you can't have gas pressure without a container, would you agree with me? No?
I don't. Now I just feel like an idiot. I'm like, I don't know what I say. Yeah. No, I don't think so.
It's all right. But you know, you still believe that you live on a globe and that it's rotating and that we're next to the vacuum of space. So I'm sorry. Do you think the Earth is flat and stationary, and the vacuum of space is fake?
No. I'm confused now.
You're confused now?
No, I'm confused.
You know, I don't blame you. I really don't blame you for being confused now. Because you know what? You and I were lied to. Yeah. Thanks again for participating. Here, play the next one I sent you.
You like butterflies. The difference butterflies.
I think, Orion, if you added a little bit more to that before you let them realize that flat Earth, non-rotating, like if you ask them how they perceive it for themselves and stuff, and get them to realize that that's the fundamental starting axiom, and so that the burden of proof lies on the globe, I think she might be less confused.
Yeah, it's a good point. I should ask them, along with those questions, what do they observe? Do they observe it to be flat? Do they observe it to be stationary? Do they observe the sun moving over your head?
Yeah. But other than that, it's really good job.
Yeah, thanks. Wait, do the Twitter links work with the Groovy bot?
No, I didn't play the Twitter link.
Was it the same link you sent me?
Who's me? Well, dang, there's got to be some way we can play those other ones, though. I mean, they're pretty damn funny.
You can
So
always.
if I upload a,
Yeah, I was gonna say you can always throw them up on your YouTube unlisted and take the link you get from there and play it.
oh, okay, thanks. That's what I was just about to ask. I think I'll do that right now.
The earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The earth is flat.
The earth is flat.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, shit. The earth is flat!
The earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The earth is flat.
The earth is flat.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, shit. The earth is flat!
It's one of my favorite sound bites.
Who was that that has something? You have an MP3? Sometimes I played it through my speaker. Through the to the Discord through my microphone. I could probably do that. Was that Orion? Oh. I guess he took off.
Yep.
Yup.
Yep. Vengo. Closed captioning sponsored in part by.
What's up, guys?
Damn it, Bobby.
What's up, Will? Brax, how you doing?
I can hardly hear whoever's talking.
We're Sunny. Can you hear me?
Oops, sorry. I had my mic away from my mouth further.
How you guys doing today?
Pretty good.
Doing good today.
Irie, man.
Anything new on about anything?
Actually, we're just having some really good conversations amongst ourselves, which is pretty cool.
Well, my bad.
There's various things.
Wants to go to another room?
We had someone spiral about about the mud flood and melted buildings. Literally spiraled about it, though. I can understand looking into it. I've looked into it myself, but I can't see being so attached that I get triggered by someone doubting
Could we
it.
get
You know?
Yeah.
quick recap on that?
Really, Matt? No, you could rewind the live stream and listen to it. I don't really care to recap it.
Yeah, it was silly.
I think
Plus, yeah.
when I saw that, you're talking about the that one documentary about what happened like 200 years ago, 100 years ago, something like that.
No, there's a whole bunch of different videos on YouTube and other platforms about it. So you just have to look up, you would just have to look it up for yourself as far as Tartaria and the mud floods and melted buildings. Whatever it gets, there's a lot of stuff. So a lot of it is speculation. That's okay, but nobody has to get emotionally attached to these various rabbit holes. Like if you do get attached to one of these rabbit holes and you're just emotionally bonded to it somehow, you need to really check yourself, because if you're getting triggered when somebody doubts it, then there seems to be a problem, like if
It's like that dude the other day that was trying to shove flat earth down people's throats. It's just, you don't do that.
Yeah, there's some people that go all out, huh? It's crazy. Yeah,
There's some interesting stuff about Tartaria though, like in old maps and stuff. We were never taught about it. I never heard about it. But then you go and you look at old maps, and they were all over the freaking plain. They were everywhere.
yeah. There's some things that are kind of fascinating, or a lot to a lot is left to the imagination.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that, but I don't think I would ever. Well, I mean, probably. I don't know. I can never say never, right? But it's for me to get emotionally, triggered for someone denying it or something. It's like, nah.
No, thank you.
Yeah. For
To each their own.
yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, I was kind of being a troll, but not literally, but I like seeing Attack on Titan, you know. So I go over to channels that have Attack on Titan, whether it's Japanese or English dubbed, and I just write, oh, this is a cool flat Earth story, and the comments that I get, freaking hilarious. People are just triggered. Y'all ever seen Attack on Titan? Anyone?
Negative.
Nah. Well, it just
No.
talks about like like a population enclosed. Um, it's like less technology than us nowadays, but um, their world is literally like like walls around them, like everything inside the walls, like they know that's their world. And like outside there's like more land, like there's oceans, there's like 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 our earth. And out like further out there's new land, and there's more people with like more um technology and stuff like that. And well, like that's why I go on there. I'm like, oh, this is a cool flatter story on channels that show that
Is
type
it,
of.
is it a movie? Because I found
No,
one.
there's there,
Okay, this looks like
it's a,
anime. There's an
it's
anime
anime.
series,
Yeah, there's an anime series about it.
but,
There's a
but
there's a movie, but it's not part of
that's not the
manga.
right one. So is it like, so where would you find that? Where did you see it? Like, what kind of format was it in?
What do you mean?
Netflix.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Netflix. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, cause hmm. Okay, I'll have to look it up. I tried to find it on Soap today. I didn't find it.
Yeah, dude, like at first, like just to give you like a breakdown of it, it's like it's not at first it's kind of boring in a way, and it kind of makes you think like what the heck is this? But then like later on, like as you get into it, like oh, like things start to make like most manga anime, like most stories do, like it gets you intrigued, interested when
TV series.
Hey,
it's
that
really good.
that anime you're talking about, is that where they're giants and people are
Exactly,
being eaten
so
by
like
them?
Nephilims, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of hmm.
TV series.
So I go in like these like channels that post this anime, and I'm just like, this is a cool flattered story. And the weird part is that there's like probably like 10 chapters, but it's as if they told them to like cut it, like that's it, like this is the
So,
last season. There's like 4 seasons, and we're like on the last season right now.
so it is anime, right?
Yeah, it's an anime,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I found it. Yeah.
Yeah, and they they as if they told him to cut it because a lot of things were like, I'm guessing, it's just speculation from my side. Like they probably told him like, nah, you gotta finish this shit up. Like this is too much like flat Earth subliminal, you know.
Well, see what it is. They've exposed to the masses the nature of the prison planet that we live on.
Oh shoot, Alex.
It's all these globalists and their global beliefs.
Nah,
I can
man,
tell
but
you, buddy, taxation without representation. We're gonna do this all over again, ain't we? Sorry, my bad.
yeah, it's a good anime though. Y'all should check it out.
Alex Jones is my favorite normie.
Alex, what?
The bone broth salesman, Alex Jones.
Oh.
But I must say that it's a really profound thing to say, to even refer to him as a normie.
Dude's, I don't know. Guy's a nutcase.
No, I think it's the people that say we shouldn't have the right to say that the Earth is flat. Those are nutcases.
just a few days ago, I was listening to Alex Jones on his show, and he specifically started listing off things that people should be allowed to say under the guise of the freedom of speech, and he listed saying the earth is flat. So he will fight to the death for your right to say that the earth is flat, even though he won't say it himself.
I guess, but I mean, yeah.
He's a gatekeeper.
I just hate how he just like
It's
just goes
interesting that he was
crazy.
the one.
I guess I'm just not used to his content.
He was the one that promoted Trump and got him on his show, and then Trump became president, and then he's like, "Oh, I don't want nothing to do with him." Makes you think, maybe
Have
he
you
is
been
part of
listening to
the
him
controlled
lately?
opposition.
That
No,
sounds like a misrepresentation.
I haven't.
I'm not
No,
even defending the guy. I'm just
not.
saying that
I'm
you're
not even a
misrepresenting
fan
him.
of him.
No, I'm not sure about any of that.
Well,
I
anyway,
know
it's
that.
all subjective.
I know that he said the true name of the creator. He didn't say
Yeah, but I'm talking about
Jehovah.
something a
He
little
said
more important
Yahuwah.
than that. I know, but you got to admit though, it's important. Like if he were to say that he doesn't think we have the right to say that the Earth is flat, then we would logically consider him an enemy. And he didn't say that. He said the opposite of that. He said he will defend our right to say that the Earth is flat. I think that's an important thing.
Yeah, but what if that's just a Machiavellian tactic? Not saying that he supports it, not admitting that it is, but says, I believe you have the right to say that the earth is flat. It's like a Machiavellian tactic.
Well, can you further explain that instead of just saying that?
Iron Manning, a whole opposition, because he's had Eddie Bravo on, and Eddie Bravo's talked about the flat earth before, debated him about it. And I'm pretty sure
Yeah, I know.
he's
I watched
on that level, but he will not admit it.
Yeah, I know. I just said that myself. Like, I just said that myself. But I'm not talking about whether or not Alex thinks the Earth is flat or not. I'm not even talking about whether or not he says the Earth is flat or not. What I'm talking about is just whether or not he would defend your right to say it.
How is he going to do that?
It's not a how is he going to do that. Are you guys listening to what I'm saying? What I'm saying is he would defend your right to say that, and a lot of other shit he probably would disagree with. Do you see the importance in that?
Same reason I'd defend your right to say anything, whether I agreed with it or not.
Yeah. So we understand each other. It's just that freedom of speech is important, even when you have your feelings hurt by somebody else or something. It's important to make sure they have the right to say that.
Yeah. Orion's right.
If it makes you feel any better, I know that at least more than one of his staff members is a flat earther. Yeah, freedom of speech, it's not there to, protect the pretty speech. It's there to protect ugly speech and controversial speech. Flat Earth falls into the category of controversial speech. I guess the only question is, will there be any point in time in the future where it will be illegal to say the Earth is flat?
If it does, I don't think I want to live.
Well, but more
That would
so
be
than
so
that, if it
stupid,
were
bro.
to be that way, or if you had a feeling it would be that way, or if somehow, some way you
I'll
were
be
pretty
like,
damn sure it
excuse me.
would end up being that way, you would want to utilize this point in time, this period of time, to utilize your freedom to tell other people the earth is flat. So when that day comes, you don't have to worry about the law biting you in the ass, right?
What? I mean, isn't it going to bite you in the ass even though you say it is before it becomes illegal? I mean,
Only socially.
what do you mean? Like, I mean, if someone would to like say, "Oh, the Earth is flat," when it's illegal to say that, people are just gonna be like, "Oh, call the cops on this guy." And
Why not? They did
Who
it
knows?
in Germany.
that's what I'm saying. I don't think I would want to live. I'd be like, okay, yeah, the Earth is flat. Fucking execute me already, like, because that's so stupid. That'd be like, oh my god, are you serious? Like, I can't like express myself like at all. Like,
Gestapo.
you feel me? So I don't
But
know.
would you really kill yourself?
No, I wouldn't kill myself. I'd be like, hey, the Earth is
I'd
flat.
do what I I'd
They
do
are
what I
gonna
damn
kill
well
me, maybe.
please.
Exactly. Oh well, I guess if you're suicidal and want to kill yourself,
Well,
I mean,
the point I'm trying to make, guys, let me just clarify. The
Well, I'm
point I'm
just
trying to
saying
make
I'd do
is
what I
that
damn well please.
You want to utilize the time when you have the freedom of speech, to use your freedom of speech to inform others about the truth before you have your freedom of speech taken away from you.
and
That's the
when
point I'm trying to
you're
make.
and when your freedom is taken away from you, it doesn't matter whether you said it before the law named it or deemed it illegal. It's gonna bite you in the ass.
No, that's my point. No, hold on. That's exactly my point, is that what you just said is not true, because more people, potentially enough people, would know that that law wouldn't be put in place in the first place, or it would be overturned very quickly. If you're surrounded by a whole shit ton of people that think they live on a globe, and they're gullible enough to think that it's a good idea to make it illegal to say the earth is flat, then you're not going to be so prosperous. You're not going to overturn a silly law like that, unconstitutional law like that, if you just didn't bother to tell very many people before that point in time. But yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. I understand now.
Unless I've harmed someone or their property and you come to my door and try and take me anywhere, you better be ready for a fight, man, because you're
Go
probably
out
not gonna walk.
blasting.
You're probably not gonna walk away.
Go out blasting.
As long as you don't hurt anyone or their stuff, man, that's what it should come down to.
Yeah. Yeah, right. I mean, that's I guess obvious, right? Like, if you don't mess with anyone, no one's gonna mess with you, you know? But there's just some people that think that they can.
Go ahead.
Nah, I was just gonna say, there's just some people out there that think that they can just, roam around and be the authority or do bad things to people, and so they get
Yeah.
shot.
I'm digging these First Amendment auditors, man. I'll tell you what.
The what?
The First Amendment auditors.
Ah.
You been watching it all?
No, I haven't.
Check them out. It's so interesting. Basically, civilians that just go out and call the cops out on their shit and see what happens. You gonna arrest me for calling you out on a lawful thing, or are you gonna be a dick and make up something and arrest me? It's interesting stuff. Check it out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, one of our friends on here is on High Impact Flicks. So if you just YouTube that, that's one of the auditors. Yeah, he covered Witsit when he was out. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
When he had
Brian
hands laid on him, right?
Brian knows his shit. Smart
I
dude.
don't know if I would consider Brian an auditor though. Like,
Oh no, not at all. He promotes auditors and stuff, but matter of fact, I think he's my neighbor. Now that I think about it. Well, at least he's in Oklahoma.
Who?
Brian from High Impact Flick.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, I'm not cool enough to know their names.
I'm sorry, I'll try not to use names in the future.
I was like, who?
The dude with the long hair that talks about
Yeah, I know
First
who he is.
Amendment. Oh, okay.
I just didn't know his name.
I was just teasing, man.
I was just joshing. So how about it? The summer's almost over, huh?
Yeah.
Ready for round 2?
Oh, I'm ready. You know, I got lines drawn. I got fucking things set up to where I know if anybody's snooping around the house, because last year I had a lot of that happening.
Yep, same here. Got my water catch system. Got my chickens. Got my
Well, it's hard
food
to have
planted.
It's hard to have a water catchment out here, though.
Yeah, they're illegal pretty much everywhere.
Well, no, I mean, there's not much water to catch in them. It
Well,
just
yeah, that
rained like the other day, and that'll be like it rained like the total amount that we get each year. So I think that's the rain that we're gonna get this year. I mean, it rained a good 6 inches. Usually we only get like 3 inches. And that was just
Where
one
y'all
storm.
located?
you in Arizona?
Yeah. You ever heard of a place called Lake Havasu City, Arizona?
Of course. I've spent many a summer there.
I'm an hour south. Parker.
I'm from Orange County originally.
Then you've driven through my town to get there.
Yeah,
Unless you came in through on the 40. Through Needles.
Yeah, that was like my home away from home was Havasu.
Yeah. It's a beaching place, man. So you've seen the London Bridge, huh?
Yeah, the numbers on them and everything. It's
Yeah.
crazy that they were able to do that, huh?
Yeah, dude, the In and Out. That's where you seen that movie Cannonball Run, where
Yeah.
they're going everywhere and they have to end up to get Old Man McCulloch's fortune, right? It's like a big bounty hunt that takes them all over the place.
Yeah, with Burt Reynolds, right?
Yeah. Well, the end place is Lake Havasu, right? Where the In and Out parking lot is. The two palm trees that form the X is still there.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people are like, is that the real London Bridge? It's like, London Bridge is falling down. Pins and needles can't hold it up, so we'll send it to some guy in Arizona.
I should have sent it to Ed Leeds Skolnin.
So I guess you could call McCulloch a sucker because somebody sold him a bridge.
Yeah, who knows what Ed Leeds Skolnin would have come up with all that rock.
You know, maybe it's true what they say. They say coffee puts hair on your chest, right?
I've heard it.
Maybe I need to stop drinking it.
I always tell my son that the crust on bread puts hair on your chest. He won't eat it.
Oh, come on, eat spinach. Don't you want to be like Popeye? Olive
Dude,
oil's ugly as hell. Hell no.
I was a big Popeye fan when I was a kid. I wanted to be just like him. Give me my
And then
spinach.
what does Pluto see in olive oil? I mean, she's ugly as sin.
Yeah, that was a pretty weird cartoon, man. I think for it's been a while since I've looked into it or anything, but when you think back about it, it seemed like there was some hidden things in there.
Yeah. Well, there was two different bad guys, right? You had Bluto, and then you had the other one. I can't remember his name, but the other one was another ship captain, right?
Yeah.
Because Popeye was a deckhand, so it started off that, and that was like Popeye versus the Japanese army or some stuff like that during World War II. That's now banned. You can find it on YouTube. It's kind of funny. Things that are banned are now available on YouTube. You can tell that YouTube is a dystopic communist platform.
Yeah, it's insane the things that are going on, the hypocrisy everywhere you turn.
Mm-hmm. Everybody can sue Facebook if you got banned and your things have been deemed false information if you said anything about a certain thing originating in a research lab instead of the wet market, because turns out that's exactly what happened. And Facebook's trembling.
Free speech is free speech is free speech. Shall not be infringed on means shall not be infringed on as well. What the
Just
fuck?
like our
You should be
Second
able to
Amendment.
say whatever the hell you want.
Just like our Second Amendment, if we've done our time, we get our arms back. We're free men, right? You even said you're free to rejoin society. If I'm free to rejoin society, then that means I can vote, I can run for Congress, and I get my guns back. Otherwise, I'm a secondary citizen and not free. Right?
Or yeah. I'd take the latter.
Shall not be infringed upon unless you are incarcerated. And a slave is one who is incarcerated but is also free at the same time. But
or if it's a big,
you know,
or,
it's
or if it's a big black scary gun. If it's a big black scary gun, then you can't have it.
so no problem. Just paint it and disguise it as a unicorn.
They use words. They use words like that. You know, they equate assault rifles with the big black scary guns, and they call them automatic weapons or assault.
Well, see, we already
weapons.
know. I mean,
well, think about it. Think about it. They go every gun in the world is an assault weapon. So
if anybody's been paying attention since 2016, you will realize that the Democratic Party is the home ground of the Ku Klux Klan, the originators of the political party who wore pointy hats to harass Republicans, which the first Republican senators were black, by the way. So, or the first black Republican, or the first black senators were Republican. So, if you think about it, they were going after the friends of these Republicans in 1866. So if you do the actual math, you will find out that the Democratic Party does not have any records of their history until the 1900s when they enacted the Jim Crow laws.
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy. If I didn't think that both sides did that, like if I didn't think that both sides were corrupt and it was like, you know, this false duopoly, then I would definitely like, because I see that, like, you know, coming from the left, coming from this, you know, this new uprising on the Democratic left, where you have the AOCs and everything. Like the crazy thing about it all is they're the ones that manipulate a message the best. Like they try their damnedest to create narratives that aren't true. So I could definitely see them doing exactly that, you know, villainizing a couple of people who are Republican and like, you know, making up some shit about them. Like they did the Russians, like they do everybody.
Yeah. In fact, I did a stream a while back talking about that very issue and then giving citation and reference to racist Democrats.
Now, just the fact that the Democrats that want to do these gun grabs, they sit there and they say, you know, oh, the big black guns, right? That's racist. Because it's what? Just because it's black, it's scary. I mean, why do they fear the black man so much? Is it because they're afraid of everybody finding out what they did and the part they played in history? I don't know. I mean, kind of makes me angry in a way that so many are just going to blindly follow with what authority says instead of get to the root of the problem. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'll post the video that I did on it. It's
Which
called
is worse, the racism or the lie about racism?
Exactly. I think it's the lie about racism because the lie about racism is racism in itself, disguised. The so-called
Yeah, but I mean,
anti-racist, that's still racism, right?
yeah.
Or reverse racism. Yeah.
I guess I'm looking at it in the way of like, like take heliocentrism, right? Like people they'll never question that it's a globe in space. They'll question whether or not they actually put like rockets that could propel themselves in space. Like they'll be in the narrative already. So they're in the narrative talking about racism and how this particular group is racist, maybe because they were born in a particular time. So maybe they're not, overtly racist, but maybe it's a systemic thing. You know what I mean? And it's really just not addressing the people who have been manipulating the board all this time. Like that's what it really is. The propaganda itself, the ones that make people think about racism. And that's for a lot of people that look like me, that's a hard line of thinking. But I mean, if you're a truth teller, there's literally a black dude out there who said he was best friends with the leader of the KKK. And what that tells me is, okay, well, there were some labels and some people got beyond those.
Yep.
Like that's what it sounds like to me. It's like, oh, these were labels. We're supposed to be this, but we're not. All right, I'll see you at the barbecue, buddy. You know what I mean? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's
In fact, LBJ, right? Lyndon B. Johnson, right? President Johnson. Did you know what he said? He said, if we're going to give the black man the vote, I'm gonna have them N-words voting Democrat for the next 200 years. His exact quote that came out of his lips. Not to mention, he also screened Founding of a Nation or something like that, which was the first KKK film, overtly racism. He was also a Democrat. And then even Byrd, he was up for re-election, I think, in 2006, and he went on national TV and he dropped the N-bomb about 2 or 3 times. Got re-elected. And then a constituent of his in the next state over got reelected after a big thing came out about him having pictures in the yearbook of Yale acting blackface, and said, "Oh, I never did that because I remember doing blackface a different time. That's just when I dressed up like Michael Jackson for Halloween." Right? So he just admitted that, he did do blackface, and he said something about don't want to put shoe polish on my face because that stuff's hard to get off. I wonder how he knew that stuff was hard to get off his face in the first place. Probably because he's done it a couple times, right? The blackface acting, the blackface comedy thing started with Jim Crow laws.
Well, if you're dressed as Michael Jackson, you're also in blackface, right?
Yeah. So come on, guys. It's It's not hard to see the truth here that some people cannot get over their roots. Like my generation that I was raised in, I was born in 81. My generation, since about the 4th grade all the way up to like the 6th grade, every year we would do during the month of February, we would all recite in the class Martin Luther King Jr.'s "I Have a Dream" speech.
Dude, I pity the future, man. The kids nowadays.
I know they want to push this critical race theory, which is more indoctrination into false paradigms, just like the whole school system is. And the problem is, if you cannot see it already, school is the problem.
Yep.
That's why my kids are. That's why my kids are
crazy?
taught at home.
Yeah. I mean,
You know,
they
it's
teach
crazy.
about
It's
the
funny
globe.
that you say that. It's funny that you say that about the globe because I was about to tie it in because I was like, me blaming poor white folk or white folk that are ignorant in general for the pain that the pain that I learned about because I didn't experience it, right?
Oh,
Like
okay, yeah.
I learn about a pain and then I project that onto these white folk. Now, black people, if you're out there, hear me out. It's just like if I was upset, truly upset, about the globe earthers that come here every day because they carry on the messages and the seeds of the indoctrination from the CIA TV, right? So it'd be like literally being upset at them and not upset at the people who program the television. Well, this is who was watching blackface? Not us. So apparently it was televised to a particular audience. And so they're propagandized just like everybody else. So it's funny that black people be mad at white people for blackface, never thinking about why they do it.
Eli, what's
Why
your
it's
take on the?
popular at all. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh no, I was gonna say, what's your take on the boule?
The betrayers of history.
I can't stand them. As a matter of fact, all of the black leaders on TV are the boule. All of them.
Yep.
They're not even
Yeah.
African American. They're not even 3-4 generations deep in this country. They're just black from somewhere else. Talking about the struggles that my mom and grandmoms and them came up under these oppressive laws.
How about Dane Calloway? What do you think about him?
I don't know who that is. Who is that?
No? Check him out.
All right.
He's one of those guys that talks about black people being the indigenous people of the United States of America.
You know who else did that? He got fired from Fox News for saying it. Glenn Beck.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Glenn Beck. Well, it's kind of easy to see because he's from or he's a Mormon, right? So the Mormons believe that the indigenous people of America were enslaved and are the black people, and they're the lost tribes of Israel. Because you have old writings, carvings on walls that go back before Columbus ever came here. And how can you discover something if there are people already living here? Which means you didn't discover it, you just raped and laid claim to it. Right? So it's one of those interesting theories to where there were 3 Indias, right? And the 3 Indias were also known as the 3 Ethiopias. Right? You had the Western Ethiopians, which were the Caribos, the Caribbeans. and they basically were doing trade back and forth even during the time of Solomon. So some theorize that this area of Central America, possibly even South America, is where Queen Sheba came from. And like the land of Ophir was the Philippines, where her brother was in charge. But then again, that's just a speculative theory that has support in the pages of scripture. So
Truth truly is stranger than fiction, my friend.
yeah. And even if you think about it, we call them Navajo here in the States, but they themselves call themselves the Dane, right? And that sounds an awful lot like Dan, right? But in their tongue, in the Navajo tongue, that means or in the Dene, it means the people, right? But they're the only ones called the people. Everybody else, the people of the blue water, the people of the caves, the people of the plains, you know. But the Dene are the only ones called the people by themselves, like, you know. So it's just like you have Ahamakev, which is the people of the blue water in the Mojave tongue, meaning Mojave people. But yet they call the Dene friend, right? But they call the Hopi enemy or Anasazi. Anasazi. It's ancient enemy. So those Pueblos, Indians, the ones down there in Choco Canyon, that great civilization that they all disappeared from, and nobody could find a trace of them. Those were the Hopi people. If you map out all of those settlements and all of the known Hopi settlements, it mimics the Orion constellation, spread out throughout the abysmal plain of the Colorado Plateau. And it's kind of funny that there's an Isis temple in the Grand Canyon. Anybody else come across Isis temple in the Grand Canyon?
That's the first time I've
Yeah.
heard of it.
Google it. Google Grand Canyon's Isis temple.
I heard recently, I can't remember where, that a majority of the Grand Canyon is like off limits or something. Have you heard anything about
Oh
that?
yeah. Oh yeah. There's a lot of
I'd get
uranium
my
under
left to go exploring that.
that. Yeah, good luck. You'll get lost. You need to explore it by air. Even the Indians aren't allowed to go in certain spots.
Actually, pull up a map of the Grand Canyon and see. There's all kinds of stuff. There's Cheops. There's a whole bunch of Egyptian names.
Yeah, Isis Temple.
Mm-hmm.
All the rocky outcrops are named after
You have
Egyptian.
Cheops Temple. You had a not Hathor. There's another temple that they named Horus Temple or
Isis.
something like that.
Isis.
There's like 3 different temples on that plain where the Isis temple is.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's kind of interesting. And then the Arizona Gazette had a news article. Some people say it was just satirical to get people to read the article and buy papers, like publicity type thing. But supposedly there was an explorer that explored the Grand Canyon around the area of the Hopi monuments.
G.E. Kincaid.
Yes, and he found like Hindu style or Tibetan style statues of like Buddha, 3 different styles of mummies, One's Tibetan style of mummy with Tibetan dress, another one's Egyptian style and sarcophagus, and another one's in the fetal position like the Andes mummies. And they were all positioned in this catacombs around surrounding this ancient stone monument, right? And then it was taken down. And then you still, and the thing is you cannot explore that area. It's off limits.
Yeah, other
You
than
cannot
the
fly a drone there.
other than the trails that they take you with the burrows down, they don't
Yeah.
take you anywhere that's significant.
When Google Earth first came out, I was searching something. Now I can't find it anywhere on any map or any reference of it. I was searching around Alaska, like in the Yukon area, and I found this huge pyramid structure. It was like a mile wide by a mile deep, right? So 1 mile by 1 mile. And it's just sitting out there in the middle of nowhere, no trails getting to it, but you could see like photos of it from these spy planes that go over and they say they're satellites. But to me, that seems like the Mountain Meru that's at the north. Because it wasn't like when you zoomed in on it, yeah, it was geometric, but it looked more natural than it did artificial, right? It looked like it was a grown crystal of some kind because it was in a matrix with other crystals growing off of it in different shapes, but the center one was in the shape of a pyramid. It was a huge structure. And there was no vegetation growing over it, but everywhere else there was huge forests. Can't find it now.
Hello? Is anybody there?
Yeah, what's up, Jordan?
What's up?
I've seen this thing, but I couldn't confirm it. Couldn't find anything about it. But supposedly there are real photos of the sun. The first person that discovered how to photograph people, he like named it completely after himself. Some French guy, right? And he started out by taking a picture of the sun during an eclipse to get a picture of the flames coming off of it or whatever, the corona. And they were known as sun photos or sun pictures, right? Sun photos or something like that. But it's like the only thing that he knows is like he was able to like get a picture of some anomaly that was in the sky at the same time when he was developing his stuff, and there was photographic evidence of the firmament, but all of his works have disappeared. You can't find them on the internet. So of course they're going to hide the firmament, even though when you look at Project Dominic, when they launched that nuke straight up, it looked like the thing splashed down into the ocean.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about that. I don't know why they'd be removing his work. That's fucked up.
Well, this was in like the 1860s.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm gonna post this video. To me, it looks like it's splashing down into the ocean, and it's supposed to be an atomic bomb going off in space, right? To me, that
Right.
looks like something splashing down into the ocean, just that thumbnail alone, right? And it's kind of funny that they named it Operation Fishbowl. And that shot was called Dominic. Dominic means of the Lord. So it's like they're testing the fishbowl of the Lord. The firmament.
Gotcha.
Do you know Dominic was not one shot? That was 31 shots.
Yeah.
And at least that many from Russia as well. They what did they do? They ceased the testing ban, right? And allowed, right in the middle of the Cold War, allowed Russia and the US at the same time to shoot bombs up into the sky.
Because they knew it was more vital to the next stage of their operations.
Mm-hmm. Which right after that, was 58 was NASA, 59 the Antarctic Treaty.
Actually, did you know that before NASA was founded, before this Project Fishbowl happened, they supposedly sent probes to Venus?
I don't know about that.
Because if you listen to Kennedy's speech about it, they had already sent them, and they were due to rendezvous there, like, I guess, that spring. And then they choose to do this, that, and the other thing and go to the moon, not because it's easy, but because it's hard, right? So that right there tells you that Kennedy was a part of them, and he spoke out of turn about secret societies. That's why he was executed.
Listen, I'll tell you this because I grew up in that era. I don't recall ever hearing anything like that in my entire life.
You remember the name of that speech where he said, "We choose to do this, that, and the other thing, not because it's..."
Yeah, but no probes to Mars, no, because Sputnik had just went up and everybody was touting that.
Not Mars,
59
Venus.
or whatever.
To
Yeah,
Venus.
not Venus either. I never heard anything like that. And I grew up in that era.
These are all just sound bites. I want the whole speech. It's 21 minutes. I think that's it.
Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. I have to take a step back because there was Mariner. Yes, you're right. Mariner 2. 1962. Yes. They say that's when they did the first flyby. You're correct. That was in 1962, the Mariner missions. And in 1970, the Soviet Venera 7 lander became the first probe to return data from the surface of Venus, supposedly. They're saying they landed on Venus in 1970. And then there was the Pioneer and the Pioneer Venus multi-probe. Sure.
Well,
So where's all
Venus
the
has always been associated with the morning star, right? With the day star.
Yeah.
So that's like the harbinger, the bearer of light, Lucifer, right? So what if
yes,
they're going to a certain location that they know is hell, is the prison?
Yeah, they never went to Venus. They can't fucking get there. That's
Because
insane.
Mars is Greenland. That's why Trump wanted the U.S. to purchase and put in the acquisition for them to purchase the landmass of Greenland.
Yeah, so we pretty much know they can't go beyond the container. So what are they saying? They went out and looked at these lights. Were they close to the firmament or the container? Because they didn't go past the container. We all know this. And it's not
Oh,
that
you're talking about the
far.
sprites?
No, I'm talking about the mariners, saying they have flown by and or landed on Venus. So yeah, it's all bullshit. They never went anywhere. They never went. Well, who knows what they did? They could have gone up to the light as far as they could. They probably sent things up there that got destroyed. Is what I'm thinking. And then they sent other ones up.
How would they fake the whole thing, guys? Well, it's easy. They do a big projection of like a cartoon type thing on a projective silver screen, and then they put them inside of a capsule, and then they have like a camera inside the capsule, so it looks real because of the distortion, right? Even Elon said you can tell it's real by how fake it looks.
Oh my God, it's so stupid. A solar powered. These things are solar powered in 1970 and going to Venus. How far is Venus again? In the freaking vacuum of Narnia?
Kind of makes you wonder about that super deep borehole.
Yeah, what they really found.
When was that? What year was that done?
From the 60s to the, I think, early 90s or something.
So is it possible that they could have dropped a probe with a light down at the bottom of that borehole and said, "Oh, look at that, the probe melted." And then got deeper and then kept launching, like dropping these probes down there, and all those Venus probes are really the super deep borehole probes that kept melting. Because supposedly it's hot enough to melt lead on the surface there.
Well, at the bottom they said it went up to 356 degrees, which was their prediction was only 212 degrees at that depth, and they were wrong. Forgot what else.
Yeah, science is hardly ever right. That's
So
why it's got to be rewritten.
Listen to these names, and I don't think this is all of them, but in the Grand Canyon, Jupiter Temple, Temple Butte, Cape Solitude, hold on, Zuni Point, Solomon Temple, Vishnu Temple, Valhalla Overlook, Zoroaster Temple, Watan's Throne, Yavapai, that's some of the Hopi, Bright Angel Point, Shiva Temple, Osiris Temple.
Yep.
Diana Temple.
And see that Diana, I believe Diana is Lucifer.
No, it's like the Dionysus, right? Dionysus
Yep.
is like a guild.
Well,
They're a secret.
hedonism, hedonists.
Yeah, they
Right?
were like one of the secret, mystery schools.
Yep.
And I heard it somewhere that actually what Hollywood is that's what they are, the Dionysus cult.
Yep.
But I
That's how
could be
you can
wrong about that.
infiltrate them. Is you just say you're from Dionysus, and then you're in. You just give them the handshake. You say you're from Dionysus Temple, and you're in. And you've
And you
infiltrated
get
the
one of
Mason.
those little cards. Yeah, you get one of those little cards that says you're in the Screen Actors Guild.
Yep.
Exactly. But I think we've been lied to on so many different levels. Like you guys were talking about, like you mentioned something that piqued my interest because I was married to a woman who was Creek Indian, right?
Yeah.
And I went to a family reunion. There was like 150 or 200 of these people, and I listened to so many stories. But here's what I believe. I believe that the Americas, when they came here, was thousands, possibly millions of people living here already because they had these maps from very early on with huge towns and cities all over
Don't it?
America.
Don't the natives oftentimes talk about these giants that were in the land, and they had to clear the giants out of the land so they could live there?
Yeah, but that's actually that's true, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when the Spanish arrived here, there were black people living here in America as well
Yeah.
as different colors, all different colors. Red Indians, brown Indians, yellow Indians, you know what I'm saying? Like all different versions of people as well as white people
Yep.
because I believe that the Celts were here, that or the Welsh people rather were here. There's a lot of evidence of that. But what you said about one of the 10 tribes or the missing tribes of, uh, Judea or whatever you want to call it, the Hebrew lost tribes. I believe they came here. Like, why would Cherokee and all these different indigenous peoples be speaking proto or pre-Hebrew, like ancient Hebrew?
Exactly. Well,
And
here's
have the
the other
same
thing too.
words and have the same words Yad Hovah for Yeshua, right? They have the same kind of language. I think I even trust those pronunciations. I think are older than whatever else we got. So Yad Hovah, I think that's probably more accurate, but I don't know, you know. But like, so I think there were black people here, and that one of the part of the psyop was that there were more slaves taken from America back to Europe than were ever brought to America from Africa. I think they just lied. They lied about the
I
whole
don't.
thing. The whole
I
thing
don't
was a
think.
psyop.
I don't think any of them were brought from Africa.
I don't either. I think they all lived here. And if you ask actual Africans what African Americans are, which I think is a misnomer because what I believe the black people that live here in America are Americans.
Yeah,
They're
they're
literally Americans.
natives.
Yeah. They were here
So
before.
see, if you take a seat back in history and you look at the writings of like the chroniclers of the slave trade and the writings and accolades of Amerigo Vespucci and the individual known as Christopher Columbus, after Christopher discovered quote unquote discovered the New World, more like a rediscovery, he decided to go back, and when he went back, he had a lot of slaves. So they stole people and brought them back to Europe, right?
Yeah.
And they decided to start coming over here because it was lucrative as a free for all just to take servants and take them, and it's free labor because they're ignorant of everything. And then eventually they brought them back to America to work. So they could have taken the ones from South America, brought them to North America, and the ones from North America brought them to South America, and the ones from what do you call it? The Caribbean were taken to Spain, Portugal, and England.
Yep, exactly. So they were probably more, and there were slaves taken from America. That's the psyop, you know?
Yeah. And they want to sit there and say, "Oh, well, Tripoli, because the Marine Corps went in, we freed all those slaves that were being enslaved in Tripoli,
Yep.
right?" It's like,
So,
uh,
yep. So
what
here's
about?
here's the reason why I think they did it, because they know that those people had actually the claim to the land. So if they turned them into slaves and then treated them basically like they're lower, less than human, they created this whole thing like a war against a people through psychological warfare and physical violence, right? And made them a slave class. And because if they could make the owners of the land a slave class and convince them that they're a slave class, who's gonna, you know what I mean? Like, how are they gonna make a claim to their own land? Who's
See,
gonna
that's
tell
what
that story? How is that story gonna get out of their history, of their true history? It would never get out. And then after so many centuries of being enslaved, that information would be lost.
In fact, it even says that the Jewish people, the Hebrew tribes, were swarthy, right?
Yeah,
They
I
were
think
the
they were
swarthy
Hebrews.
people.
I
What
think they
does
were
swarthy mean?
dark complected. Hmm.
There you go.
Yep.
It doesn't
So,
mean red man. Doesn't mean Asian looking.
mm-mm. Yeah. So I think there were a couple of different takeovers before any of the Europeans. Uh, I mean, I think there was an ancient um, influx of Europeans into America. I don't think they came from all from Alaska. I think some of them did, but that's dubious at best. I think it's more likely people skirted along the Atlantic, along the water of the ice, you know,
Well,
and found their way to America.
have you discovered the native peoples of Japan?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. What
Yeah,
about
yeah.
that, huh?
Man, what a rabbit hole
What
all
if
of these
what if
things
white
are.
people are the Orientals, and what if the Asians and the blacks are the Occidentals? Hmm.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But I think there were white people that were here in ancient times. Some of them were probably giants, no doubt. It's what it appears to be.
Well, we still got giants today. Look at Shaquille O'Neal. Look at LeBron James.
Yeah.
Look at Larry Bird.
Yeah, but I'm talking on another level.
Well, I mean, these people, if you look at these big ball players, these giant men, ball players, drinking, a 12-ounce bottle of water. What is this one? 16? What the hell is it? Yeah, 16.9 fluid ounces. Rather standard water bottle. It looks like a shampoo bottle that you would get out of a hotel room in
Right,
their hand.
right. To those people, yeah, that's true.
I mean, you seen Cat Williams next to Shaquille O'Neal and being like, "Ah, this guy's this guy
Wow.
shits right in my face." Cat Williams is kind of short.
Yeah, so yeah, it's a really interesting line of inquiry though, because we know here, like, think about just those few things that you and I have mentioned, that's a really deep rabbit hole. Um, there's a lot of misinformation, man, a lot of misinformation. History has been the way that they could, you know, put their disinformation in there. So
Yep.
they had to change that. They couldn't let the owners of the land know they were the owners, because then they would come back up someday and they knew that. So they go, well, we have to do this then. Yeah.
We have to do a great deception. And that's what I mean by the great deception, dispelling the deception. It's not just one simple thing of, the world's flat. It goes much deeper than that.
Yeah.
Everything of history, every bit of it is an agreed upon lie.
Right. And while we can't verify for absolute fact, you know, it cannot be left out of the bookshelves until we can
Right.
verify it. So it's a wide open field because they lied about so much that you can't pinpoint, you can't pin anything down. So yeah, I don't know. Just put the pieces together slowly but surely.
When do we start using last names? And like, if you want to identify yourself, shouldn't you know what tribe you're from?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what the last name's supposed to be.
Hmm. When did we start using last name? What time
I
period?
don't know. That's a good question.
You might want to look into that.
I think it was probably right around the Dark Ages, or I don't know. It could have been a little bit after.
Yeah, about the Dark Ages. I don't think that ever existed. I think the Dark Ages was just a reset. Reset
Yeah,
to a
yeah,
new
yeah.
Reich.
Yeah, I use that term loosely. Yeah, I don't believe anything they say about the Dark Ages, but just that
Just
time
because I've
period.
looked at the Ubuntu Montano map or whatever it is, and on it, they date that thing to 1587. But if you look at it and you read it, it's all in italic, right? It's in Italian. It's not Latin, it's in Italian. In Italy, they don't use numbers for letters like they would with the Roman script, right? They don't use or letters for numbers like the IXVS or IXVXM for the numbers, right? So they would just put out the numbers. They would just print numbers for it, right? And you could tell because it says in años, right? IS, and it's an I, a lowercase I, because there's a dot above it. It's not a 1, and it's an S, not a 5. It is an S, just like the other S's that are in the script. And then it says 87. So IS 87, does that mean Inceptious reset? Or does that mean Isus sacrifice? Does that mean that map was drawn up 87 years after the crucifixion and not 1587? So does that make us in the year 600 and not 2000 or whatever?
Yeah, I don't know. There's more to be investigated there because I've even heard of people saying that the New Madrid earthquakes and all of, or the earthquakes in New Madrid in Missouri, that somebody was saying that that is the time of the crucifixion,
Yeah.
1812.
And see, here's the other thing, right? What river do we know of has 7 branches, right? The Nile is supposed to have 7 branches. There are no 7 branches to the Nile. You have the Blue Nile and the Red Nile, or the Nile and the Blue Nile, right? So they
Mm-hmm.
say between the two of them, there's 7 branches. But there's only one river that has 7 branches, 7 tributaries to it, and
The
that is
Mississippi.
the Mississippi.
Mississippi, yeah, exactly.
And up north in the Mississippi is Memphis, right?
Yeah. Yep. Why is that? That's kind of odd right there.
Yeah. But then you had all those mounds and pyramids here,
Yeah.
Cahokia.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, guys.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Right near where I grew up, right? And so I never learned anything about that.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah,
Why would the
very
Smithsonian hide that?
Smithsonian. Yeah, so I think there was some kind of disaster, or maybe something got forgotten. Maybe there was Atlantis. Who knows? But America somehow possibly, I mean, obviously was inhabited, so it was not an empty continent by any means. But I think something happened that these people were maybe the survivors of these disasters that happened that possibly were what happened in the Bible.
The
And then
inheritors of a great
America, yeah,
civilization that they did not build. And what happened here? It looks like a movie set. You see stacks of cannons But none of these bricks are broken. They're just piled up bricks, almost as if it was staged. And look at this, all this antiquitech. Oh, sorry. That was my impression of John Levy.
John Levy. Yeah, that's partly what I think Lewis and Clark expedition was about, is to go investigate. I think they knew where they were. I think they did know that. I think somebody knew. Those people knew. Probably the Freemasons knew.
I'm somehow descended from Meriwether Lewis, the one that got shot outside a bar, broke and destitute.
Yeah, didn't know. Isn't there one that, didn't one of them commit suicide?
That's what they say happened to Meriwether Lewis, but he was shot outside of a bar. I mean, it was. I guess you could probably turn a revolver around and shoot yourself in the chest like that, but his wallet wasn't on him. No billfold. That's why he died broke, no money, because he was robbed. He goes, "Do you have any idea who I am? I'm a 33rd degree." Ow! And took his stuff. My family's steeped in masonry, and I'm highly against it. I'm crusading against it. My family's disowned me because of it. Sad. They always call me dangerous because I know too much. I know enough to be extremely dangerous. Yeah. What's it? Be prepared for even more spooky sun stuff like that. There's going to be a time when it goes up in the sky and it's going to be red like that all day long, and everybody's going to say, "See, it's all the pollution," and they won't simply say, "Yep, and that's a sign." I mean, there's a reason why they've come out in all the movies talking about space and trying to get the children and all the normies like thinking about it. That's spiritual wickedness because you're thinking about something that doesn't exist, and it's idolatry because you're not giving your time and devotion to the Most High. Instead, you're giving it to this figment of somebody's imagination that they've crafted as a spell into reality for everybody to digest. And they said it is good that everybody digests this deception, right? So people are thinking about aliens, thinking about space, and they keep bringing up these UFOs that the government's releasing information about. But it's all fake. It's all a fake disclosure, like I said. They're not going to admit what the phenomenon is all about. Great deception, guys.
What an interesting story, though. I just looked up Meriwether Lewis, and it's apparently he had some trouble with some opium.
Yep.
And he was acting. So it says he was acting like he had freaking bipolar disorder. According to eyewitnesses, then he says when, of course, they didn't have that word then, but let's see.
Opiate addiction.
It says, yeah, he had an opiate addiction, and he was found apparently, or allegedly found with laudanum on his person. But it says when Lewis's integrity was questioned over billing, as a result of his time as governor of Louisiana, he left St. Louis deeply troubled and attempted suicide on the boat ride south. A few days later, October 9, 1809, at a small inn on Natchez Trace southwest of Nashville, Lewis apparently shot himself in despair. But it says, yeah, that there's speculation whether it was murder or not.
If the revolver was, or if the revolver, if the pistol was in his hand, then possibly. But they didn't have forensics back then. First person to come up on the thing could have probably taken the gun, right?
Yeah, or made up a story. Whoever found it, yeah, whoever made it. It'd be easy to make up a story of something that long
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah.
But apparently he had dementia, erratic behavior, depression, malaria. Yeah, so that's an interesting story because what about Clark?
Mason, I believe.
I think they found giant. I think they found tribes of giants. I think they found white indigenous people.
Dude, Choctaw.
Mm-hmm. I think they found all these different tribes. They probably found all the old architecture.
And see, I don't think the sun will change your melanin complexion, right? I think it's more of like a mutation between the light complexion and the dark complexion. Those that have melanated skin and those that don't. It's a genetic difference. It's a mutation, right? So if you
Yeah,
think about it, you have the Eskimo, right? You have the Inuit people, and they have a dark complexion, and you only have sun there for like 3 months out of the year. Everything else is dark, right? So how are they dark? They say, oh, it's from what they eat. No, it's not from what they eat. It's because they have different genes. They have a mutation that gives them melanin, or they don't have the mutation that doesn't give them melanin. So everybody wants to just say, oh, it's about race. It's about the mutation. And a lot of times there's different phenotypes within a mutational population. So does that mean you have to be racist against the different phenotypes? So does that make you a Phoenician or a Phoenician?
Phoenician? Whoa. Yeah, interesting. So Clark died in St. Louis, also very close to where Lewis did. They're saying Clark died of natural causes or old age. And buried in the Bellefontaine Cemetery, which I've been to in St. Louis.
Lewis and Clark knew way too much.
They did, yeah. They would knew way too much. If you look at how sparse the story is, I mean, you can get old documentaries about the trip and stuff, but as far as informationally, how much information is in that is really sparse. There's not much in there. Apparently they had infected a lot of Indian women with syphilis along the way.
Oh, that's the God-given right to subdue, to break off, right? To have dominion.
Mm-hmm.
What a jerk.
But to be fair, some of the tribes were offering their daughters and wives to these people.
And they favored, I think I remember part of the story is a lot of them favored the black men of the expedition. Because they said that they were special. So it's almost like the Indians themselves knew about the truth of who they truly were.
You know who's always intrigued me is the black fellas in Australia. I'd love to learn more about them.
Supposedly those guys were from Göbekli Tepe. Was what the standing theory is right now. Even though their art style doesn't match the carvings.
Göbekli Tepe of all places, really.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that was part of one of Graham Hancock's grand theories or something like that. Something he had discovered. I don't know if they're able to test the haplotype, but I think that's where it stems from, is the haplotype. The Hittites. The Hits.
All those ites were supposed to be giants as well, from what I hear.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Hittite means terror.
Hmm.
I mean, but then again, a lot of these depictions of the terrors of the Hittites were these chimeric individuals, these people that had lions' heads, these people that had the heads of bulls, these people, you know, like the neaters that the Egyptians worshipped. Half animal, half human.
No, what intrigues me is like, are those representations or those?
I don't know, but that would be a terror to see, you know, a human walking around with like, you know, tiger's claws and a tiger's head, you know, rah, oh, you know.
It wouldn't surprise me.
And it's kind of funny that the coat of arms of the House of England, House of Windsor, I think is what it is,
Mm-hmm.
has a lion and a unicorn, and the unicorn is bound and chained.
Really? Yeah, I have seen that. You're right.
So does that make the unicorn unique, a rebel like Lucifer, and the lion of Zion? I don't know.
I want a unicorn.
Oh, you take an AR-15 and you get one of those half like plastic stupid writing things for like it's like a unicorn type thing for like a little child, and you cut the head off and you like put it together as like a skin over the AR, and you paint the barrel pink and like do like a, what do you call it, like a ribbon type pattern around it, like a spiral with like silver glitter all over the place, so the barrel is the horn of the unicorn. Voila. It makes sense, right?
Interesting.
It's not an AR. It identifies as a unicorn.
I identify as vaccinated.
You know, another word for I identify is I'm nuts. I pretend. That's all it means. So you identify, which means you pretend to be.
I had a cop try and get me in a
Hey, look at this!
technicality.
Look at this fucking Baltar going off. Is that the cause of the wildfires? No, I believe he was just showing pictures of the sun with no smoke in the atmosphere, just red at sunset or sunrise. It looks like sunset because it's 6 my time. So
Yeah, I had a cop the other day trying to trap me. He started asking me my name and for my ID. I said, "You know what, sir? With all due respect, what crime do you suspect me of committing, or have I committed a crime?" Oh, don't give me that bullshit. I'm like, well, I'm not giving you my ID. You might as well arrest me right now. Shit, where was I going with that? I lost my train of thought. Fuck it.
it's okay.
Oh yeah, he was trying to get my name, so I kept telling him, you can refer to me, and I use those words. You can refer to me as Ryan Good Samaritan. He's like, so your name's Ryan Good Samaritan? I said, yes, it is. And then he starts writing it down, trying to get me in trouble. And no, you know what I mean by yes, it is. You can refer to me as Ryan Good Samaritan. My name is not Ryan Good Samaritan. So he was trying to get me with, giving a fake name.
That's when you sit there and you say, Junk, you public does not answer questions. Junk, you public demands answers and questions you. What is your ID? Let me see your badge. Let me see your department issued ID. If you don't have a department issued ID, then you need to have a business card on you. If you do not have a business card on you, then you are illegitimate as an officer of the law and dereliction of duty. Therefore, I place you under citizen's arrest.
If
Uh,
only.
you- no, that's how you got to talk to some of these people. Like, for instance, this ICE officer goes, he sees the vehicle that I come up in. It's got a CB fucking placard on the front license plate, right? He sees that and he goes, "Are you a United States citizen?" And I go, "Do you have any idea what the hell you just asked me? You just asked me to commit treason. Do you know what citizen of the United States means? That means citizen of a person, an artificial person known as a corporation, where you have a CEO, a chief executive officer, commander in chief known as the president at the top of the company. So no, I do not belong to the District Washington Company.
Or its
I'm a
territory.
resident.
Yeah.
I'm a resident of Arizona. Okay, sir, you go on your way. And I go, no, 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 no. You need to understand what you are asking. So you are asking people to entrap themselves by answering the question if they're a United States citizen. And then his partner came over and I go, you need to teach this man about what he's asking or better train him. Yet you allow him to have that magazine full of, 223 in that AR-15 right next to him. What does he need that for?
Militarized motherfuckers.
Yep. And so the last two times I went through there, they were completely closed. I mean, they're freaking 150 miles from the border, and you have a border patrol checkpoint. What the hell is the purpose of that?
To get one over on you.
Well, it's like the stupid bug stations for California. When you cross into California, you got those bug stations,
Yeah.
those agricultural points.
So stupid.
Half the time they just wave you through. It's like, what's the point of you being here? Oh, we have to stop all the trucks. Okay, you have to stop the commerce. That's fine. This is not commerce. This is travel. Commerce means I am conducting business on the road by traveling with commerce for sale, conducting business. Therefore, I am not driving, I am traveling. So I am free to travel without harassment from any entity.
Can you
So
please
when you're
explain
conducting
again?
commerce,
How were you traveling, if I may ask?
Through conveyance. Does it matter?
It does matter.
No. Do you know what the word driving means, platypus?
It depends where you were doing it.
No. Do you know what the term driving means? You can't
Why
say
is
it
it-
depends on the definition.
Why you
Driving
enlighten me?
driving means moving a team through a highway. Like a team of horses moving
Yeah, like cattle
commerce.
drivers. It came from cattle driving.
Yes. You need a license to do commerce. You need a license to drive produce,
Driving.
to drive
Noun.
goods.
Driving, noun. The control and operation of a motor vehicle.
God, you are so fucking retarded. You know that?
Yeah, a motor vehicle is defined as a conveyance being used under commerce.
So a motor vehicle is also known as a fucking bicycle, you retard. It's a motorized conveyance. It's got a crankshaft that's powered by your legs.
Well, you're
Just
talking
because
to
you're the
somebody.
engine does not mean that it's not motorized.
You're talking to a globetard who loves
I
giving
know.
away his freedom and likes to convince other people that they should give up their freedom too. What a numpty.
Just because you have fear that you're willing to give up some of your rights for peace and freedom, you, sir, shall not have any peace or freedom whatsoever.
nor do you deserve it.
Amen.
Hey, could you
You know,
could you
guess
do me
who
a favor?
said that?
Could you explain again what's wrong with being considered a U.S. citizen? I didn't quite
Well,
catch what
U.S.
you were
a
saying.
United States citizen denotes that you're a member of a company. Means
Yeah,
you're owned by a company.
Yeah, I'll actually give
Why-
you the
why?
citations. I'll give you the citations of what a citizen is. I have to look them up through hundreds of legal documents, but I'll get it to you. But basically, it says the definition of a U.S. citizen is a federal employee or a citizen under the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands, U.S. Samoa, and any of the territories, which does not include individual states. Period.
So you're a citizen of the state you reside in. That's the difference.
Yeah.
So then, what's wrong with following state driving or traveling laws? Forget about the federal level. What about the state level?
Isn't okay? Is there a federal driver's license? No. The driver's license is issued on the state you reside in.
So we are focusing more on
Correct?
the state than the federal level during this
Yes,
conversation, correct?
that's what it's all about.
Okay.
You are governed by the state because the state is a country unto itself. The United States is the different state countries getting together and uniting under a union. That's what the experiment is. Do you think this is a democracy? Democracy is a mob in action. We live in a republic.
Yeah, it's a little column A, little column B.
No,
and you're right.
no,
It
it's
is.
not.
It is,
No, it's not.
It is absolutely an experiment.
Black Lives Matter, Antifa, that is democratic. Marching in the streets, lynching people, burning shit down, that is democratic.
Any law that abrogates the constitutional rights or the Bill of Rights is repugnant, and it should not be obeyed.
Democracy
what's
means mob
the-
rule, bud.
So what's the relationship between the Bill of Rights and getting a driver's license?
Because a driver's license is a permit that's given to U.S. citizens.
Okay.
Got it?
Do you
Not
live in
citi-
Washington,
not-
D.C.?
Hold on, wait. Not citizens of a specific state, United States citizens.
Yeah, they lied to you.
Yet the state issues it.
Yeah, they lied to you.
Why would they say you got to be a United States citizen to get a driver's license for
know
an
that-
individual state?
Well, you got to be U.S. citizen.
Does that make
to do
sense
a lot
to
of
you?
things in this
Does
country.
that make sense to you? Or are you just grouping things together and going, yes, massa, whatever you say, massa?
Yeah, Platypus likes being a slave. He's trying to convince others to be a slave too.
I know, it's sad. Ignorance is not bliss. Ignorance just means you don't know that the water's increasing in temperature day by day. But I'm not mad at you, Platypus.
Oh, I wouldn't care if you were or not.
I'm just like, but how does these critical thinking errors keep happening here? I don't understand it. I
really
kind
don't-
of want to. I kind of want to study you more and figure it out.
I really don't understand what the big deal about getting a driver's license is.
That's a critical thinking error.
I think it's a line of reasoning that people who either can't have a license or have had their license taken away.
Yeah, go ahead and
I've
speculate.
never
You don't
had
know what the
any
fuck you're
moving
talking about.
violation.
You don't know what you're
I've never had
talking
any
about,
moving violation.
Do you have a
I
driver's
have
license?
yes, I have a
Listen.
perfect driving record.
Well,
because
hold on. Now
listen,
what's the
I
difference
used
between you
to
and me?
drive. Listen, I used to drive people for the senior center. Not a chauffeur's license; it was a volunteer. Therefore, I had to have a driver's license.
I'm being told in DMs that my microphone sucks right now. Is that true?
It's a little low.
It's a little loud for me, actually, but not that bad.
It's almost like it's running on mono or something.
See, here's the thing: if you have to pay in order to retain God-given right to travel,
Well, you're not paying for the right to travel. You're
Yes,
paying
you
for
are.
the right. No, you're not. You're paying for the right to use a vehicle, and it's not a right, by the way. It's a privilege. You're paying
is
for the
not a
ability to
privilege.
use. No,
Are you saying it's a privilege to travel, you slave?
Is there a difference between traveling and driving a vehicle on a road?
Yes, there's
there
a
is.
huge difference.
Yes, of course
A
there's
truck
a difference.
driver is called a truck driver. Why? Because he drives truck. In fact, you have to have a license to drive truck. Right? It's called a specific class, not just an operator class. So what is with the operator class? That's only so you know the laws of the road. That you sign a piece of paper saying at any time I can get subjugated to testing for drugs and alcohol, and I am guilty as charged.
You know that
Why
piece of
would I,
paper you
as a
signed when you got
person,
your driver's
Oh,
license?
wait,
That's what
say
that
that
says.
again. Okay, I'm a professional truck driver. Have been for 27 years. What did you just say?
With if you're going to be a truck driver and get a CDL, you have to get a different class of driver's license. Like the driver's license that everybody has to drive a car is a class
No,
O.
I mean,
It's an operator's license.
I'm talking about the guilty as charged. Guilty of what?
Yeah, when you drive a vehicle, right, you're subject to drug and alcohol testing. If you refuse, then you are subject to guilty as charged verdict.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I understand that. Okay.
Right? I mean, truck drivers have it even worse. If they're even involved in an accident, it's automatically their fault.
No, well, no, truck drivers, they can't be just random, or I mean, they can't just be subjected to testing. It's a random test for
Yeah.
companies.
I'm talking about getting pulled over by law enforcement.
So how much would it cost to travel? How much should people pay just to travel and mind their own business? How much should that cost?
You don't have to pay anything to travel.
What are you talking about? I just paid over $4,000 to get my license in the last few days.
Well, you're specifically paying to travel in a specific way.
Come to Arizona, get
So
your
how
driver's
much
license.
how
You get your
much
driver's
is it,
license.
Platypus? How much do people pay to be able to get in a vehicle and go buy groceries and go to the beach with their families?
So
how
now
much
when you
people
ask the
should pay?
question
How
again,
much?
when you ask the question again, you change the entire question. It's not just simply how much should somebody pay to travel? Because that's the first question you ask.
I
The answer to that
travel from
question is easy.
point
You shouldn't
A
have
to
to pay
point B, and I want to
Yep.
I want to go buy milk and food, and it costs me thousands of dollars to do that.
How far away from you is the grocery store?
The red herring.
I have a
So
question.
that's a legit question. How far away is the grocery store?
It's a red herring. It's not answering the
How
question
much
he
does
asked.
it cost to
It
go
doesn't
buy
matter. He
groceries?
has to drive a vehicle, and it costs him $4,000 to get that permission to drive a vehicle because of fucking retards like yourself making this shit mandatory.
Guys, sorry to interrupt your conversation. I kind of came in the middle of it, and I hope you don't mind me asking, what is the point that's trying to be made here? I'm curious.
Yeah.
How
That's what
much
I'm
should it
wondering,
cost to
Platypus.
travel? How much should it cost to go to see a family member, to go see them physically instead of being on a phone call? How much should it cost to go buy groceries in the store that I want to buy the groceries at? Doesn't matter which one it is. If I want to go 1 mile store or 2 miles or 3 miles or 10 miles, how much should that cost me?
Well, if you want to walk there, it doesn't cost you
$4,000?
anything. If you want to walk there, it doesn't cost you
Oh.
anything.
Oh, but if I
I'm
want to
sorry
drive,
that a
I have to
car-
pay
I'm sorry that a
$4,000.
vehicle. I'm sorry that operating a motor vehicle is extremely convenient. Owning
Oh, no. See, what you just said is socialist. Hold on.
owning
What
a-
you just said was socialist, bud. You just said, oh, you have to pay to drive the vehicle. But if you want to walk, you can walk for free and everybody else will pay for it. Pay for the maintenance of the road. I mean, do you understand? Do you even hear the words that are coming out of your mouth?
Sure do. I'm the one who's saying them.
It don't seem like it. Seems like you're just bumping your lips, and then whatever comes out comes out. Usually red herring.
I believe we are having a misunderstanding of what the word freedom of travel, the words freedom of travel actually means. Like you're not, just because you're free to move from one place to another, doesn't mean you are also simultaneously free to do that by any means that you want.
Why
I mean,
not?
by your
You
logic,
said
what's illegal about me? Hold on, what's illegal about me
You said
owning a single? Hold on, what's illegal about me owning an aircraft of some kind and using my backyard and my friend's backyard who lives 16 miles away? By your logic, there should be nothing wrong with me flying to my friend's house.
Yeah, who gets to make that decision?
Hold on. Is that I just
No, not
does
hold
that,
on.
does that
No,
seem
I'm not holding on
not
to your
hold on.
false
Who
straw
who
man.
gets to make that decision? Platypus.
probably somebody who's an elected official?
Listen.
Isn't it the Federal Aviation Administration?
$2,000 excise taxes, about almost $900 in toll fees, right?
Well, okay, hey, how did you
parking
accrue?
tickets? Parking tickets when there is no private parking. It's just the vehicles have to be parked in a place so you can go do something, and then they just pass by and give you a $50 ticket just because reasons. So that all that shit accumulates, and then if you don't pay in time, it accumulates some type of interest, magically interest, and that $50 ticket turns into a $300 ticket out of nowhere just because reasons. So that when you add it up all together, $4,000 because you want to go buy groceries.
Well, did you do something to get your
have
license
lunch.
taken away from you, Jemsy?
No, nothing at all.
I heard
Never had
something
an
about-
accident.
I don't know
haven't
about
been
you.
pulled over. Listen. I haven't been pulled over for speeding or reckless driving ever. And just I haven't had any accidents since I'm 16 years old. I've been driving since I'm 16. I've been paying insurance since I'm 19 years old. Never had an accident.
How many non-moving violations do you have?
Parking tickets. Yeah, my car is right there.
Right.
And the guy with the parking meter passed by, and look at this car right here. I'm gonna put a $50 ticket. Why? Because I say so. Because the city says so. Reasons. And then excise taxes every single year. You gotta pay like $400 just because you own a car. You own a car, but you gotta pay the city $400 because you own the car. Right? Every single year.
So Platypus thinks you should have to pay for your God-given rights. That's all. That's the bottom line.
You don't have God-given rights, first of all. Second of all, you don't have.
Yeah, you do have God-given rights. What the fuck are you talking about?
Bullshit, bro.
What the fuck are you
Bullshit.
smoking on? Just because you don't believe in God doesn't make him not exist.
No, you just don't want God-given rights.
You know, I know you don't believe in God because you're a fucking globe earther.
He's an atheist.
Listen to this, right? So 2020, right? They closed everything down. No business. You couldn't. The vehicle was just sitting there. Couldn't use it. And the government said you can't get out, stay in your house, no business, right? When you ask them, hey, 2020, there was no business. Can you forgive the $400 from that year of the excise tax for the vehicle? No, we can't forgive that. But you closed the whole business. You guys closed down the whole economic system. The economics, right? No work, and no, you still have to pay.
We're kind of sidestepping the basic right to travel thing here and going
I wasn't talking to you. I'm talking in general. So don't worry about what
So
I'm
what are
saying.
your thoughts of bicycle sharing the roadway with motorists? Since, talking about right to travel, a bicycle is a free mode of travel, right? You don't need to have a driver's license, even though it's a mechanical device that's motorized by the pumping of your legs on the crankshaft.
That's like trying to say that your human body is a motor vehicle because you use your legs.
Would that mean that the only free mode of conveyance would be horseback because the horse has its own mind?
It's not really the vehicle or whatever vehicle that you're using that you're. What's the word I'm looking for? It's not the vehicle, it's the place that you intend to use the vehicle that you're more or less getting the right to use it. Or
like I said, sharing the motorway with them, sharing the roadway.
You're not entitled to use the road. The road.
They have bike lanes that only bicycles can go down.
Well, if you're riding a bicycle, then that's perfectly fine.
You are entitled to.
Do you have to have a driver's
travel.
license to? Do you have to have a driver's license to ride a bike? And
did you know you don't have to have a driver's license to drive a vehicle off highway?
I'm gonna finish asking my question, but then I gotta make a caveat that I thought halfway through. I was gonna ask, do you have to have a driver's license in order to ride a bicycle down public roads? And my caveat is, I technically don't know if that is legal or illegal on a state-by-state basis. Like in my state, that's not an issue. Like you can just do that, but I technically don't know if that's a state-by-state thing. Like here, you don't have to have a driver's license to ride a bike down.
You don't have to have a driver's license to drive a Jeep off road on a trail either.
No, but in my state, you do have to have a special permit to do that.
Yeah, you have to have a sticker for an off-highway vehicle on it.
Correct.
But you don't have to have a driver's license to drive the thing. That's what I'm saying.
That's so you don't.
You just said it depends
you
on
understand that the
because
whole
you
purpose
you
of that.
said
Hold on.
based
The whole purpose
on
of that is
where
to
you
meet.
drive the vehicle is where
on.
it matters, right? So if
Hold
you're
on.
driving it on the highway where companies have conveyance going through, does that make everything on that highway is making money for their own person?
The off-road
They're
sticker.
doing it
You're
as a
looking at it from.
profession?
Hold on. You're looking at the off-road sticker thing from the wrong shoe. The whole purpose of having the OTV thing is so you don't have to go the full 9 yards for every motorized vehicle that you own, especially if it's a motorized vehicle that you have no intention of driving on public roads. Like my ATVs,
You just said
I don't. Getting an OTV sticker for my ATVs, it's way less expensive to do that than to actually go through the trouble of having to get registration for it and get insurance for it and all that stuff. You can just get an OTV sticker instead. A lot less expensive.
Didn't you just
Or
say
you
that
can
the
just
definition of driving is using any motorized vehicle? Operating any motorized vehicle is driving?
he said that, yeah.
Yeah.
Or you can just work for the government and get a government plate in your vehicle and just drive without paying on any of the fees that the normal people pay.
Hey, I got one of those.
Oh, there you go. Good job.
It says exempt from everything on it. It's cool. I found it off in the desert. It fell off somebody's vehicle.
I mean, I don't even have to, in my state anyway, I don't even have to go and renew my license but once every 5 years. So
Why does it matter what state you reside in? You said you're a citizen of the United States.
Well, on a state-by-state basis, they issue licenses differently under different circumstances and different conditions.
Exactly. Like Arizona, for instance, where I reside in.
Do you pay excise
You can get your
taxes for
driver's license at the
your
age of
vehicle?
16, and you keep your driver's license till you're 65. It does not expire.
I do have
Like
to renew
every
my
other state.
registration every year, and that does cost money.
Well, yeah.
But that's it. I use my vehicle to drive to and from work. It is not a work vehicle, so it's a lot more straightforward.
Do you pay taxes for your vehicle every year?
When I lived in Virginia, I had to do that, and it pissed me off. In Michigan, I do not have to do that. All I have to do is renew my registration.
Why is that a thing? Does anybody knows any good reason? Why is that a thing?
You'd have to bring that up with the state of Virginia, dude. Or whatever state it is that you live in that does that to you, because not every state does that. Every year, my minivan that I own free and clear out in my driveway, every year I have to renew the registration, and that's a flat fee. And every 5 years I have to renew my driver's license, which is not very expensive at all. That's it. That's all I have to deal with. Virginia was a pain in the ass. Virginia,
how many years?
You had to actually get your vehicle safety inspected, and I hated living in Virginia. When I was in the Navy and I was stationed in Norfolk, I hated driving a vehicle there. Every year you got to get your fucking vehicle inspected, and they do like a 56-point check of your vehicle, and if anything on your vehicle is broken or not satisfactory, you have 14 days to get it repaired. Otherwise, they scrape your Virginia sticker that will not let you drive.
Same here. You gotta pay. You gotta pay for them to do a checklist in the vehicle, and if it doesn't pass it, they revoke your permit to have the vehicle on the streets.
That same boat as you, that's a bit much. I don't understand that or get that.
So listen, you gotta pay excise taxes. You gotta do the safety check on the vehicle every year. You gotta pay all parking tickets because they say so, and you gotta renew your license. You gotta renew the registration. It's
or
like
you could just not you could just
having
avoid all that and not drive a vehicle.
Having
like
one
if
of
you
these
didn't drive a car, if you didn't drive a vehicle, you wouldn't have to deal with any of that. You know that, right?
Oh yeah. Just so yeah, no, don't drive a vehicle. Just stay in your house every day and don't do anything.
I think we have a new person in here, Stu. Hey, Stu, welcome to the server. You should be able to unmute yourself or let me see.
Yeah, these guys don't want to keep listening to me.
Yeah, he's VC verified, so you should be able to unmute yourself. Kind of need to bring it back to Flat Earth. It didn't seem like that conversation was going anywhere. I apologize, everybody.
It's all right. So
yeah,
Stu
we
Unger?
can yeah. How's it going, man? Yeah, everybody wants you to talk, Stu. We really do. We want
Hey,
to talk
Stu.
about Flat Earth now.
Not really.
How you doing, bud? Do you know how to use Discord? It's all right if you don't. It's kind of confusing at first, but if you scroll around, you can see this channel called Livestream Voice Text, and that's where you should be if you want to type out your answers. Because if you're trying to type them in the lobby or anything, we're not really watching that part. But you can always just unmute your microphone if you have a microphone and to tell us why you think the world is flat or why you think the world is round or a ball. I mean, it would be really great to hear from you, Stu. And you can even type the answer out. I mean, don't be shy because we're broadcasting over like 20 different nations and different languages all over the world. So just, no pressure.
His last name's Unger. Do you think he's German? Du Unger.
So yeah, Stu, we've been kind of having an off-topic, kind of heated discussion, but we definitely can switch gears and just have a conversation. Doesn't have to be a debate.
Yeah, Stu, I'm wondering what your opinions are on American football.
If you have any good jokes making fun of flat earthers, we'd love to hear those too.
Yeah.
They've got to be good jokes, though.
I guess you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them.
Hey, Sonny, are you there?
Know when to walk away, know when to run, platypus.
So no right to travel on the flat Earth because you can go anywhere you want if you don't pay the fees, pay
No
the
right.
tolls.
Yep. No right to travel.
No
You
right
got to pay
to
for
travel
your
at
rights.
all.
So we don't
Prove
have
me wrong.
God-given rights. I'm sorry. You have to pay for all your rights, like platypus wants everybody to do.
They're not rights if you have to pay for them. They're just permissions.
Exactly.
Bill of Rights are not rights. They're just permissions. What we're allowed to do.
Yeah, go cross a border without permission, without paying fees.
And find out what happens to you. You'll be locked in a small hot box for quite some time. And then possibly spend like 2.5 years in just the normal jail before you see your first day in court about your what do they call
But this
that?
is this is the system the platypus wants. No freedom to travel for
Citizenship.
anyone.
So by definition, you shouldn't be able to go to the bordering states. Now, however, if you were in the Navy, then that would mean you would have a military ID, which is issued out of Washington. So you then would be a citizen of the machine. So I get where you're coming from there. I mean, you should have started off saying, well, I was in the Navy for X amount of years. Then it would have been like, oh, okay, so you were totally brainwashed into the system. Gotcha.
You should start a rock band and call it Citizen of the Machine.
Right? That sounds like a pretty, like, what, say, early 90s band like Rage Against the Machine? Citizen of the Machine.
Free citizen.
These crazy people think they live on a globe, think they live on
I
a
know.
planet.
Fucking Wandering Star. I've listed that. I made a meme that said, you know, exactly the definition of planet Earth. 2 different words, right? Planet Earth. Planet, a star other than a fixed star orbiting in the night sky, right? So, Wandering Star. Earth, the grave, dirt, soil. And this is the root of the language, and you cannot deny the root of the language on where the language came from and how the structure of the words began. It's one of those things where you cannot dispute the definition, the root of the word. You can cut the root all you want, doesn't make it right. It's like goat does not mean the greatest of all times. Goat is a cattle-like animal that we can use for labor and, what do you call it? Food.
Milk, meat,
Yep.
cheese,
Yep. Labor
fertilizer.
What I don't
to
understand is why
clear
we
the
don't
field
eat
of
more
weeds.
goat in the United States. Goat tastes better than beef, in my opinion.
My lamb tastes way better too. Yeah. I think it's because they're so small that we can get more meat. There's more money to be made with beef than there is with goat or sheep.
Yeah, goat are kind of different than a lot of meats just because of the simple fact I think that they can eat a lot of plants that other animals can't, that even cows can't. And
Yeah.
you can taste that in the meat. And sometimes it makes it taste better.
Mutton.
No,
Yeah.
mutton, the definition of mutton is a meat from a sheep that has grown so old that it no longer produces wool.
Oh, okay.
So it'd be really cheap meat in certain places. Cheap protein. Cheap fat.
No, I guess Unger doesn't want to speak to us.
Well, hey, I sent some YouTube links to D to the V and Sunny. If either of you guys can hear me, play those YouTube links.
Okay.
But the thing is,
You know what's crazy? We are all considered legal fictions. I thought fiction was something made up, something constructed, something not true.
Have you heard some people in the U.S. that they're called, or I don't know, it's like label some people like private. I think it's private citizen or something like that.
No, see, the sovereign citizen's a misnomer because you can't be sovereign and a citizen at the same time.
No, a private, a private.
I'm born of the land, but not of the land. Or born in the land, but not of the land.
You can't be a private citizen in North Korea. I'm pretty sure.
You really just need to go with you're a natural person or a living spirit.
Yeah. Mankind, not human. Don't call yourself human. That means you're a monster, not having the shape of mankind.
Yeah, that means a beast. Yeah, monster.
Human and man are not the same.
So what does
Go
that
ahead and look.
term human species mean then? Is that just a bullshit term?
They're called atheists.
Yeah, evolutionists. Species comes from evolution.
But that means there's no way to refer to ourselves as a species because you can't say mankind species. That just sounds
No,
stupid.
that's like saying the same thing. Yeah, no, we're just a kind. We're a kind. Yeah, so mankind.
There's many different phenotypes in a kind, just like a wolf, right? But a wolf can
evolution,
only
what's
breed
that?
after another wolf.
I'm sorry, evolution. What's that?
Yeah, what's that exactly?
No, you said it, Sonny. So what is that?
Well, what I was saying is, according to the evolutionary religion, that's
What's
the
that?
term they use. Yeah, exactly. I
But
know.
what's the evolutionary religion? So what's evolution and what's a religion?
Oh, okay. Well, a religion's based on faith without any empirical proof or evidence.
Belief without evidence.
Yep, belief without evidence.
Belief without
It's
evidence.
a religion followed by people that they believe they're rocks. They come from rocks.
That's fine.
So the religion, like, I'm not sure what part of the religion you want me to talk
What part
about.
of no? What part of no? I want you to define religion. You already defined that.
Okay.
Belief without evidence. Now define evolution.
Evolution is a theory that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He said theory.
Is that
Yeah,
a colloquial
up,
theory
Sonny.
or a scientific theory?
I
thought evolution was one kind coming from another kind, a different
Nope.
kind.
Nope.
It's
Unless you
theory
can
of,
cite it.
it's a theory of
No, I can't cite anything like that. But
Where's a Glober when you need one?
yeah, platypus.
where's a
What's evolution? Oh, you're muted, you cunt.
Save us, platypus.
Come
I'm
on,
still
it's your
trying to-
religion.
Still trying to find out what the beef against the word human is. I pulled the etymology up.
Look up Black's Law Dictionary.
Oh, I don't use the law dictionary.
That's legality. That's legality, though.
grabbled.
That's the legal term. It means
Yeah,
monster.
but it's super grabbled. That has nothing to do with the etymology of the word itself.
And mankind means anybody that is male or female above the age of puberty.
Yeah. Legal dictionaries are a completely different ballgame. I guess from that standpoint, there's also you can have beef with all sorts of things, but etymologically, I don't see any issues with the word human.
That's so human.
Just like you should never say the phrase "I'm a law-abiding citizen," right? If we're talking in the frame of language and law, then there's all sorts of things you should definitely avoid saying. But then again, when it comes to law, you pretty much should always just not talk, because when it comes to law, you're almost always condemning yourself. But in regards to etymology and the meaning of words, I don't think that there's pretty much any word that we shouldn't say, because words have meaning, and we should never destroy or neglect the original meaning of words.
Okay, so do you want a definition of evolution?
You can define it. I'd also like, you said it was a theory. I'd like the scientific theory of it.
Yeah, it's not a scientific theory. You're right.
Then we don't need to worry about it.
Okay.
It's like one of those crackpot type things.
Go ahead, Gospel Bear. You challenge Gospel Bear to definition. Good luck to you.
I'm not trying to be pugnacious.
Oh no, I'm just saying. According to
that's a $10
Black's Law Dictionary.
That is a $10 word.
Define
That'll get you
pugnacious.
extra 2 points on your
Define
SAT.
dictionary.
Define dictionary. Holy shit. Define pug. It's
Yeah,
a type of
diction
dog.
being coming from the formation of words, right? Diction, right? And then airy. I don't know what that suffix truly
Aries
means.
failure.
No. That suffix
Diction.
has a meaning. I don't know how to put it into words. Library, dictionary, airy being a collection. Maybe that's what airy means. Suffix.
I think it might be. You're close.
Dictionary is a vocabulary made by dicks.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Maybe you should try looking up what is a monster at first instead of human. Because it says a monster is a prodigious birth, a human birth of offspring, not having the shape of mankind, which cannot be heir to any land, albeit a brought forth in marriage.
Yeah, I'm not trying to argue with you about the law dictionary.
So
I'm not
possibly it could
interested.
mean a marriage could be the monster. I'm not sure.
Yeah, like he said, he's not trying to argue the law dictionary because it's been graveled.
I know. I'm just
He's going
saying that's
he-
where I got the.
Yeah, he's going towards the etymology of it, and you have to be careful with those things also because you commit the etymology fallacy. So
Oh, I know. That's why I was saying it's legal fiction, right?
Yep. So care should be taken in any endeavor.
Well, what's the? Let me look up etymology of mankind.
Well,
yeah, I'm sure you got people lining up waiting to hear that definition.
Airy might not be a suffix.
Oh no.
Yeah, I can't find it, which means that it exists from French. We're getting it from the French, so it's as opposed to having a Latin origin. It's where Latin would be arium. We get the airy from our French cousins, if you want to call them that. Area and arium is the Latin. Anyway, I know this is just incredibly exciting.
It is. Do you ever see Archie Bunker do his suicide pantomimes?
Yeah. I found it. Arium and airy is in there. Thing or place which belongs to, is connected with, or like the thing indicated by the stem or prefix. I love definitions of suffixes and stuff like that because it's like define the word the. Okay. Anybody that that really likes this. Oh, speaking of evolution, check it out. The website I used to look up the suffixes is macroevolution.net. What are the chances?
Yeah, go ahead and put
Now,
an
now there's
adjective in
something that
front of it.
evolves. Language.
Evolution is something that evolves. Thanks, great, appreciate it.
No, is language not something that changes?
Yeah, see, evolution just colloquially means change. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha. There you go.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm not looking for colloquial definitions.
I understand.
Yeah,
I can
especially
relate.
with that, with the most validated scientific theory in the history of man. No, I'm not looking at that. No, I want the scientific theory.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I'll never get it.
Yeah, you're
because
SOL. SOL there,
Yeah, I know.
man.
No, I'm not SOL. I'm just setting them up. I'm just letting them talk. That's all you
They're-
need to do.
Then they're SOL.
Mm-hmm. It's worse than that.
Yeah.
But they're listening, make no doubt about it. They're out there listening to us right now.
This is why words can be really funny. Look at the definition for this right here. agra as a suffix, not as a prefix, right? But of course, that'd be an I and not an A. But do you know any words that end with AGRA?
Viagra.
Painful seizure. Who named that one?
Niagara.
Oof.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Niagara.
Yeah,
Niagara
that's
Falls. Yeah.
interesting.
Jenny, you gotta take it easy on that crack pipe.
Or the hairspray. Or whatever.
Oh, I
hair-
probably don't have my stupid sensitivity settings right. Sorry, guys. Let me see what I can do.
What you spraying?
That's like somebody setting the crack pipe.
Or she's tagging up someplace. Which I don't think she is.
All right, how about now? Any hearing anything?
Much better.
Okay, cool.
Did you guys hear about that big refraction presentation coming up on Saturday?
I heard about that from some guy named what was it again? QE?
I don't know who that is, man.
I think he's actually got a website too. Maybe even a YouTube channel.
Somebody's talking about it like it's the cat's meow. I'm just saying.
Oh man.
The premiere is just over the horizon.
Can't wait.
I caught that one.
What's up, Sonny? What's up, Eraser?
Hey, what's up?
How's your evening going?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Nice.
It was going
Any
good
Globers?
till now.
Uh-oh, what happened? I had a globe head talking about some fallacies.
Uh-oh. Jenny, the crack pipe's back.
Damn, I'm not doing nothing.
What is that noise?
It's probably picking up like bugs or in the background. I'm outside.
Bugs on crack?
No, it doesn't sound like it's bugs. It doesn't sound like bugs.
It sounds like some Florida bugs. I know.
Here, I'll try to
Okay.
replicate it.
All right, I changed it again.
It sounds like this.
Have you
It
been to
still
Florida?
does?
Are Florida bugs on crack?
Yes.
Oh, can't you guys
Especially
tell
in
that's the
the
vacuum of space above you? It's suffocating us.
Gotcha.
Sounds like she's coming in for a landing and she's utilizing her boosters.
All right, hopefully that's better.
We'll let you know. You're fine.
Okay.
Ballers.
Come out wherever you are.
Come out, yeah, like
I was just gonna say, come out and play.
yeah, but to come out wherever you are, that's good too. I've used that before.
Warriors.
Yeah, I just watched that, man, just last night.
Nice. That's a nice old classic.
Oh yeah.
Wait a minute. You watch what? Sorry, I missed you.
The Warriors.
The Warriors.
Oh, the Warriors. Okay.
Hey, Sonny, did those video links work?
That's a loaded question, man.
Oh, work in the Groovy bot.
Yeah, no, I heard the ones with the where you're actually writing, but you can't hear anything on them until about halfway through. these.
So the audio doesn't work for the first half of it?
No, just like on the first half, there you're not saying anything. It's just music playing.
But yeah, but I mean, you hear their reaction once they realize what I'm writing on them, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, try to play that part.
Okay, give me a second.
While you have that second, I'm curious if anyone thinks that the heat waves, at least in the United States, I'm not sure of heat waves elsewhere, are coincidental with the timing of a new presidential. I don't know what the word is.
It was
The new
predicted by the
person in
globe. It's
office.
called global warming.
Yeah, and it's gonna kill us all. It's gonna kill us all dead.
Oh yeah, I mean I know all that.
You
I'm
never
just
heard
curious.
of global warming?
I'm just curious if anybody else thinks that it's just a coincidence. And
Are
by
you a
else,
coincidence theorist?
I don't think there's
Sometimes.
any coincidences anymore. I don't believe in coincidences anymore.
Yeah, I'm not a believer in coincidence.
I am. I think coincidences happen from time to time, but this one is not shaping up to fit the bill.
I think everything in on God's green earth has a purpose.
It depends on your position, perspective, not perspective generally, but perspective literally in the moment. From your perspective, it can seem like a coincidence, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah. There might be
It's
a
probably a
reason.
sign of Donald Trump coming back to the presidency.
See, once you go into coincidences, that's what you're going to get. Stuff like that. Yeah, both those videos I ran are set to private, so I can't access them. But
Yeah,
I
I'll try to
think
figure out how to send you a different link so that they can stay private, or I'll just make them unprivate. But I'll just figure that out.
no, I thought the ones that you had sent before were they Twitter or something? I think I was able to play those maybe though. The problem
I'll
is
try
with the
sending
two,
you
the problem is here's the problem, Aram, with the two that you sent with the girls where you're writing on their breast. You can't really tell what's going on unless you're watching the video. So just listening to it, it's hard to distinguish what's going on in it at all.
Wait, Sonny, you're saying you want the raw video?
That's why I like DLive because you can do the X tag.
I've already seen the live video, so I mean, I know it's worthwhile watching, but I'm just saying, if you just listening to it, it's not the same.
Yeah,
Well, maybe if you give it context, you know.
You like to visualize things, not just hearing the sound.
Yeah, now I could probably play them since we're kind of quiet right now through my speaker, but
Well, we've been talking no stop.
yeah, that's true.
How does that mean? Why? Just kidding, Sonny. You can play the guitar anytime you want, especially when Quantum is here. You just play the guitar.
No, because he's just going to leave or tell me to shut the fuck up. So no, I'm not going to do that. Yeah.
All right.
He was being facetious. That fastidious knuckle dragger.
Facetious fastidiousness. Whatever. Is that a word?
See, that's the problem with the atheists. They don't believe in jack squattery. Not even what their own eyes tell them. No, because my teacher said, my mama said. Mama said the reasons why alligators so ornery is because they got all them teeth and got no toothbrush.
My mama said Earth is not a globe. My mama said,
leave my mudball alone.
Leave that gravity alone.
Oh shit.
And the globe's always on the run. My mama said they never went to Mars. My mama said, how could they go that far?
Gravity, I put that bullshit on everything. I like going to these YouTube streamers that are doing like politics and sit there and say, bullshit, you're not even telling us the truth. You're not even telling us the truth. And then when they finally like pop off and say, okay, well, what do you mean? What would you consider the truth? The earth is flat. Why don't you tell people the earth is flat? Because that's the truth. Oh, they start losing it. Then everybody in the comments are like, yeah, the world's flat. The world's flat. And they just start, what is going on with my chat? Funny.
Here's another one. Quality or state? I don't even know if they chose the right suffix.
Toxicity?
Toxicity.
No, I'm referring back to what you all were talking about with gravity.
Oh.
The quality or state of grav, which, as far as I understand, is the origins of that is just weight.
And they used to say, oh, he's got a lot of gravitas in his huevos.
Yeah, which is just referencing the Latin. Yeah, guer, grav. It means heavy or weight. That's its origins. So the quality of weight, it's almost subversive in the core meaning. And by subversive, I mean its core meaning doesn't match its colloquial meaning and how it's used, which isn't unusual.
The earth is flat.
The earth is flat.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. The earth is flat!
Love that one.
The question is then, what is weight?
Well, yeah, that's pretty sure that's on QE's page.
Yeah, it circles back to gravity.
Oh, gee.
Yeah. Weight is W equal mg. Mg love you long time.
Well, what about pausing for a moment in time? Wouldn't that also be called waiting? Or is that a different kind of saying, even though it's the same word?
Weight
How
and
does that
weight
word mean
are
different things?
homonyms. Those are
Yeah, but
homonyms. They're not spelled the same.
But
That's
they
what
sound
you
the
do
same.
when you wait for the definition.
That's a homonym. It's a homophone.
Waiting.
Homophone. What?
Huh?
anyway, W-A-I-T and W-E-I-G-H-T, they sound the same, but they have completely different origins and meanings.
Yeah, but
No,
why do
really?
they sound the same?
Because it's a phenomenon of vocal, like we only have a limited number of sounds or phonemes that we can make with our mouths.
Yeah.
So if you listen to like Swahili for a while, you're going to hear some English words in there, even though they're not English words. And the same is true with any other language if you see it written out.
So why would wood sound like wood?
It's
two
the
and
phenomenon. It's the phenomenon of phonemes.
2 2 and 2.
Yes, those are homonyms.
How about right, correct? It's like right, and you have right.
Yes, homonyms.
It's all witchcraft, man.
Specifically, homonyms are words that are either spelled the same or sound the same that have different meanings. So there's homographs and there's homophones. Either graph being it's spelled the same but it has different meanings. Homophone meaning it sounds the same but it has different meanings, and they're under the larger category of homonym, which just
there are
means
people that are politically on the left.
name.
There are people that are politically on the left, and then there's my ex-girlfriend who left me.
Is it right to write right? Is it right to write with your right?
This conversation would be so much more fun with somebody that wasn't hyperliteral.
Said the Wright brothers.
Do three lefts make a right?
Did the Wright brothers write with the right on the right?
Were they on the right side?
I don't know. Were they? I wonder if they're right-handed.
Were they on the right side of the plane they were flying, or the right side of the plane that we walk on?
I want to hear more about the upward acceleration. You know, that's what I want to hear about. They're always talking about the downward acceleration of terrestrial bodies. I want to hear about the upward acceleration a little bit more.
We call it anti-gravity these days. Anti-gravity makes things go up.
The upward acceleration of helium balloons, yeah.
I really had to just scratch the top of my head a little bit the first time I heard somebody tell me that the reason that helium balloons go up is because everything else goes down. It was like, so you're telling me that the helium sends instructions to all other matter and make sure that it knows from within its container that everything else knows to push that thing up. Got secret instructions. That's how it works.
Secret instructions? Quick, put that away.
Those weren't.
Yeah, secret instructions like when the cops show up, eat the weed.
The Death Star battle plans.
Or your end game plan if the cops show up, make sure you eat all the LSD. So what do you guys think is going to happen if the federal prohibition on cannabis is lifted.
I don't know, man.
I think cats and dogs will sit there and file for marriages.
I'll pay my taxes on weed.
Wait, did you just say I'll pay my taxes for weed or I'll pay my taxes in weed?
On weed. On weed. I'll be high on weed and I'll pay my taxes.
And you'll pay them in weed.
I'll pay them weed.
Interesting enough, isn't that what the original tax was for the colonists? Was they had to produce hemp for the crown?
Yeah, probably.
Or if I don't have weed, I'll pay with chickens.
I think everyone should be free to travel except for platypus.
Yeah. I think platypus needs to pay to use a public bathroom.
I think he should be forced to grow marijuana for all the rest of us.
Yeah, that's pittance and tax.
I
No,
think
'cause then he probably spray paraquat on it.
every time platypus wants to go to a public restroom, he should be charged.
Don't they do that in England?
Or to walk. He should have to pay to walk and to ride a bicycle too.
No, he should be able. He should have to pay to not have a mask on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
No, he should have to pay
for he should pay for believing the Earth is a spinning globe.
Yeah.
He should pay to wear them. He should pay.
He should not be allowed. He should not be allowed to pump up the tires in his bike or his car because he thinks that gas pressure can exist without a container.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah.
So no tires for you, bro. No tires for you if you think that.
I wonder how well ventilated tubes work.
He should pay a fee to flat earthers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't the gravity work better at ground level to keep the air inside the tire without a vacuum or without the pressure container?
Listen. Since we don't have any God-given rights, and platypus should pay the flat earthers for traveling to our server. He shouldn't be able to just get a free ride on our server. He should have to pay for that. Since it's not a right.
He's not listening to this. Wow. He's not listening.
I know.
Discord tax.
I don't care if
he should pay the atheism tax.
He's probably still listening, just on YouTube or something.
Jenny's right. A Glober tax.
Yeah.
Should write up a document so platypus has to pay a tax when he comes on here. Since we're not entitled to do anything.
See, there he goes again with that false sense of entitlement. G.E. Platypus is a self-entitled lunatic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he believes he lives on a cartoon ball floating through space magically. Because magic gravity, the force that he's seen on... What movie was that again? Carl Sagan?
2001 Space Odyssey. Sorry.
All right, we did words a little bit ago. I've got a weird conundrum for everybody. It's numbers.
Oh no.
All right. So 1/3 plus 1/3 plus 1/3. Right? It equals 3/3.
3/3.
Which equals 1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. there's a fundamental flaw with decimals, and you might already know where I'm going with that.
Yeah, can you quantify the missing 1% or the missing 0.1%?
Yeah, so the issue is when you have repeating decimals, they aren't. I guess all repeating decimals aren't considered real numbers. Is that the mathematical term for it?
Irrational.
So it'd be 0.33 to infinity, basically, is what you're saying?
Yeah,
0.3?
and the problem is when you add those three together, they equal 0.99 repeating forever.
Gotcha.
So when you add the decimal form of a third and you add three of those together, it won't equal 1 because it's an irrational number. Interesting terminology with irrational in regards to the fact that it doesn't make logical sense, except for there's something that's fundamentally broken between converting fractions into decimal form.
Would that make it a mathematical monster like pi or the Mandelbrot set?
Mandelbrots are really cool. Pi is one of those mysterious non-repeating that they say that they've worked it out to thousands and thousands, even maybe millions of decimal places, but never determined any pattern ever.
Yeah, but isn't it classified as a monster, a mathematical monster, computational monster?
I've not heard that phrase. Maybe it is. I'm not familiar with that phrase.
Because the Mandelbrot, the Julia set, all of these fractal sets that have a never-ending sequence of numbers are how they graph those out, because they start on a graph, right? It's just a regular graph. And wherever a number would land, they would put a dot where it would be a whole number there's no repeating back to a prime or something like that. I don't really remember how they were able to plot it out, but it's just a big variant grade, and the randomness creates a fractal that repeats itself. It's crazy.
Numbers pretty cool.
Yeah, if you go to
go ahead.
Number File YouTube channel, Mathematical Monsters.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm subscribed. I haven't watched all their videos, but yeah, I like that channel.
Yeah.
I discovered an interesting pattern with perfect squares tonight when I was going over math with my children. So all perfect squares, no matter what the whole number is, if you go to the sequential number, the next number in sequence, you can take the product of your current number, whatever you squared, and add that number. I'll have to write it out, but you add that number and add 1, and you add the product, and you get the answer to the next sequence perfect square. So for instance, 19 times 19 is 361. Okay. But 19 plus 19 plus 1 plus 361 equals 400. And 20 times 20 is 400. And this works with all numbers. You can always do this with all sequential perfect squares. And I just discovered it randomly as I was going through 1 to 20 with my kids. I'm sure a million other people that are math nerds have seen it before too, but I thought it was a very interesting pattern / method to getting the next product for a perfect square. Does anybody follow what I just said, or should I just?
Yeah. I totally I heard what you said, and it's really cool that you're talking about it in math terms, because what I do is I do something similar, but it's more in like the drawing terms. So you can arrive to similar things by drawing it visually. But you can also do it mathematically, like you're saying, right? Using the numbers and the raw data to like come up with patterns. So I sent you a friend request. I'm gonna send you some videos because I use like parametric design. Have you heard of that? Like parametric programs?
Sounds familiar, but no, I'm not directly familiar with it.
What it does is it works with numbers, like what you're saying, and you can extract like really complex like geometric patterns using like really simple like algorithms. Um, and so it's exactly what you're saying. It's like coming up with interesting patterns and sequences using, for me, it's more using visual aids. But what you're talking about is more of the mathematics and the way that the people use the program that I use, which is parametric stuff. They use it a lot more mathematically, and I use it more visually. So I'm going to send you a video.
Cool. You got
all of this
Mr.
stuff all ties in.
Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry about that. I was just going to say all of this geometry and all this stuff all ties together with like the stuff that we need to know to like release ourselves from all the BS. Sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
I was just gonna goofily respond to Mr. Muskbar, or however you pronounce that. I was just gonna let Mr. Muskbar know that you got to really watch out for the Tau variant because it turns you trans. Mescobar, gotcha. Yeah, the Tau variant's really bad. Really bad. And then the Epsilon variant, that one, I hear that one has fangs. It'll suck your blood. It's really not a good form of the hollow cough.
You shut that shit down, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Someone told him to shut that shit down. Wow.
What does that even mean?
You're talking about the Tau variant and the Epsilon variant, and then someone said, "You're gonna have to shut that shit down."
That,
sounded like a parent or something.
Yeah, I refuse to say bro to my son.
Bro.
Just I mean, I bet there's a lot of like young parents out there that probably do talk to their children awkwardly like that, but
it's kind of weird.
In my opinion, yeah.
But Delta just means June.
You said June?
Yeah.
Why?
If you plot it out, the whole thing starts with June because it started in March.
But March,
which would be
April, May, June. Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
So they're starting with March, even though October of 19 is more, or whatever, or November or September. Who knows? Or always.
Yeah, but see, they didn't start the experiment until June. And the experiment was only supposed to go till 4th of July.
Oh.
And they didn't get the numbers they were looking for the experiment.
Gotcha. Hey, I'm a full participant. I'm a full participant. I've got my control group badge. Okay, I don't actually have a badge, but in my imagination, I have a presidential authorized badge as a official Hollow Cough control group member. No, nobody's with me. Am I the only control group member? And
I need to get that.
Pretty elite status.
I need to get that document.
Drink some Mexican beer. It works as a good remedy.
I introduced myself to the people when I moved to the town that I have moved to in the middle of nowhere.
I don't know. I've had the jail crud. If I survive the jail crud, I think I can survive anything.
I don't know. I hear that Montezuma's Revenge is pretty rough.
That's pretty much what that was, on top of like a splitting headache, and you're throwing up the whole time and just feel like crap. Nothing tastes good. Everything's off. Smells are off.
That's what happened to me in 2019. Then I got well, and I was completely I've been healthier than
Yeah.
ever the
Yep.
last 2 years. Healthy as ever.
Yep. In fact, November of 2019 is when I got sick.
I got sick I got sick on Christmas before it was like the year before the corona came out. It was on Christmas I got sick. I was like, what the fuck? And then right after Christmas, corona broke out like very badly. And then I was like, whoa, what the fuck? And then I stayed home for 3 years, bro, and I never left ever since that.
I think this.
Ever
I think you
since
meant to
then,
say
I
the
haven't
Mexican,
ever
the
gotten.
Mexican beer jam.
Ever since then, I haven't ever gotten sick.
Well, yeah, of course you won't get sick. Nobody gets sick if they drink Mexican beer.
Asa?
No, I'm talking about after I gotten sick with the flu before the corona broke out. Like,
No. Mexican beer. Mexican beer. Hand me one of those. I want to drink it.
Corona. Right.
No, dude,
It's
stop
not even
saying that.
Mexican. It's made in friggin' Chicago.
Yeah.
Not the last bottle I read.
I know
Bottle in Chicago, Illinois.
Hencho en Mexico. It says right on the bottle.
Yeah,
I mean,
where is it bottled?
It could be a lie. I mean, they told me the Earth is a ball, so what the hell do I know?
What was?
Right.
There was a good variety pack. I don't know if Dos Equis did the variety pack, but something Blanca, it was really, really good. Does Dos Equis make a variety pack?
I stay away from beers
It's probably for the best.
because you sit there and you start going around all them beers. I mean, hell, you're gonna start getting sick and
Especially the
puking.
corona, bro.
Yeah, Dos Equis makes a variety pack, and
Have like a headache in the morning.
Well, not if you consume like a small quantity.
Yeah, I did most of my drinking when I was younger. I don't recommend it.
I hear you. I wouldn't encourage it.
What is a small quantity anyway?
I would say one serving per hour and a half.
What about
Maybe
just the
maybe one
smell of
per
it?
2 hours actually. One per
Yeah,
2 hours would always
why-
be a small quantity.
That's why I don't drink anymore.
Why is that?
Sounds like a lot over a period of time.
Well, have you
then-
heard the old cowboy saying about drinking?
I don't drink no more or no less.
No. Man takes a drink. The drink takes a drink. The drink takes the man.
Yeah. I hear you. It was.
Hey Sonny, did those links I sent you work? I moved them from private to unlisted.
I could try it again.
In Soviet Russia, you don't drink vodka. Vodka drinks you.
In the Soviet
Those
Russia, you
guys-
don't do drugs. Crocodile does you.
Those guys can dance. Nobody's gonna deny that those Russians defy gravity.
Oh, never mind. You should see the Japanese.
I use the word gravity ironically, just for anybody that just got a little bit of sweat appearing on their forehead when I said gravity. It was, it was facetious and ironic usage of the word, not to be taken
Like a shark
seriously.
smelling blood.
I know it happens.
I could try to play it again. Hold on a second here.
Opportunities. Career opportunities.
All right, appreciate this.
So I asked these chicks if I can write something on their
Where does the
chests.
word come from? You? My vibe? Random?
No, it comes from, I guess the truth, really. Yeah, it just has to do with the truth.
Oh no. That's the truth. Fuck you. That's fucking funny.
Gotta get the thing to work. Dang.
Bring 2 pins?
I think so. Oh yeah, here, hold on a second. Let me get out another one.
That's really funny, actually.
Alright, I think
I'm not mad anymore. Yeah. Thank you.
Yo, I bet you they thought you had cocaine on you or something.
like how she
why
was-
they were flirting.
I like how she said we're not mad anymore. She was like, "What'd you say about my breast, bitch?" Oh, I'm not mad anymore.
Play the second one if you can. I wrote "expose the flat Earth" on her.
Right, I remember you talking about that this morning.
Okay.
Wait, did you go to the Oregon Country Fair?
I'm writing expose the flat Earth.
Expose the flat Earth. Are you a flat earther?
No, but the Oregon Country Fair also people will sometimes walk around there with no clothes on. But no, it was one of those naked bike rides at Portland.
There's always naked people at the Oregon Country Fair.
Oh, I know. First time I went, I was like 9 years old with my uncle, and we saw it's like the last time Jerry Garcia performed there.
Epic.
I didn't even know who he was at the time.
Does anybody know this song, Heaven is a Place on Earth, Belinda Carlisle? So everybody here is like younger than 30 then, I guess.
I know,
I know that song.
Okay.
Ooh, babe.
Yeah, you got it. So I posted the music video here last time I was here, and the screenshots. It is it's the Glober anthem. It is actually a little scary. I'm not usually scared by things, but here I'll copy message link here. You can scroll back and see the pictures.
Hey, buddy, don't get upset about this, but I couldn't even tell you, what the hit song on the radio is right now because I don't listen to music.
Oh, it's
I'll
a
see you
song
next.
from like what 33 years ago, 30, I don't know, 30 plus years ago. It's an old song.
It was like
Talking
early
about
mid
sometimes
80s.
heaven's a place called Earth.
I'll post the
It's
video
like all
again.
girly, like sounds like it came off of a 16 Candles soundtrack.
Yes, sounds like it
Yeah.
came off of that movie, yeah, basically. But the whole music video is super crazy globes, like globe love. Like there's just lit up globes throughout the entire music video, like bunch of kids with masks holding globes and rolling around on the floor with globes, and it's it's
What about the Coca-Cola
really weird.
holding hands around the world?
The chorus says heaven is a place on earth, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of inversion and stuff in there, but the kids wearing masks and all, like, I don't know.
Oh, great. This fucking military helicopter flying overhead. Why do they always gotta fly over the fucking house? I know why. Hey, get this on your microwave film, bitch.
Yeah, you can use lead paint on you and stop them from being able to do that.
No,
But
it
yeah,
doesn't. That microwave Q-ray will go through anything. It's the same thing they use at the airport.
is
It's
that
like
the
a
same
sonic
thing?
thing.
Is that the same thing they use in the helicopter?
Well, yeah, for microwave film. You know the
So it's not
those.
just like X-ray thermal imaging or anything like that.
No, it's a little doghouse that they have on board. Sometimes they're helicopters. Most times they're just little like Cessna type planes or Learjets. I mean, this is not a big town. Why do we have all this traffic and all these strange helicopters coming out? Yesterday, it was a damn helicopter painted like Iraqi colors, and it wasn't a Huey either. It was a Bell, but it wasn't a Huey. So I'm like, okay, so it's not an Apache. It's definitely a Bell, so that's civilian. So why is it painted like that, and why do they always have to fly right over the house?
Can you clarify what you mean by Bell?
A Bell and Hughes helicopter?
Bell, it's a brand name. Company Bell Helicopters.
Oh, I thought that's what he meant at first.
Yeah.
Then I thought it sounded like a design name.
Well, it is kind of, but they're just called Bell whatever. I used to be a firefighter, wildland firefighter, and that's what they used to take us up, drop us off with.
Since you're from the 80s, remember Nightwolf?
Yeah.
That was a Bell.
Yep. I'm from the 80s. I'm from the 70s, bro.
I'm a product of the 80s, man.
I'm a product of
coming to a theater near you.
I'm a product of the 70s.
What you're looking for is Airwolf, and then there was Knight Rider. Airwolf was the helicopter.
Yeah, my bad. Dude, give me a break. I was like, what, a maximum of 9 years old in the 80s? Maybe. Well, 81, that would be what? Yeah, 8.
So you're my age, man. You should know this stuff. I'm 40.
Yeah, so am I, man.
I'm just giving you a hard time, man.
Damn it, I'm over the hill now. Tired of this bullshit. Why do they keep lying to us, man? It ain't cool. I'm about ready to start freaking slapping some Glober's cheeks about it. And then you got these dipshits that go, so parrot, 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 this is what I learned at school. Parrot, 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 parrot. I didn't really learn anything. I just learned to regurgitate words. So what I call education is more like the ability for memory. So it's just a big memory game, right? Because you don't actually learn critical thinking in there. You learn critical thinking when you get out on the world and you're like, okay, I can get drunk every day, but if I get drunk every day, then I'm not going to have enough money for food. Well, no problem. I could just drink more beer, right? And then, well, I'm not going to have enough money for this and no money for rent because I've been drinking. Well, now you got to start thinking critically. What is the problem? Well, I like drinking. Why don't you get rid of the drinking so you have money for food and living and all that, you know? So it's just like, yeah, the criminal thinking or critical thinking errors is what a lot of school teaches you to just turn your brain off and do as you're told. That's why the TV is great at creating military people, because the military, you just basically do as you're told. You're not you're not supposed to think. You're just supposed to do what you're told, right?
I actually had a class once that was titled Critical Thinking and Logic.
Is that Matthew?
Huh?
Who's speaking?
Oh, Gospel Bearer.
Oh.
Yeah. It was a good school though.
Yeah, but like critical thinking is not very common. That's the common sense that people lack.
Especially amongst people like Matthew.
Yeah.
Yeah. Poor Matthew. Man, that poor guy's so indoctrinated. I don't think he knows which way's up.
This must be a
It's
new
really
person.
confusing too, because he is kind of a smart kid, but man.
Well, he would argue the point that there is no up, it is only out. And I'll go out from where, dude?
Oh shit. It's almost pointless. I've decided to try and even talk to Matthew about this stuff. His mind is so made. He is so such a zealot. Oh my god.
Yeah. He just wants to believe.
So bad. Yeah.
So this guy you're trashing, you for some reason thought that I was him?
Well, no, because he's a teacher, and I thought you were talking about a class that you like did, and I was like, wait a minute. Who is this?
No,
Gotcha.
not me, Gospel. I know you. You've been around
What's
a
up,
long
God
time.
rocking?
Good. How you doing, bud?
Doing all right.
Cool.
No, it's just because you said you had a class, and I thought it was
I
Matthew
got
saying he taught a class, and I was like, wait a minute, what?
I was mentioning it out of sheer unusualness. You know, it's not very common for the public education, but of course it wasn't public education. It was a private Christian college in North Georgia, and
Nice.
they didn't do things like the norm. Is a good school. I can't really claim to know what it's like these days. I think that even private institutions got pretty battered and torn over the past 2 years. Very few weathered the storm well.
Yeah, I don't even know if the school I went to is still there. Livingston Junior Academy in Oregon. It's the Seventh Adventist Academy.
Oh, okay.
I got a yearbook. Yeah, took my second year of kindergarten there.
You flunked first year of kindergarten?
Yeah.
Just kidding. Oh shit.
No, it's quite hilarious actually. It's like something should have told me right then and there, hey, something's not right about this. They're telling me something that's not true. Yeah, I guess I didn't play well with others. Got my first referral in my first year of kindergarten for
I still
fighting.
remember the first day of kindergarten. I can't remember anything else, but I can still remember the first day. Holy shit. What a weird fucking memory, too.
Like, I guess I would hog all the digging tools in the sandbox and like push the other students away. Then, like in the third grade, we had this or fourth grade, excuse me, we had this really weird teacher that was real touchy with everyone. Right, it's a woman, real super touchy, rubbing everybody's back and reading them a story and telling them to put everybody's heads down and take a nap. And I'm just like, no, there's something creepy about this chick. Next thing you know, she was fired.
Yep.
So I still graduated in 99. After I flunked kindergarten, became year 2000. And so I was like,
it's 1999.
I'm just going to do packet work and just do straight A's, do it in the eyes of a clerk of the court, and be done with it. Here you go. Give me my diploma. Year behind and still graduated on time.
I had a teacher that did very similar type thing. Where are you from? Generally.
I grew up in Oregon.
Where are you now?
Now? Oh, I'm in the desert Southwest.
Oh yeah.
Desert Southwest. Wow. Arizona.
Arizonia.
Yeah. Old Calzona, Arizona, California border. Hey, we got great fish in Colorado River. It's the best place to be in the desert. It's right on the river, right? Water at any time. Just got to go to the river. So last year they shut that river down all year. That really made me mad.
They did?
Yeah. You couldn't fish. You couldn't do nothing. If you were caught at the river, it's a $5,000 fine.
Wow. Why did they do that? Did they say?
Because they're Indians. It's tribal land. They said, oh, well, we believe in the Kovoodoos. And I go, there you go with the belief again. Just because you believe in something doesn't make it real.
Do Kovoodoos make things go down?
Yeah, the Kovoodoo is what brought down the whole economy last year.
It
Shut
sounds like
everything
a
down.
racial, like an Italian racial slur.
Okay, the voodoo hoodoo there. How about that? Because I was going COVID, like Kovu.
Oh, I was not picking up what you were putting down. I call it the Holocaust, but you know, we all have our
Yeah, I only understood.
pet names.
I only understood that after you made that joke. Or after I made that joke. I don't know.
Oh my God! You wouldn't believe what they're doing in where I live. Oh. It's coming back. It's coming back. It's coming back with a vengeance.
It's really
Yeah,
cheap
good luck
houses
with that,
where
buddy.
I live. If you guys
My
are looking for a
God.
new place to live, North Dakota is the place to be.
Yeah, I got to get the hell
Is
out
it
of
a
here.
union state or is it a Commonwealth state?
That's a good question. How many of the oil workers are union? You know what? I don't think that the oil workers are union. At least I've never heard of it, but I've only lived here a few months. I don't know much about the culture here. I just know that
There's a few
nobody puts
union
up with the
states.
nonsense.
Now, that makes you think non-union, does that mean not part of the United States under the Union?
No,
Instead, they're under the Commonwealth?
no, not talking. I'm sorry. When you say union, I think of labor. I'm thinking like
That's exactly what I mean. Like
AFL-CIO.
Arizona. Arizona is a Commonwealth right to work state, which means there's no unions, no labor unions, no school
Oh.
unions, no doctor unions.
Well, the really weird thing about that is I used to live in North Carolina and I used to work for a company called American Income Life Insurance Company. And it's a union company. I was I was in one of the OPEIU unions or whatever, but I was in North Carolina, which is a right to work state. And I serviced union people that were in North Carolina and they had locals in North Carolina, but it was also a right to work state. So just because I don't know if what I'm saying right now is relevant to what you were saying for sure, but I also know that there are non-union states that have local chapters for union members. It's just not the predominant mode like it would be in New York, for instance. Was that just a bunch of gobbledygook, or was it slightly relevant to what you were saying?
Unions only work on a flat Earth, or they don't work at all, depending on your point of view.
Well, speaking of only, did you know that all Masons, all Freemasons, are flat earthers?
Yeah.
Yeah, but secretly, that's the difference.
So
Well,
why are they perpetrating the lie? That's the thing they have to answer for. And when they answer for it, there will be stones coming with it. Not by me. I urge you not to throw any stones at them. They've sworn an oath and they are trapped by their own word. They cannot speak out against or speak the truth. They have to go by what the narrative says.
Yeah, thank God for those who get out.
They're slaves. They can't help it. They don't have the courage to say no.
Some do. My grandfather did back in the 1960s.
Yeah, thankfully mine did in the 80s. Like 86. My uncle did finally in the 2000s.
Is there anything they could offer you that would make you not say no?
Nope.
Not say no, double negative. Is there anything they could do to make you say yes?
You know, I was born and raised in Utah with the Mormons, and I did not know till recently that all Mormons are also Freemasons.
Yep.
I mean, they did not. They kept that hidden. They kept that hidden from everyone. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
long time.
I've not heard that 1-to-1 ratio.
Well, I don't know, but I heard that most of them are. Yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
Hello,
not overly surprising.
Well, Brigham Young, and you know, he was definitely a Freemason, and so was whatever their prophet's name was. I can't remember who it was, but
Brigham Young.
Well,
no, that's Brigham Young University, or Bring Them Young.
That guy was a prophet too, but just later on. The original prophet was Joseph Smith.
Yeah, Joseph Smith. There you go. I heard he was a Mason also.
Oh yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me. I was raised in that religion, but I left it before I even realized that it had anything to do with the Masons.
Well, I was born and raised here. I've lived here my whole life, and my sister, my mom and dad, they all are go to church and are LDS, but I never did go ever. I mean, just never really went. You know, I just ever since I was a kid, it really wasn't for me. But you know, I found the Lord on my own, and I have a great relationship with Him, and I'm so glad I didn't get wrapped up in that. Like my family is. Some of my family members, anyway. My sister's like the Relief Society president, and my brother was a bishop, and man, my dad was a high priest, and oh man, yeah, weird. Once you know, when you learn the things you learn here, and it's just, I mean, I love my family and all, but they just they've been indoctrinated to believe that church is the real church and only true church and all this weird stuff they say, and it's just like, man.
Do they still think they live on a ball?
Yes.
Yeah, it's funny how that works, isn't it?
Yes. Terrible.
You know, they have a video of Sonic the Hedgehog's bonus scene where he's running around on a ball on a globe, right? That's not what you see in reality. So how are we on a globe? It makes no sense. If we were on a globe, everything should be falling away from us on a constant dip in all directions at the same time.
You're obviously not running fast enough.
Oh no! If I hit one of those star balls, it'll bounce me back into one of them red balls, and then I'm out of the checkerboard floor. See, Dr. Nation goes deep.
Masons do go deep. There's a bud. Do you know one up Dr. One Up?
No,
He has a different.
I know of him, but I've never talked to him or met him.
Oh yeah, he doesn't get on VC very often. But anyway, he is your. If you want to know about video game occult symbolism and or Masonic symbolism, you want resources. He is a video game fanatic. He also owns like every Nintendo game and Super Nintendo game, and he's I don't know what you call people like that, but he's got it all.
One of the
And,
craziest subliminal
Enthusiast?
messages I ever saw in a video game was like a modern combat, like Call of Duty one from like a few years back, like maybe 2012, 2010-ish. And this guy, he posted on YouTube, he just goes up to a front of a car and smashes the front of a car, you know, the hood. And when he smashes the hood, the dent on the hood, it looks like a dent, but it also is exactly like the pyramid on the back of the $1 bill.
Have you ever been to the Illuminati.am? Illuminati.am. Or am, right? That's
what
their
is
website.
that, Amsterdam? No, that would be DE, wouldn't it? What is AM?
I don't know, but that's their website.
Is there a PM?
I don't know. I think it's because the last part is am, so it's Illuminat. I am. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's blasphemy.
Oh, and
in
they have a
itself.
book there that says the First Testament of the Illuminati.
Yeah. And they have pictures of people that just sold their soul and signed up.
That's on that website.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first thing they show is a globe.
Yeah, Illuminat am.
With a bunch of
Illuminat,
ice
I am.
on it. It's really
Very first thing.
really weird.
Would you sell your soul
And
for
you
some
even have
Bitcoin?
even have the 9-pointed star, right? The other two rays are being hidden by the eye. So that's the 9-pointed star that is at the center of the Vatican. And the center of the eye, or the center of the star, is the obelisk.
Press and media. I'm trying to find. They've got the contact us. They don't have like a legal disclaimer on their website. They have a terms of use.
Yeah. I was looking for their
They're
mission
saying-
statement.
They're saying you're safe on a planet that help is on the way. Holy shit.
Help is on the way. Is that what it says?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh
they're
my
showing
And it says
planets.
the planet.
They're showing planets. They're going on the planet. Help is on the way. What else are they saying here?
My gosh. Extraterrestrials are on their way.
Your prosperity, something. I better.
And they're the ones that say weaving spiders need not come near or need not enter or something like that. So they're the Bavarian Grove.
They claim to be religious.
Yeah, it's Luciferian at its core. That's what the eye is.
Yes. Yeah.
And see, right above it, you just look. It's it's right there in symbolism. The bead of the darkness becoming true light because they believe the darkness of the eclipse is true light. Their philosophy is backwards and it's wicked. They twist it. Make evil good and good evil. And they've infiltrated everything.
Were you just reading that little statement? Hold on, they have a little statement here.
So eventually, if you click around, you'll end up getting redirected to IlluminatiOfficial.org. So they own multiple websites.
These are a bunch of Kabbalists, you know?
Yeah.
So there, millions of people from all walks of life have committed themselves to the Illuminati's global work for the betterment of the human species.
Yeah. Armenia. AM is Armenia.
Okay. So that's why they look Armenian.
They strive to form a planet where all people in all places can live in abundance. Sure. They must not consider us people then. Because they want to get rid of 90% of you idiots.
Like I said, we're the carbon they want to reduce.
Yep, that's it. That's amazing.
The carbon footprint.
Yeah.
What other thing makes a footprint? I mean, yeah, you could say that dogs leave a footprint, but that's really a paw print, right?
I just found another weird one because you got me wondering about this whole domain name with the AM, wondering how many they purchased. Apparently, there's a cryptocurrency. That's a good question. Somebody's getting antsy with the current conversation.
Apparently, there's what? Did you say, Gospel?
Yeah, there's a cryptocurrency project associated with the name Illuminati, and I posted the picture where they have the little woman showing some coin. I don't know what it is, but covering her right eye. And
checks out. That's what was on the Bilderberg magazine.
Oh, dude, that's Dotus, isn't it? Is that the Department of Distribution?
I'm not sure.
Oh my God!
I think that is. I think that's Dotus.
They try to say that thing landed like that.
Huh?
Did they say they're saying that rocket landed like it just showed?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, they sure did.
Oh my
Hold on,
God.
we're not even paying attention to what's really going on, right? SpaceX launched a Dragon, so they put a Dragon up there. Then they put a Virgin up there, and then they sent up a penis.
And they sent the penis after the Virgin.
Yes, after the Dragon was already up there.
What a joke! Oh my God.
The Dragon capsule is supposedly when the space was in, or the rat was in space.
So they're going to save the Virgin from the Dragon with a penis.
No, they're saying the Dragon.
Super Mario Brothers?
Those things to the Virgin.
There were supposedly people on that thing too, right?
Yeah, supposedly.
Oh my God.
And then the penis never made it, like, it only went to apogee. It went straight up to apogee, and then it was in free fall, which gave the appearance of weightlessness via vomit comet.
Great job.
Sorry, that's what, Blue Horizon looks like. It looks like, looks like the lighthouse from I Pet Goat 2.
And then the little boy in the back said, I want to go again. I want to go again.
And all the virgins said, we don't want to go. We don't want to go.
After that rocket fires up at the bottom, you stick that flame on the side of the thing that looks like something catches fire. That is not right, dude. I'm telling you. That is not right.
It's reverse footage. And they want us to believe they landed that?
Yeah, watch this. Watch it burst into flame on the side of it right there. Look at that. See that fire on the side? That flame? Yeah, come on. I'm surprised it didn't blow. It probably did blow up. They just cut it. That's why they cut it off.
Oh, what did Blumbering Doofus just say?
God, that is so fucked up. Oh, Blumbering Doofus. Just some crucial predictive programming,
I can't guarantee this. Everybody's wanting to die out. But I think it's more likely we're going to end up in a war, a real shooting war.
You're a retard because it's already happened.
Of great consequence. And it's increasing exponentially. That would be the capability.
A cyber war against flat earthers.
It's already happened. We already have our virtual army assembled, our digital soldiers assembled to protect us against the cyber warfare. So what the hell are you going on about, Biden?
Numpty. Deluxe.
But how are we going to get the digital ring of power to Mount Doom? The digital Mount Doom.
I think that
There's already a kill switch. We just have to take out the 5 individuals, and 3 of them are Islamists that have control over the kill switch of the internet, take control over it, and then just kill it.
just put him on oxygen and everything will be okay. He's just a little oxygen deprived. I don't know. I was really proud of the man when he spoke up in that not Skype. What is they call it? The Zoom. I never did the Zoom thing, so I feel so old when I say Zoom. Anyway, when he did the Zoom thing with those people and was fighting for he was being a really heroic racist and fighting for the preservation of white people. Do you all remember that little awkward exchange that Mr. Presidente had, where he was proclaiming the importance of the preservation of the white race? Now, he didn't say it in those words, but that is what he was saying in his seemingly ignorant and innocent method of communication.
Oh,
Does he even realize?
It's not seemingly ignorant. It's obviously ignorant. Holy shit.
Yeah, probably so. It was a really awkward thing that he said. I'm being really like cryptic and facetious in how I'm saying it, but he said something to the effect of he was telling all these, he was like, it was a Zoom call, him and like a bunch of black people, and he was like, yeah, oh gosh, I've got to find the clip. It's the most awkward thing. He's telling them that that they're not the only reason that the country is failing. Like he said.
Oh fuck.
He says that, which is like super awkward. It's like, how do you even sit there? I don't care who it is. You know, it's amazing that people would just sit there and take that. Like he literally just put the failure of America on black people in one half sentence, right? And then proceeds to say that the actual devastation of America will be when Latinos are the majority race, and it was just, man, that's what you call, in my opinion, that's what you call retribution for the people that voted for him. But nobody will ever acknowledge it, so it's kind of anticlimactic retribution.
I don't think.
Correction. They won't ever know it because the people on the other side, on their news channels, if you want to call it that, they don't play things like that. So you know that happened. I know that happened. People that are not leftists know that happened or might know, but leftists themselves, they don't know. They're not going to know. And if you tell them, they're going to say, "Oh no, you're lying. You're lying." No, I'm not going to look at it like you're lying. You're lying.
Yeah, you can't even hardly look it up either. You hop on YouTube and try and look for it, and it's just like, yeah, they don't make it easy. At least they have the hour and 40-minute version, but you know, people clip that stuff up and oh, must remove. Biden civil rights clip. I don't know where in the world that I've got it somewhere.
But I mean, think about it. Do you actually expect them to ever play a clip like that on NPR or anything else leftist?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm never gonna do it.
It is
Only if it
remarkable.
suits their agenda.
Which it doesn't, so they never will.
See what he meant. What he was
In
trying
fact,
to
they'll
say.
label it fact check false information on social media.
For sure.
That's why I call it anti-social media, because there's nothing social about looking into a computer screen on a phone, rather, while you're sitting next to somebody or you're out and about doing something with somebody, so you got to get on a social media app to be social. No, social means you're out there with people. So the social distancing means they should distance from social media apps, period. Or am I just insane on this one here?
I'm just distracted because I can't find what I. It's gone. It's gone forever. They scrubbed it. They Mandela it.
Let memory hold it.
Mandela effect. Fucking Mandela effect isn't even real, dude.
I know that.
It's such a. I know you know. It's just.
Well,
I'm
how
just sick
dare
of
you?
hearing people talk
That's a
about
really,
it.
yeah, it's a really hot topic on this server. Usually people are like, "How dare you?"
Can I borrow a cup of Mandela effect?
Yeah.
I'm
Hey, did
baking
you-
some Mandela effect cookies.
Provide me a logical falsification for the Mandela effect, and I'll begin to permit its plausibility. But until there is a logical falsifiability of it, it's just it's hey, can
It's
God
just
create
all in
a
your
rock
head.
so can God create a rock so big that he can't lift it up? It's akin to that.
Well, here's the thing: celebrities will slightly change their names, right, to promote this idea of a Mandela effect, to convince you that, oh, I just forgot that they were called that. I thought they were called this, and I have all of the celebrities' old names. I have their old names from like 5 years ago written down somewhere, and they're changed now.
Yeah,
But
but that's
anyway.
not the same thing as actual footage in a movie made before I was born changing.
Sure.
I mean,
that
it
does
could be
not
altered.
explain that at all.
It could be altered. Easily.
I'm not saying it couldn't be altered, but could every copy of it everywhere be altered? I'm not even sure if that's the case or not. All I know is that when I tried to look up on YouTube Moonraker and looked up a scene where someone said that they changed something or something had changed in the scene, that I remember very well, very clearly, that scene changed in a way where there was a joke before and then there wasn't a joke afterwards.
Yeah. The copies could have. Well, I mean, obviously, the physical copy can't be changed. Maybe, but
Okay,
whatever,
I'll tell you the joke. I'll be more specific. So there's this scene where Jaws, one of the main bodyguard henchmen of the James Bond villain, Jaws ends up in an accident in a bunch of rubble on the ground, and a woman runs up to him and helps take all the rubble off of him. And as he stands up and looks at her, he smiles at her and she smiles at him. And the joke is that they both like each other because they both have metal in their mouth. She has braces in her mouth and he has metal teeth in his mouth. So they smile at each other and like,
exactly
oh, look, we both have metal in our mouth. And then they walk off with each other holding hands, So that's the joke, right? That's the joke that I remember very clearly. When you go and look at that movie now, there's no braces in her mouth.
It could just be a deleted scene. I know exactly.
I'm not saying I know what it is. All I'm saying is it's not what
like,
you described, is what I'm saying.
Cutting room floor, just like the Goonies, the original Goonies had an octopus that they fought when they jumped into the pit, or when they fell out of the slide and got into the pit where the ship was, right? There was an octopus, a kraken, that was holding some of them down. And they even mentioned it in the film, but when it was formatted for TV and VHS, HBO and all that, they took that scene out. So it's just a cutting room floor edits to make the continuity seem more legit, because possibly the smiling took a little bit longer than they would have liked, and they used an alternate clip in the mastering of the 4 television format.
I found that.
I understand your editing point, but not the time point. It took no more or less time for this scene to play out. Like it wasn't really a joke they dragged on or anything like that.
Sometimes the director just doesn't like something, but I get what you're saying. Although
Maybe
some,
maybe the
something
girl
as
with
insignificant
braces
as
was
that.
underage. I don't know.
Oh, could be.
It doesn't really seem to make sense though, because braces are a hard thing to take on and off. Those look like real braces, so I don't know. Logically, something just seems a little odd there, if you know what I mean.
No,
I've had
I know
braces
exactly
before.
the scene you're talking about too. I know exactly the scene you're talking about. I remember it myself, but you know, sometimes it's just not in certain versions of the movie. If you remember in the original Star Wars Episode 4, there was a different Palpatine. Did you know that? There was a different Emperor. There was a different Emperor Palpatine, a different Darth Sidious with a different voice and a different face in the OG Episode 4, and that was in the original screening. That was in the original like movie theater screening, and took it out when it hit VHS, when it hit tapes, and then it's been a different Palpatine ever since. So they make changes like that all the time, just artistic changes. But sometimes, like with the celebrity name changes, they're just fucking with you. It's like an IQ test to see who's paying attention. Anyway,
I knew the Boba Fett voice changed, but
Do
not
they
that.
catalog that on Wikipedia?
what?
Their name changes. You said that they changed their names a little bit here and there. Do they catalog that on Wikipedia or
No,
anywhere?
fuck no, they don't catalog it on Wikipedia. You just gotta see it as it happens.
Well, they
don't
might,
record any
because
of that shit.
on Wikipedia they'll list when you look up an actor's name on there, they'll list their birth name and their stage name separately.
No, I'm talking about like changing letters and spellings, like like two letters of their name, and it sounds like the original name, but it isn't. And then that name change is not listed anywhere. That's what I'm talking about.
Can we get
And
some
they do that just to
if
fuck with
P
you.
then Q? Can we get some if P then Q stuff for this this topic that I've so very accidentally initiated?
No, you can't.
Yeah, I didn't think so. It doesn't exist.
Strange things only happen on a flat Earth.
Or after midnight at a Circle K.
Circle
Why is
K.
it gonna be Circle
Holy
K? Why
shit.
can't it be a 7-Eleven?
Because I don't have a 7-Eleven here.
You know, I called it Conoco my whole life, and then I found out like way late on that it's Kanoko. Can you believe that stuff?
Yeah, I could believe it because of Sunoco.
Oof. I don't know why I called it Conoco, but it's just kind of weird.
Because you're
But yeah,
illiterate.
seriously, some P then Q stuff. I mean, can we P then Q the Mandela?
The official Mandela effect, or the one that they're pretending is real, which is what I was talking about.
Are you talking about the effect that Mandela had on South Africa?
No, I'm talking about the concept of the alteration of history. Can we, if P then Q? Can we? Again,
please.
I have thought about it for many
Well,
times.
you literally can't. You can't if P then Q revision. You can't, because there's nothing to work with anymore. It's gone.
Literally impossible to falsify, and that's why I have a big problem with it. It's not possible to falsify it because the evidence for falsification is the evidence is non-evidence, and therefore you can't falsify it on the premise of evidence, because the evidence is the existence of non-evidence, even though that's illogical. So on its face, it is
you can't
illogical
approach
claim
this
from
with logic. You can't approach this with logic.
Yeah, and
That's the
I
problem.
refuse
That's
to
what makes it
believe
tough.
that there's anything in existence, anything in creation that is non-logical. that's I'm not
Really?
like that. Yeah.
Really? You
Yeah,
think
because logos
there's
is the
nothing
word.
non-logical?
I believe that all existence came into being through the word, and therefore I believe that all existence has order because it exists
So
by nature of
history's
it
never been
existing.
revised.
No, of course history can. Yeah, but this isn't about revisionist history. That's not what the Mandela claim is. This is the claim that I like. There are people that are into the Mandela that are like, I have a magazine in my attic that I know said this, and now it says this. It
Oh,
doesn't
that's
just.
not what I'm talking about, dude.
Okay, well, that's the type of Mandela that people really get on about, and when they really get into the topic, that's what they wholeheartedly believe. Is they believe that there are gremlins, supernatural, extra dimensional beings that alter all of existence for the sake of. I'm not kidding when I say this. This is truly where people go. This is the depths of the rabbit hole of the Mandela effect and where people fall into. They believe wholeheartedly. I know these people. You know them, but you might not know that they believe this. Um, that at the bottom of the Mandela effect, that there are supernatural beings that alter history on a fabric of like whatever, like at a root level, they alter everything as if they snipped reality and stitched it back together.
Well,
that's the bottom
And they
of
thought
the
that's
Mandela hole.
provable.
What?
That's not really. None of that is provable. Obviously, that's not what I'm
That's
talking about.
my point.
What I'm talking about is new copies of old things are being made,
But the
and
point
people act like they're the originals.
the point I would make is if there is zero evidence, physical evidence, not just in the minds of men, but zero physical evidence that there was ever a dolly with braces, then where's the evidence?
In the furnace.
Yeah, but everybody didn't watch it at the theater. Everybody didn't watch it on some special release. People bought that movie early on. I mean, at least, I mean, what are we talking? Was it not released in? I mean, I know VHS. We're talking late 70s, early 80s, and so I don't know the year of actual public release versus when it was shown, but that's just one of many. There's many
All right,
other
let me ask you a
examples.
question, bro.
Yeah.
You ever had a personal experience with God that you can't express, but you know happened, but it cannot be proven in the physical realm?
Yeah, it's a personal experience. Yeah.
Okay, then. I was just making sure.
But yeah, you don't need evidence for test. That's what testimony is testimony, but you can't. That's not scientific, is all I'm saying. I would never make the claim that I have scientific proof, um, really, of anything
Scientific to you,
related.
because you experienced it. It happened to you, but you just can't
This is the
express it.
difference between knowledge and belief, though.
You know what happened. You talk to God, right?
Yeah, that is part of knowledge for
Okay.
me, but I can't. Just because you have knowledge of something doesn't mean you can prove it. So
you're not proving God?
What? No.
No, his testimony only confirms his faith. It doesn't prove anything.
Yeah,
That's what the witness is about.
I would agree with that.
It's kind of like you cannot, if somebody asks you, well, do you have any evidence for God? You can't answer that because there really is no evidence for God. You have to come with
Well, you can get damn
faith
close.
the size of mustard seed. You cannot it's like one of these things to where you can lead a horse to water, but if he doesn't want to drink it, he's not going to drink it. You know what I mean? Like they have to take that step. And then once they take that step, then the spirit enters them. And then they're just like, now I understand. Now my eyes are open. But so many are not willing to even take it that far to even have faith the size of a mustard seed, which is a very small thing.
When you say there is no proof for God, do you mean there's no proof for a creator? Is a creator and God the same thing to you?
No, what they mean by evidence is they want actual evidence of something physical.
You know,
well, yeah,
like
that's
going,
exactly what I'm talking about. So I was gonna let whoever you were talking to know that you can't have gas pressure without a container, and you can't, and a container is a creation, and you cannot have a creation without a creator. Thus, the container that gives us gas pressure so that we can breathe and exist is a creation created by the
He's the one who
creator.
said there's no proof. I know that there's physical proof for a creator. Don't worry.
Yeah, but not the testimony. The testimony of others is not physical proof.
That's
No,
where
proof
I was
for
getting at.
religions to be true, but there's proof that a creator is there.
Well, it's kind of like
existence is the proof, and the problem is there are people that don't agree that logic is sufficient. They are illogical people. They're okay with or comfortable with for instance, the Easterns. So there are many Eastern philosophies and or religions that are okay with cognitive dissonance. In fact, it's built into Hinduism. The contradiction is something to be embraced rather than to be explained away. I've studied and also spoken to many people of that belief, and it's part of their religion. But that's not the only ones. I mean, people, the age of non-reason, post-modernity, all of these things embrace the opportunity of non-logic.
Sounds like a good way to keep the sheep in line.
For instance, existence from nothing.
It depends on how you use it. It depends on how you use this idea of non-logic. If you use it the way postmodernists do, then yeah, I mean, where absolutely zero makes sense, and it doesn't have to make sense because just do what you're fucking told. Then yeah, but that's a good way to keep the sheep in line. But the Hindu is, the Hindi perspective is that not everything can make sense. Gods do not have to make sense. They're above logic. They're outside of logic, right? So their perspective is that gods do not always have to make sense to us puny humans.
Yeah.
Because why should they have to?
So is that where the expression "holy cow" comes from?
Yes, actually, it is. Very, very astute of you. Holy cow, that's exactly where it comes from.
I was also trying to josh a little bit.
Anyway.
You ever heard that? I'm just joshing you. Anyways.
No, yeah. That is where it comes from, though. That's the actual Hindu perspective. If I was you, I would not lump the two together. I would not lump Hinduism with postmodernity. Postmodernity is very it's very atheist, to say the least. I would call it soulless.
I appreciate your distinction. I can understand where you're coming from with that.
Anyway, where are the Glovers at, man? I'm getting bored. Getting tired. I need a Glover to wake me up with his bullshit so I can yell at him on YouTube.
Well, I mean, gravity is the container, obviously. I mean, gravity keeps all the air here on Earth. It's pretty simple. I don't know what you guys don't understand about this.
You're pretty good. Pretty good.
I've been around for a while.
Not just YouTube, but we're also on Twitter and DLive.
Oh, fantastic. So now we can get twitlongers about us. Yay. Cancelled.
Nobody watches nobody.
No, but seriously, debunk that. I mean, right? The gravity is the container.
Gravity
right?
is the effect.
Because air gradients. I mean, there's pressure gradients, and therefore that's clear evidence that there's more pressure towards
Gravity
the
is
bottom.
the effect. It's the cause that we're disputing. You troll.
The cause. Well, yeah, the cause is gravity. That's why air is here on Earth.
You numpty.
I mean, the only way that air sticks to Earth is because of gravity. I mean, a kid could figure that out.
You're naming, you're calling an effect a cause, you fucking numpty.
Okay, then what's the cause of gravity? Because I thought gravity was the cause of gravity, and that's perfectly okay with me. Is that not okay with you?
Gravity is not the force of Star Wars. Sorry.
Doesn't the force do the opposite though? Doesn't it push things away?
I don't know. It's magic. That's all it is.
It is. It's fucking space wizards. That's all they are.
No, it's moving the goalpost is all you're ever gonna. It's a beating the dead horse exercise. I've grown very tired of arguing with folks. If that's where they want to rest their head at night is with gravity and refraction, then
Dude, I
back
don't
to
even
the
argue with
horse and
people.
water.
I don't even
Yeah,
argue with
it's
people.
funny
I'm
that
just
they have faith in gravity, which doesn't really have a meaning, cannot be explained by these smartasses, right? Like they
Do you
go,
have
"Oh,
a
well,
pen? Do you have
math
a pen in
attracts
your room?
math. Oh,
You-
well, you got the space time bendiness of the curvature, which causes gravity, or you got some spooky distance or spooky action at a distance, or some kind of weird shit like that, and they believe in that shit.
Yeah,
But they don't
because we
believe in
know
God.
we know it because we can calculate it, man.
But they
Don't
don't
you guys?
believe in God.
We
Don't
make
you
That's
believe?
predictions.
Wait, don't you believe in calculation?
We make accurate predictions, and therefore
Gravity.
fucking A. We make accurate predictions based on something somebody else gave us.
That's my new. That's my new modern term for gravity. Gravity.
make
Gravity.
accurate
Says the G.
predictions from all the records that we've had for thousands.
Shish net on the gravity.
And
I
yet,
did post the
we've had
Biden thing earlier, by the way.
that's something else they say. That's something else they say. They cite things from thousands of years ago and then call people from thousands of years ago stupid.
Well, Aristophanes.
I know. Yeah, but those.
Well, first of all, Aristophanes was in Egypt. So, I mean, a lot of people don't even understand that part. It's just like, no, he was in Greek, so he was in Greece. No, he was in Egypt.
Yeah.
So that's the quote that Biden had.
What quote? The country is doomed. Not should be. Oh, okay.
Holy shit.
Those words came out of his mouth clear as a bell. I posted
my God.
the timestamp, and he was zooming with like civil rights leaders.
And nobody cares.
Not a word. Hardly
They're blind.
Hardly even a shift in body position. That you look at kinesics, and it's just like, really, what were they thinking about? Like, obviously not what he was saying. Oh, you know what? I guess maybe that Zoom call was prior to the election. I see that it says the words elect. Yeah, December 11th. So it's post-election, but prior to inauguration.
Dude, who is that changeling on the left? Why does she look like that?
The light-skinned person.
The one in the green scarf.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is that a human?
Isn't that? I think that's Kamala's sister.
No clue. I found it very fascinating. He was really he was really fighting one for the team white, and I thought it was interesting that they would allow that his grabblers and controllers and handlers would allow him to even utter pro-white sentiments like that.
He accidentally dropped the hard R N-word during a speech recently. I don't know if you know. And nobody cared.
Fascinating. Maybe he's shifting the Overton window. Maybe he's an agent, a change agent that's actually accomplishing more for good than anybody will ever realize.
Through stupidity.
Yeah, no. I don't know. I don't know about that. I think he's just an inept fucking retard.
Yeah.
At the end of the day. But
I get it. But it's fun.
I like your optimism.
It's fun to imagine. Somebody was saying somebody was in here. I wouldn't know anybody new because I've been MIA for a year. You guys would know.
Oh no, man.
Well, of course, there's always tags.
Man. You know, this Biden, I think it's a different Biden from the one from Obama's time. They have different skull shapes.
I've heard people say that. I haven't really done an in-depth investigation into that, but I've heard people say that.
It's like this Biden looks more like a fucking Roswell Gray, and the original Biden looks like has a way stronger jaw and a lot less wrinkles.
Eyes are different colors.
Eyes are different colors. That's another one. It's like a different shade of blue or something. And he's sane. And this Biden is a demented alien gray.
Yeah. Are you all on about the Nicole Brown and Megyn Kelly thing?
I don't know about that. I don't know. I
another-
don't even know who those people are.
Nicole Brown Simpson, the one that was allegedly murdered by O.J. Simpson, and Megyn Kelly, the reporter.
Oh, dude, I have a picture of like so many different celebrity comparisons. The latest one I'm working on is Billie Eilish and Lil Xan.
Yeah, I don't know that second name. I hardly know the first, but I don't know that second
Dude,
name.
Billie Eilish is a male to female tranny. I'm telling you. It's so obvious. It's weird. It's creepy. You know, he released that song, Bury a Friend, right? And then right after that, Temptation died. Triple X. Murdered. Right after.
Does anybody know the Yazik or Yazzie K or?
Yeah, what's up, G?
Hey, are you new to the server or no?
Yeah, I'm new.
Cool. What do you know about
Who's
the topic?
that?
What do you know about the topic?
The topic y'all speaking about right now?
No, the title of the Discord server.
Oh, Flat Earth. I don't know
Capital
really
T,
too much.
the
I'm
topic.
trying to learn.
Okay.
Fair enough. Have you learned anything so far? How long have you been here?
I just got through the verification like an hour or two ago.
Nice. Well, welcome to the Flat Earth, bud. I like asking
Yeah.
all newcomers this one question. It's an 11-point scale from 0 to 10. Okay, 0 meaning flat continuous plane and 10 meaning ball floating in space. Where do you stand on the nature of reality? Like, what number on that scale would you represent yourself as?
I think I'm completely off the scale from all of my experiences with psychedelics. It goes back into like what the Truth Bearer was saying about his Jesus experience. Once you've had that experience, it's knowing. So I would say I'm off the scale.
You're a fellow psychonaut.
Yeah.
Psychonaut in the chat. Ooh, interesting.
Yeah,
Go on, man.
DMT completely blew me off the scale.
Oh
They
yeah.
put me on a different one.
Just don't do it too much.
It's the only thing I don't ever want to do again. And it's
Yeah,
not
my
like I
second
can't.
time scared me.
Have it. Oh no, it was like the 8th time, and I'm just like, yeah, that's it. This is sorcery straight up.
Yeah,
I was
for
above
sure.
the firmament, and I seen the sun rising, being pulled by some creature, and
Have you
like I
seen
was looking around, and it was just crazy. Like everything was being pulled on these like
Have you
crystalline type
seen
paths.
the pictures of the biblically accurate angels, like as depicted from the Bible?
I've seen one.
Yeah,
And then as soon as I
there's
seen
lots of
it,
reports of them on DMT. Lots of them.
yeah, check it
The
out.
ones
Like
with the
after I seen
rings
it,
that have eyes all over them.
I was reading Ezekiel, and all of a sudden it started making sense. I'm just like, that's exactly what I saw. The wings with the eyes everywhere inside the rings, and
Yep.
and the
Opening.
wings aren't really wings. They're like, okay, the best way I can explain it is the old school Windows screensaver where a box would bounce around and then it would transform and have these spikes coming out of the corners and turn into
Yeah,
like balls, right? So those things that
Yeah,
spike out, those are the wings, but it's like multi-dimensional, like
for
everywhere, all over
sure.
the place, eyes
It's
all
like
over the place, and just
dimensional.
fractals.
Yep.
Dude,
Hell yeah,
that's
it's
exactly what
godly.
it is.
yeah, it's an angel. Usually represented with the star tetrahedron for those that achieve that with just pure meditation, right? They'd say
Yeah, I've heard
machino, but
people
they're
say
not
you can go
machino.
farther with meditation than even with drugs are capable.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
People
You
get
can even
super deep with the
you can
meditation.
find that silver thread that connects your navel to your soul.
Yeah, I've heard people talk about that. Astral projection, all that shit.
And
Yeah,
you
you
want to
gotta
make
be.
sure that silver thread never gets interrupted. And it's easy to snag and rip.
Yeah, just don't overdose on the DMT. Don't do it too much, or you'll lose your mind.
Yeah, I
I
got
don't
those
know about
toads.
that.
I got those Mike Tyson toads out here.
Do you?
Yeah, like they live out here.
I've never done that kind. I've only done extractions from mimosa hostilis and acacia. The NN dimethyltryptamine.
The Acacia Confucius is way better because it has DPT, the light, as well as the spirit.
Yeah, I've heard people say that acacia strains are less of the vibratory like feeling of the entire universe type shit. You know what if you've ever done it, you undoubtedly know what I'm talking about, like that vibrating
Yeah. So you know about the shortcut
sensation.
where you look up, you roll your eyes in the back of your head, and you look up, like up in your skull, and there's a light source up there, and there's an angel above that at all times.
No, I didn't know that.
Don't go through the maze. Don't go through the astonishment by death or death by astonishment. You just look straight up, roll your eyes in the back of your head, and wear that crown of light.
That's interesting. No, I'm kind of scared from doing DMT again from my last experience. It was only my second time doing it. But unknowingly, tobacco acts as a MAOI, which is if you've ever heard of the brew ayahuasca, what they do in the
Yeah.
jungle, where it lasts
Yeah.
longer, it's at the exact same components. So when I smoked it, instead of it lasting 15 minutes, the experience lasted for an hour and a half. And like,
Well, see,
yeah, I'm not trying
when
to do that again.
when I did it the first time I did it, I had some changa, right, or changa, whatever they want to
Yeah.
call it, smokable ayahuasca, right? So it lasts a little bit longer, like a half hour. Well, I threw onto it another half a gram, another 500 milligrams of raw crystal, and I took
Meth?
one hit. No, DMT. I took one hit and I instantly blasted off, and I just a bunch of different points of light leaving from my body going straight up, and I'm just like, okay, I'm going out, and started laying back, and as soon as I laid back and closed my eyes, I was gone,
Yeah.
another dimension.
It's crazy shit, man. Crazy shit. Extraordinary.
I don't recommend it for the weak.
Definitely not.
The closest thing I can relate it to, if you guys are curious about it, Salvia Devorum.
I've had
Closest
salvia.
thing it felt like. Closest thing it felt like,
Used
but
to.
way more panicky.
It just grows like everywhere where I live.
Yeah. Well,
You
it's
can
safe.
literally just pick it and smoke it, or you can eat it.
Salvia is the real sage. Sage isn't real sage, but salvia is.
Well, you got
Yeah.
sage with a red flower and sage with the purple flower. The purple flower is the divinorum, and the one with the red flower is just like a spicy, peppery, savory type seasoning. They both contain the alkaloid, but the red flower contains less of it.
I think the reason people have a lot of bad experiences with salvia is because you're not supposed to smoke it. You're supposed to chew the leaves, not take extracts. I don't know though. That's one I will never try based off other people's reports. I've heard a lot of people turning into objects, like actually embodying like the object
hunt.
itself. Yeah, like it's really weird, like really strange. The conveyor belts seem to be very common where people are ripped apart like at an atomic level, but they're seeing from every part of their body at the same time somehow, and they're on a conveyor
You ever
belt, like in a factory.
You ever see the other side of something while looking at it from the side you're supposed to look at? Does that ever happen? Like
No.
you're fucking. It's not like you're seeing through it, but you see the other side of it while looking at it from one side. That's salvia. Like insane. I try to avoid drugs though. Like honestly, if you get addicted, you're kind of a loser. So you use them for what they're good for. That's it.
For sure. There's a line between use and abuse or abuse. I like the saying, do drugs, don't let drugs do you. You gotta have that
Exactly.
willpower. Anything can be a tool, but you can use a hammer to beat yourself in the head.
Hey, Gypsy. Hey, Gypsy. Talk so I can talk over you. Damn it. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want the smoke. Gypsy. He's sleeping. Anyway, Zeke, this guy just analyzed your name.
What about it?
He's calling you the embarrassed one.
No, Yazik is Russian. It means tongue, but not tongue like tongue in your mouth. Tongue is in language, like your native tongue. It's a Russian word, not Turkish.
Oh.
I mean, I'm sure it is Turkish as well. You know, words mean other things in different languages. Sometimes they mean the same.
Yeah, what's the difference, right? Russian, Turkish, what's the difference?
Seems to be the
Saying,
exact
"Shut up,
opposite.
you busted."
An embarrassed one is someone who doesn't speak. Someone who speaks is Yazik. They use
The
their
difference
tongue.
is Russians don't kill Christians just for the heck of it.
That's true.
This man snapping, bro. I'm Russian. That's a Russian word. You can look it up. Is yazik.
He's saying you can't play him. What's wrong with this guy?
This man said I'm embarrassed. That's crazy.
Troll.
What up, everyone?
Crit, what's up?
Not too much.
How did it go with the last bit of the debate?
It was great. Yeah, we got a couple of people who came up and they said they learned so much that, that they had no idea how big Flat Earth was or how many people talk, all the different ideas inside Flat Earth. And a couple of people came up a little bit toxic, like asking the same questions, like, tell me about gravity again. And one dude's like, some of the questions in text chat were toxic, but the moderators kept deleting them. Like the one dude asked, "Is there any flat Earth scientists?" And the moderator would delete it, and he'd repost it, and the moderator would delete it, and then finally they muted him, and they said, "That's it, you're done, dude. You're done for the event." Like if a moderator deletes your question, that's probably a good sign to shut up and maybe word it a different way or say something, ask it. And then then he complained about it, that why his comment kept being deleted. This is once the event ended. Like it was my fault. Like I'm in there deleting comments.
Wait, so was this on Chatterbox?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit. That's the one I turned down. That's the event that I turned down. They invited me and I was like, no.
Yeah, this is the fifth one now. So I think they finally found the flow, with like how to let platform Flat Earth. Because
I'm glad it went well.
Yeah, so the first one was just crazy. It was just people just all yelling at each other, and the moderators were like super biased and kept kicking people. And then the second one was kind of okay. And then I guess I'm not sure exactly how it went, but then one of them was just was so much fun. It was like an ask me anything type of format. So they could just ask me like whatever, like where are you from, what's your favorite soda, or just anything, just understand the flat earther. And then that one was a lot of fun. And then a channel opened after that, that people talked, and then did another one, but then it was like one of the moderators that isn't a moderator anymore. He was giving people event hosts, which is like a temporary moderator, and they kept moving me on and off the stage and kept muting me and stuff. And like I kind of like, I wouldn't say rage quit. I said I was done, and thankfully Kai and Miggy stepped in, and they ran the event after I left, and then so then this one here went really well. It had been a couple of weeks since the last one.
They were getting smacked.
Yeah, it was like flat smacking today. It was like it's right at the very beginning. I said, if you're here and your mind will not be changed, there's nothing you're going to listen to, then don't. Just find something else to do with your time. Because I brought that thing about that Stephen Chowder. Like if you think you're going to come in here like Stephen Chowder, change your mind. I've got no interest in it. I don't care what you think or what you believe, right? I go, matter of fact, if you don't believe it and you don't think the earth is flat, that's better. I think that's a bonus for why I'm a flat earther. Because people like you don't get it. And I don't want to be so, like I didn't go really crazy into it, but they got a bunch of like, people talk about why the government would lie at the same time they think the earth is flat. No, that's like, no, dude, like diet woke. No, thank you. Go off and play with like your space lasers and stuff and other sort of like harmless conspiracy theories that like Twix Factory something or another.
Wait, what? Twix Factory?
Yeah, about the left and the right Twixes, and they got mixed up or something like that.
What the fuck?
That's
Who gives
so
a shit?
funny. It was like a commercial.
Yeah, from about 10 years ago or something like that.
Yeah,
Right?
I don't know how the hell I remember that. Wow.
A lot of the questions too were explain this if the Earth is a globe. I mean, paraphrased, you know. They give me some sort of like, if I walk outside and I see Orion upside down, and I'm a monkey on a ball, and that means it's spinning. Explain that on a flat Earth. I go, yeah, you're a monkey. You think you're a monkey on a ball, and you're spinning, and you're upside down, but you're on a flat Earth. There.
Or that one kid was like, "Why doesn't the water spill off the edges?" And I was like, "Because it's contained. If you don't think fluids need a container for them to seek level, try getting a fifth of vodka without a container next time you go to the liquor store."
Yeah.
See how that works
If
for
he-
you when you bring it home.
Ask him why the water doesn't fall off the globe.
Yeah, another one good when Kai was talking about like you got your top down on your low rider, you know, like
Yeah.
and the guy's like, "Oh, yeah, that makes sense," you know, and he's like, "Thanks," and he's like, I'm gonna go spark one up now," you know.
I use that analogy way too much, but I swear it just makes people laugh. But it also hits that home, like second law of thermodynamics.
And that's the thing, like most people don't really dive into the nitty gritty details, you know, it's just like, you know, there's space and we have space photos and we see the Earth from space and that's good enough for me.
Yeah, what worked well too is there was people in the flat earthers in the text channel, Quad and Chad. I saw for sure. I'm sure there's others too, but they were it was pretty funny. Like Chad had posted like, "Do you people even read what you typed before you enter? Before you push that enter key?" You know?
Well, I remember like when I was young, I was like, you know, like, why don't satellites zoom in on buildings upside down and stuff? Like, they can zoom in millions of miles away, but they can't zoom in on a city that's hanging upside down.
Yeah, that's what that got me too when I first thought about it. I'm like, so they have a picture of Earth, and they can zoom in and look at the Great Wall of China. How come they can't bump that camera and like show me a boat or something? You know, the Great Wall of China ain't. I mean, it's long, but it's not like super thick. You know, it's not like miles thick. So like, yeah, where's that at? Or like with the dam. They said that this dam they built slowed Earth down by like half a millisecond. And I'm like, how? Like, how does that work? You know, like, so you just throw a man-made lake behind a dam, and boom, it just slows the Earth. Like the surface is like on their story is so small. It's like
I want.
1%.
So retarded.
I wonder if you can fish for the damn fish at the dam. I wonder if the dam sells bait. What would the name of the store be? Damn bait.
Like goddamn bait.
Yeah, this is like that's like really going back. It's the Three Georges Dam that slowed the Earth down by a fraction of a second.
How do they know?
Yeah, I mean, like, huh? You know, like, yeah, like it's all over. I mean, you got article after article. The day the Earth slowed down instead of the day the Earth stood still. You like a play on the movie.
You know, most globers will say, well, the calendar has 365 days in it, so there's 365 days a year. It's like, nah, because if you take into account the so-called leap year, there's actually 365.25.
Yeah, there were a lot of questions today about what's a day. Like, explain day on a flat Earth. I go when the sun is over your head. I call that day, and then when it's gone and there's no sun, I call that night. And the guy's, yeah, but but the Earth is flat. I'm like, yeah, and the sun moves over your head, like over your head. It rises and it falls, and it goes.
I like
Here's
showing them that one GIF where the sun is setting above the horizon.
Oh yeah, I know. They make it seem like there's a cause and effect relationship there between the geometric horizon and sunset, and there's not. It's not even close. It varies day to day. So
That
what
would
is there?
be, I'm almost thinking maybe diffraction or refraction, which would cause the sun to appear like it's going down when it's getting further away due to the air
It's just
lensing effect.
perspective, dude. As things get further away, they appear to descend.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is. As they get closer, they appear to ascend. I mean, I've had some thoughts before about, you know, I don't know. I mean, it's very difficult to determine, you know, what the sun, you know, what the sun and moon are
Well,
besides just lights.
there is an experiment that Rob Skiba did, and he even put a kit together called Testing the Globe. I believe it has the things in there that you need. If not, what you need is a picture of the sun, right? Just a little cartoon image of the sun. Set a camera up on the table to where it's looking through a Fresnel lens at the image of the sun. And you don't move the sun down, the image of the sun down at all. You just move it away from the camera, away from the lens. And the footage on the lens or the footage on the camera shows the object moving down and setting while getting larger while it's setting.
Yep. Very interesting. And when you use certain light blocking lenses on the sun, it's just this little spark. The wheel of the sun disappears all of a sudden. So whatever property that this light has, it always makes itself appear like we always see the wheel as it is. It always appears as a wheel. Like, have you ever had like a frisbee thrown right above your head?
Yeah.
Yeah, so when it starts to go right over your head, it appears as this wheel, right? It appears as a circle. But as it moves away, you know, it starts to level out into a disc again. Same thing kind of happens with the sun. As it moves away, it gets smaller, and then when you zoom in on it occasionally, like it will get like thinner almost before disappearing. So whatever, but like when you remove this, when you remove all the light with special lenses, it's just a little, it looks like a light off a Christmas tree. The wheel of the sun is gone. The circle is gone. So whatever property it has, it's very odd. It always makes it look like the wheel is looking at you, kind of like the Mona Lisa, where it always looks like she's looking at you. I don't know how it works.
Yeah,
I really
I was
don't
gonna say
know.
that, like when you're looking at a painting or whatever, and you move left and right, but yeah, the eyes are still looking at you.
Yeah, I serve
what?
just that link testingtheglobe.com flat earth stuff.
Thanks, man. I have an idea though. I just thought of something. You guys are on. Of course, you're on Discord. Check this out. So everyone's avatars are like circular right now, right? So whatever avatars are like filling up the space, like just kind of turn your phone, like just move it away from you and maybe turn it to the side and see what happens. I don't know. Maybe it's similar. But it reminds me of that circular sun.
I mean,
That
in
wheel of the
reality,
sun.
how far away can you see a spotlight?
How far away can you see a spotlight?
Does it depend how big it is?
Like headlights on a car, like how far away can you really see them if you think about it? And these brainiac scientists like Matthew wants to sit there and say, well, these stars are distant lights and it takes years and years and years for the light to reach you. But that doesn't make sense because if you have a light, like a spotlight, that you have on a large bluff that's pointing out over the horizon at a ship, chances are that ship probably won't see that pinpoint of light if that pinpoint of light is not aiming directly at them.
Nope. Exactly.
So how do you explain, that just doesn't make sense, the whole tired light theory? It's like, yeah, whatever.
I don't think Matthew's a scientist unless he's doing experiments.
True that.
No, you're right. I'm not a scientist. I just do calculations and math mainly.
Okay.
Well, one good analogy was how they do the distance of the stars is like two surveyors 16 inches apart trying to measure the distance something that's 20 miles away, and they just said it's just impossible at that distance because your trigonometry, the base of your triangle is too small, and the angles to that thing 20 miles away is just like one little angle degree, and it just changes the whole thing.
Anyone VC verified want to speak up on this? Want to put your 2 cents in? Anyone at all?
Pretty sure the Earth is round.
Who just said that? Heretic. Was that Caleb? What's up, dude?
Yeah, I'll explain. Just give me a second.
Round like a pizza? Round like duct tape? Round like a roll of toilet paper?
He really hasn't been listening this whole time, has he?
Me? No.
No, not you. This Caleb idiot.
Like a turnabout?
I guess we'll never kind of know what it is because we can't go to it. We can't.
You asked somebody to put their 2 cents in, and I said the Earth is round.
Yo, Caleb, have you been listening to the stream, bro?
What?
Have you? I guess he hasn't. Have you been listening to the stream?
No, I've been here.
But have you been listening to the stream?
No, I don't watch the stream. I'm in the call.
Why are you here?
I'm listening.
No, you're not. You just said you weren't. You're just here.
Okay, I'm not gonna argue this. This is pointless.
What he said is
Yeah,
you
okay.
asked him
That's what I
specifically if
thought.
he was listening to the stream. He said no because he's not listening to the YouTube stream on live stream. He's trying to be pedantic and tell you that he's listening in here on the call.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
he
if
ain't
you
listening to
look
jack
up,
shit.
this the name of this call is called Livestream, so that means you would, if you're in the call, you would have to be listening to Livestream.
Yeah.
I'm not
He ain't
taking his
listening
side.
to
I'm
jack
just
shit.
explaining.
Oh, I know.
Explain what he's trying to say.
Is he playing Fagaran or whatever the fuck he's doing? Who else is here?
That kind of japing is not tolerated, Caleb. Why you gotta use such big words? Jape, it's a 3-letter word. Or a 4-letter word, yeah.
So is there like any? Because I like pointing out the stuff wrong with the globe, like the Earth's molten core, where we've only dug down 12 kilometers or whatever, so we don't know what's there. The gas pressure next to the vacuum, second law of thermodynamics. What's the other one? Like the moon and the sun appear exactly the same size in the sky just by coincidence. I know. Do you know anything else?
Yeah. It's just
Yeah,
so coincidental.
no visible annual parallax.
That's it. Being able to see too far.
We got more VC verifieds in here. Now we got one who just joined, Mr. Dry Cleaner. Want to speak up, bud? Teinturier. What's Teinturier? All right, fine. Neat Love, you want to speak up? Mic up, bro. Nobody. How would your teachers feel about this when calling on you?
They'd say, "You guys don't remember shit. We indoctrinated you for years, and you didn't remember shit. You're just playing on your stupid phones."
It's that damn phone.
Yeah, it's like sometimes like these globe guys, like they'll ask you a question, you give them an answer, like their question is X, and you answer Y, and you're like, why or what's my answer? And my answer is like the placeholder Y, now WHY, and
Their teachers.
they can't repeat it back to you. They won't be able to.
Someone take notes.
Their teachers won't be angry at them for not remembering this stuff because, after all, they only learned it when they were in like what, kindergarten, first grade.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Like, I wonder how they learned how to tie their shoe. Did they learn to tie their shoe by actually trying it until they did it, or did they just get told how to do it and miraculously it happened?
I read about it in a book, and now I can do it. Looking for shit. Sasha Ivanov. What happened? Or Ivanov, I guess. What happened to your roles, man? Nothing.
He must have left the server and rejoined.
He said he changed his mind and is open to the idea now. Everything's dead,
not the
man.
same. No, we got another Sasha. It must be a different one.
Yeah.
No, that's the same one.
Marilyn
Sasha
Manson.
Ivanov.
Oh, okay, I see now.
Yep.
No, there's two Sashas. There's another
Well,
guy.
the other Sasha is he likes his coffee. I'll just say that.
What's wrong with coffee?
Nothing, dude. Coffee's great. I'm just saying, Colombians make great coffee. What's up, Caleb?
I think he means to say he likes caffeine too much.
No, dude. I'm calling him Colombian. I think he's either Colombian or something. I don't know. I hear it.
Was Matthew talking?
I hear it
about
in his voice. Caleb, you gonna come back to us?
Yeah, he will when he's ready.
Didn't he say he had proof and he said hang on and just left us hanging?
Yeah, he'll come
No,
back.
I asked him if he was like listening, and he said, "Hang on a second."
What?
Oh, there we go. Okay.
What?
Didn't you say
I'm
something
saying,
like, yeah, just
what's
hang
up?
on?
Yeah, he said
'Cause
put
you
your
said
2
it-
cents in, and I said
it's
the Earth is
round.
round. Yeah.
Okay, but
And-
can you prove it?
Oh my God.
And then I think you said hold on, and then you left us hanging.
He said, "Oh my God," and then muted himself. What a fucking child! Get him out of here.
What do you mean, get me out of here? I literally muted up. Y'all continue y'all's conversation.
Here, you're not here to learn or debate. Get out of here.
What?
Yeah,
You're
chill.
not here to do shit.
Yeah, chill.
You say, "Oh my
He's
God,"
okay.
and then mute
really
yourself
chilling.
like a petulant fucking child. Get out.
I'm muting,
Out.
and then you're calling my name. You're
So
weird.
do you think
I'm
the
muting
Earth
everyone.
is a shape, Caleb? Do you
You
think
guys
there's a shape to the Earth?
He
just
can't
relax,
even answer that.
okay? Because maybe
He
he's
can't
like,
even answer that shit.
yeah, give him a second, okay? He might have to take a second to find his voice. He's not really sure. You guys are coming a
Yeah.
little hot on him, okay?
Bro, I'm
Back
not trying
up.
to talk right now. I'm in the middle
No,
of you.
he's not doing, bro. He's not doing shit right now.
Hang on, he was trying to talk, but I couldn't hear what he was saying.
He's VC
Sorry, Caleb.
verified, so he'll talk when he wants to, or not, okay?
He's not doing shit right now. I'm telling you.
I just had a question about the moon. If you give me your thoughts on it.
Moon?
So like,
So-
see the moon. See the photo I posted.
Check it out.
It's in the voice text thing. But like, because you know, like we say, like, or people say like the moon's its own light, kind of thing. But then like,
Yeah.
see the craters, or supposedly they're craters. Don't know what they are, but
Is that light the same color as sunlight?
I'm just saying, like the craters. How come it's like dark on the inside, then has light on the top side of it?
You know, I find that picture very interesting because it almost appears as if the craters are moving over the dark side.
Something I
You see what
find
I'm talking about?
interesting is when you see the moon during the daytime, the craters aren't dark; they're blue like the sky.
That's true.
Yeah, it just got me thinking because someone was like, yeah, the craters, you know, the craters are dark on the inside and got a little bit of light on the top rim of it. Like that would suggest that, you know, a light shining on it.
Time Terrier, you can talk, bro. You're not server muted.
I think Matthew lit up for a second. Wasn't sure if he was going to jump in.
I mean, if you have a specific question, I'm happy to answer. I was just listening, but I like the moon.
Well, what's your take on it? How about that?
To me, the moon looks like a physical object, like it's actually there. It's not just some sort of hologram, and that's from looking at it through a telescope. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Wasn't paying attention. What'd you say?
I was saying the moon seems to be an actual physical object, but I've heard some people say that instead it's some sort of hologram.
Oh shit! You know
or
what? I gotta go.
Plasma.
See y'all later.
Yeah, there was that one scientist. He said it was plasma, but just not too sure, because we can't go to it. We can't get samples of it. So,
Do you think it's a physical object?
I don't know. I just don't know anymore. like it looks like a physical object, but is it a physical object? Like, just I'm not too sure.
Well, I had a question that was math related. What would a number like pi be considered?
An irrational number.
Thank you. That's what I thought it was. So it's almost. What about the continuous numbers like 33%, 66%, 99%? What would like with the never-ending line of numbers? What would those be called? Would those just be as irrational numbers as well?
No, those are rational. Like 1/3 is rational. It doesn't have to do with whether it's rational to think about it, but whether it can be a ratio. That's what rational means. Can you put a whole number divided by another whole number? So 33.333% is 1 divided by 3, and it works.
Yeah, but what is 33.333 times 3? It's 99.99999. It's not 100.
99.999 with an infinite number of nines is 100.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's two different ways to write that number. 100 or 99.9 with the infinite number of nines. They're equivalent.
Okay, then you might be familiar with this. What is considered a mathematical monster? Would those be irrational numbers?
That's interesting. I haven't heard that term. What do you mean a mathematical monster?
Like the Mandelbrot set, the Julia set,
Oh yeah, so you're talking about chaos theory. Like
primes.
it's hard
Yeah.
to predict what happens if you have like initial conditions are slightly off.
Well, with the Mandelbrot set and the Julia set, they realized like the more they zoom into it and the more they do the math, there's a pattern that goes along with it, and it's a fractal pattern that continues.
Yeah, I think there's even a proof that it's infinitely complex. No matter how much you zoom in, it will always look the same.
Makes me think there's some symmetry there with reality.
Oh, I think you're exactly right. I mean, if you look at a leaf, then the veins through the leaf look similar to the branches, the small branches, which look similar to the large branches, which look similar to the tree. Or even like rivers, like small little rivers. You zoom out to little streams to zoom out to big rivers. They all kind of have the same kind of shape, and that's the fractal nature of reality.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, what if the nature of our realm is more like an eyeball?
I always thought those shapes were like that just because it all had to do with the movement of liquid, and that's the natural, easiest way to move liquid.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. Sure.
Like I know you have like Fibonacci sequence within like pine cones and stuff like that, or is that the golden ratio?
Yeah, the Fibonacci sequence shows up in sunflower seeds and pine cones, several different places.
Shells. Well, no, the seashell spiral is more like a golden mean, golden ratio number.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's golden
Pi.
ratio.
Yeah. Not pi, phi.
Well, pretty much, it's the same thing actually.
Well,
Fibonacci
PHI.
sequence is.
Yeah, it's very close, but the Fibonacci
Well,
sequence
no,
is doubling, whereas the golden ratio is breaking things down by, taking a third of something and then dividing the remaining 2/3 into like halves, or back into the third and then back down and down and down and so on and so forth. It's like a fractal pattern, which is where I think these mathematical monsters come from, or these concepts. But I could be mistaken on it. I'm not a mathematician. That would be Matthew, the math magician.
Exactly. No, it sounds like you got it right.
You should check out the Buddha Brat set.
How do you spell that? I haven't heard of that.
It's the Buddha Brat set. It's the probabilities of the trajections of the Mandelbrot set, and it looks exactly like Buddha. It's actually really cool.
Interesting. But yeah, about the moon, I don't know. I don't know why the craters appear blue in the daytime sky when the sun's up and you see the
I think
moon.
that's just because the sky is blue. Like only the white part shines through.
Yeah, but those same craters are dark at night with the background. Like the craters are the same color as the background, is what I'm saying. And sometimes with crescent moons, you can see lights in the dark part that look like stars.
I haven't seen that with the crescent moon, but I think it's just kind of like the air and the blue air kind of like hides the black part, and only the bright stuff that's shining through shows up.
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe it's in a fluid, some sort of a liquid. Not a fluid like an air being a fluid, but a liquid like a water type of thing. But this is all speculation. I don't know. There's no way to test it for sure.
Yeah, you
you
just
look at the
gotta go
live.
with what you can see.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
like
you don't
that
have to
one
go
right
with
there.
it. You can't assume what you see is what you think it is, though. You
Like,
can
see,
only say
even
this
the
is what it seems to be.
even the dark part of the moon right there, it's the color of the background, the color of the sky. Looks like it's missing, not just darkened, but like it's not there.
Yeah, if you zoom
But then
in on
again,
it,
I
you don't
have
see
seen the
any
crescent.
outline of it.
I have seen the outline of the moon when it was a crescent as well. So
Yeah, right, right. By the way, above that picture, you see how that golden ratio actually has the Fibonacci sequence in it?
yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. I like that image.
And look at that. That's the same ratio as your computer screen, only sideways, or your television. Like even the one that says 21, that's the old school ratio television. The 600 by 600 by 800. And then like it's also the same size as your cell phone. It's the magic square.
It makes sense because your hand is also based on the same ratios. It's the God code if there is one. It's it shows that there's some kind of code to everything.
Some kind of design, huh?
Yeah, doesn't seem like it came from something random like the Big Bang. That's for sure.
Yeah, since when did an explosion create something? I thought explosions destroyed.
Be
Right.
careful, y'all are gonna trigger people.
We're not live, so I'm not going to go after Matthew right now. Why aren't we
Oh, I'm
live? By the
live.
way?
I'm live.
Oh,
I thought we were
on your
live.
channel, not on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube.
But are you a human?
I'm live on YouTube, Twitter, and D Live.
Wait, you're broadcasting this?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What do I look up for your channel on YouTube?
Joshua Matthew.
Okay.
Or hashtag flat water. Why flat water?
Oh,
Because
you're
water's
Flatwater?
only flat on it. No. Flat water. Water is
Oh.
only flat on a flat earth.
Yeah, I saw that from earlier.
But I
I'm
put
Dave, by the way.
hashtag flat water.
Gotcha. I was like, you Flatwater? Cool, man. I like the channel.
No, I'm not flat water though.
You seem old school to this channel, but I never heard you talk before today.
Yeah, you're right. It's not live right now. Maybe Helio's restarting the live stream.
It's been a while. I don't know. And the second stream's not going either. But we got a third stream, I guess, here. Can you put a link?
We probably have more than 3 that we don't even know of.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yes,
Yeah,
sometimes there's a random globalist in here that streams back to their channel, and all they do is they talk about it. Everything we say.
Yeah, like riding on eggshells.
Who's the 24/7 Live 2 account? Is that
That's
Drace?
Mimas.
Oh,
No,
okay.
Mimas.
Where's his channel?
That's what I'm saying. I couldn't find his either. Usually, if you put 24/7, and it comes up with one of the two at least. Could you put a link to your live stream in the side chat and the live stream because it doesn't come up under your name, obviously, very easily.
Yeah, I'm kind of hidden by the algorithm for some reason. I don't know why.
What could it be? That's a good question, Matthew. Why do you think that it is that they need to censor flat Earth if it's just not right? Like, do you think the reason is that they're trying to make it difficult for people to talk about?
YouTube got called in front of Senate, and they did these hearings, and they basically got told to do something about conspiracy theories in general. So, yeah, I think they discovered that just in general.
But you can find all kinds of
YouTube-
conspiracy theories on YouTube. I mean, flat Earth is. You can find flat Earth too. Don't get me wrong. I don't think they're censoring it like they could censor it. You know, I think that they're allowing it to a certain degree. You know, more so than COVID. But
Yeah.
why do you think it is that they have to? I mean, if it's just a ridiculous idea.
So I think instead of censoring, what they're doing is tweaking the algorithms to make them not come up as much. Like in 2014, 15, it turned out that whenever you would look up anything, I mean any topic, if you watched it, then YouTube would offer up a more extreme version, and then if you watch that, another extreme version. It would kind of lead people down these weird rabbit holes in all different directions, just in the pursuit of watch time and engagement. Uh, and so I think they're trying to like make it so that people find different type of stuff. I don't know.
Like if you type in flat Earth, right? You only get flat Earth debunked now. You never get globe proof.
Right.
You don't get like why someone how they did this or how they did that. It's just all debunked. And what I think is funny too is like you'll say there's no flat Earth model, right? I'm just curious. I don't want to straw man you.
Who, me?
Yeah, Matthew.
Oh, man.
Oh, to me, it seems like the model is a flat sort of round thing with the North Pole in the center. That's not very specific, but I would say that's a model.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of globe people say there's no flat Earth model. They'll also say the model's wrong. Into linking the video, showing for some dude saying the model is wrong. Into saying no model, like this weird sort of back and forth fly swatting, where they make a claim, then debunk themselves, then claim it again, then say they didn't claim it, but then say it again. So I was just curious. I just clicked on one of your videos and it had this little content warning thing where it says Wikipedia flat Earth, the flat Earth model. So I just was curious if you were to say there is no model or there's no conceptual idea or it has never been presented. I would just say, well, what do you think about that? If
Okay, so YouTube puts those links there based only on if it finds the words flat Earth. It's not the creators of the videos don't put that there.
well, yeah, I mean, wouldn't that be funny where someone makes a video debunking flat Earth, and their first proof of debunking flat Earth is there's no model when YouTube puts a link to a model.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Like the lack of
actually thought
self-awareness, right?
I actually thought most people in the server would say that there is no model for flat Earth. Is that wrong?
Yeah, they're talking about a scientific model. They're not talking about conceptual rendering or idea.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah, the scientific modeling is much different than just a model, like a model car or like a model airplane. Those things don't fly or drive. They're just like small versions to give you an idea of what it would look like.
Yeah, a conceptual model would be helpful because then it would be then we could sort of think about it and talk about how things might work or might not work on these different conceptual models.
Yeah, but why do you need them all to explain reality? It's just a question.
Because you can't see the whole thing all at once, so a model can be helpful to help you think about the whole thing all at once.
Well, it's kind of like the
Especially with
atomic
people that
model.
learn by visuals. Some people like just can't conceive of something unless they have something visual to look at.
The problem with a model is assuming that the whole thing could ever be seen.
Right. Like the
Well, it
atomic
could be
model,
seen,
right?
unless
model-
it's infinite.
The model
Well,
of like an
think about
atom. They
this.
say
Here's
electrons are in an orbit, but they're really like in a cloud.
Yeah.
So
the
if since
orbit
we
model
since
is
we
one.
all know it's not a ball, or at least most of us know that's not a ball, it can't be. Then if it is a plane, even if there is a dome blocking your ability to get to the next part of wherever the plane is, what would be on the other side of reality? I mean, how could there be a non-reality? Right? Even conceptually, can you picture like even if there's like a barrier, you put your hand through and then your hand disappears because it's a non-reality? So if you're saying it's a plane, it's almost infinite until proven otherwise in my mind, because how could there be an ending to reality? What would that even look like? And if you can't even describe what it would look like or what possibly how to even define what's on the other side, then why would we assume there is one?
Maybe it like loops or something.
like Pac-Man
Even
style.
if it
You
was
go
a
around
loop,
the
you'd have to
inside.
have a barrier, right?
Well, that's
Things
what
is
Antarctica.
enclosed
That's what
limit.
Antarctica is.
Yeah, but still on the other side of the Antarctic wall, if there is one, or if there's a dome, even what's on the other side, a non-reality.
It
Even if
seems like
there's
there's like a boundary though, because like
so
you
maybe
can't
this
really
area,
go
but I'm
through
talking about
Antarctica.
reality. It's not space surrounding us. We know that now because that's ridiculous. So if it's not space, there's no void. I mean, that like getting that concept of being surrounded by some kind of void, is the first step in this whole thing. Like, why would there be any kind of surrounding of nothing? Does that even make sense to anybody on a logical level?
Yeah, get what you're saying. Just don't know what it is.
I don't know. Have you guys like?
What does it say? Like the water's above and water's below. So yeah, could be water. I don't know.
Could be. Yeah, but that's just more reality, right? Because we know water from reality. So if it's water on the outside of the dome, then then it's an ocean that we're surrounded by, or at least within. But that doesn't seem provable either. But that's not like a non-reality. That still could be infinite. After that, there could be another barrier that you know what I'm saying? Like outside of the elements that we're aware of, how could there be elements that we don't even know of? And why would that be the assumption? How could there be non-elements? Is what I'm asking. So it's like, why wouldn't it be infinite? It's flat in a way. Or how couldn't it be infinite? How could it not be infinite? Is the question.
That's what I want to see. I want to see, someone just strap a camera to a plane and just fly south and see what happens.
Well, it seems like if it was infinite, though, that we would have explored more.
Maybe we have. We're just not told about it. Maybe there's other areas that other civilizations live in that don't even know about us.
Yeah, like Hyperborea, the Boreans. We call it the Ouroboros, right? Or the Aurora Borealis. So the Borealans would be those that live far to the north above, like, say, the 30th parallel, where the maps stop.
Have you watched The Lost History of Flat Earth yet?
What channel?
Oh, shit. If you haven't, I'll put the link in it's one that people are talking about. Have you watched it yet, Matthew, by the way? Have you watched that series yet?
I don't think so. If you put it.
Oh, this is like just for context, because it's kind of a lot of people really are impressed with it, including myself. Not that I think it's all necessarily on the money, but conceptually, I think that there's some important things for the discussion, the overall discussion of flat Earth, that everybody that's interested in this topic should watch that series for sure. Because of what we're talking about, there's the concept that prog clock that we see is different than other clocks. It's maybe showing us that there's a constantly revolving area that gets melted and then ices up and then gets melted and it goes around like a clock possibly. But that's not doing it justice. You'll have to just watch the presentation. It's entertaining for sure. There's some other things that might be on the target too. Iwar Anand. Did you put a link for your live channel in the side chat, by the way?
Yeah, I dropped my my address or my channel.
Okay. Do you do this often? Do you often restream?
No, I do it every once in a while, but yeah, I'm going it off of Restream.
The link is 40 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, just above the graphs or the graphics I posted.
Wow, I'm searching for this. It looks like they might have extra. Here it is. I'm gonna put part 7 of 7 in first because if you don't think you're gonna watch all of it, this is the part to watch, in my opinion. And then I'll put links for the whole thing. Plus, he did a series that I wasn't aware of from a while back, just called "What Happened, What on Earth Happened," which is just a lot of the flat Earth information that we all know that's presented in a different way, worth watching too.
Thanks. I'll watch that later
For
when
sure.
I wind down.
Yeah, you should. It'll be a mind blower.
Yeah, thanks. I've added it to my YouTube watch later list too.
That's part 7. Here's the 1 through 7. If you want to watch the whole thing, and then I'll put the other series in there too.
Well,
You'll get a
Matthew,
kick out of his voice.
hey, Matthew, do you think Dr. John D, is he a doctor in your, or would you say he's not?
He calls himself Dr. John D, and I don't question people how they self-identify. So I called him a doctor in my video when I quoted.
Yeah, yeah, I noticed that. I that's why I was asking you. Like, were you just doing it because he identifies as a doctor, or you recognize him as that?
I don't know either way. I was just naming him based on his YouTube name. I don't know
Okay.
what his PhD is in. Some people in the comments say, no, he's not really a doctor, but anybody can say anything, so I don't know.
Was he a PhD or an apothecary?
All I know is that in the YouTube comments, he called himself Dr. John D.
He didn't call himself anything in the YouTube comments. He's not alive anymore. But anyways, no, because I'm wondering, I know
How did he
John
die?
D was a physician for the Queen and a vizier, so
Oh,
possibly an
yeah, I'm
alchemist.
talking about some YouTube
FE,
user.
no, he's FE4.
Oh,
The guy who's in charge of FE4.
my bad.
How did Dr. John D die?
Not the same one, but
Oh,
I'm talking about the one in history.
the flat earther. Oh, okay. Who's that? I don't remember that.
Some
there was
say he
another.
wrote
Oh, go ahead.
Shakespeare.
Oh, John. Oh, yeah. Okay. Of course I know that is. Yeah. Seems like that is the person that maybe even wrote the Bible too, huh? Did you hear that?
Yeah, it could be
The
King James.
James version. Yeah. He wasn't a doc. He wasn't called Dr. John though.
No, but I know he was a physician, remedy guy.
How can you get
So I didn't know, I didn't know that there was somebody called Dr. John D as the PFP avatar for YouTube. I didn't know that.
I'm working on another video, but this one's about cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin.
Didn't you already put one out?
Yeah, I'm doing a follow-up for that one.
Oh, communist money.
More about the bigger picture. Like, there's lots of different types of cryptocurrencies, and Bitcoin is just one of them.
You are XRP guy?
I like Nano, which nobody's heard of.
Okay.
Well, because that's so
Why is
small.
Yeah, no, it's because it's what you want. It in a cryptocurrency, which is you can transfer with no fee. If I give you 20 nano, you get all 20, not 19.999. And it happens within 2 or 3 seconds. You don't have to wait an hour like you do with Bitcoin.
Is it like a privacy coin?
It's not specifically a privacy coin, but like everything, it has numbers for the account numbers. So as long as you keep your numbers private, you could probably be
Is
private.
it something that they're going to try to because supposedly the original Bitcoin, or I guess it is, Satoshi Vision Bitcoin, it's supposed to be low fees and, not let the central banks get a hold of it and make it, or the big cats, make a bunch of money off the fees and stuff. And that's been blackballed supposedly, so there's not a whole lot of value to it right now. How does Nano get by that?
Because there's no mining is why. All of the coins are out there already, and so each person's cell phone has to do a tiny little bit of proof of work, or in order to validate the transactions in this broad network.
So completely decentralized.
Yeah, it's completely decentralized. There's no central server. There's no
And you
mining.
can transfer any other thing into it without paying a fee. Any other kind of Bitcoin
You can
or
transfer
whatever.
from any account to any other account with 0 fees, and it happens within 2 or 3 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Is
think it uses
is it
proof
a
of
new coin?
stake.
Is it a new coin?
No, it's been around since 2017. I mean, well, everything's a new coin, right? But
Have
yeah.
people been using it, like for the reasons you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I use it.
Why isn't it more popular though? If it's as good as you say.
You know what? Honestly, I think it's because the big players, the people who are manipulating the markets, don't have any stake in it, so they're not trying to pump it up like the other stuff.
Exactly. Right.
So yeah.
Maybe a good secret though.
Yeah.
Maybe they use it
Well,
too.
not
so they don't have
anymore.
to pay fees.
Well, and
Matthew spilled the beans.
Yeah. Honestly, I think that the cryptocurrency today is kind of like the internet in 1993 or 1998 or whatever. If you had a big pile
Bubble.
of cash, you're like, oh, what am I going to invest in? And even if you believed the internet was going to be a big thing, you wouldn't know whether to buy Excite.com or Amazon.com or Yahoo or Netscape.
Right. Yeah. And the bubble burst, and a lot of people lost a lot of money.
Yeah, and the right answer was Amazon, which we now know with hindsight. But same thing right now. One of these cryptocurrencies is probably going to win out in the end, but it's hard to tell which one right now.
Well, the thing is a lot of these tokens and other things that are useful for trading and wrapping and all that kind of stuff is another thing. You know, there's always going to be all these utilities that are needed for how to transfer all this stuff, and making, NFT is going to change the game too.
Yeah, and for me, speaks about this coin or that coin, but the fact that we're doing something brand new in human history, which is triple entry accounting instead of double entry accounting. Triple entry just means that the third entry is a cryptographic hash that is automatically audited, and that's how blockchains work. And all the cryptocurrencies use that idea, but it just didn't exist 20 years ago.
Hell, D-Live is on blockchain.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So is Twitch, I believe.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of uses for that kind of stuff.
Cryptocurrency only works on a flat Earth, by the way.
I kind of like Monero.
Yeah, I like the idea of Monero too, but there's still fees. I wish that there could be a true privacy coin like Monero mixed together with Nano, which is 0 fees. That would be perfect.
Yeah, that would be perfect.
What about Pirate Chain? Is that better?
I'm not too familiar with it. I like the idea of like 0.
It's supposed to be like Monero. Right.
So
yeah, Nano does that. Huh?
Yeah, there are lots of coins that have really low fees, but even if it's a fee of like 0.0001 cents, if I send somebody 20 coins, I want them to get all 20, not 19.99. Like I said, I don't care how many nines there are. I want the number to start with a 2, not with a 1.
Right. And anybody that gets into this, that's a normie or somebody that's just a regular person, it's going to have to be translatable in the way it makes sense to them. Like just the whole idea of it being 0.00011, like no one's going to get that. I mean, we get it, but it's just, they've got to make it seem like the regular dollar somehow, more so, or have it even exchanged, at some point, like you're talking about.
Well, eventually it needs to be way easier to use. But like the
that's
internet in 1993, it was hard to send email in 1993. You had to hook up with your.
It's hard to get online.
The 1200 baud modem and do this email thing. It was like a mess, but now it's okay. And so I think the same thing will be true of cryptocurrencies. Fast forward 20 years from now, it'll be easy.
Yeah, but I'm not going to speculate on my futures with a gimmick like Bitcoin.
People said the same thing about the internet back in 1990.
Hey, I'm not one to gamble either, so I'm not going to invest in anything. If I'm going to invest in anything, I'm going to invest in myself.
Well, dude,
That's
even
good.
if you
That's good.
invest in the S&P 500, you're still gonna make money in the long term.
Why would I invest? That's capital gains. That's where you're taxable.
Yeah, but you're only taxable on your profit, so
It's still net gains. Net gains are taxable.
right. But even if you're getting taxed, you're still gonna be making profit. It's better than just leaving it in the bank and losing it to inflation.
I don't use banks.
Okay, even
Well,
if
the
it's in
dollar's
dollars
still
under
going to
your
be worth
mattress.
less.
Yeah,
Dollar's going to be worth
inflation's
less.
still
And
gonna.
I can't wait for it to happen for all of these people that worship money to sit there and cry. I can't wait for it to happen.
Well, the thing is, the people that have assets will actually benefit from inflation because those still maintain their value.
Okay, what did we have before Bitcoin? We had paper. What did we have before paper? We had metal. What did we have before metal? Salt. What did we have before salt? Bread. What did we have before bread? Beer. These were the currencies of the world empires. First
Right,
started
but
with
what I'm
beer in
saying is
Mesopotamia.
you shouldn't keep your money in like dollars, like you know what I mean? Because you're gonna just lose money
Can
to.
you eat dollars?
I'm saying you should not have it in dollars.
Yeah, but can you eat dollars? Can you eat digital coins?
No.
What
So
would
really,
you
what good is it?
what would you suggest as an alternative?
I don't know. Go back to salt. You can eat salt.
Okay, but are
You
you
need
really gonna
salt to
put
live.
all your money in salts?
That's
I
the
think
thing
it's.
you don't
I just think it's
understand.
absolutely.
Money isn't real. Money is a construct. It's an agreed
Right,
upon unit of
it's an
exchange.
exchange. Yes, exactly.
That's all it is. Just like salt, just like beer, just like bread, just like metals, right? Gold, silver, copper, metals. We still use gold, silver, and copper to so called back up the paper currency, which is now fiat currency that has no backing besides magical ones and zeros. So now they're
Kind
going
of sound like
full
you're
digital
disagreeing
where
with
there
Evanov.
is no backup and you could go to like the 16th digit instead of the 4th digit.
You kind of sound like
That's
you're disagreeing with Ivanov, even though Ivanov sounds like he's agreeing with you.
Oh, I know.
Right.
I'm just saying I don't like money. I don't like people having to slave away for one thing, one unified thing, and
Well,
trade it out.
money is
That
just
right
what
there
we use
belongs to
as
the
an
government.
exchange, right? Because we can't
I
just
think it's
trade
absolutely.
salts with each other.
I
Yeah,
think it's
but see,
absolutely hilarious that cryptocurrency, literally 20 years ago, if you were to look up the definition, you'd be saying communist currency.
yeah,
That's just funny.
No, dude, if anything's communist, it's the US dollar because the government can just print as much of it as it wants.
Yeah, you can't print more Bitcoin than the protocol allows, which is 21 million in the end.
no, but they can reset it as many times
No,
as
you
they want.
can't, dude. That's not how Bitcoin works.
When was the last time they reset the coin?
Never. They've never reset Bitcoin.
Okay, okay.
There's not like centralized control of crypto. That's kind of like the whole point.
So you're saying it's something that the whole world can use freely, right?
That's right.
That's the goal of Bitcoin. With
So
some cryptos,
yeah,
there's a gas fee. But
part of the one world currency. Did you know
right,
the
but
U.S.
it's not a
petrodollar
bad
was
thing
the
if
one
it's a
world
one
currency?
world currency. It's only bad if it's central control.
Do you know what gives the U.S. dollar its buying power?
The fact that we have to pay taxes.
No.
Yep, that's the reason.
It's called the petrodollar. It is the standard for every country to trade oil with. First, in order for Venezuela to buy oil, they have to first buy U.S. dollars to trade U.S. dollars for the oil. That's what
Right,
gives
it's
the
the
U.S.
world
dollar its
reserve
buying power.
currency.
The one world currency, yeah.
Yeah, the world
And now they
reserve.
want to change it from the U.S. dollar to a digital currency.
Okay, but you realize those digital currencies are not the same
And
as
the only thing that
cryptocurrency.
backs it up is social merit.
Right, but you realize these digital currencies that they're trying to implement are not the same as cryptocurrencies.
And that's fine. You can have, hey, you can have one of those tattoos for your wallets that can be scanned by anything, so you don't have to pay anything, go into a supermarket and get whatever you want, just be a consumer. That's not up to me. That I'd choose a different path.
That's not what I'm saying. Like, what?
Oh, you didn't like the new Amazon stores? There's no check cashiers, no registers. Everything's like linked to your phone. You walk in through near field and every item has a tag on it. When you put it in your cart, it's linked to your phone and your account, shopping cart type thing on the website. And as soon as you walk out the door, all those items are added up and deducted off of your checking account.
Yeah, I've used
Oh,
it
yeah.
before. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Do you think that's a bad thing?
Like I said, you can go ahead and have an RFID tag attached to your persons at all times. That's not for me. I'm anti-transhumanist.
Well, I mean, if you have a cell phone, you also have very similar technology, so.
No, I don't use it for commerce. I don't use it to buy or sell.
Right, but I think you're worried about like being tracked. Is that why you don't
No.
like it?
No,
Well, why don't you like it then?
because it's lazy communism. It's based off of social merit, your social score.
Are you talking about China or the United States?
No, I'm talking about the way they're setting the new money system up for. The blockchain money system, 2020-060606 WO, patent number, and then ends with an A1. Put out by Microsoft for Bitcoin mining situations. To verify the transaction, you have to do a certain body action. You know, if they want, they can say, okay, for you to get, 500 US dollars worth of Bitcoin, stand up and do the truffle shuffle. And you're going to have to do the truffle shuffle, and then you'll get credited that Bitcoin. It's like one of those kind of things. So when they say social distance, you have to be socially distanced, which means you cannot be around anybody, which means your tracker has to be located where it's supposed to be, because they'll have total control, and then they can just block your bank account, meaning you won't be able to buy or sell with the new system. Does that sound familiar at all?
Like it sounds like the Great Reset to me.
No. Sounds a little bit more like a mark.
You can do Bitcoin without any of that. You can do it without.
Yeah, dude, Bitcoin literally solves all these problems that you're like talking about.
Bitcoin's not going to be around for much longer.
It'll be around as long as
I mean, even if you make it illegal, they're going to start regulating crypto, which I suspect, which is kind of why I like Monero, because the government can't shut it down. Because I do think the government's going to try to crack down on cryptos eventually. You know, it's too valuable for them to be able to print their currency at will, so they're going to have to shut down limited supply currencies.
I don't know. I think it might be too late.
Like a QR code is like, a mark. I mean, they're already rolling some things out in Australia. Like if you're out there shopping, they say, on your phone, you have to scan in now, you have to scan in now, and you have to go to the nearest QR code and scan it so it can track where you are. Otherwise, you're not able to enter their store. It's like soft alpha testing right now. They're seeing what they can get away with. There's gullible people that will sit there and say, well, if that means I become a millionaire, yeah, give me the tattoo.
Soft
Nasera Jacera.
alpha? What does that
Yeah,
mean?
alpha test. Alpha test is before beta test, before final release. So alpha
Right,
test
but
is
I don't
first
think any of
iteration.
this is actually happening though. I could be wrong. I don't know.
Like when they develop something, they first start off with an alpha test, a closed alpha test. After the alpha test is done, then they come out with the beta test, which is for the general public and some professional gamers or software designers to take apart everything and find bugs within the software before it's released to the general public. And after its release, it's patched out with the fixes found from the testings. Now they're doing a delta test right now.
Are you talking about the? I think I know what you're talking about.
He's talking about the release and testing of technology.
Yeah.
That's what he's talking about. You tell them what the final test is, the test on the public, how they react, how they use it, whether they like it. It's part of actually alpha testing. It isn't really it's part of process control and improvement. So you start alpha is like pre-process, where you're setting the parameters and your expectations and maybe your predictions. And then the next one you see, did it hit as hard as you thought it was? And if not, why?
Well,
For
then you narrow the
process,
scope and redo it.
yeah, for process control and improvement and the overall highest sales. You already know. I already know you do.
Yeah. I used to be a beta tester for Microsoft.
You got paid to test software.
Well, I got the software for free because it was public beta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Didn't
got
get paid for it unless I found a bug. Bug reports got paid.
I got paid to test some business software one time. My secretary was like, you can make money to do this." I was like, "Yeah, whatever. We do it anyway. Get paid. Get us paid. I'll split the money with you." She's cool though. I mean, really, she's more than just a secretary. My ex is a head secretary, but they do more than just secretary. They do online bidding. If you know your square footage, you know what you want done. They can give you a bid, but right online. They schedule everything. They'll tell you when your job's to be expected to be finished or done, when it goes on the list. They're part of you don't pay till you're satisfied. My secretaries make sure of that.
Black Swan.
Damn, and I cut out.
He didn't miss much. Everybody kind of got quiet.
They ain't got much to say. They don't know how that applies. It applies to keeping people hooked on economics and technology. So they're still slaves to an economic system and a social compact, social agreement, which is your constitution, your government, your laws. You don't owe that shit any allegiance. You're born free. You didn't make no social compact, so you don't owe it any allegiance. You're born free. You accept the social compact through free will. You choose it and you give away your natural right, which is you're born free. You don't owe other men allegiance. You don't have to agree with everything they agree with. You don't even have to agree with their laws. They're just words on paper. By natural laws, you can do whatever you want so long as you don't harm other people in any way, shape, or form. But under natural law, you wouldn't want to do that anyway because there's a clear retribution system that keeps the scales of liberty balanced. You should look up a Thomas Hobbes definition of liberty. Sovereign power is the original natural state. That means all men are born free and given dominion over earth so that we all own equal shares. Ownership is a false concept when nature gives us everything and it gives it for us, all of us. You can't own it. You can, though, seize it from nature and it's yours for, your lifetime. Whether it's food, minerals, materials, land, called first seizure.
First in line, right?
Yep. Yes, sir. First in line. That's first seizure.
You gotta hold that place in line, though.
Yeah, you do. So, well, it's like land. If you've seized land and your peoples live there and generations live there and die there, you're much as part of the land as you. So the land owes you. You belong to the land. A hereditary claim to land doesn't mean you own it. It means that the land owns you. It owns your blood. It's hosted all your generations. All their life, blood, sweat, and tears is in that soil. You belong to that land. That's hereditary
If you're
claim.
not
Land.
producing something, and if you're not producing something or using the land, that's where squatters' rights come from. Because part of the natural law is you have to be doing something with it. You just can't claim ownership over it and not do anything with it.
Yeah, you can't claim ownership of land and it be vacant. If it's vacant, it's not yours. It belongs to the first person that seizes it for their use, and that's used to maintain, a life free and with liberty. You can't have liberty if everybody just walks up and says, "Here, I claim all this land. One man, 50,000 acres. And you're not going to do shit with it. This is just my forest. Stay out of my forest." No, that'll get met by other claims. I seized it. I took it from you. Me and my five are going to live here, or we're going to die here with you. I bring my word of death so you might know my word of life is true. We either live together or we die together because we ain't leaving. That's how natives talk. Anybody ever seen Josie Wales?
Yeah.
The movie?
Yeah, it's a movie. He says, I bring word of death so that you might know my words of life are true. Because, Cherokee did lay claim to a lot of land, but they were a people, and they did use the land. Hunting, that's the thing about, they say, natives are absolute to this region. The Cherokee only live here, they only live there. That's bullshit. We lived everywhere on Turtle Island, and we all got together in certain times of the month and hang out around the Gitchagumi or the Great Waters, the Great Lakes. We'd all go there, especially during hunting season. We followed the food, so we used all the land. Encampments while you're following the herd. A herd of elk can just before man came here, a herd of elk would go from the north all the way to the south, just like the damn ducks. Moose, all that, deer, they just run free.
Follow the herd.
Yeah, all of the herd. Now they can't even do it, or they get ran over by cars. You know what I'm saying? There's no Great Plains where's the deer and elk got to run. They took
Yeah.
their hereditary land.
Where do the deer and antelope play?
Exactly.
Concrete jungle? Nah.
Yeah, that's what that song is about. Give me a home where the buffalo roam and the deer and the antelope play. Well, guess what? Englishmen and Frenchmen came here and killed the Great Plains, so there is no place the buffalo roam. You'd have to give back the land and then reseed it with buffalo. Problem is that everybody thinks, well, if we gave the natives their land back, they'd want us to get the fuck on. No, we understand hereditary claim. Your generations have lived here and died here too, so guess what? You're just another clan of Turtle Island now. You belong to Turtle Island, but the rulers, the kings and queens, those elite bloodlines, they gotta go. But the rest of you're part of our fucking tribe now. Suck
I
it.
belong to the Great Paleface tribe.
Honestly, we know who we're battling against. We're not trying to get rid of all you. That would go against natural law. Evict the people from a land, we'd actually want to give you your portion of it. We're going to give you these 20 acres, turn it back to forest and farm. You can't grow trees here because we're gonna cut a deer and antelope and moose runway all the way down through here. We're gonna leave them a track from one side of Turtle Island to the other, so they can just walk in hoops like they used to. But that's what I've heard from most people is they're like, fuck them. That's what more advanced societies do. It wasn't more advanced, you were more murderous. Get it right. But and you called us savages. So some of you were more dumb and some of you were more murderous. The ones that accepted the fact that we're savages, but you're in here just bombing our villages and killing women and children and shit that weren't even a threat to you. How the fuck did you guys believe that? Because you thought you were pioneers in a new land. Wasn't new. You had to evict the original owners first.
Yeah, how did Christopher Columbus discover something that already had people on it?
Yeah, well, he didn't discover it. He invaded it. an insurgency, but honestly, we don't see it like that, man. You come wearing the face of love. I mean, we would expect you to live by the laws of nature, live in harmony with Mother Earth, walk in confidence, not fear. These are all things that are good for Mother Earth. Because we believe this: mankind doesn't make up the entirety of the web of life. We're just one string in it. And what we do to the web, we do to ourselves. The web consists of every life form on Earth.
Oh,
We,
dude, you know
we
what's
all.
crazy?
Hmm.
You know how like all these birds are getting this weird eye crusties and they
Yeah.
don't have any more like want for food or anything?
Yeah, actually, I do.
That's
I'm
where,
keeping them.
isn't that also where 5G has been rolled out in mass?
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm wondering right now. I'm not done with my investigation.
Okay, they told the people not to look at the circuitry inside, but one of the modules has an ominous name to it, right? And then there's
COVID.
switches. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
You know
And then
why? Because you know what SARS absorption rate is, right?
no,
Specific absorption rate. It has to do with EMF, electromagnetic frequencies. This is what they know. Most of what we propagate, if it was just 5G, it wouldn't bother us. But what it is it adds to an already existing pool, and they calculate each electromagnetic frequency that we propagate by itself. They don't propagate it. They don't say, well, how is this going to add to the pool and how is it going to multiply? Because we got multiple forms of EMF, from electrical wiring flowing in our house to AM radio to FM radio to ham radio to CB radio to two-way radio to telephones. There's
well,
more EMF, and all it does is add to it. Well,
right.
it's the straw that's breaking the camel's back. So personally, I wouldn't say that the specific absorption rate for EMF would be totally about just 5G. In my opinion, it includes every electromagnetic frequency. So as we're adding frequencies, we need to remove some older frequencies or restrict them, just not use them anymore to limit the amount of EMF that altogether is propagated. Quit looking at
Right.
things individually. This only does this much. It only affects its people this way. Well, here's the thing about this one: overexposure of just this one creates problems by itself. You add it to a pool that's already up altogether. All those frequencies I named altogether, they all do the exact same thing that this does by itself. And when you add them all together, it's a multiplier. We need a combo breaker, damn it. You know?
Yeah. Well, see, one thing I saw too is the power panel box for those transducers or whatever they're using in there. Um, they had the mains for the mains field, and then they had other breakers that were labeled alpha, beta, and delta. Now, kind of wondering if that has to do with the alpha waves, beta waves, and delta waves that our brains put off, because they're not taking into account anything with the theta, because the theta is like dream state.
Yeah. Well, here's the article on that. A lot of people don't know that SARS COVID, it says it, SARS COVID. They basically named it after the EMF, specific absorption rate for electromagnetic energy. So it doesn't matter what wavelength it is, each frequency builds up the pool and the pool fills. But we don't got no chlorine in there. We're not filtering the water. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
all just combines together. So if you each one of the rates, if you add them all up together, it's going to be a higher percentage of specific absorption rate of EMF or electromagnetic energy.
Yeah, snakes and foxes. Some of the tribes that's broken natural law were like the Amorites, the Hittites,
Yeah, and so
Canaanite.
they said, listen, here's the thing. Those are all tribes, yeah. So I'm glad you pointed it out. They said we were savages because we actually policed all the tribes by the law of the nation. One nation, many tribes, right? So just like
Yeah.
the Amorites and the Amorites, the Moabites, when they became, and even Sodomites, when they were destroyed for crimes against nature, which was a misdemeanor. You know, they were moral degenerates committing abominations of nature. That was a misdemeanor, and it was the highest crime under natural law. Under natural law, a law against nature is the highest law. So breaking of the law, because this is God's law as we see it inscribed on every living thing on earth. So, for example, if a male accidentally, male lion because of females and he actually jumps on the male, when the male he jumps on is done, he's probably going to turn around and kill him. You know what I'm saying? Well, he transgressed the law. The lion did that raped the male. So the wage of sin is death. Transgression of the law is sin. The wage of sin is death. Well, who delivered it? The righteous lion. He didn't do nothing wrong. He got raped. He delivered the wage of sin.
Well, it's kind of like, the Amorites. Does anybody know what their sin against natural law was? They were having sex with their animals. So they were sinning against the animals.
Well, I thought I got disconnected, but I guess I didn't, huh? Y'all just stopped talking?
Yeah, I'm wondering, if Battle Mod got disconnected.
I did get disconnected. Did you guys? We were talking about a real subject, and bam! Did you guys get disconnected, or did just I?
I don't know. I was sitting there
I thought I
talking,
did, but I didn't.
but you were talking about something and you started cutting out, and then you came back in talking about the lion killing the other lion because he got raped by the other lion, and then you just cut out again.
Oh, I was talking about natural law and man's duty to
Well,
deliver
that's
the
what did it then. That's what did it.
yeah, man's duty to deliver the wage of sin. Bad things happen when good men fail to act. Righteous men deliver the wage of death. What's the wage of death? Or the wage of sin? Duh.
Death.
I gave the answer. It's death, yes.
I,
So
I figured
they don't
Discord disconnected me because I'm out here shooting guns.
Yeah, we can't even hear that. We can't even hear that.
Oh,
It was on mute.
don't make me
No.
stick the 22 out the goddamn window. Pop, 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 pop. I still got 100-round clips. I can shoot all day long. Yes,
People
federal
didn't think I was
government.
near as crazy after 08. They're like, "Can you find any ammunition?" I'm like, "How much you want? What do you want? You gonna pay the going rate? Going rate's $80 a box."
Damn it. Yeah, right. Damn it. I gotta get
Yeah, for a box of 50 22s, long rifle, yeah, I'll sell it to you, officer, for $18. Cut you a deal. They're usually 20.
really. I got thousands of 22 rounds, just thousands of casings. I just reload them when I need them.
Yeah, I got
Speaking
like
of that, I need
27,000
to do.
rounds.
Yeah, I need to do
How do you
some 223 for
how do you, how
for
do you
quantum.
reload rimfire?
It's
I don't.
there's a kit that you have to sit there and scrape out all of the old primer from inside and try to reshape the indent to where it's a channel underneath there, and you get this
Yeah,
slurry stuff where you can make Armstrong
I
mixture,
don't.
which is kind of dangerous.
Yeah, I don't fuck with rimfire.
But you have
You
to
can have
spray.
well, that's 22. You
Between-
said you reloaded 22, and I'm like, I've never heard of that before.
center. Well, I do center fire, but rimfire.
Talking about
I save
22
the
mag?
casings. Yeah, I save the casings in yeah, for the rimfire. My buddy does them. I won't fuck with that shit. I've had them accidentally explode in my hand. You know.
Yeah, because the primer mixture is unsafe. It's not right because it's not
Yeah, fuck.
the mercury fulminate. It's
Yeah,
potassium.
you're stuffing it down in there and you whack it a little too hard, dude, and bam, fucking blows up. I don't like fucking with that. I save
And
the
there
casings. We got a I'm a member at a shooting range. It's
they're
called
starting to
the Back
rebuild
Nine.
primers with blast caps and some Armstrong mixture with some paper, and I guess they can like flatten out the dome so the primers are still strikeable, and they can use it like 2 more times before the metal's too brittle, depending on if it's
Yeah.
nickel or if it's brass. Like the nickel ones, it's harder, so you can only reuse it like once. But still, it's dangerous because you're
I like
putting
this
a
case
very
for this.
sensitive mixture.
I like this case for this 1022 breakdown. Case pretty sweet.
You got a 1022 breakdown.
Yeah, I do. We just
My,
bought it today.
is it one of them? Like a camping rifle, survival rifle, couple different barrels.
No,
No. Most of my
it's just
1022s, I put Ruger kits on.
yeah. I don't know if you
Don't
can
they
put the
make
kits on this one though. This one so you can break it down and it doesn't take up as much space. It'll fit in the backpack and stuff easier.
don't they make like a special carrying case that'll like attached to the inside of like a camping pack or a hiking pack for that thing?
Yeah.
I don't know, but the case that came in pretty sweet. I'm about to shoot it for the first time just to make sure it fires. And we got two 43s also today.
Yeah, that's called a Ruger 1022 takedown, right?
Yep. Breakdown.
Yeah.
Breakdown. Pretty sure it's called a
Yeah.
breakdown.
No, it's
Hey,
a
come on, boy, you gotta get
takedown.
back in the car.
The barrel clip onto the butt. You got a spot where the barrel clips onto the butt. Did he leave? Is it like this?
I'm still here. Hang on, I got my phone in my pocket. Get in, strap
Oh.
yourself in, boy.
You ain't gonna let the boy shoot it? How old is he?
2.
Oh, hell
Nah,
no.
he don't like loud noises. He got sensitive ears.
Dude, I had
No,
my nephew shoot my 22 when he was 4.
Yeah,
Good shot
you
too.
got to get him used to the noise first. You don't want a skittish one shooting anything. Is it like that one where the barrel snaps to the butt?
I'm getting there.
Well, I think you'd know
The tan
because
polymer frame.
yeah.
No,
Well,
it's
it
not like
doesn't
that.
have to be like that. It can be the wooden one where it just comes apart in 2 pieces. But that's a
Mine's,
takedown.
yeah, mine's
Yeah,
not wood, but
it just pretty much breaks in half.
You know, it's an underrated rifle.
Yeah, they're called a backpack rifle. They're actually for camping and shit like that. They're a takedown, 22 takedown. A lot of people call them breakdown, but that's the name of the series. Is the takedown.
The Ruger Mini 14 is an underrated rifle.
These are cool to put a Ruger kit on.
here, hold this.
Cause you got an
yeah,
M6.
that's it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the one right
So
there.
you can put some badass Ruger kits on that, dude. You can make that motherfucker look scary.
Like a P90 kit.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I got a couple different kinds of them. I got one that all of it goes apart and then the pieces go into the butt. And it's you can get it comes with a few different size barrels and you can use it as a rifle or you can unscrew the butt from it and you can use it as a pistol. It doesn't have to be registered as a pistol though, because it's a survival. It's a camping gun. It's a multi-purpose thing. They're nice though.
So in other words, it's a tool.
Yeah, it's a camping tool pretty much. But the one I got, if you looked at it, it's a Henry. It's not a Ruger. I got a Henry, and it's a Henry. The butt.
AR-7?
Yeah.
AR-5. AR-5. We almost bought. Yes. A Henry 7.
Yeah, that. Yeah,
Because
mine.
it's more reliable.
Hey,
The sights.
if you.
You can shoot better.
Yeah, that. Yeah, the Henry, and when it breaks down, it goes in this small case. And if you were searching my fucking trailer, camper, RV, Winnebago, whatever, and you seen it, you'd think it's a horseshoe set. You think that's a horseshoe set because that's what it looks like, but it's not. You open it up, got 3 different barrels in there, a butt, a pistol housing, the butt bolts onto the pistol. There's a bolt that goes all the way through it, and it screws right onto the pistol handle. It's pretty cool. It was my dad's.
Yeah, you find the case that I have with the different scales and all the extra pieces for this 1911, and you're going to be like, "Oh, it's a caboodle."
Yeah, I know what a 1911 caboodle is. I mean, the AR is basically a pistol platform, you know?
No. The caboodle. It's like a makeup kit, like from the 90s,
Yeah.
and it's just like use that for a case because it's got two upper trays and a bottom tray, and it'll fit my belt perfectly.
Oh.
It's just a carrying
Oh,
case.
a caboodle makeup case. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like you'd have your card kit in it. You know, your poker cards, your chips, and all that. It looks like one of them bags, right?
No, this is like from the 90s. It's like loud colors and everything. It's like wow.
Oh,
Like
you're
MC
talking
Hammer
about
with dip.
yeah, like one you're talking about a zip up case or one of
Well,
them old makeup cases that look like luggage.
here, I'll go grab it and take a picture. Hang on.
I think my mama had one of them.
Josh
They
has a
look
bunch
like
of guns.
huh?
Josh has a
My
bunch
mo-
of guns.
oh, yeah, I know. Me too. My mom had. I thought you said she had a bunch of guns. I was like, yeah, I own my mom's guns. She had a 357 Derringer, a 22 Derringer. She had a thing that's called a 22 pen gun. It's literally an antique. It's just a revolver with a barrel and a squeeze grip. You just squeeze it. You keep squeezing it, and it fires. Pop, 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 pop. That thing's pretty cool. But it takes them 22 shorts, so you got to have them cut down. You got to have ammo cut for that. Or
No, they still
the
sell 22 shorts, man. You can still buy 22 shorts and 32 shorts.
yeah, not here. I can't find a 32 short. I got a 32 revolver that's short, and I have to have it cut. But they're shorter than normal. The casings, the today's casings can get caught up in the revolver because they're a little too long. So where the reset, where it's supposed to expand, the shorts nowadays shorts are a couple millimeters too long and they sit in the reset. So when it
Correct.
expands, oh yeah, yeah,
Now,
it's got a
the 2-year-old, the
got
2-year-old
a
boy,
mirror.
he realizes that this gun's not as loud, and now he says he wants to shoot it.
Where's I bet. Where's your mirror at, son? There's supposed to be a mirror in there, ain't there?
Huh? Oh, I don't know about that. It's just it's like a tackle box
Uh,
kind of thing.
I know.
It's the size of a tackle box.
No, that's a joke from my family. My uncle had one of them old ass makeup cases, but it was his coke kit. My dad said your uncle's a cokehead. There's your example of why not to be a cokehead. My uncle he lived in a shed. He never left the house. He was a good guy, but he's just a cokehead. Never left the house. Him and my dad were arguing about he was snorting rails in front of those kids. So,
Well, I bought this whole thing, and the pistol was completely disassembled. It was missing like two pieces: the sear spring and the pin that holds the now what do they call it? The strut for the firing pin.
yeah, the strut.
So not the strut itself, but the pin that attaches the hammer to the strut. Those are the only two things that it was missing. And I was like,
I'm with you. You could buy a whole replacement assembly. You
yeah.
could
So
just
this
buy
was
the
like
kit.
a basket kit,
Shit, the
basket set,
kit's on it. I think that's only $35 for a kit.
$80.
Is it?
Because I bought like extra sear springs.
Yeah, it's been a minute since I bought a kit, but I just know you can get the assembly kits. Those are easy to take apart and put back together once you know how to actually start.
Yep.
Once you know how to get going, it's on. You can do that shit in quick. My
I went to all the local gun shops, all the FFAs, and they kept saying, "Yeah, we can't really help you with those parts. We can't really get them. We're not going to make anything. So go to brownells.com and get them." And that was the
Yeah.
cheapest was Brownells.
Mine's a Desert Eagle. Mine was a service weapon.
Yeah,
My
this one's
1911.
the
What
Century
caliber
Arms
is it?
45 ACP.
It's 45, yeah.
So
Well,
Century Arms Inc., St. Albans, Virginia.
Yeah. I asked because you can get a 1911 22. You can get them in different calibers.
Yeah, I got another barrel for it too. But I still need to file to fit it. It's match grade for it doesn't like mesh exactly perfect with the slide.
I got a couple of 1911 22 mags. But my daughter shoots competition, you know.
Yeah. Well, you know that
So
one Ruger, what was it? Ruger MW11 or whatever it is. It's like the 1911, but it's a 22, or not the 1911. It's a pistol 22, the Champion or whatever, and it's got like a truncated barrel.
Yeah.
Mach 1 and Mach 2. My mom has a Mach 2. Belonging to my grandfather has a Lapua sight on it.
Colt makes a badass 22 Magnum in a 1911 too. Colt makes a bad motherfucker. Rock Island Armory does too. But those are, you know, competition grade weapons. The Rock Island Armories, a lot of people, the customizers, they work on them. They tell you get a Rock Island 22 because they're easier to customize. So their parts are made in a tighter variance. They don't have such a large tolerance that you end up with sloppy or over tight shit. So when they go through and buff them, it's quicker for them. You know, you can change the amount of pressure your trigger needs just by buffing it out.
Yeah, I really
Making
like
it.
the 30 carbines.
Yeah. I bet.
Freaking like louder than the 44. Got a 30 carbine revolver.
I got a 500 mag. That's a bad motherfucker, but I like the 30s too.
Oh yeah, half inch chunk of lead flying downrange. Oof.
1400 foot per second. Yeah.
How many grains are they?
At 1400? Fuck, I'm not sure.
Because I know it's a lot heavier than a Foster slug.
Yeah.
Just because a Foster slug is 73 caliber doesn't necessarily mean that it's solid chunk. Right?
Yeah.
Funny
30
thing
carbine,
is,
a fucking beast though. In a rifle, it's better though.
interesting thing is the space inside of a CO2 cartridge is 73 caliber. So you might be able to use soft lead and use the CO2 cartridge as a mold for slugs. Make sure you knock it from the mold.
I've seen people make attachments for the end of their CO2 pistols. Screw on barrel. Use a pellet to center fire it.
That's stupid, but yeah.
It is. I don't see that you have to take the barrel off every time to change a fucking bullet and to get the damn pellet out. It doesn't make sense, but I guess the guy had a plan when he got drunk or stoned or whatever he was doing to play with his shit. I was like, dude, why don't you just
Make a black pipe
build,
slam rifle.
yeah, or just make your own damn pistol? Like literally, I mean, if you can design the platform, I got machining centers and shit. I can do all that. We can play with that. Fucking pistol barrels easy to manufacture. Rifle barrels a little harder. Gotta make special chucks and shit for your lathe.
Yeah,
But they're really
unless you do it arbor press style, which has its issues.
right. Right.
Because that little button is all that matters. If you break that button, you're fucked. Excuse my language, but yeah. It's kind of like the first time I saw how they made a round hole square. I was like, so that's how they do it. The broaching. I was like, that's neat. What other secrets
yeah,
they got?
yeah, broaching. Broaching's not really a manufacturing secret, but a lot of people aren't hip to it that don't do automotive manufacturing.
Yeah, because
Like
a lot of times you need to
when
broach keyways.
keyways, cam lobes, orifices. We broach the center of a can lobe to make sure they're all. It can make a what fuck OD ID can make an ID in a really short tolerance. Broaches are really constant, consistent, on their tolerances. But that's because you gotta burn up the broach blade for it to change. You only get so many passes out of it. Those are bad though. Like when we do the cams, I seen a machine at my buddy's shop, and 4 broach rods come down. The machine brings them down, and they're held at the top, and you stack up 10 lobes and 8 different or 4 different holders, and it rams them through the top 4 until they grab until the bottom chucks grab the broach bar, and then it pulls them through. So it's a push pull together. So that's how they get the consistency. One's pushing down while the other's pulling. At the end of the stroke, it lets go. And they work together, 2 different motor systems, 2 different drive systems.
Well, you could do the same method for driving as long as you have a long enough rod to push the carbide button through, or even weld it on, and have that custom for the length of those barrels, and then just broach the rifling through it.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Got to use lots of lube.
Yeah. Those things pump coolant by the fucking gallon per minute, gallon per second, though.
Yeah, because those carbides, they don't mind the tool tip pressure, but they do mind the thermal shock.
Yep. Called thermomolecular breakdown.
Because it's just centered together, or centered.
Yeah, and if they're not cooled properly, the heat can get so bad it fucks with the temper of the metal at a molecular level.
Yeah, it breaks the temper, makes it too brittle, and gone. Then you get uneven cuts, and it's just not good. It's all boogered up.
Oh man, I barbecued today.
Huh?
I barbecued some ribs today.
Oh, nice.
Well, I started them. And my son finished them. He's like, "Come on, Dad, I got this. I got this. Watch for 28 years. Come on, old man." It's like, if you fuck him up, he didn't fuck it up though. So
About
So he's a
pork
good
ribs?
learner.
yeah, he pays attention, bro.
Yeah,
Definitely.
were they swine ribs?
No, beef, not no pork rack. No, I haven't barbecued no pork ribs in a minute. Been sticking to beef. I'll do venison. I like venison.
You know, I tried a deer burger like in 2005. It was the best thing I ever ate.
Venison, it's real lean. If the
Yeah.
wrong person cooks it, it can be real dry. Yeah. But,
I
I
Oh, this
mean,
thing
like
looks tasty.
cooking. I like cooking at least one of the back straps that night, like fresh. Like
yeah, you were probably
and
raised the same way as me, bro.
just some salt and pepper. It's fine. I don't even need
Yeah.
garlic for venison backstrap.
No, you just, yeah, you're supposed to eat that the first night. Yep. I'm with you. The backstrack, well, yeah, a righteous motherfucker is already chopping his kill up the first night. So, yeah, I'm making hamburger hours after I got it. You know what I'm saying? Venison
I don't
burger.
have.
Hmm.
I don't
Hey,
have any kind of meal. I don't have any kind of meal or anything. But I ain't went deer hunting in a long time. I don't have no property. Where we're at right now, this land has deer, but I don't think I don't think he's willing to take any of them down. He just wants to let them grow.
I know somebody that got
Well,
kicked
He's
out
like
of their
a
apartments
trophy
because
hunter.
they went hunting and they brought the deer back to strip and field dress and all that, like skin it and get all the meat off of it. And all the neighbors complained, and he got kicked out of his apartment.
really?
Yeah,
That's bullshit.
that's Oregon for you.
That's bullshit. That's a venison rack right there.
Well, if you take a cooler with you, you can just cut it up. Quarter it up out
Yep.
in the field while it's still hanging from the tree, and
Yep.
and then do it pieces. Make all your steaks and everything at home on the counter. Plus,
Yeah.
icing it down, letting it set in the water will help taste a little better.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, my dad always he gave me a great disgust for hunters that don't butcher their own kill.
When I used to kill pigs, even if I wasn't gonna eat it, I ain't ate pig in I don't know, going on 10 years. But uh, I'd uh, I'd cut it all up and put it in the cooler, and just keep emptying that cooler. Just keep it in the cooler for like a week. Just keep draining the water. Just keep draining the water. Put more ice in, drain the water.
Wild boar.
It help. Yeah, it'll help get a lot of the gamey taste out of it.
Yep. Yeah. See, my dad was full-blooded fucking native. You know, he believed in an intimate relationship with your diet, all the way down to you can spot certain spuds growing in the woods. You got to know the plant to know they got a spud. Same as a potato plant. And you should be able to spot your favorite meal in the woods while you're walking on a hike and take the time to stop and get it.
What's the name of that? It's like a sour grass, but it's not even a grass. It's like a clover, a giant clover, and it, when you eat it, it tastes like green apple skin. Pretty refreshing. You ever heard of that?
I'm not sure. Oakless?
I'm not sure the name of it, but it grows like in the Cascades, and so does licorice root.
Just said, "Did you buy that pink gun for us? We really like that pink gun." But we didn't buy that one because it was a piece of crap. The sights on it. If they had dropped it, they'd have bent. I didn't like it at all.
You critique them like I do. They're tools, bro. They got to be durable.
No, I got a Daisy 22, like one of the first really small 22s that were out, like production wise. I still have it. I need to either the firing pin spring or the firing pin needs to be replaced. I think I'm just gonna get it and let them learn on it because it's a bolt action single shot, much more safer. Child.
Yeah, I like the old bolt action 22s.
I told my dad I
Is it-
wanted a pellet gun. He brings me home this 22, and I'm like, I can't shoot this down at the pond. The hell did you buy this for? I'm like, asshole. He just wants to be in control.
I like the older ones with the flip down sights.
The 22 still has flip down sights, but my little Daisy 22, it doesn't have flip down sights. It's got the one that's got like the little, I don't know what it's called. It's called a little staircase to adjust the
Yeah,
sight.
that's it. That's a staircase. Well, that's what I call them, staircase. Iron staircase, iron sight.
No, I never been for asking for permission to carry a gun, so I mean, I usually have a 38 that I carry in my pocket, but come September 1st, Texas is going to quote allow unquote conceal or open carry without quote permission. So something smaller it might still show a little bit of a what do they call it when you can see it under your shirt?
Concealed carry?
Printed?
Yeah, printing. It might still print a little bit, but they're a heck of a lot smaller than our Glock 17. Definitely weigh a lot less. So me and pistol wise, me and Kelly both have 17 and 40. After we bought the 17, she's like, I can't hide this from nobody. I'm like, this ain't the kind of gun you hide. This go to war type gun. This is like,
That's
we want
like the
this
300.
for shit hit
That's
the
like
fan.
the 300 mag, dude. You're not trying to hide that. You just put it on your fucking hip. Show you a picture of it. Pretty sure I got a picture. Yep. This one's a 357. That one, the top one's a 300 mag. But yeah, you might as well just put that in the holster.
Oh yeah.
or on the dash.
That's nice.
It's a nice door knocker.
Yeah. Tunk, tunk, tunk. Hey, you got my daughter in there? That's the one I sit them two out on the table when she brings the 16-year-old brings boyfriends home. I'll be sitting there with the little pipe cleaner cleaning it out. What's up, son? What's your name?
What's your intentions with my daughter?
Oh, I
You have
don't.
that.
I don't do.
You have that top one, right?
Yeah, the both of them are mine.
No, I asked
The
Josh.
three.
I think Joshua has the top one as well.
No, I don't
Oh,
have
really?
the top. I don't have the top one itself. Mine's a Ruger. I believe that's a Smith and Wesson
Yep.
because it's got that knob where
Yeah,
it's
that's just.
on the crane. Mine doesn't have the crane. It's got that little door that you have to open and press out the damn
Yeah.
rounds.
I'm gonna bob the hammer on that one too. So if I want to stick in my pocket, it's all good. Just stick in the front pocket and let that butt stick out. You know, you bob the hammer so anybody that's ever tried to pull a revolver out of their pocket should know. You bob the hammer so you can whip it out of your pocket without it getting caught. Don't go fronting around with a pistol in your pocket if it's got a hammer on it. Like I'll pull it
Oh, yeah.
on you. Cause smart people know, bitch, you ain't getting that out.
Smith and
Gonna hook up.
Smith and Wesson Bodyguard is hammerless.
Yeah. Hammerless revolvers, them are nice. Well, my dad was a big collector, so a lot of guns I got, I didn't pick. I grew up with them, you know what I'm saying? I like the look of them hammerless, though. They look pretty beastie, no matter what caliber they are, you know? Especially the old ones, like the H&Rs, the old H&Rs. They were one of the first people to do it. Harrington and Richardson. We had one of them pin fires. I don't know what my dad did with that. Truth be told, I've never really dug through my entire weapon area. It could still be down there in a case that I haven't looked in years. Honestly, I get a lot of them out and clean them, but I haven't went through every box. Just the ones I prefer to hunt with. I get to digging through them, but then I fucking get to missing my old man. You know what I'm saying? We used to clean them. Me and him, we go sit. I kind of got like a bunker. We used to go sit in there and clean them together. Me and him, clean the whole room, bleach the
You guys
walls,
were
bleach
close?
the floors. Huh?
You guys were close? You got along?
Me and my father, yeah. I feel sorry for people who didn't get along with their father. My father was my best friend until I fucked up. Then he say,
My dad
"Well,
liked
you."
I think they're ashamed of me. I think my mom and dad are ashamed of me because they know like in their mind I didn't live up to their full potential. My full potential because I don't want to be involved in income tax, so I don't want to own my own business to like have employees and deal with that crap. They know I could have my own business, and then because
Yeah,
I think so differently.
yeah, I'm with you. My dad.
Josh, did he? Is it my internet or Battlemont?
No, it was his. I was like, did I just disconnect? Nope, apparently
Figured,
not.
fuck it.
Wait, you didn't hear what you said. You broke up real bad.
Oh Shit. My hotspots.
And he's gone again. Let's see.
No, I hear you.
Up here by Michigan, let's look at the weather, huh?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, there's no big weather where you are. There is in Iowa City, though. Holy crap.
Yeah, no, it's not the weather. I was running on a hotspot. Now I just went back in the house internet. Burned out the hotspot for a month so I can refill it. I get a 70 gigs. I got a hotspot with 70 gigs on. But I like to burn it all out before I add to it, because they screw you. You get screwed sometimes when you bump up. If you only got like 2 or 3 gigs left, they won't calculate that. They just bump you to the whatever you bumped up. So if I use 70 and I buy 30 more gigs, then they'll throw out my 2 gigs and only give me 30 altogether. And that pisses me off. So I make sure that motherfucker's empty. Then I bump it. I mean, once I buy something, it should be mine, right? Till I use it.
Yep.
So you can't take my 2 gigs back so you can charge some other poor fuck $5 for them. Or $10, you know. It's just bullshit. It must have been in my damn contract and I didn't read it. My agreement, you know what I mean? Purchase agreement.
Oh, wow. So Independence is getting hit real hard with lightning strikes right now. So is Gutenberg.
Independent. Where's that at? All right, bro. You out?
Iowa.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out for a while.
You know, in Michigan, you can go from paradise to hell in 3.5 hours.
Yeah, isn't there hell in Michigan?
Yeah, hell, Michigan. Yep. I take
that
some
checks out.
yeah, I take some venison up there because there's a processor up there that makes this jerky called Hellfire Jerky. I like that jerky, so it's hot as hell, man. It'll make you sweat.
Then you got Grayling and Gaylord.
Yeah, Grayling, Gaylord, those are places up north. We got a lot of funny names in Michigan.
Mount Pleasant.
Yep. Mount Pleasant is nice.
Crystal.
Yep.
Aurelius.
Aurelius.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aurel.
Yeah.
US.
You said it right.
Charlotte.
We got Vulcan, Michigan. We got Christmas, Michigan. Temperance. We got Bad Axe. We have a Wyoming, Michigan.
Roland.
Yep, Roland. Kalamazoo. We also have what's the name of that place? The Dutch place where they had the damn flower festival, tulip festival.
Holland. I'm looking at it
Baldwin.
right now. Holland.
Oh, Holland. Yeah, we got Holland, Michigan.
Then
We got
Gangs.
Gangs. We got
South Haven.
Jugville. South Haven, I don't really think that's a funny one, but it is South Haven. We got White Pigeon. White Pigeon's that's kind of funny name. Here you got to see the sign
Poland.
for help. Poland. Yep. You got to see
Milan.
the yeah, Milan, Michigan. See, I know where all these places are, and I know how to get there on back roads. I don't even have to take the highway, but I go north a lot. They're I'm in mid Michigan, and those are. We also have Paris, Michigan. I deer hunt in Paris sometimes. Just
I wonder if Reed City weed is any good.
Reed City.
Wolverine.
Yeah, we got one of the funniest ones to me is Colon, Michigan. Like your colon. Yeah. Slap neck.
Well,
We
here
got
in
slap,
Arizona,
but
we have a
that's
place
almost.
called
Go ahead.
Baghdad. We have a place called Baghdad.
Oh shit. Slapneck is like almost to Canada. Poo dunk. Climax.
Hmm.
Climax, Michigan is alright. I'm kind of a Michigan buff. I like my state. We changed some names because they were just crazy. What's that one that's like German? Germ, Germ something. Germ Fast. That's in Schoolcraft County. Some of our counties' names are funny too. Alger County. That's where Christmas is. Um, Zilwaukee is in Saginaw. Saginaw is Potawatomi though for forest of certain trees. It's whatever the poplar tree is up there. It's so Saginaw just is a reference to all the trees in the forest. It's a Potawatomi name. Royal Oak. See, Royal Oak is a native name too. It would be can't remember what it is in Algonquin, but it's kind of like Saginaw, close to that. Wichanami, something like that. That's one of them. We changed the name from the native name because most people couldn't even pronounce it, but it just meant the royal oak trees. So it's where the royal oaks were a large grove of oak trees, old ass oak trees. But that's up
So
in.
are you meaning to say that part of Michigan doesn't freeze over? Hell?
No, it does. Hell yeah. All of Michigan freezes. Shit. So like Sheboygan.
Oh, Sheboygan, don't you know?
Sheboygan, hey? It's Ojibwe for big pipe, eh? Big pipe. He's Sheboygan chief. He Potawatomi Sheboygan chief. He smoked big piece pipe. to Tuscarora. I mean, of course, Mackinac is a Native American. Nadunda, Tupinambee, Tuskara. What I can't even say the name of them fucking that the county. I can't even say this thing. The one name. It's fucking Native American, but I always forget how it's pronounced. Tequananam County. Tequananam. They got the Tequananam Falls up there too, and it's like a shelf where big slabs of rock. It's like where the waters flowed down from a river on a high spot all the way down the hillside until it cut away all the dirt to where it's just rocks. And there's multiple falls. It's pretty cool. It's kind of off of the same river that feeds Niagara Falls. But most of the places in Michigan are named after they're Ojibwe, Ottawa, Potawatomi, Algonquin, Sioux, Oneida, Wyandot, Abenaki, Shawnee, Mohawk, Senecan, Simimolan, Iroquois, Delaware. Delaware is a tribe. Well, a lot of people don't know that, but all these tribes all had land in Michigan. And if you really get down to it, all these tribes, all those tribal names, all the other tribes are just like okay, Cherokee for example. They're the Ojibwe of the plains. In Cheyenne, the Ojibwa of the mountains. So they're all Ojibwa or the peoples. So Cheyenne is the peoples of the plains or the peoples of the mountains, where Cherokee is the peoples of the plains. But usually Cherokee live at the base of a mountain or in a valley. But shit, we got Chippewa, Genesee, Go Back. Kalamazoo is a Native American name. Keweenaw. Like Genesee County, that's Senecan name for beautiful valley. Sheboygan, it's it means peace, the place of the ore. So Sheboygan is where Iron Mountain is, and our peoples named it for the ore that we could find there. So heavy metals are ores, So because Iron Mountain was there, we knew we could go get iron there to forge for arrow tips and blades. Like Mackinac. You know what Mackinac means? Michilimack. Michilimack. So Mackinac County is Michilimack. So it's a great turtle of the great waters. Because Michigan is, or the great turtles of the land of the waters. Michigan literally is a Potawatomi name that means land of many waters. Land of great waters and many waters. Or just land of great waters. Because the Gitchagumi is the great waters or the Great Lakes. But when we said that's why they named the 5 big lakes the Great Lakes. But what we meant by the land of great waters, Michigan has over 10,000 lakes, so there's water everywhere, Oh, that's why all the tribes own land here. They could You come during the summer and park by whatever lake you want, you know? We camp over here. And rivers, not to mention rivers. A lot of our lakes are connected by rivers. So that's the nice thing about Michigan is it's usually a chain of lakes. It's not just one lake, you know what I mean? You'll have a one lake that's fed by the Grand River. And the Grand River system is a Potawatomi for the place of connection. So the Grand River almost leads to every lake in the state. But most of the lakes are fed by a river, and then there's 6 lakes that are all connected by rivers. So you go fish at 6 different lakes, or you can head off and river fish if you're using a flat bottom. And most bass boats up here in Michigan are flat bottom boats, so we can river fish too. But that's because every lake got a river by it, or 2 or 3 damn lakes. But you can, if you want to take advantage of the chain, the V bottom boats aren't good for going down river. You got to have a flat bottom boat, otherwise you're gonna bottom out. But your boat's gonna bottom out, in the place of the portage, You won't be able to portage. We had some idiot come in here last night trying to sound smart, and he says, it's portage. Like, no, in American, it's portage. But
What the
yeah,
hell? Was he some kind of frotaging frickin' Frenchie?
Oh, he's just trying to sound smart. He was an American trying to say it like French, trying to sound intelligent. But most Americans know where the word comes from, but we still pronounce it like an American. Portage.
Yeah. So
We
that means you port the dang vessel and you berth it in another spot.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, what part of the Taj comes from? The Mahal?
I don't know. I don't know. You just portage, you go over land, from water to land to water.
Yep. It goes from port to berth. And that's the purpose of portage. I mean,
yeah, pretty much. You berth the vessel. You got to port the vessel and berth the vessel, right?
Yep.
That's why we had.
Let me guess. Refraction. That's what they're gonna say.
Yeah. Shit, we had Native Americans. We had 1-man canoes and 10-man canoes. You know what I'm saying? We could portage like a motherfucker. If you were a warrior or out on a hunt, you'd probably have a 1-man canoe that you yourself could carry from body of water to body of water. Because you might want perch and bass and walleye, and you might have to go to 3 different lakes off 2 different river systems to do it. But that's the thing. I mean, shit. The waterways were our highways here, especially in Michigan. You could go 120 miles on some. If you get on the Kalamazoo River, shit, you go from the top of the state to the bottom. And then at the West Branch, right at my house, if you want to go upstream, you can go from the West Bank. You can go from the Kalamazoo River up the Grand River. Right here where it's meets, it kind of sucks. So it'd be hard to. It's fast running water, so it'd be hard to go from the Kalamazoo to up the Grand River. It's actually smart to portage the boat. Just take your boat and berth it on land and take that shit up the river a little where the water's it's not 2 bodies meeting together. Because it's pretty rough the last quarter mile of the river. I mean, I can get in the river, the Grand River, where it starts right by my house, and the current's not so heavy. You slowly drift, for a
Well,
minute. But
what about stand-up jet skis? I guess you can't really portage that, huh?
I don't know. I like stand-up jet skis.
I mean, they can go in like almost no water
Oh
and
yeah,
still
you could.
survive.
You could probably get up the river on a damn stand-up jet ski. I use a kayak. If you got a boat motor and a flat bottom, you can power wherever the hell you want. You're gonna use a lot of gas though going from the Kalamazoo up to Grand because it narrows out and it speeds up right where it hits where the Grand River goes into the Kalamazoo.
I wonder if anybody's taken a stand-up through rapids.
I don't know. That'd be pretty badass, wouldn't it? I like my stand-up jet ski. I can do tricks on it. So
Hey, you remind me of my buddy Mike.
I am like,
I know, but you remind me of my buddy Mike. Anyways, he likes jet skis, stand-ups mainly. Anyways, and he grows reefer and he doesn't do flower anymore. I go, what the hell? He goes, yeah, I don't do flower. And I go, you turned away from your first love, man. Now you're going with that just nectar of it. And pretty soon you're gonna
yeah,
get burnt out on that, and then you're gonna just quit everything for a minute. Then you're gonna go back, like out of the blue one day, back to the flower, and you're gonna be like, oh wow, why did I ever, you know,
yeah.
cheat on her? I mean,
You
come
know,
on.
it's got to be a stand-up to be a jet ski. Otherwise, it's a ski-doo. You know that, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, all right. I
Well,
mean,
this was
I
a wave. He has a wave runner, one of the Yamahas.
oh, I got a Kawasaki 550 SX.
Yeah, he's got a he's got a couple of those too. He had
Yeah.
one that he had me tear the motor out of it and fix this other one. So I decided to take the impeller apart and replace the steering cable because the one that he wanted to use was all gummed up. But the one that was on his racing one that he totaled, it was freed up. Plus racing impeller, hello, better conditioned bearings because he never serviced those bearings. So I swapped them out, and I put shims on a little bit just to give a little bit more better angle of attack. Right? He took that bitch out
Yeah.
on the river, and he's sitting there, he's all going wild, and he's like, what? And he came back and he goes, what the hell did you do this thing? And I go, do you want me to put the old parts back on? And he goes, no, I love it. And then he went back out and yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I tweak my 500s out. I jet the carburetors. Shit. I put a bigger carburetor on it. On the one big body Makuni. Jetted the motherfucker. It screams. We got bigger pipes. You can get kits for the jets on the back to put a smaller orifice on it and make it push more pressure. You can get them 500s are pretty badass. It's kind of like a 500 quad, a quadzilla.
Dude, his Yamaha, when he's got that thing out of the water getting it tuned up, the thing sounds like a damn dirt bike. Ding, ding, like a ding 490.
Yeah, like a YZ 490. Yep.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you.
I'm like, man, that thing's loud, dude. And he goes, oh, this thing's awesome in the water. You want to take it? And I go, to be honest, no. Well, are you scared of it? No. I don't want to dump it and then having to chase after it downriver for a half hour till I catch up to the damn thing.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to have the safety ignition switch, but not everybody has that one. He's got a first model one, then doesn't he?
No,
One of
he's
the,
got one of those things, but the lanyard's broke, of course. So you just.
yeah.
But the thing is with those stand-ups, even if you do wipe out and you get off of it, the steering
It's
cable
still a
jams
minute.
over to port, and it just sits there and goes in large circle.
Yeah, even if you just fucking even if you got the lanyard hook up, it still takes a minute for it to shut down, dude. It's still gonna pedal away from you.
Yeah, but I got about 6.5 hours of float until I hit the next dam on the river. So
Oh, yeah, I hear you.
besides that,
They're
this river is like really swift, and some areas are shallow with
they're
sandbars.
Yeah, they're better on the lake, but what does he live right off a river like me where he can just access it and he likes to ride his. I prefer to take my jet skis to the fucking lake.
Yeah,
I
well,
like to.
Lake Havasu, they don't like two strokes there anymore.
Oh, Lake Havasu.
Yeah, which is just it's on the river, but it's just above it.
Yeah, I've seen that on TV.
Yeah. Well, if you've seen that one movie, Cannonball Run, with Burt Reynolds,
Yeah, I have.
where where they
I
go
know.
across where they go across the country to find Old Man McCulloch's uh, millions or whatever it is buried.
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole thing ends in Lake Havasu with the London Bridge.
Yep.
It's like right there. If you go there now, it's where the In and Out is in Lake Havasu City. You'll see the palm trees that where X marks the spot where the treasure was buried in the In and Out parking lot. It's pretty cool. And then, of course, like right there underneath the London Bridge, they made it like the gut. They call it the channel. So everybody with their big boats just pull up there. Women wearing nothing but pasties during spring break.
You can't have a two-stroke on Havasu. That sucks.
No, they just banned them not too long ago.
What, they don't like the wake or what?
No, it has to do with the oil that's expelled
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm with you.
because it's on the border with California, and San Diego has the water rights for the waterway. So like
Yeah, and they're
Coast Guard,
liberal as hell, but there is
yeah,
a certain amount of water or oil that goes in the water. Yeah, the juice like oil.
yeah. But down here, down below, because this is an actual river portion. If we're just above it on the Muvalia Reservoir, which is a river portion, they still allow the jet skis because the reservoir is not that deep. They still allow two strokes and all that, but down below they don't really care. But you're kind of a fool if you come out here with a flat bottom. Because those flat bottoms, they get going so fast on this river that there'll be a
Yeah,
break where a swell is because there's an underwater sandbar. So there's a little
y-
swell and they'll hit that and flip the boat.
yeah, yeah. Don't get me wrong. I don't take the flat bottom on the Kalamazoo River. That bitch runs fast too. You need a V
Yeah.
bottom. Yeah.
Or
The flat
those
bottoms are for the good slow rivers and mostly for the rivers that connect two lakes together because they don't have a hell of a lot of current, you know?
Yeah. Sometimes I'll see these people with V drives with these big like jet ski boat or yeah, these big ski boats for towing skiers. They'll have
Yep.
like a chrome prop and I'm like, that's not a good idea. You need to get yourself up to the prop shop, to the prop doctors in Havasu and swap out for a aluminum or a brass one. Who cares what it looks like? It's underwater. You're gonna thank me when you hit that sandbar and it just breaks the propeller and instead of bending your shaft and breaking your tranny.
Yep.
Next thing you know, they're getting pulled out of the water. Man, how did you know? Because your draft is too deep for these little gravel bars here.
Yep. Yep.
Upriver, yeah, that's fine. By the casino, do that all you want because it's deep there. But down here, it's shallow. You have a channel, and that channel snakes like a
Hey,
snake.
them ski boats are nice, so you know.
Yeah,
Some of them
they
are
got good
awesome.
sound systems.
Yeah.
Like
I did.
like
I got
upriver
it.
by the casino, which is in this like reservoir section. They got a couple of bars that are floating docks. Like one of them is Foxes, where there's money all over the bar. You might have seen like videos of people on Instagram or whatnot, or YouTube or something like that, going, yeah, check it out. Just put it, you sign your thing and you put it up there with the stapler. So you sign your name on the dollar bill and you put it up there with the stapler, and someone will do that, and they're like, "Oh, look, she's stealing." Yeah, it's funny. Or like Foxes, or no, that's Foxes. Then you have the Roadrunner, which is awesome. They have like a frozen drink there. It's like tastes like a big stick popsicle, and you're only allowed one. Otherwise,
Really?
it's over serving. Yeah, because it's nothing but booze. And then they also have another one called the Road Raper. But you get a Road Raper cup, which has the Roadrunner
You
cartoon on it.
yeah, you seen them Sea-Doo boats, or like the 2-man boats that are like kind of like the fucking ski boat. You know what I'm talking about? 2-man Ski-Doo boat, and they're set up like a ski boat. They're just a small, fast boat.
No, I don't. Couldn't say that I have.
Yes, you never seen a 2-man a jet boat, Sea-Doo jet boat. It's like a jet ski, but it's a 2-man boat. Here, I'll show you. It's like a sportster boat. This one is pimped out to where you can put 3 people in it, but most of them are 2-man boats. You can get them. It's a Sea-Doo boat. I got a 2-man. It's an older version, but it's just for the lake only. I don't take this out on none of that shit. You're just asking to get hurt on rivers. They're either too shallow or too deep, which these things aren't good for rivers,
Yeah.
So, but they're fun on the lake. There's only one guy in the boat, you can pull somebody on her tube and shit. I got a bay liner, That's my boat, just for the lake.
Right on.
For skiing and inner tubing, and I got a 2-man Sea-Doo seat that you pull people on. It's a big inflatable seat that 2 people ride. Got like bucket seats on it, and I got a 4-man. I got a torpedo too. 3 people can ride that. That thing's kind of fun. I mean, Sea-Doo got some balls, but you really like on the torpedo, you don't want to get them going too fast. Hitting the water at too many knots is, you're doing 35, you're going a little fast. Somebody hits the water, their whole body's gonna be red on one side, dude.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, that's why when you take most people skiing, you just tow them at a slow rate. Most people can't go fast. You don't want to tow them fast. Like me and my brothers, we do. I'll cut so hard on one ski solemn that I'll slow the fucking boat down. And I'm a little guy. I'm not big. I'm not big. I just know how to cut hard. If you want to soak somebody, like I got a cabin on Houghton Lake, 4th of July, you literally, if you want to ski on 4th of July, you literally got to sit there and wait. And when there's opening in traffic, you just gun it. So you got to be an experienced rider. You got to be ready to be jerked out of the water and stand right up. Otherwise, you're not getting in the circle of boats that's going around. It's kind of dangerous, to be honest, but I've never seen anybody get ran over by a prop, so we're good. They do make you fight to get on the fucking lake, though. That gets kind of annoying. My daughter, she likes to get pulled on a boogie board or a knee board. Like we
Yeah.
take the pontoon out. They're real good for slow speeds. You're going slow. You can do 360s. You can cut on the knee board. You can, if you get a good enough wave or wake, you can do flips and shit on them if you're experienced. I took my daughter too fast one time on the knee board, and she dove the front of the knee board down. Whole body, just body slapped the water and skipped across it. I was like, oh man. My brother's
That's
like,
not
oh,
good.
she's gonna be pissed. She gets out. And I seen one side of her and I was like, oh great, she's not all red. And then I seen the other side. It was like she skipped on that whole side. It was red. Her whole face, whole side of one side of her arm, her leg. She was like, Dad, that was a little fast. I was like, hey, you're the one that said go fast. She said, I was reading the instructions on the knee board on my way up here, and it says not to go above this speed. You were supposed to read that shit. I was like, I read all that. You said you wanted to go fast. You was experienced.
Like it
Said
was
you
your fault that she miscalculated.
right. Go fast. Yeah, because she was trying to go hard into a wake so she could do a flip, kind of push down and launch off the water. But when she
Yeah.
pushed down, she pushed the nose of the board under it. So she smacked away and then skipped across the top of the water, dude. It's like she didn't let go of the damn rig, the ski rig. Kept a hold of the rope. So she skipped sideways with the boat, like doot 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 doot. I was like, oh shit. I was talking to my brother. I wasn't paying perfect attention. I was looking, but shit, my brother, I'll take him so fast. If you smack, don't bitch at me. We've been doing this since we were kids. You know, my dad, he used to put us on the fucking inner tube and try his hardest to launch you through the air, jerk you fast.
That's funny.
Yeah, as a young kid, I skipped across the water a lot, but I liked water sports. I didn't care. Fuck it. By the time I was 16, you couldn't get me off the fucking inner tube, bro. I ride that bitch like a sportster, like a bull. If I got a grip on it, I'm coming back up out of the water. I'm a barefoot ski holding onto the fucking inner tube. Just so it was a competition. You ain't getting me off the inner tube, old man. And I literally I can barefoot ski right now. It's easy with the inner tube because you get going with the inner tube and then you come off of it and plant your feet right. If you do that shit wrong, if you you don't cut barefoot skiing, rip the fucking meat right off your feet. At higher speeds, water's pretty abrasive. You know what you can do with a
Hard
power
like
wash.
concrete. Yeah.
Right. You can cut a person with a power washer. You got the cutting tip on and you're trying to clean off your patio or blast old paint off your house. That tip can actually cut people. Comes
Oh
out
yeah,
of
they got water jets too.
yeah. Yeah, you can cut metal with a fucking water jet, dude. That's basically what it is. My buddy, when I have gears made, I have my buddy custom make gears, replacement gears for old motorcycles and shit where you can't get the stuff. They cut it on the water jet. You can cut anything on that. But you can program it. I mean, if you can, it's CNC.
Yeah.
I can spell my name in cursive in a piece of aluminum. That's how long I've been programming. Canute controls. I know radical movements. I can. I, it's like I know what I want, and I can see it in code. I can see the movements in code. You know what I mean? And then I just write them out. And if it's messed up the first time, well then it's just small adjustments in geometry to get it where you want it. But I literally I make you know how Fords, I get usually Super Duty Fords for my business. They got that Ford emblem right in the front that's an oval. I like to take a piece of aluminum and write Smith in it and put that up there instead of the Ford emblem. So all my trucks say Smith on them on the front.
Right on.
But I mean, it's no different than that. That is not just saying I know this. It's not a car competition. That's also programming. You know, I'll put
Well, it's
emblem.
word of mouth too.
Yeah,
Branding.
and people say, "Man, Mike, where'd you get this Cobra Jet with the Smith emblems on the side? Where the hell did you ever find that?" And it's so it's not just a display of talent of you know restoration or modification, but it's also I get to display my programming. I'm like, oh, I made that. I can do different fonts, and all that.
Custom job.
Yeah, Smith GT 5.0. Don't think I love the Mustangs. Don't think I haven't done it. I put it right on the side. Big block V8 Smith Custom GT. I had a 427 Mustang that or a 429 Cobra Jet, and I put fucking custom aluminum emblems on the side that said 429 Cobra Jet, but it said Smith Cobra Jet. It was my dad's ideal. I think he was just wondering if I could do it, if I could program it. It literally, that was one of the first times I did it. It took me a while, man. We're talking 2 months of programming the first time to get the Cobra Jet right. The numbers are easy. Numbers are really easy to program and cut out. But letters, and if you're trying to make it look in a custom font, that's, I mean, like when I first started, it was just big block letters, you know. But now I can do it in cursive and machine the lettering down to where it starts fat and comes up to a fine point at the end of it. I can make them look pimp. Shit, I can airbrush chrome on a car that looks like it's actually a metal piece, but you'll have to go up and touch it to see it's not. It's airbrushed into the paint job. Done that with the ponies, you know, the Mustang. It goes on the side of the Mustang. Them little chrome emblems, you know what I'm talking about? Couldn't find none. So I actually airbrushed them on a pony, a 65 pony Mustang.
Right on. Yeah, I couldn't airbrush a stick figure.
Oh yeah, you could. Airbrushes they're nice, dude. Once you
No, I
play
can't
with them,
I'm not
hey
artistic at all, though.
man, once you play with it, if you had a nice set of airbrushes, once you played with it, you'd be like, man, this is art made easy. It really is. You can spray in a real fine line or you can spray in a wide mist. And you adjust the tip. You can spray a very little bit to where you got to do the line 5 or 6 times. You know, you can get really detailed with airbrushes. You'd be surprised what you could do. Guaranteed. And Listen, most of my shit I do with cutouts, forms. It's not like I just paint a Mustang on there. I got a cutout for a Mustang. I airbrush it in, and then I just pretty much shade it. Everything else is shaded. But for the original form, use cutout. You don't freehand shit on a car, bro. You want it symmetrical. You know, you want both sides. If you're gonna put the image on both sides, you're gonna use cutouts. You know how hard it is to tape off two images, one on each side. You'd be measuring, centering, and locating forever. That shit. That's why some people do it that way, though. I do know people who will tape a whole area up and then cut the image right out of the masking tape. I know some guys that they do it the hardest way. I would. It's the hardest way for me, but the results are awesome. You know what I mean? But for them, it's easier to just tape off an area and then cut out their shit. Cut it out like they're just like as they're painting on a piece of paper, but they're doing it with cutting it out. I know a guy that does flames like that, and he just tapes the flames right down the side of the car, and it looks fucking good. He's really good at it. So, but this guy has been doing flames forever with masking tape. I literally thought to myself that this guy had 30 bundles of masking tape and no cardboard, you know? And he did it once, and after that, he liked the results so good, he's like, fuck it, I'm going to put the work in, and I'm going to do it like this every time. And then once you do it so many times, shit, it don't even take longer. I know a guy that's like, I call him the fucking masking tape master. He makes masking tape masterpieces. And he does. Fuck, this guy can paint a fucking a moonlit wood row on the side of your car and make it look so fucking realistic. He's an old dude too. Well, older than me. He's 62 right now. But he does murals. This guy, he likes, if he, you know, them old 70s bubble window Chevy vans, short boxes, long boxes.
Yeah, my mom's neighbor has one.
Yeah, he will buy any one of them he can find, and he paints murals on them. And, you know, put stock motors, doesn't hot rod them out, but he'll paint a mural on them, and he makes good money for it. I mean, this guy get 25,000 out of a van. It's mostly for the paint job, but he'll do a stock restoration. You know, if it had a 305 in it, he just puts a stock rebuilt 305 in trans. Then if you want to customize it down the road, well, you got a $15,000 paint job. Do what you do, player. Build your motor. You know.
All right.
I don't really like them vans. I do like.
I don't see the appeal to it unless it was like the hip thing when they were going to high school or something, you know.
Yeah, and you could build a bed in the back, and
yeah, a little shaggin' wagon.
Yeah, you wasn't trying to get caught getting laid at your parents' house. I grew up in the country, man. We just want to go off behind the woodshed. Sure. All right, let's go. We go to the damn cornfield, you know, country folk. You ain't gonna worry about getting caught in your bedroom. You just go somewhere out on the acreage. Go a field back, start you a campfire and put your tent up. That's how you roll, you know. Shit, my brother had a van, but he never drove it when I was a kid. It just got parked in the field, you know. It was just that was his outside bedroom. In the summer, he'd live in his damn van. It was a big ass 40 kind of line extension van, you know.
Yeah.
My bro, that was his bedroom during the summer. Put a outhouse by it, and you're good. But in my family, you didn't have to leave the damn family if you wanted. Once you grew up, you could add on to the house. Build your section over there. We call it the East Wing. That's the way my grandpa was. He preferred his grandkids just added onto the house, and the whole family lived together and worked together, and collect money together, and leave money to their kids together, and go into business together. You know, my grandfather wanted his bloodlines to be rich because he already knew rich people ruled the fucking world. And they do. We know that. Hell, what's all these people in here and nobody freaking talks? Platypus.
I know, right?
Let's get rid of you. No parking on the dance floor. Bro, we got a limit in here. You can't be muted and deafened and hang out.
Yeah, what kind of horseshit is that?
I don't know why they do that shit. Like, you just want to make sure you can get in the lobby at 6 in the damn morning when you wake up. Screw that. Uncle Bob, what's up? Uncle Bob. I got an Uncle Bob. His name's Robert, but if you call him that, he's 60 something, he'll probably kick your ass. He don't like that Robert shit. Don't Robert me, boy. Like my Uncle Chuck. His name's Charles. He's old too. He's like 67. But if you call him Charles, he'll be, God damn it, boy, you don't call me Charles. My mama called me Charles, that's it.
Them's fighting words.
Right. Right, yeah. He's at that age. Bet you didn't. I've told you before. I ain't telling you again. Next time, I'm not saying nothing. I'm just gonna punch you in them teeth. Make them lips bleed. You use them to say that name again. Uncle Bob cracks me up. He said, I put the fear in you when you was a youngin', boy. You ain't supposed to check me. I'm like, well, you're old now, Uncle Chuck. You can whoop my ass if you wanted to, but you know what? I'll quit. When I was younger, though, he whooped my ass. That's how it works out. I don't want people picking on. I don't want my nephews picking on me when I get older. So I give my uncle the respect he wants. Fuck it. I don't want to send no bad karma my way, bad juju. Right?
Right.
I don't know. I believe in karma. Balance of equity in the universe. Man, there's always some fucking soap opera going on in the admin mod lobby. We keep telling them not to put that dumb shit in there, but they don't listen. You gotta read a conversation to get to the actual points that somebody's trying to make, that all people need to. All people need to hear. It's hard to make an announcement in our admins mods fucking thing because
Secret meeting place, bros.
yeah. Well, they fucking pollute it with fucking dumb, well, not dumb shit, just shit that doesn't apply to anything we're doing here. You know what I mean?
Holy shit. Yeah. Sorry, I'm playing a game and I just got into a room full of mine traps and I almost died. I just started playing the game again and oh.
We got moderators that post every time they moderate anybody. Hey, I just did this to that dude, and I'm just saying, just want you all to know. I told him 1,000 times, man, we don't need your fucking play-by-play, man. Well, I don't want people doing this or that. Hey, if you don't want that, we got a lobby for that. It's called persona non grata. Put it in there. This guy's banned. These are the terms of return. This guy's banned. I say he can't come back. This guy's banned. He can come back when he apologizes for the dumb shit he did, you know?
Yeah.
Admin mods is for, hey, this is currently going on our server and we need to address it. You know what I mean? It's not for fucking play by play and, hey, how's your wife and kids? Do that in the damn chat area. But fuck it. When it's laid back, it's laid back, I guess. It's just you want to go through the 100 messages to make sure you don't miss nothing, though. You know what I mean? I don't want to read all 100 fucking messages to make sure I don't miss a memo. A lot of times they're like, you didn't get that memo? I posted in admin mods. Yeah, you were probably bleeped out by a bunch of fucking spam and I didn't read it because it was too much. CJ is always like, I hear you, Mike. Yeah, man, you guys make a memo post, you know, hear ye, it's this way now. But then you got numbnuts that fucking want to have a conversation after you do that. I mean, I don't mind reading, but god damn, do I gotta read 100 fucking messages? I know I complain too much sometimes, but fuck. Fuck, man. It's like going to school again. That's 100-page freaking short story. Here, I'll be right back, bro. I get time to get smoky. Get some snacks before I do it.
Crud. Hmm. Yeah.
The earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The earth is flat.
The earth is flat.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. The earth is flat!
Yeah, that's a classic.
Well, that's a great one.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning. How you doing?
Doing great. We had 1 week of summer, and now it's it's rainy again and cold.
Seems like that's all we've had here this summer.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
What's up?
Morning. Sorry for not being exciting.
I saw Biden asking where his mother was on TV. Where's mom? You seen that?
No.
I had to laugh so hard.
You guys a tool.
That's sad.
He was on. He was doing a speech. Where's mom? Where's mom? Stand up. Your mom is home. Oh yeah, no. Well, then you can't stand up when you're home. It's so funny.
It's sad, man. I can't tell if it's an act that he's putting on, you know, for whatever reason, for what whatever their narrative is. I can't tell if it's an act or if he really is just batshit crazy. And I truly do feel bad for him. It's crazy.
I don't feel bad for him at all.
I just have a empathy for the numpties, I guess. No, I have no empathy by any means as far as his policies and everything he's pulling, but with the Alzheimer in him, yeah, I feel bad for it.
You don't think that's just a ploy?
Well,
a way
that's the
for them
thing.
to get votes?
That was the
Oh,
first
but
thing.
he's innocent like my grandpa.
That was the first thing I said. You know, I don't know if it's just an act or if he really is
Yeah.
just going crazy. More than likely an act.
Yeah. And the whole world is their stage, right?
Well, it almost seems like overdone sometimes when you see him entering a room where he's going to be holding a conference or something, and he's just looking in every direction. Oh, I'm supposed to go here. Oh, here. Oh. He's just so frantic. It's almost overdone. Or the horrible gaffes that he makes in his speeches and stuff, where he makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah.
I'm about to try some of that DMSO on my feet. You ever heard of that stuff?
No.
Yeah, it's interesting. Interesting little compound. Check it out. Has a unique ability of carrying being a carrier for like other supplements past your skin and into your blood better. Supposedly good for a host of different things.
Hmm.
Not approved for people as far as the FDA is concerned, but fuck them.
Oh, another ring. Nice. Sorry, I'm playing Undermine. Kind of distracted.
It's a good puzzle game to get started with. Not necessarily like puzzles in general, but like figure this out to get out of the room.
Huh?
Games. Like is there a good game out there that's kind of puzzle based?
I'm not sure. I don't really play puzzle games, but and of course I just died. All that gold gone. Well, it's not real gold anyways.
Yeah.
It just takes forever. No, it's like a roguelike game where it's not a puzzle, you're just trying to survive. And the game's
Yeah, yeah.
designed to kill you, right? But it's got some meta progression to where like eventually you can get enough like extra things to where it makes the game a whole lot easier. But you still need the skill level there.
What's it called?
Undermine?
Yeah, when I say puzzle game, I mean like remember old school Myst games like it.
Yeah, I don't know of any games like that anymore, man.
Not they don't make them like that anymore.
Yeah, I don't know if they do or not. I'm not really into like games. Like I just play whatever I can find that like suits my entertainment, keeps me busy. Like
Gotcha.
Call of Duty Black Ops or Call of Duty Black Ops, Call of Duty Mobile, for instance. That's a good one. But yeah.
I haven't played in a long time, man. I used to be pretty good back in the days, like way back in the days, back when Bond, GoldenEye. That was a classic.
Yeah. And they came out with those codes where you could do like paintball mode.
Yeah.
Just play paintball with your buddies. But no, I guess they got like Garden Quest Adventures. That's I think something.
Huh.
It's like a puzzle game where you have to like do certain things, and then you can go on and do like this other thing where you get to choose this or this or that, that or this or that, and each one is the proper choice or the poor choice, you know. But basically, it's like picture puzzle game. You know what I mean? Like, there's no like critical thinking involved. It's just find this hidden in here. Like the Scholastic books, that those magazines that would have like the hidden picture game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Except for not as hidden because it's like the actual image. You just have to see it. I'll be right back. Hey Ryan, do you remember you still there? Do you remember what do you call it? Quake?
Vaguely, yeah, I do remember the name.
It had the 9-inch nail gun instead of a chain gun, because usually they have like a Gatling gun for those like FPSs, but this one had quad nail gun and nail gun, and it had quad damage and all that. Yeah, it's unique.
Yeah, some reason there it rings a bell, yeah.
Because then they had Quake 2 and then Quake 3 and Quake 3 Arena.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh man, I went to get my lighter and it's dead.
I just bought one of those inserts that you can put inside of a Zippo. It's a butane with a jet lighter. Pretty cool. And another one that's an arc lighter, so it has like 4 poles that have this arc that go across each of them. And it like electrically sets whatever it is on fire.
Strange fire, man. I guess, like, you know, those bug zappers with the light?
Yeah.
If you take a cigarette with the cherry, because it produces like gases, carbon monoxide or whatever it is that detonates. Anyways, you can get an arc to arc across the cherry of the cigarette, but only if it's lit. Something to do with it being a form of plasma, a smoldering flame.
Huh.
Like, I don't
Yeah,
know the mechanics behind it, but it's interesting.
we got one of those fly swatters that's electrified.
Mm-hmm.
There's one thing we gotta get a ton of around here in Oklahoma because it's so damp everywhere. It's just flies, man. Like they never end.
Land of the flies.
With that electrified fly swatter, I'm the lord of the flies.
Oh, speaking of flies, we got 15 people in here now. Everyone's dropping like them.
I take that back. I'm not lord of nothing.
That little bobtail that Battlemod posted, that's kind of scary. If that's the two-man jet ski he's talking about, yeah, that's suicide rig. All right, I guess I'm going to call it because the gypsy's eyeballing me.